Chapter 101. Yi Nanyu's fierce and hateful eyes shot over. Chu Ji's hand suddenly tightened. She was a little afraid to look at Yi Nanyu. She was afraid to see the hatred in his eyes directed at her. Yin Tong looked at Yi Nanyu as if he was looking at an ant, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. You are now at the end of your strength, and your superpowers have been almost exhausted. What can you use to fight me? Yi Nanyu's bottomless black eyes raised a huge wave. He took out 5 crystal cores from the space ring and swallowed them in one gulp. Chu Gu saw this and his face changed drastically. Yi Nanyu, you are going to die. Spit it out quickly. He said that if you eat so many crystal cores at once, your body will not be able to withstand such a huge amount of energy and will explode. Yin Tong saw that Yi Nanyu was at the end of his rope and actually did such a stupid thing, and a disdainful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, which was nothing more than that. After swallowing 5 crystal cores, Yi Nanyu felt the rich energy in his body with dried up superpowers explode, and he spit out a mouthful of blood. Puff. Yi Nanyu. Chu Gu was extremely anxious, but she had no way to walk towards him. The severe pain in her head became more intense, and a fishy sweetness surged into her throat, and she swallowed it. The sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, thunder and lightning surged, and the whole city became dark. The energy in Yi Nanyu's body was running wild, his face was pale, he gritted his teeth and endured it, and gathered the power of thunder and lightning in his hands. The light ball, condensed by countless electric wires, the size of a ping-pong ball, gradually grew larger, and finally reached the size of a football. The surrounding air was jumping and twisting, which was enough to show its terrifying power. Yi Nanyu vomited blood several times in succession, and then burst out with huge energy, sending the light ball into the sky. The light ball exploded in the dark clouds, and it felt like the sky was shaking. A terrifying, huge lightning with a destructive aura fell from the sky. The whole Rongqing was illuminated at this moment. Yin Tong looked at the lightning that struck it, and it shook off Chu Gu. It was immune to attacks, but Chu Gu was not. It didn't want the corpse queen it had finally found to die. The huge lightning suddenly stopped above Yin Tong's head, and Yin Tong's mouth curled up with a smug smile, but the next second, the smile froze, watching the lightning strike it. Boom! The explosion produced a huge energy wave. Countless cracks appeared on the ground, and the houses on both sides were flattened. The huge power shook all the creatures standing on the ground away, and Chu Gu also flew out, and then fell to the ground, rubbing against the ground for more than 10 meters before stopping. She was cut all over by the broken glass on the ground. She didn't care about herself, and got up in a panic, falling several times, and running towards Yi Nanyu. She didn't forget that when the lightning fell just now, Yi Nanyu vomited a mouthful of blood, his face was frighteningly pale, and his body fell backwards. Seeing Yi Nanyu lying motionless on the ground covered in blood in the distance, she almost crawled the last part of the way. She crawled to Yi Nanyu's side, and saw him vomiting blood. Her mind went blank, and she didn't know how to help him. Her hand that she stretched out to him was shaking. She wiped the blood that Yi Nanyu kept vomiting. The more she wiped, the dirtier it became. No matter how hard she tried, it couldn't be wiped clean. It can't be wiped clean. Why can't it be wiped clean? What should I do? What should I do? Her voice was full of panic and helplessness. At this moment, a big hand grasped Chu Ji's hand that was wiping the blood, and Chu Ji's body suddenly shook and stopped. At this moment, Yi Nanyu's internal organs were destroyed by the huge energy of the 5 crystal cores, and he knew he was going to die soon. He took off the space ring on his finger, and slowly put it into Chu Ji's left ring finger. He had rehearsed this scene countless times, thinking it would be in a very romantic atmosphere, but he never thought it would be in this situation. Chu Gu cough cough. Yi Nanyu wanted to say something but coughed up a mouthful of blood. Don't talk, I don't want to hear anything, I don't want to hear anything. Chu Gu shook her head, tears falling like beads from a broken string. Yi Nanyu weakly embraced Chu Ji's body, and hugged her tightly. This should be the last time he hugged her. Chu Gu felt Yi Nanyu's lips pressed against her ears, his lips opened and closed, and he said something. The next second, his strong arm around her slender waist slid down. Chu Gu felt it and collapsed on the spot. Get up, Yi Nanyu, get up. She was like crazy, biting Yi Nanyu's neck, wrists, hands and feet. Wake up, Yi Nanyu, wake up quickly, I don't want you to die, wake up quickly. At this moment, the air behind Chu Gu tore a hole, and Yin Tong came out. It swept its eyes over Yi Nanyu's body on the ground, and a trace of haze flashed across its silver eyes. If it hadn't kept a backup plan, it might have really died in his hands. It looked at Chu Gu, who was lying on the corpse and collapsed, and pulled her up forcefully. He's dead. Chu Ji's tense nerves snapped, and she spat out several mouthfuls of blood. In Tong wiped the blood off Chu-Ji's lips with his thumb. Don't struggle, my lord queen of corpses. I'm going to kill you. Chu-Gu stared at him with bloodshot eyes, roaring like a trapped beast. In Tong smiled, his narrow eyes flashing. Didn't I say it? You can't kill me, and you can't kill me. Then let's try. Chu-Gu flew out the bone blade, turned around in the distance, and came towards In Tong. In Tong was not surprised or panicked, and let the bone blade come. The next second, his pupils trembled slightly, watching the bone blade pierce into Chu-Ji's chest. You? Chu-Ji's bloodshot eyes were full of madness. Bloodline suppression. Then I don't want this bloodline. So what? As the voice fell, countless bone spurs pierced her skin, and blood flowed down like a waterfall of blood. In Tong's eyes were full of shock. You are crazy. Chapter 102. The strong smell of blood filled the air. Chu-Gu had turned into a bloody person at this time. All the blood in her body was forced out by her, forming a blood puddle on the ground, soaking her feet. Her body, because there was no blood to nourish it, was completely dried up, and now she was just a dried corpse sister. Without blood in the body, the bloodline restraint was broken without attack. In Tong did not expect that she would have such courage, and there was fanaticism in his eyes. At the beginning, he wanted her to be a corpse because he thought she was a little interesting and did not take her seriously. But now it is serious. It wants this woman. You really surprised me. Stay with me. We join forces. I believe the whole world will be ours. You must die. Chu-Ji's bloodshot eyes glowed red and shot towards In Tong like lightning. His fists burst into sharp bone spurs, flashing with cold light, and punched In Tong's head. In Tong tilted his head, and the bone spurs brushed his head, and he reached out to clamp Chu-Ji's wrist. It's not good for a woman to be too stubborn. In Tong bent his hand back, and Chu-Ji's wrist bone made a cracking sound, and the bone was dislocated. Chu-Gu remained calm, and punched In Tong's chest with his other fist. In Tong still clamped it easily, and with a push and a pull, Chu-Gu was imprisoned in its arms. It's useless. Even if you don't have blood to restrain you, you still can't kill me. Lord Corpse Queen, come and dominate this world with me. You're dreaming. Chu-Ji's body was covered with bone spurs, like a hedgehog, and In Tong had no choice but to push her away. Too stubborn is not cute. In Tong waved his hand, and a powerful pressure rushed towards Chu-Gu. The soul in Chu-Ji's body was trembling, and she actually had the urge to kneel down and surrender to it. The few mutants around him all kneeled down and surrendered to their king. In Tong stretched out his hand to Chu-Gu, his handsome face full of charm. Come, good girl, become my corpse queen. A small hand was gently placed in its palm, and it grabbed it, with a smile on its face. What a good girl. Its smile suddenly froze, its eyes bulged, and slowly became bloodshot. I hack your mother's corpse. Chu-Gu knocked it down, with a monkey stealing peach. In Tong covered his crotch, knelt on the ground with his head against the ground, with a look of pain on his face. For advanced zombies, some organs have recovered their senses, and they feel good, and naturally they also feel pain. In Tong's face was twisted in pain, and there was a sense of hostility between his eyebrows. He gritted his teeth and said, You woman, you really don't want to drink a toast, so don't blame me for being ruthless. The evil spirit on In Tong surged, and a pressure 100 times more terrifying than before pressed down on Chu-Gu. Chu-Gu, paw, knelt on one knee, and there was no blood left in her body, otherwise she would have vomited blood. Her soul was almost crushed by this terrifying pressure. In Tong walked over with long legs, lightly lifted Chu-Ji's chin, and sneered, I told you that you can't kill me, but you still want to challenge my bottom line. If I can't kill you, I catch you to death. Chu-Gu did it again without hesitation. Oh! In Tong scored twice, his eyes bulged again, and he screamed like a screaming chicken. He covered his crotch with both hands, jumping in pain, and his anger value was off the charts. Quick, kill her for me. In Tong gave an order, and the mutants waiting around attacked Chu-Gu together. Chu-Gu took out all her crystal cores from her pocket, about a dozen, and ate them all without hesitation. In Tong's eyes widened and his pupils shook. Crazy. One or two of them are crazy. Seeing Chu-Gu rushing towards him like lightning, it retreated again and again. Chu-Gu rushed to In Tong and gave it an evil smile. Didn't you say that you wanted me to be your corpse queen? Why are you running? You are simply a crazy woman. You are courting death by eating so many crystal cores. Chu-Gu smiled brightly. I don't know whether I will die or not, but I know you will definitely die. In Tong's face changed drastically. Did she want to? It tore open the crack in the space and wanted to hide in it, but it was too late. The next second, Chugu exploded his crystal core. Ah! The silver pupil was immediately engulfed by the white light. More than a dozen crystal cores exploded, and the energy waves generated swept across the mutants on the entire street. The mutants exploded one after another, and the sky was filled with blood mist. All the houses and buildings within a kilometer radius collapsed and became a ruin. The ground was full of broken limbs and arms, and the blood was like a river. It was shocking to the eyes, and no one survived. This battle ended in a mutual destruction, and the man-eating crows hovering at low altitude became the final beneficiaries. The zombie pigeon stood on the ruins, saw the devastated streets, and wiped its eyes with its wings in sadness. Coo! Sister Gu, my only zombie friend, woo woo woo. The crow leader comforted it. Coo! I have already ordered that as long as her body is found, report it. Coo! The crystal core has exposed itself. Can the body still be found? The zombie pigeon looked at the crow leader expectantly. If the body can be found, it will definitely give its only zombie friend a luxurious funeral, which can be regarded as the last thing it does for her. The leader of the man-eating crows didn't want his wife to be sad anymore, so he nodded and said, Crow, we will definitely find it. In fact, what he was thinking was to find an unrecognizable corpse to pretend to be. The self-destructing crystal core was probably blown into a pile of mud, so how could he find the corpse? The zombie pigeon looked at the corpses of Yi Nanyu and Yi Shiyu and Zhou Yang who were hugging each other on the ground, and said, Gugu, we won't eat them later, let's bury them. They all look so good, what a pity. Ya. Okay, I listen to you. The crow stretched out its wings and touched the head of the zombie pigeon. Its wife is kind. At this time, a crow flew over in a panic. Ya. Boss, there's a ghost over there, go and have a look. The crow leader slapped it away with his wings. Ya. What nonsense are you talking about? Where are the ghosts these days? The crow's younger brother flew over again. Ya. Boss, it's true, I'm not talking nonsense. The crow leader still didn't believe it, but the zombie pigeon became interested. Gugu. Let's go and have a look. Ya. Didn't you hear what my wife said? Hurry up and lead the way. The crow brother almost fell from the sky because of the boss's yelling. The boss is getting more and more annoying now. The younger brother complained, but hurriedly led the way. 10 minutes later. The crow leader and the zombie pigeon looked at a bone about the length of a finger dancing on the ground, with a confused look on their faces. What the hell is this? Chapter 103. The small bone was pure white, about as long as a finger bone. It bumped around like a headless fly, just like dancing. The zombie pigeon crow leader and a group of crow brothers had never seen such a scene before, so they gathered in a circle and studied a piece of bone. Crow. Could this bone become a spirit, the white bone spirit mentioned on TV? The crow brother said. The crow leader flapped his wings at it again. Crow. I usually tell you not to go to other people's homes to watch TV, look what you have learned. Ya. Look what it's doing. Another little brother pointed at the bone and shouted. The bone hit a corpse, and then it actually drilled into the body of the corpse, and then the corpse was visibly flattened. Ya. What the hell is this thing? So weird. Goo. Sister Gu, it must be Sister Gu, I would recognize her even if she turned into ashes. The zombie pigeon jumped around excitedly. A group of man-eating crows, shock, it's too outrageous. At this time, little bone came out of the corpse. His whole body was pure white, without any blood stains, and he was a circle bigger than before. Coo. Long live Sister Gu. Sister Gu is so handsome. The zombie pigeon happily rubbed Little Bone with his head. Little Bone actually differentiated into two small hands, grabbed the zombie pigeon's hair, and climbed onto its back, sitting on its neck, inexplicably having a bossy attitude. The zombie pigeon was willing to be a mount. Coo. Sister Gu, let's go home. It spread its wings and flew away with the small bones. A group of crows, The crow leader saw that his wife had a boyfriend and forgot her husband, and his face turned black. Crow. Boss, what should we do with the bodies of those people? Crow. Find a pit to bury them. The crow leader spread his wings and flew away in a hurry to chase his wife. The boss said it was up to him, and the crow brothers were too lazy to find a place. It just so happened that there were many pits on the road caused by lightning. The crows threw Yi Nanyu and the others in and buried them on the spot. As for the mutant remains on the ground, they dug out the crystal cores and ate the meat. After eating and drinking, they returned to their nests with the crystal cores in their mouths. After the crows left, rats came out in groups of 3 or 2 to look for food. The streets were full of devastation and broken limbs. Except for the movement of rats, there was no other sound. The zombie pigeon carried the small bones back to the crow's nest. It flew to one of the largest trees and landed next to a bird's nest. The bird's nest was shining with crystals and was filled with crystal cores. These crystal cores were collected by the crows cleaning up the battlefield when the zombie king slaughtered the whole city these days. Little Bone jumped off the back of the zombie pigeon and rolled on the crystal core. It can be seen that it likes it very much. The zombie pigeon looked at her like her own child, with a motherly look on her face. Coo! Sister Gu, this will be your home from now on. You can live here with peace of mind. Little Bone naturally didn't understand what it was saying, and it was like a little fish drilling around in the crystal core pile. The zombie pigeon stopped bothering it, flew away from the tree, and flew back to its nest. It just so happened that its husband also came back. The crow leader didn't see the small bone. Crow, where is that thing? The zombie pigeon pecked at the crow leader's head. Goo. You are the thing. I don't allow you to say that about my friend. The crow leader held his head with his wings, not daring to fart. Goo. Wait a minute. Tell the people below to collect more blood and crystal cores. Don't let my friend down. The crow leader muttered sourly. Goo. Those who know are friends, but those who don't think it's your mistress, treat her so well. The zombie pigeon shot over with a domineering look. Goo. What did you say? The crow leader trembled and stood up straight. Goo. Don't worry, wife. I will give the order right now, and I guarantee that it will be done properly. The zombie pigeon flapped its wings. Goo. Go quickly. Goo. Yes, sir. The crow flew away without complaint. Not long after it flew out, it ran into its group of brothers returning with crystal cores in their mouths. Yeah. You go put the crystal core down and collect some blood. Yeah. Boss, what do you need blood for? Yeah. Just go if I tell you to go. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Believe it or not, I will slap you. The crows were so scared that their black feathers fell off, and they flew away quickly. After a while, the crow's yeah sound was heard. The crow leader quickly flew to the tree where the crystal core was placed. Yeah. What are you calling each other? Yeah. Boss, look. The leader of the man-eating crows looked at the bird nest where the crystal core was placed and found that half of the crystal core was missing, and there was a skeleton the size of a kitten. There was no trace of flesh and blood on its body, and its bones were white and translucent, just like a skeleton carved from white jade. It was seen holding a crystal core in its two small hands, eating it happily. I guess no one can be as extravagant as it is, eating crystal cores like apples. The crowd of man-eating crows were so envious and jealous. They have never had such a good life. Yeah. Boss, this thing is too weird. Do we really want to take it in? Yeah. Yes, boss, look at its posture. It is going to eat us out of money. Yeah. Why don't we deal with it secretly while the wife doesn't know? As soon as the man-eating crow finished speaking, he was slapped by the boss. Yeah. You are going to make your family restless, right? If I do this, my wife will kill me. After all, this is her beloved friend. The last sentence made it grit its teeth. The leader of the man-eating crows looked at the little skeletons eating crystal cores in the bird's nest. Crow, go find blood quickly, or my wife will get angry. Be careful, I will cut you. The crows all complained in their hearts. Wife brain? Crow, go quickly. What are you waiting for? The leader of the man-eating crows roared. The crows all spread their wings and flew high. The blood was found in a short while. There were many crows, and each crow collected a little, and together they collected as much as a water tank. The crow leader hurriedly flew to the nest to ask for credit from his wife. Unexpectedly, his wife pushed him aside, and happily flew towards the tree. Crow leader, woo. My wife doesn't love me anymore. The zombie pigeon flew up to the tree, and saw the little skeleton in the nest, and was so scared that he almost fell from the sky. At this time, the skeleton had grown to the size of a 1-year-old baby, and the bird's nest that was spacious just now became crowded. After the zombie pigeon was frightened, it was pleasantly surprised. As expected, Sister Gu is the best. This is the rhythm of reshaping her body. As the last crystal core in the bird's nest was eaten, the skeleton climbed out of the nest. He slid down the tree trunk. The zombie pigeon followed him. Coo! Sister Gu slowed down. The skeleton slid safely under the tree. The crows looked at the little skeleton, and saw it stand up shakily. They didn't dare to make a sound, for fear of scaring it and causing it to fall apart, which would be a big disaster. At this time, the crows were like sculptures, staring at a little skeleton learning to walk. Why does it feel a little cute? Chapter 104. The little skeleton fell and got up. got up and fell again, and the crows were so frightened that they wanted to rush up and help him walk. In a short time, the cute little skeleton captured the hearts of the zombie crows. The zombie pigeon was proud, and its friend was very charming. The little skeleton finally learned to walk, and staggered towards the water tank filled with blood. Crow. Does it want to drink blood? Go and scoop it out a bowl. Yeah. I go get a bowl. As soon as the crow finished speaking, the little skeleton fell into the water tank, and bright red blood splashed out. Yeah. Ah, the little skeleton fell down, go and save it. Yeah. The little skeleton is so cute, save it quickly. Yeah. I save it, and I protect the cute little skeleton. The crows rushed to rescue the little skeleton, but when they arrived at the water tank, they were stunned. How could there be even a drop of blood in the water tank? Instead, there was a skeleton the size of a 3-year-old child sitting in the water tank. Damn, this absorption ability is simply amazing. After being surprised, the crows were troubled. Are they sure they can really afford it? The zombie pigeons were extremely excited and circled around the little skeleton. Coo. Great. Coo. What are you still standing there for? Go find blood and crystal cores. Crow. Yes. A group of crows flew back to look for food. Night fell. The whole city was plunged into darkness, and the cold wind blew through the messy streets, blowing away some garbage. Rats foraging in groups of 3 or 2 walked through the streets and alleys, making small chirp sounds. Suddenly, the rats seemed to sense something and ran back to the underground sewer. Then, they saw a group of zombie dogs appear at the end of the street, their eyes lit up with a faint green light. They rushed over like hungry wolves and gnawed the corpses on the ground. One of the black zombie dogs looked at the broken limbs with disdain, obviously looking down on them. It seemed to smell something, and walked forward, smelling as it walked, and stopped at a place where the soil was buried. Then it began to dig the soil with its claws, and after digging for about 10 minutes, it finally dug out 3 bodies buried under the soil. It sniffed, and the green light in its eyes became stronger. It smelled of the crystal core. It drooled with foul-smelling saliva, licked its sharp teeth with its tongue, opened its bloody mouth, and bit the head of one of the corpses. At this moment, a pair of blue eyes opened, and the zombie dogs exploded instantly, turning into blood mist. An extremely terrifying aura spread out, and the rats in the sewers fled this place one after another. The zombie dogs felt the danger, therefore stood up, and they immediately fled everywhere. But they still exploded one after another, but in the blink of an eye, all the zombie dogs exploded and died. The cold wind blew, taking away the bloody smell on the street, and calm was restored. Under the lonely moonlight, a tall figure slowly stood up. A pair of blue ice pupils were particularly dazzling at night. Yunanyu's memory stayed at the last scene where he hugged Chugu tightly. He looked around, and what caught his eyes was a ruined building and a street full of broken limbs. It can be seen how tragic this battle was. Yunanyu looked at the bodies of Yishiyu and Zhou Yang who were hugging each other in the pit, and waved his hand, and a faint blue light enveloped Yishiyu and Zhou Yang. The next second, Yishiyu and Zhou Yang, who had been dead for a long time, opened their eyes at the same time. Yishiyu's eyes flashed with a strange light, and it was obvious that he was no longer human. Fine, Chugu. Yunanyu's voice seemed too gloomy at night. Yes. Yishiyu and Zhou Yang both obeyed Yunanyu. They searched the area in a carpet-like manner, and in the end, apart from finding the space ring, they did not find any trace of Chugu. Yunanyu saw the blood-stained space ring, and his hands suddenly tightened. Chugu. In a corner of Rongqing, the smell of blood was strong, and in the dim light, a figure could be vaguely seen lying on the ground half dead. Its body was already broken into pieces, blood was all over the ground, and only one intact head was left twisting. The breeze blew away the hair on its face. This person was Yintong. I didn't expect it was still alive. There was a haze in its silver eyes. That stupid woman actually did such a stupid thing as exploding the crystal. If it hadn't hidden in the crack of space at the critical moment, I'm afraid it would have been blown into meat paste. You want to kill me? Dream on, haha. It laughed wildly. Suddenly, its laughter stopped abruptly, and it looked at the 3 people coming from a distance in horror. This was the first time it felt a breath stronger than its own, and its soul trembled. If its body had not been rotten, it might have surrendered. Seeing that it was Yunanyu, its eyes widened immediately. It's you. It didn't expect that he would become a being above it. Yunanyu looked at Yintong lying on the ground like a puddle of mud, and his blue ice pupils became colder. Where is Chugu? Under the huge pressure of Yunanyu, Yintong had no choice but to speak. She blew up her crystal core to kill me. Yi Nanyu's pupils trembled, and his face darkened instantly. What did you say? She exploded her crystal core, and she must have been blown into a pulp. You deserve to die. Yi Nanyu's anger surged, and Yin Tong shouted in fear, don't. Bang. Yin Tong exploded under the pressure, turning into a blood mist, drifting in the cold wind. A crystal core on the ground was shining. Yi Nanyu stood straight, his eyes were deep and flashing with strange blue light. Zhou Yang and Yi Shiyu stood quietly behind him. Even if Chugu died, he would definitely be able to revive her. Chapter 105. The next morning, the old nest of the man-eating crows was filled with corpses of various animals, such as deer, monkeys, tigers, etc. Bang! The last animal that had been drained of blood was thrown out. Gugu. Go find it quickly, it has eaten it again. The zombie pigeon shouted loudly. There was no response, so it turned its head and looked back. I saw a group of man-eating crows lying on the ground exhausted, foaming at the mouth. Gugu. Wife, you have been tossing them all night, just let them go. The leader of the crows rarely showed consideration for his brothers. He was afraid that if he didn't speak up, all his brothers would die. This skeleton man was really greedy, like a starving ghost reincarnated. He searched for all the edible food in Rongqing, and finally even caught animals, but the speed of finding food was still far slower than the speed of eating. This skeleton man was probably sent by God to harm the crows. Coo. But it's still so young, it would be too pitiful if we don't take care of it. The zombie pigeon wiped its eyes. Yeah. Small? Are you sure it's still small? The crow leader looked at the skeleton man, which was almost as big as an adult. In just one night, a bone the length of a finger grew to be almost as big as an adult. This evolutionary ability is simply eye-opening. At this moment, the skeleton man suddenly spoke, which scared the zombie pigeon and the crow leader. The skeleton man's lower jaw hit the upper jaw, opening and closing to make a sound of bones colliding. Gaga. How did I become a pile of bones? Hee hee. Whoa. Why are my breasts gone? Chu Ji's skeleton hands kept touching her chest. It was just ribs, and the softness was gone. Hee hee. Ah. My round butt is gone too. Zombie pigeon man-eating crow leader. Shouldn't she be thankful that she is still alive? Isn't this the wrong place to focus on? Half an hour later. Chugu accepted the reality, and sat down under a big tree in frustration. Unexpectedly, what she thought at that time really came true. She turned into a pile of bones, but was still alive. She didn't know whether to cry or laugh. If it was Yi Nanyu. She suddenly shuddered. That's right, Yi Nanyu. She looked at the zombie pigeon anxiously. Where are Yi Nanyu and the others? How are they? She prayed for a miracle to happen in her heart. The zombie pigeon saw the hope in Chu Ji's eyes, and was reluctant to tell her. Chugu saw the zombie pigeon like this, and understood in her heart. That's right, there was no miracle that could happen. Giggle. Where are they? She felt extremely heavy. She had no heart, and was just a pile of bones, but she felt heartache. Giggle. We buried them. Chugu was silent for a long time. Giggle. Take me to see them. Giggle. Okay, I take you there. The zombie pigeon was about to fly up, but suddenly remembered that it didn't know where Yi Nanyu and the others were buried. It looked at its husband. Giggle. Where are they buried? The leader of the crows shook his head. Crow. I don't know where he was buried either. I told my brothers to do it. Crow. Then let's ask them to lead the way. The crows raised their wings and pointed at the brothers, who were foaming at the mouth from exhaustion. Do you think they can lead us there? Zombie pigeons. Chugu glanced at the crows lying on the ground. Cock. Get up and lead the way. The crows felt the strong breath of danger, and their feathers trembled in fear. They stood up quickly, all of them respectful. Yeah. Miss Skeleton, it is our honor to lead you. Man-eating crow leader. Why do I feel like my position is being replaced? Cuckoo. Lead the way. Yeah. Miss Skeleton, sit on my back and I will take you there. A larger man-eating crow flew in front of Chugu. Cuckoo. No need, I have wings. I saw a pair of flawless white bone wings grow out from behind Chugu, shining beautifully. The zombie pigeons, and a bunch of crows all opened their mouths wide, and stared at Chu Ji's wings. Her wings are so beautiful, so envious, the arrogant crow leader. Pretty as hell, it's just a show of attraction, it's courting death to make it so conspicuous. Let's go! Chugu flapped his wings and prepared to take off. The crows came to their senses immediately, and rushed to lead the way for Chugu. Crow. Skeleton Queen, please follow us. The leader of the crows. Queen, this is absurd. Do they take me, the boss, seriously? Coo. Queen, wait for me. The zombie pigeon flapped its gray wings and chased Chugu. The man-eating crow leader stood there and watched his wife and brothers follow someone. The breeze blew, and he felt extremely cold. It was all because of that dead skeleton that abducted his wife and brothers. The man-eating crow leader was still jealous of evil in the last second, and the next second he spread his wings and chased after him. Crow. Queen, wait for me. A team of more than 10 people was leaving Rongqing. One of the women pointed to the sky and shouted, "Look, there is a skeleton flying in the sky." "You bitch, you are hungry and your eyes are blurry. What is a skeleton?" The man looked up and was immediately shocked. "Fuck. There is really a skeleton flying." The whole team looked over and was stunned. Their souls were scared. Crazy. This world is crazy. Ah. Run, the white bone demon is coming. The team was so scared that they ran out of Rongqing, and one of the young and handsome young men looked back while running. He actually felt that the skeleton exuded a kind of damn elegance. Crazy. He shook his head frantically, trying to get rid of this terrible idea. Suddenly, he widened his eyes because he seemed to see a skull in the sky blowing a kiss to him. The young man's face suddenly turned red, and he felt something flowing down his nose, so he quickly covered it with his hands. "Mr. Bin, you have a nosebleed." A young woman in the team shouted. "What nosebleed? This is getting angry. Do you know what getting angry means?" The young man shouted guiltily, then lowered his head and ran forward faster. The woman looked at the young man's back and muttered, "The fire is too strong. His face and ears are smoking." Led by a group of crows, Chugu returned to the street where the battle took place yesterday. The scene of Yi Nanyu dying in her arms yesterday appeared in her mind. A strange red light appeared in the eye sockets of Chu Ji's skull, and several large cracks suddenly appeared on the road under her feet, extending to the end of the street. The crows were so scared that they spread their wings and flew away, and black feathers fell from the sky. The zombie pigeon stood on Chu Ji's shoulder and trembled. Its friend had become so scary. The zombie king from yesterday was nothing to Sister Gu now. She would definitely kill her in an instant. Chugu didn't need the crow to lead her. She walked to the pit where Yi Nanyu and the others were buried accurately. Seeing that there was nothing there, her back stiffened immediately. Giggle. "Not here, are they not dead?" Giggle. "Impossible, they were already dead and stiff when I saw them," said the zombie pigeon. The crow leader walked around the pit. Crow. There was a lot of dog hair on the ground, and dog paw prints on the edge of the hole. It was probably a zombie dog that dug them out and ate them. Chu Ji's empty eye sockets glowed red. Hee. "Is this what you call burial?" The leader of the man-eating crows was so frightened that he screamed and flapped his wings. He had no idea that his subordinates had just found a pit to bury him. Now, the body was eaten by dogs. He was finished. The zombie pigeon was so scared that he broke into a cold sweat, fearing that his friend would kill his man if he was unhappy. Goo. "Sister Gu, calm down first. Maybe things are not that bad. Maybe they are not dead yet." Hee. "Didn't you say they were all dead?" The zombie pigeon said weakly. Goo. "Do you think it is possible that they feel uncomfortable in this burial place and are angry and alive?" The man-eating crow leader covered his face with his wings. "Wife, do you want to listen to what you are saying?" Chugu thought about it with her brainless head and nodded. Hee. "It makes sense." The man-eating crow leader. Chapter 106. Suddenly, the crows spread their wings and flew high in fear, and the crow leader also flew away with the zombie pigeon in his claws. They all sensed an extremely terrifying aura coming this way. Chugu also sensed it, and it was a stronger existence than Ying Tong. She did not flee in panic like the crows, but stood there very calmly. She had already turned into a pile of bones, so she was not afraid of a hammer. Seeing the three figures slowly appearing on the corner of the street, Chugu burst into great joy. They are all fine. Chugu was just about to rush over to reunite with them, but when she saw her own skeleton body, she immediately lost her temper. "No, this image is too ugly." So Chugu did a trick, hiding her breath, lying down and pretending to be dead. She will definitely reunite with them, but not in this image, at least when she recovers her physical body. Chugu lay on the ground, motionless, perfectly blending into the wreckage. She felt the terrifying breath getting closer and closer, and knew that Yi Nanyu and the others were coming. Yi Nanyu sensed Chu Ji's presence and rushed over with joy, but he disappeared as soon as he arrived, as if everything was just his fantasy. He looked around, his steps were anxious, and his eyes were deep and suppressed. Suddenly, he saw something and stopped. Zhou Yang and Ishiyu, who were following behind, saw Yi Nanyu suddenly stop and kept looking at a skeleton in front of him. They could see his back trembling slightly. They looked at each other, not understanding what was so special about the skeleton. Yi Nanyu knelt down beside the skeleton, stretched out his shaking hands towards it, and then hugged the skeleton into his arms. "Chugu, I'm sorry I'm late." His voice was extremely dry. "What?" Zhou Yang and Yi Shiyu were shocked. This skeleton was Chugu. Wasn't it too outrageous? Chugu, who was hugged by Yi Nanyu, looked shocked. She had turned into a skeleton. How did he recognize her? Was it really so exaggerated? Could it be true that if you love someone, you can recognize him even if he turned into ashes? Even though she was recognized, Chugu remained motionless and worked hard to be a skeleton. She would never admit that she was pretending to be dead. Yi Nanyu knelt on the ground, holding Chuji's skeleton with a look of heartache. How desperate was she to choose to explode? She must have been very scared. "No one will dare to bully you anymore when I am here." His eyes were firm. "What's going on? I heard that Yi Nanyu wanted to take me with him. I have become a skeleton. Shouldn't I be buried?" Chugu complained in her heart. She forgot that Yi Nanyu could read her mind. Yi Nanyu heard Chuji's inner voice, and suddenly looked down at Chugu, who was only a handful of bones in his arms, with his mouth twitching. It turned out that they were all scum, and she was the real boss. She was alive even after turning into a skeleton, which was really amazing. Why did Yi Nanyu look at me with such a strange look? He wouldn't plan to die for me. Yi Nanyu sneered in his heart, pretending, "Right, who wouldn't?" he said with a sad face. "Chugu, how could you bear to leave me alone? How can you let me live? Fortunately, I have a way to make you and I stay together forever. I have heard before that after a person dies, put the bones into the oil pan and fry them for 49 days. Yi Nanyu felt Chuji's spine stiffen in his arms, and the corners of his mouth slightly curved, and continued. "After frying for 49 days, grind the crispy bones for 81 days, grind them into powder, and then carry them close to your body. Your ghost will come to you, and you will never be able to leave my side, so that we will be together forever." Chugu was horrified when she heard this. She jumped up and pointed at Yi Nanyu and cursed, "Old-fashioned, pedantic, feudal and superstitious." When she thought about being fried in oil and ground into powder, her heart trembled. These were not the most terrible things. The most terrible thing was that as she was ground into powder, and still conscious and alive, it would be a nightmare too terrible. "I think we should start the oil pan here. I can't wait to see you." Yi Nanyu's slender hand gently stroked Chuji's eyebrows, with a perverted meaning. Chugu was so frightened that he pushed him away, and ran 10 meters away. Zhou Yang and Yi Shiyu stared at the rotting skeleton in amazement. "Is it alive? The flesh and blood are gone, only a pile of bones are left, but it is still alive. Is it true? Yi Nanyu, I didn't expect you to be so perverted. I really misjudged you." Chuji's voice sounded eerie. If a human heard it, his hair would definitely stand on end. Yi Shiyu said excitedly, as if he had never seen the world before. "It's talking, the skeleton is talking, it's so weird, this skeleton can not only move, but also talk." Xiaogu. Zhou Yang didn't believe it at first, but now, he believes that the skeleton is Chugu. How did she become like this? "Come here, Chugu." Yi Nanyu stared at the skeleton with his blue ice eyes. Chugu thought he was going to fry her, so she spread her bone wings behind her and flew away. Yi Shiyu was shocked again. This skeleton can not only run, talk, but also fly. It must be an alien invasive species. "Chugu, come back." Yi Nanyu shouted at Chugu, who was flying away with a gloomy face. Chugu stopped in the air, turned around and hooked his finger at Yi Nanyu provocatively, as if to say that if you have the ability, you can fly too. Yi Nanyu's face turned black, and seeing Chugu was about to fly away again, an electric current shot out from his fingertips and shot towards Chugu. The electric current shot onto Chuji's head, and then split into countless electric currents, forming an electric net that covered Chugu. Chugu was bound by the electric net, and her bone wings could not flap, and she immediately fell from the air. Yi Nanyu looked at Chugu falling, shot out like an arrow, and caught her accurately and firmly. The weight was as light as a feather, but the bones were extremely uncomfortable. "Yi Nanyu, you bastard, do you want to kill me?" Chugu punched Yi Nanyu's chest with his small fist, but Yi Nanyu hit him hard and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Chugu, shock. Zhou Yang, Yi Shiyu, shock. Chapter 107. Chugu shrank her shoulders when she saw Yi Nanyu vomiting blood. Yi Nanyu, I tell you, don't try to blackmail me. I just hit you lightly. This has nothing to do with me. Yi Nanyu wiped the blood from his lips with the back of his hand. "You hit me lightly, but your punch is heavier than a punch from a power department." Chugu looked at her fist in doubt. Is it really that powerful? It's impossible. She hit him lightly again. You're talking nonsense. Puff. Yi Nanyu spat out another mouthful of blood. Chu-gu, shocked. Damn, he's really that powerful. Chu-gu, if you have the guts, just beat me to death. Yi Nanyu gritted his teeth. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Chu-gu reached out to wipe the blood off his mouth apologetically. Who knew that the slender finger bone accidentally poked into his nostril? Chu-gu, Yi Nanyu, The two of them were like they had pressed the pause button, dead silent. Chu-gu saw that Yi Nanyu's face couldn't be any darker. She quickly pulled out her finger, and then secretly wiped it on the corner of his clothes. Yi Nanyu, He felt that one day Chu-gu would be pissed off to death. The zombie pigeon said you were dead, and it buried you. How come you are alive again? Chu-gu glanced at Yi Nanyu, and the other two who were obviously no longer human. I have mutated and activated the skill of resurrecting corpses, so I awakened them. How awesome is that? You can't just let anyone live if you want. You can say that. Yi Nanyu nodded. Then see if I can be saved. I don't ask to become a peerless beauty, just restore to the previous state. Chu-gu looked at him expectantly. Yi Nanyu looked at the skeleton Chu-gu and said lightly, I am resurrected, not skin grafted. Chu-gu was immediately disappointed and cried, woo-woo. Am I only a skeleton in the future? Yi Nanyu hated to see Chu-gu crying the most, and hurriedly comforted him. Okay, don't cry first, I will think of a way to make you recover. Chu-gu wiped away the non-existent tears with his skeleton-like hands. Can it really be restored? Yi Nanyu nodded, then frowned and thought. After a while, his brows relaxed, as if he had thought of a solution. As far as I know, your blood is rich in super-powerful healing energy. If you can get your blood back, maybe you can recover. My blood? Yes. Yi Nanyu nodded. Chu-gu thought of the time when she lost all her blood, and her skin immediately seemed to have lost its life. Could it be that if she got her blood back, her skin would also recover? But it has been so long, the blood must have dried up long ago. Chu-gu thought so, but her feet still walked towards the place where she bled yesterday. There is always a glimmer of hope, right? She came to the place where she bled yesterday, and sure enough, the blood had dried up long ago, leaving dark brown marks on the floor. She became dejected. Sure enough, it still didn't work. At this moment, Yi Shiyu suddenly exclaimed, Look, what's under Chu-ji's feet? Chu-gu looked down quickly, and saw a few red silk-like things wrapped around her bony ankles. Then, the dark brown traces left by her dried blood on the ground seemed to come alive, and 1,000 threads of something like red silk emerged, entwining Chu-ji's legs and continuing upwards, until her entire body was wrapped in something like red thread, like a silkworm pupa. At this time, the dark brown traces left by the dried blood on the ground had disappeared, as if they had never existed. Yi Nanyu looked at Chu-gu, who was wrapped in red silk like a cicada pupa, and something flashed across his blue icy eyes. It seemed that he had to work harder, otherwise he would be left far behind by her. Yi Shiyu and Zhou Yang watched this magical scene quietly. They had a premonition that she would become a person who would change the world in the end times. 10 minutes later, the silkworm pupa wrapped in red silk began to loosen, and Chu-gu was like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, perfectly transformed. Her skin was so soft that it could be blown away, and it was gleaming with a faint glow, without a trace of impurities. Her seaweed-like hair fluttered in the wind, and her beautiful face was so beautiful that it was breathtaking. The thousands of gentle red silk threads suddenly became fierce, and entangled Yi Nanyu, and the other two. The faces of Yi Nanyu, and the other two changed drastically. They felt that the energy in their bodies was continuously sucked away by the red silk. So strong. The three of them did not struggle because they were not sure whether they would hurt Chu-gu. Chu-gu suddenly opened his eyes, and the blood-colored patterns in his eyes were enchanting and strange. Come back. Chu-ji's cold voice sounded. The thousands of red silk threads began to retract, and all shrank back into Chu-ji's body. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Yi Nanyu's mouth, and Zhou Yang and Yi Shiyu spit out a large mouthful of blood. If Chu-gu hadn't woken up in time, the three of them would have been devoured. Chu-gu, on the other hand, felt relaxed. She had never felt so good before. Her body was full of energy, and the terrifying aura leaked out. Zhou Yang and Yi Shiyu had just vomited blood, and were blown away by the pressure. They fell 5 meters away. Although Yi Nanyu was not so embarrassed, he was also shot back a few steps by the pressure. Chu-ji's powerful aura spread to a radius of 50 kilometers, and zombies, birds and beasts rushed to retreat to the edge of the city. The survivors hiding in various places were amazed at this spectacle. After the amazement came the fear. They vaguely felt that a big guy more powerful than the zombie king Yitong had appeared. It seemed that they could not stay in Rongqing anymore, and had to leave as soon as possible. Seeing that Zhou Yang and the others had been injured by mistake, Chugu quickly restrained his domineering aura, and the pressure on them immediately receded like a tide. The tense body relaxed, and finally survived. "Are you alright?" "I'm sorry. I was a little out of control just now." Chugu apologized quickly. Yi Nanyu looked at her anxiously. "Are you okay now?" "I'm fine, but you guys, are you okay?" "It's okay, don't worry." Zhou Yang spat out blood again, and said to Yishiyu, "You're okay, we're okay." Chugu couldn't let go of her smooth skin at this time. She lowered her head to look at the ups and downs of her chest, and then turned her head to look at the round and perky but behind her. Nodding with satisfaction, "Fortunately it's back again. It's true that you don't know how to cherish it until you lose it." Suddenly, Chugu thought of something. "Oh, I lost the space ring you gave me. It must be nearby. I look for it." "No need to look for it." Yi Nanyu walked in front of Chugu and raised his hand. He was holding the space ring. "Great, you found it. I put it on you." "No need, this is yours. It's back to its original owner." Yi Nanyu forcefully pulled Chuji's hand, and slowly put it on her left ring finger. "Don't lose it again. The space ring will automatically adjust its size, so there is no need to worry about the size not being suitable." Chugu stroked the black and gold space ring on her hand, and a trace of tenderness flashed across her eyes. Thinking of how he carefully put the ring on her, her cheeks became a little hot. People who didn't know would think he was putting a wedding ring on her. Suddenly, Chugu seemed to sense something, and looked up at a ruined building, but didn't find anything. She sensed it again, and there was nothing unusual, so she didn't take it seriously. She didn't know that when the four of them left, a figure walked out from behind the ruined building. "Look what fun I found." A gloomy voice drifted away with the wind. Chapter 108. All the zombies in the city center retreated to the edge of the city, and many survivors took this opportunity to come out and collect supplies. Survivors could be seen everywhere, rummaging through boxes and cabinets like rats, looking for food. They were pale and thin, with unkempt hair and dirty faces, like refugees from famine. When they found food, they would stuff it into their mouths without caring whether it was smelly or moldy. Some even fought to the death for a bite of food. At this moment, everyone stopped and looked at the four people walking in the distance. They were stunned for a moment. They couldn't remember how long it had been since they had seen such clean people. These four people seemed to be from a different world from them, and they looked so leisurely and contented, as if they were on a tour. These people were neatly dressed, and they were not pale and thin. It was obvious that they lived very well in the end times. One of the middle-aged men saw the ring on Chuji's hand, and his rat eyes were excited. It was a space ring. He would not be wrong. These people could live so freely. There must be a lot of food hidden in the space ring. No wonder, he said, he couldn't find any food. It turned out that all the food was looted by these selfish people. This is really too much. Looting everything. Isn't it clear that they want to kill them? The middle-aged man angrily blocked Chugu and his men's way. "Hand over the food." Chugu looked at the middle-aged man who jumped out of nowhere in front of him and raised his eyebrows. "I don't remember taking your food. You guys took advantage of your space ring to loot all the food, leaving us all with nothing to eat. Look at how many people on the street are starving to death because of your selfish behavior," the middle-aged man said angrily. Chugu smiled. "Oh, what do you want? Take out the food in your space ring and share it with everyone. We cannot bother with you young people." Chugu sneered. It was really eye-opening. The survivors who were watching around heard that they wanted to share food, and rushed forward to surround Chugu and his friends. They were all very hungry, and they were very angry when they heard that Chugu and his friends had a lot of food. The food must be shared. Why do you eat well while we have to starve? Yes, the food is not yours. Why should we take it all away? If you don't share it, you can't leave. An old woman with wrinkles on her face stood up. Girl, don't be so selfish. It's the end of the world now. We should help each other. So you take out the food and share it with everyone. I believe everyone won't make things difficult for you. Yi Shi was furious with these shameless people. We collected the food by our own ability. Why should we share it with you? What's the matter? Are you our savior or our real parents? What do you mean you collected based on your ability? That's not how people behave. If you have collected all the supplies, then we deserve to starve to death? The middle-aged man shouted. Yi Shi blushed and wanted to curse back, but she heard Chugu say, You are right. We collected all the supplies, which is wrong. The survivors were delighted. You are still reasonable. Chugu. Yi Shi's tone was stomping. She would rather throw the supplies to the dogs than give them to these disgusting people. Okay, don't be so angry, we just watch, Shioga will take care of it. Yishiyu calmed down after hearing Zhou Yang's words. The survivors couldn't hold back any longer and urged, hurry up and take out the food, what are you waiting for? Chugu raised a sneer at the corner of her mouth, there is plenty of food. She waved her hand, and a pile of supplies appeared in the distance. The survivors' eyes lit up and rushed over. Don't try to snatch it from me, it's all mine. Who do you think you are? Get out of here. Chugu looked at this disgusting group of people, and snapped his fingers. Immediately, a dozen zombies jumped out from everywhere and blocked the supplies. Ah! There are zombies! Oh my god! The zombies are coming. The crowd was so scared that they lost all their blood and retreated repeatedly, their legs shaking constantly. Unlike just now, when they couldn't wait to rush forward, no one dared to go forward now. Chugu glanced at them and mocked, now I have given up the supplies, and the supplies are in front. Didn't you just yell that we have collected all the supplies, and you have nothing to collect? What are you waiting for now? Go and collect them. The middle-aged man looked grim, there are so many zombies ahead, how can we collect them? Hee hee. Now you know that you have to deal with zombies to collect supplies? When you were yelling about moral blackmail and asking us to share the supplies, why didn't you think about how many zombies we killed to collect the supplies? It's just a few zombies, isn't it? What's so great about it? I killed them for you to see. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and rushed forward. There were more than a dozen ordinary zombies, and the middle-aged man was almost bitten several times. He finally cleared the zombies at the cost of his life. The middle-aged man looked at the pile of supplies in front of him, and was very happy. These were all his, enough to eat for a long time. Okay, the zombies have been killed, now let's share the supplies with everyone. Chugu interrupted lightly. The middle-aged man's smile disappeared instantly. This is what I got from killing zombies, it's mine. Why should I share it? Uncle, you just said that this is not how people should behave. There are only so many supplies, and you looted them all. Then what will all of us eat? Do we deserve to starve to death because of your selfish behavior? Chugu replied to him exactly what he had said just now. The middle-aged uncle was furious. You may not kill zombies when we kill them, but you want to share them now? Dream on. We also collected our supplies by killing many zombies. Didn't you ask us to share them with everyone just now? Why don't you want to share with everyone when it's your turn? How can you be so selfish? Yes, you are a selfish person who doesn't care about the lives of others. You want to take all the supplies for yourself without even asking us if we agree or not. We won't stop until the supplies are distributed. The wrinkled old woman stood up again. We are all compatriots. We should help each other, take out the supplies, and share them among everyone. The middle-aged man almost fainted with anger. I paid for it with my life. Why should I share it with you shameless people? I have the final say on whether to distribute it or not. If anyone dares to complain again, don't blame me for being rude. Chugu clapped excitedly. That's very well said. It's up to you to decide whether to distribute it or not. Others have no right to say anything. The middle-aged man looked a little better, but he was dumbfounded the next second. So I've decided that I won't share this pile of supplies. Chugu waved his hand and put the supplies back into the space ring. Middle-aged man, shock, survivors, shock. Puff. Yishiyu couldn't help laughing. Yi Nanyu's mouth also curved. The survivors were angry. You're kidding us. Chapter 109. Toy with you, haha, are you qualified? Chu Ji's mouth curled up with contempt. The middle-aged man saw the supplies flying away and shouted angrily, friends, come together, grab her space ring, and then we will share the supplies. Charge. With a loud shout, a group of people rushed towards Chugu and the other four. It was a great temptation. How could they not be greedy? Ha. Chugu sneered twice, his bloodshot eyes lit up, and the survivors who rushed to the front exploded one after another, like bloody fireworks. Bang. Bang. Blood mist filled the sky. The survivors who were rushing behind saw the people in front of them explode one after another, and suddenly stopped, their faces pale, their eyes extremely terrified. The explosions continued. Ah! Someone screamed and turned to run, and more people followed suit. But they didn't run far, without exception, all of them exploded, extremely bloody. Bang. Bang. The middle-aged man saw the people around him explode one after another, and blood and flesh splattered all over him. He had never seen such a horrible scene before, and he collapsed directly. He knelt down with a bang and kept kowtowing, I was wrong, I won't dare to do it again, please let me go, I was wrong, I was wrong. Soon his head was broken and bleeding. A pair of shoes came into his sight, and he slowly looked up. He saw the angel-like girl, and she smiled at him brightly. He was distracted for a moment, and he suddenly widened his eyes, and his pupils reflected the scene of thousands of red threads coming towards him. Ah! Countless red threads penetrated his body, his eyeballs suddenly exploded, his blood was instantly sucked dry, and his flat body fell down. Monster, monster! The old woman pointed at Chugu with a trembling finger. Suddenly she covered her chest and her face twisted in pain. Then, she fell to the ground with a bang. She kicked her legs twice, and there was no sound. Chugu blinked twice innocently. Let's go! Yi Nanyu took Chu Ji's shoulders and walked towards the sunset. The shadows of the two people leaning on each other stretched infinitely. Wait for me. Yi Shiyu trotted after him. Zhou Yang's amber eyes sparkled, the corners of his mouth curved slightly, and he followed with long legs. The sun was setting, the desolate and dilapidated city. The four people walked side by side and walked farther and farther. Night. A 5-star hotel. The four people sat on the sofa, and Chugu took out more than a dozen blood bags from the space ring and threw them on the table. Don't be polite, drink as much as you want. She reached out and took a bag and stuffed it into her mouth, leaning lazily on the back of the sofa to think about life. Zhou Yang took a bag without hesitation and started drinking. Yi Nanyu and Yi Shiyu looked at the blood bags on the table stiffly, but did not reach out to take them. The two siblings had not eaten since they became zombies, and they were not ready for a while. Chugu turned his head to look at Yi Nanyu, who was sitting next to him, like a wooden stick. Drink it, otherwise, I won't take care of you if you go crazy later. Yi Nanyu stretched out his hand stiffly, and his fingers were trembling slightly when he looked carefully. He took a bag, and it was still warm to the touch. He had collected these blood bags for Chugu to drink, but he never thought that he would need them one day. Seeing Yi Nanyu taking it, and Yi Shiyu next to him still not moving, Zhou Yang reached out and took a bag and put it in her hand. It actually tastes pretty good, try it. Yi Shiyu looked at the blood bag in her hand, and she felt sick when she thought it was human blood. Is it better to think of it as tomato juice? I try? Yi Shiyu spoke with difficulty, and she held the blood bag in her trembling hands and put it in her mouth. Yi Nanyu did the same, and under Chu Ji's gaze, he held the blood bag in his mouth. Both of them took a small sip, and they probably didn't even taste it yet. You. The two siblings rushed into the bathroom at the same time, vomiting non-stop. Chugu and Zhou Yang sat on the sofa, staring at each other. Late at night, Yi Nanyu felt a surge of madness rising from deep within his body. His blue icy pupils became more intense, and veins on his neck bulged. His desire to kill was stronger than ever. Chugu saw that Yi Nanyu was on the verge of going berserk, and handed him a bag of blood. Drink it. Yi Nanyu looked at the blood bag, his blue icy eyes flashed with bloodthirsty light, and instinct drove him to take it and drink it. It was not hard to drink, but he still felt strongly nauseous. Chugu sighed. She knew Yi Nanyu's current mental journey best, because she had experienced it before. She pulled Yi Nanyu into the room, and as soon as the door was closed, Chugu pressed Yi Nanyu against the door, raised her feet, and kissed him. Yi Nanyu's eyes suddenly deepened, and his strong arms wrapped around Chu Ji's slender waist, and one hand pressed on the back of her head, entangled with her. His kiss was a little more impatient than usual. Chugu led him to the bed, then pushed him, and Yi Nanyu fell on the bed. The mattress bounced a few times. Chugu climbed onto the bed, pressed on him, and kissed him forcefully again. Although her body could not suppress him, fortunately Yi Nanyu had no intention of counterattacking. The temperature in the room gradually rose, and just when Yi Nanyu was confused, Chugu raised her head and drank a bag of blood, blocking Yi Nanyu's mouth. Yi Nanyu opened his eyes, and the warm blood entered his mouth, and he gurgled. He swallowed it, and this time, he didn't feel sick again. He even felt that it was not enough, so he took the initiative to take away everything in Chu Ji's mouth. It was sweet. The breeze blew the curtains, covering the joy in the room. Yi Shiyu was also on the verge of going crazy because she didn't eat. She hid in the room and walked around the room frantically. She wanted to drink blood, but she wanted to vomit when she thought of blood. This mentality tortured her to the point of going crazy. Ah! She punched the wall, bang. The whole wall was broken. Zhou Yang, who was changing clothes in the next room. Surprise! Yi Shiyu. Surprise! Awkwardness surrounded the two of them, and they turned around almost at the same time. Ahem. That, I didn't mean it. Yeah, I know. Zhou Yang's low voice sounded. Yi Shiyu could hear him putting on clothes behind her, and the scene just now appeared in her mind. Her eyes suddenly flickered, and her cheeks were slightly hot. His figure was still so hot, and she would bleed from her nose at the sight of him. She remembered the first time she saw him. That night, he came into her world like a god. She fell in love with him at just one glance. Chapter 110. It's okay. Zhou Yang's voice interrupted Yi Shiyu's memories. She turned around and saw that he was already dressed. Well, why don't you change rooms? Yi Shiyu said awkwardly. Zhou Yang looked at her quietly for a while. Shiyu, let's talk. Okay. Zhou Yang stepped over the collapsed wall and came to Yi Shiyu's room. The two sat down on the sofa, and Zhou Yang handed her a bag of blood. This is what Shioga and I got. I think you need it. A bloodthirsty light flashed across Yi Shiyu's eyes, but her face could not hide her disgust. At this moment, a big hand covered her eyes, and Yi Shiyu's eyes suddenly went dark. Close your eyes, relax your whole body, and don't think about anything. Zhou Yang's deep and magnetic voice echoed in Yi Shiyu's ears. Her ears felt numb. I'm squeezing tomato juice for you now. It's bright red, and tastes sweet and sour. You like honey, so I put some honey in it. Try it, and see if it tastes good. Zhou Yang poured the blood into the cup, picked up the cup, and handed it to Yi Shiyu's lips. Try to taste it. Is it good? Yi Shiyu's ears echoed with Zhou Yang's gentle and magnetic voice. He still remembered that she liked to drink honey, and her ears were slightly red. The cup was handed to her lips, and she subconsciously drank it. The bright red liquid entered her mouth, and she had no resistance. It really tasted like honey, sweet and sweet. The mania deep in her body disappeared, and the whole person calmed down. After drinking it all, Zhou Yang took away the hand covering her eyes. Yi Shiyu still didn't react when she saw the empty cup. She actually finished it, and she really tasted honey. How do you feel now? Yi Shiyu looked at Zhou Yang. Thank you, I'm much better. Good. Then the two of them suddenly fell silent, and the atmosphere between them was a little awkward. After a long time, Zhou Yang spoke. Have you been doing well these years? Yi Shiyu nodded. Not bad. How about you? I heard that you left Rongqing after we broke up. Why did you leave? Is it because of me? It's not all because of you. I have a friend in Hong Kong who wants to do business with me. I think the project is good, so I just went. Yi Shiyu's tense nerves loosened a little. It's not all because of me, so it's also my fault, right? Yes. Zhou Yang admitted. Because of you, I want to fight and struggle in a bigger city. If you succeed, will you come to me? Zhou Yang's eyes flashed. No. Yi Shiyu's hands suddenly tightened. Why? Zhou Yang's eyes darkened. Do you remember the first time we met? I saved you from a few thugs. I will never forget it. I fell in love with you at first sight that night. Zhou Yang closed his eyes in pain. Whenever he thought of that incident, he blamed himself and wanted to kill himself. Those thugs who troubled you were ordered by me? What did you say? Yi Shiyu stood up from the sofa, eyes full of shock and disbelief. What are you talking about? It was you who saved me, wasn't it? Xiao Ge and I grew up together in an orphanage. I have long regarded her as my sister. Do you think a brother would sit back and do nothing when he finds out someone is bullying his sister at school? Yi Shiyu's tightly clenched fist was trembling slightly. So you let those hooligans humiliate me? Zhou Yang's pupils trembled for a moment, and he spoke with difficulty. I'm sorry, I just told them to warn you a few words, but I didn't expect them to be tempted by your beauty. I'm sorry. Yi Shiyu's angry fists kept falling on him. Zhou Yang, you bastard. Do you know how long I have had nightmares because of that incident? You bastard. Zhou Yang let her hit him without resisting. This incident has been weighing on his mind for many years, tormenting him to the point of going crazy. It's ridiculous. I actually regarded the perpetrator as the light in my darkness. You must think I'm stupid, right? So you played with my body and then dumped me, right? Zhou Yang grabbed her hand and explained in panic. No, it's not what you think. Except for the first thing, I was sincere in everything I did afterwards. Yi Shiyu grabbed his collar and shouted angrily. How dare you say you are sincere? You are clearly a perpetrator, but you are standing in the position of a savior. How dare you say you are sincere to me? Zhou Yang's body trembled, and pain overflowed from his eyes. I'm sorry, Shiyu, I'm sorry. Yi Shiyu pushed him away. Don't call my name, it makes me sick. Bang. Yi Shiyu slammed the door and walked out. Zhou Yang buried his face in his palms, and his shoulders were shaking slightly. Back then, he didn't expect to fall in love with her. Every day he spent with her, his heart couldn't help but sink and suffer. He wanted to tell her countless times, but every time he saw her eyes full of love, he couldn't say the words on his lips. He was greedy for her pure love. He was greedy to be with her for the rest of his life. Countless days and nights, Self-blame and guilt would torture his heart to the point of bleeding. Until her mother appeared, she finally broke his despicable and shameless heart that wanted to be with her for the rest of his life. Yes, rats in the gutter cannot stand shoulder to shoulder with dragons and phoenixes. After breaking up with her, he still didn't tell her about the affair. The boyfriend cheated and was a complete liar. I think the pain of a cheating boyfriend will be shorter. In fact, he still has his own selfish desires. Call him a bastard or a mean person. Even if it is a lie, he hopes that when she thinks of him, it will not be all dark. If time can go back, he will definitely give 100 times more sincerity, no more lies, and work hard to become a light in her world. The next morning, the sun shone through the curtains, and there was some movement in the dim room. A woman's gentle rebuke sounded. "Yi Nanyu, get out of here." "Chugu, this is the last time, please." A hoarse and sexy male voice coaxed. "Get out of here. I'm a ghost if I believe you. This is the last time you said for the nth time. I promise this is the last time." You bastard, Yi Nanyu, I'm not done with you." "Sorry, I be gentler." In the room, a woman's cursing sounded for a while, and a man coaxed her in a low voice. "Came to see a friend, but unfortunately heard the zombie pigeon in the corner slowly bleed from 2 nosebleeds. It's really good to be young." Chapter 111. Finally, Chugu supported her old waist and left the room. Yi Nanyu, who had turned into a zombie for the whole night, was simply too crazy. If you protest, he will say innocently that you used to dislike my poor physical strength, right? I am trying to prove myself now. Chugu slapped her twice. "I told you not to talk nonsense before. I told you not to talk nonsense." She left the room, and happened to see Zhou Yang anxiously circling the door. "What's wrong?" "She was missing. I searched the entire hotel but couldn't find her." "Wasn't she fine yesterday?" Zhou Yang's face showed regret. "It's all my fault. She ran away in anger." "What happened? Tell me clearly." Yi Nanyu just walked out of the room. Zhou Yang was anxious and told everything that happened yesterday. "Asshole." Yi Nanyu punched him angrily. Zhou Yang fell to the ground, and Yi Nanyu rode on him, 1 punch, 2 punches. Zhou Yang did not fight back. "Enough, Yi Nanyu, enough, stop hitting." Chugu went to stop the fight. "Chugu, don't worry about this. I have to beat this bastard to death." Yi Nanyu was angry, and pushed Chugu away with more force, and Chugu hit the wall. Zhou Yang saw it, turned over and pressed Yi Nanyu to the ground, and punched him. "Yi Nanyu, are you a man? Come to me if you have anything to say. Why are you hitting Xiaogu?" Yi Shiyu happened to come back and saw this scene, rushed over, and punched Zhou Yang non-stop. "Let go of my brother, you bastard." Yi Nanyu took advantage of Zhou Yang's distraction, and kicked him away. He wanted to continue beating him, but Chugu blocked Zhou Yang behind him. "Enough, you 2 siblings. Don't go too far, 2 against 1. Chugu, go away. I must teach him a lesson today, this scum who specializes in playing with little girls. If he is a scum, you are also. You took advantage of me when I was drunk. You are not a good person either." "Okay, you bastard. I was wondering why Xiaogu followed you. It turns out you bullied Xiaogu." Zhou Yang teleported and knocked Yi Nanyu to the ground. "Asshole, you beast, I beat you to death." Zhou Yang rode on Yi Nanyu and punched him non-stop. "Zhou Yang, that's enough. Let my brother go." Yi Shiyu pushed Zhou Yang away with his fist, and Zhou Yang fell out. Chugu saw it and pushed Yi Shiyu. "That's enough, Yi Shiyu. What right do you have to push him? Anyone can say anything about him. You are the least qualified. How good do you think you are? Haven't you heard him enough times before?" Yi Shiyu also pushed Chugu. "What about you? How noble are you? You took advantage of my brother's young age, and bullied him hard, and finally kicked him mercilessly. How are you better than me? Sister, if you hit Chugu again, we will have no brother-sister relationship." Yi Nanyu shouted at her sister. Zhou Yang rushed over and punched Yi Nanyu in the face. "Who are you shouting at? You deserve a beating?" "Zhou Yang, who told you to hit my brother?" Yi Shiyu said in a rage, and bit Zhou Yang's arm. Seeing this, Chugu also bit Yi Nanyu's arm. "Let go of Zhou Yang, or I will bite your brother to death. Let go of my brother, or I will bite your friend who grew up with you to death. You let go first. You let go first." Yi Nanyu, Zhou Yang, Let go together. 1, 2, 3, let go. Chugu and Yi Shiyu let go at the same time. Chugu pushed Yi Nanyu away. "Get out. You siblings are unreasonable." Yi Shiyu also pushed Zhou Yang away. "We are unreasonable. What about you? The scumbag who played with our feelings." "We played with our feelings? If you have the guts, don't love me. You came to Rongchen, and I can't drive you away. If you don't love me, then don't love me." You're talking about someone you don't care about. Okay, let's go. From now on, you two siblings will walk on your own single plank bridge, and we walk on our Yongwon road. Zhou Yang, let's go. Chuge helped Zhou Yang, who was bruised and swollen, to leave. Nanyu, let's go too, back to Haishur. Yi Shiyu also wanted to leave, pulling Yi Nanyu, who was bruised and swollen. Yi Nanyu and Zhou Yang, how did it become like this? They looked at each other, then pushed the woman away and hugged each other. Brother, it didn't hurt just now, did it? It was just a joke, don't mind it. I hit you hard just now too, we are even, let's go brothers, have a drink. Yi Nanyu and Zhou Yang walked away arm in arm, leaving Chuge and Yi Shiyu staring at each other. After walking out of the sight of the two women, Zhou Yang and Yi Nanyu pushed each other away with disgust. Yi Nanyu patted his shoulder. I warn you not to mess with my sister again. Zhou Yang also flicked the dust off his clothes. I warn you too. If you hurt Shioda again, I won't let you go. Humph. The two of them left without looking down on each other. Chuge, I want to talk to you. Yi Shiyu stopped Chuge. Chuge stopped. I don't think there's anything to talk about between us. I want to know what you mean to Nanyu. If you're just playing around, I advise you to give up this idea as soon as possible. He's not someone you can play with at will. What about you? What do you think of Zhou Yang? Yi Shiyu's face was slightly stiff. Now I'm asking you. Then there's nothing to talk about. Chuge shrugged and was about to leave. You have nothing to talk about with her, so talk to me. Suddenly, a strange male voice sounded in the corridor, but no one was seen. Who? Come out! Chuge shouted. Someone who wants to make friends with you. A figure suddenly appeared at the end of the corridor like a ghost. Chuge narrowed his eyes slightly. You are the one who watched us in the dark yesterday. You are quite alert. The man smiled. He is different from Yi Nanyu's handsomeness and Zhou Yang's firmness. He looks a little feminine, with a pair of phoenix eyes, adding a bit of evil charm. When he smiles, his eyes sparkle, like a cunning fox, calculating something. What is your purpose? Didn't I say, I want to make friends with you? I'm really sorry, I don't make friends with sneaky people. But what can I do? I've made up my mind to be your friend. Then we can only rely on our strength. Chuge wanted to expand her domain, but she found that her body was dead silent. She wanted to summon the bone blade, but there was no movement. Yi Shiyu, try yours and see if you can attack. When Yi Shiyu heard Chuge's words, she immediately used her special power, and like Chuge, the energy in her body became stagnant. When Chuge saw Yi Shiyu's face, she knew that the situation was the same as hers. She shot a sharp gaze at the man. What did you do to us? Nothing, I just put a restraint on your superpowers to temporarily seal them, so as to avoid hurting feelings when we fight. Chuge and Yi Shiyu's faces changed slightly. There are such abnormal superpowers. Aren't they now fish on the chopping board of others, at the mercy of others? Chuge's voice became cold. Is this your sincerity in making friends? Chapter 112. The man smiled evilly. I don't want to either. You're so strong. If I don't do this, what will you do if you kill me? Even if I don't have superpowers, I still kill you. Chuge said domineeringly. Yes, I still kill you. Yi Shiyu cheered Chuge. Unexpectedly, Chuge turned around and ran as soon as she finished speaking. Run. Yi Shiyu, shocked, she reacted and turned around to run after Chuge. Didn't you say you'd still kill him? Harsh words are used to confuse the enemy. You really take it seriously. Are you stupid? Yi Shiyu, She has never been so speechless before. I'm not stupid, so make friends with me. The man appeared in front of Chuge, blocking her way. Chuge braked suddenly and stopped. You damn fox, why are you so persistent? Shinmo's mouth twitched. You damn fox? Yes, I'm calling you damn fox. There is a process to make friends with me. You need to bathe in incense for 3 days, and then offer 99 and 81 crystal cores of sincerity gold before you can become my friend. Shinmo's mouth twitched, and even his temples were throbbing. Those who knew her thought she was making friends, and those who didn't thought she was taking in apprentices. Haha, you can't do it, then get out of here. Since we can't reach an agreement, we can only use force. Shinmo raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and then the air began to twist, forming a vortex. There was a huge suction force inside, sucking Chuge forward, and Yi Shiyu saw it and quickly grabbed her. As a result, the suction was too strong, and she couldn't be pulled back, and she was also sucked forward by the huge suction. They tried their best to resist, but it was useless. Their shoes slid against the floor, almost creating sparks. Chuge saw that she was about to be sucked into the vortex, and hurriedly shouted, Brother, let's talk it over. Isn't it just making friends? I make friends. Isn't it okay? Deal? Then stop it quickly. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Once this space tunnel is opened, you can't stop. Fuck, you old fool. Chugu watched helplessly as half of her body was sucked in. At this critical moment, she pushed Yishiyu away, and she was sucked in. Chugu. Yishiyu saw Chugu being sucked in and wanted to follow him, but the vortex disappeared at this time. The fox man also disappeared with the vortex. The corridor was empty at this time, with only Yishiyu left. She searched in panic. Chugu, Chugu. There was no sound in the corridor except her echo. She felt a chill running from her feet to her head, and it was terribly cold. Yi Nanyu walked around the hotel and came back. Sister, what's wrong with you? You look so bad. Nanyu. Yishiyu rushed over and grabbed her brother's hand. Chugu was taken away. What did you say? Yi Nanyu was shocked. Just now a strange man appeared. He imprisoned our superpowers. We couldn't use our superpowers at all, and something like a space tunnel appeared, sucked Chugu in, and then the man disappeared. Yi Nanyu suddenly clenched his fists, his face gloomy and terrifying. Looking for death. Chugu was sucked into the space tunnel, his body spinning rapidly, his head buzzing. She suddenly opened her eyes, and a handsome face was about to kiss her. Fuck. Chugu leaned back and dodged. Chugu, what do you mean? Are you kidding me? An angry male voice sounded. Chugu looked at the handsome, trendy-dressed boy in front of her, about 18 or 19 years old. Why does this guy look so much like the school bully, who called her to the rooftop to confess to her? Chugu, what do you mean? Speak up. After I confessed to you, you closed your eyes. Didn't you just want me to kiss you? Why? Now you don't want to kiss me again. If you want to play hard to get, then I tell you, I don't like this trick. Chugu was roaring in his heart at this moment. It was really that stupid school bully. This was all so many years ago. Why did he still dream about this idiot? Oh, that's how she answered at that time. Sorry, I just had sand in my eyes. As for your confession, I don't plan to have a relationship in college. You dare to reject me? Do you know who I am? I don't know. I don't want to know. I'm not interested in knowing. Thank you. Goodbye. The school bully's face was ashen. Don't regret it. He said something cruel and left angrily. Chugu looked at the school bully, who was angry and left like a fighting cock, and laughed. I didn't think so before, but now I look back and think that I was really a middle school student. At this time, he heard footsteps, and Chugu subconsciously stood in the dark and saw several girls coming up to the rooftop. Is the school bully the one who just came down? Why is he so angry? I heard that he also likes Chugu, that bitch, and I don't know what kind of vision he has. A sour female voice sounded. That's right. I don't know what's so good about that woman. I heard that 70% of the boys in the school like her. Obviously, she is 100 times prettier than her, and her family background is 10,000 times better than hers. Those people are really blind. The girl with shoulder-length hair became more and more angry, looking at a girl dressed as a little gangster with blue hair. Yinzi, don't you know a lot of gangsters outside of school? Tell them to find a chance to strip that bitch and take some photos, and then spread the photos from here, so that all the teachers and students in the school can see her cheap appearance and see if she still has the face to stay in this school. Pa. The girl with shoulder-length hair was slapped as soon as she finished speaking. The girl covered her swollen cheek and looked at Yishiyu blankly. Shiyu, why did you hit me? Who taught you such a dirty trick? Do you know what this means to a girl? But don't you hate her too? I'm helping you. As long as Chugu is taken down, the school beauty will definitely be you. I hate her, but I don't want to use such dirty tricks. If I want to get something, I must compete openly, not do these dirty tricks behind the scenes. We should stop being friends. Yishiyu turned and left. The short-haired girl's eyes flashed with reluctance, and she shouted at Yishiyu. Didn't you also say bad things about her? You said she was an orphan without a father or mother, and she couldn't play the piano, chess, calligraphy, or painting, but she just had a pretty face. As long as she participated in an event, you would definitely get involved. Don't you just want to beat her? Do you want to drive her out of the position of school beauty? Now you are pretending to be noble and kind. Yishiyu stopped and turned to look at the short-haired girl. I said she was an orphan without a father or mother, and she couldn't play the piano, chess, calligraphy, or painting, but she just had a pretty face. These are all true. What's wrong with that? I don't bother to fabricate, spread rumors, or slander her. I want to win over her, to drive her off the position of the school beauty. I will definitely get involved in any activities she participates in and oppose her everywhere. But so what? I ask myself, I have never done dirty tricks behind her back. You are right about one thing, I am indeed not kind. I have ambitions. I will not resign myself. I will be jealous of someone who is better than me. I will try my best to compete. But that does not mean I will use dirty means to achieve my goals. If you really use such dirty tricks, I will report it to the school immediately. You can take care of yourself. Yishiyu said, ignoring the ugly faces of the girls, and left. Chugu, who was hiding in the dark, curled her lips slightly. This is the pride of Miss Yishiyu, and this is why she is not angry that Yishiyu always goes against her. Is this really a dream? Why does it feel so real? How can this dream present the past events without missing a word? Chapter 113. The more Chugu thought about it, the more she felt uneasy. She closed her eyes and silently said to herself, "Wake up, wake up." Buzz. The head started buzzing again, and suddenly, the ears were filled with noisy music. Chugu opened her eyes suddenly. The colorful lights hurt her eyes, and the shadows kept shaking in front of her. She felt dizzy. She stood up, and her body kept shaking, like she was drunk. "Class monitor, you have a car. Please give our school beauty a ride." "Okay, I'm on the way, so be careful on your way back," the man said, and supported Chuji's arm. "Chugu, slow down, I take you back." Chugu tilted her head, feeling that the voice was familiar, and tried to open her eyes to see the person in front of her, but unfortunately her vision was empty. She was supported by the man and walked outside, and was suddenly bumped by someone, and the man just held her waist. "Be careful." The man didn't let go, and Chuji's brain was paralyzed by alcohol, and she didn't react for a while. Then she felt the big hand on her waist sliding up, and the heavy breath was getting closer and closer. The strange smell made her nauseous. Chugu was just about to catch this scoundrel with a monkey stealing peaches. Suddenly, the scoundrel was punched to the ground by someone, and the people around him retreated in fear. Chugu opened her blurry eyes, and saw a familiar figure holding the scoundrel's collar and beating him violently, making him scream. She wanted to see the man's face clearly, so she staggered over. Unexpectedly, she tripped and was about to fall to the ground. At this time, someone caught her, and a familiar and refreshing fragrance came to her nose. "Yinanyu." 3 words emerged in Chuji's mind. She looked up. She couldn't see other people's faces clearly, but Yinanyu's face was very clear. A very young Yinanyu. The man stood up with a bruised face and looked at the tall and handsome boy in front of him, who was holding Chugu. He was furious. "Who are you? Are you over 18? You dare to enter the bar and let her go? You don't need to know who I am. If I find you touching her again, I will kill you," Yinanyu said ruthlessly. The man was frightened by the anger in the boy's eyes. He watched him take Chugu away and dared not say anything. Yinanyu helped Chugu out of the bar. "Where do you live?" "I take you back." I live. Chugu narrowed her eyes in confusion, and couldn't figure out where she lived after thinking for a long time. Yinanyu sighed, hailed a taxi, and stuffed her into the taxi. "Go to the International Hotel." The taxi started and merged into the traffic. Yinanyu looked at Chugu leaning on his chest, her red lips slightly parted, exhaling a little drunken smell, her fair face flushed. His eyes flashed, his whole body tensed up, not daring to move. He couldn't believe that he really saw her, still so close. She was really beautiful, 100 times more beautiful than in the photo. The first time he saw her was in the 3rd year of junior high school, when a freshman sister showed him a group photo of some school beauty candidates and asked him who was the prettiest. To be honest, he was not interested. He was about to point his finger at someone randomly, but he saw her at first sight, and only saw her, and pointed his finger at her. "She is the most beautiful." He left after he said that, because he was afraid that his sister would hear his pounding heartbeat. After that, he kept paying attention to her, and even secretly climbed over the wall to the campus forum of her school, paying attention to her every bit. When he saw someone confessing to her, he would feel lost for a long time, and wished he could grow up quickly. Finally, he was admitted to her school, and came to her city. Now she was in his arms. How could he not be nervous? His heart seemed to be jumping out of his throat. Thump, thump. Chugu, who was resting her head on his chest with her eyes closed, suddenly patted his heart. "It's so noisy, keep it down." Yinanyu's body trembled, and his heart beat even louder. Chugu was so noisy that she opened her eyes, and saw Yinanyu. Then she remembered that she was still in a dream. In the dream, she seemed a little unscrupulous. The tender white fingers drew circles on his chest. "Little brother, do you like your sister?" Yinanyu's breathing tightened immediately, and he nodded shyly. Chugu had seen too many black-bellied wolf-dog Yinanyu, and suddenly seeing such a little puppy Yinanyu, she immediately felt like teasing him. Her fingers drew circles on his chest, and her soft and fragrant body half pressed against his body. She could feel that he was as stiff as a piece of wood. Chu Ji's red lips curved out an arc, and she chuckled. Yi Nanyu was so cute like this. Yi Nanyu's nose was full of her fragrance. He pinched the corner of her clothes nervously, looking at her red lips and pearly teeth. His black eyes deepened, and his Adam's apple rolled. Like a possessed man, he lowered his head little by little, and just when he was about to touch her red lips, the car stopped. We've arrived at the International Hotel. The lust in Yi Nanyu's dark eyes instantly dissipated, and he raised his head in a panic, as if he had done something bad and was caught. He handed the driver 100 yuan. No need for change. After saying that, he took Chugu out of the car. Yi Nanyu had stayed in a hotel before, but this was the first time he was so nervous that his hands were sweating. Here is your room card. I wish you a pleasant stay. Thank you. Yi Nanyu took the room card and walked towards the elevator with Chugu in his arms. Several receptionists at the hotel looked at the backs of the two and started to talk to each other. That boy is so handsome. When he looked at me just now, I felt my legs go weak. Did you see his card just now? It's a black card. He's pretty and rich. Oh my god. I really want to be the woman he's holding. I'd definitely be crazy with happiness. Don't dream, go to bed faster. Don't you see that the woman he's holding is a peerless beauty? How can you compare to her? Stop being crazy, the lobby manager is here. The front desk ladies were so scared that they were in a panic. Yi Nanyu opened the room, took Chugu into the room, helped her sit on the sofa, and then poured her a glass of water and put it on the table. I asked the front desk to send you some hangover medicine later. You can take it and have a good sleep. I booked the room for 2 days. It's okay if you can rest until the afternoon tomorrow. I'm leaving first, you have a good rest. Yi Nanyu's hand just touched the door handle, and a sweet fragrance with alcohol hit him. A soft body pressed against his back, and a slender hand slid along his arm, and then held his hand holding the door handle. Brother, why are you leaving so early? Sister wants to chat with you for 5 cents. Chapter 114. Yi Nanyu's back was stiff, and his face and ears were all red. It's getting late, I should go. The night is long, it's perfect for moon watching and chatting. Chugu, like a seductive fairy, slipped into the space between Yi Nanyu and the door. In the dream, Chugu completely let herself go, and couldn't help wanting to tease such a cute Yi Nanyu. Looking at Yi Nanyu's red ears, she pinched them. Your ears are so red. Yi Nanyu felt as if the place she touched was burned by fire, extremely hot. He couldn't help swallowing a few times. I really want to leave. His voice was a little hoarse. Who knew that Chugu threw herself into his arms in anger, not intending to let him leave? Little milk dog Yi Nanyu, except in dreams. Where else can you see him in reality? So she can't let him go no matter what she said. He. She wanted to bully him severely in her dream, and wanted to see him cry. After the end of the world, Chugu felt that she had become more and more perverted. Seeing too many perverted things, she really became perverted. In the past, she was a well-behaved student. Yi Nanyu was frightened by Chu Ji's sudden embrace, and was so nervous that he was at a loss. The pounding heartbeat could not be hidden, and Chu Ji's mouth curled slightly, and he took his hand and walked to the sofa. He pushed him to sit down, and then sat lightly on his lap. Yi Nanyu didn't dare to move at all, like a helpless boy. His cheeks and ears were red. Chugu chuckled, took his hand and put it around his waist. Don't be so nervous, I'm not a goblin, I don't eat people. Happiness came too quickly. Yi Nanyu couldn't believe it was real. Feeling the thin waist under his palm, his fingers trembled slightly. Just sliding his fingertips on it was enough to make him excited. Chugu gently traced Yi Nanyu's perfect facial features with his fingers, staring at him infatuatedly. You are so beautiful, you look exactly like me. You are more beautiful. Yi Nanyu's eyes flashed with shyness. This sentence made Chugu laugh. Then I will be your girlfriend, okay? Yi Nanyu. Boom, his brain froze. He didn't know how to react, only his heart was beating wildly. The next second, Chugu kissed him, and Yi Nanyu's eyes suddenly widened. His pupils were too shocked and vibrated. Is he dreaming? He felt pain on his lips, and his handsome eyebrows wrinkled slightly. Focus. Chugu whispered against Yi Nanyu's lips, and then kissed him again. Yi Nanyu's eyes were filled with lust, his lips slightly opened, and he entangled with her. His strong arms tightly held her thin waist, and one hand held her small face. After an unknown amount of time, Chugu was gently laid on the bed, and Yi Nanyu covered her. Is it okay? Chu Ji's weak and boneless hands climbed onto his shoulders and hugged him. And she nodded gently. It hurts. Buzz? The buzzing in her head appeared again, and she suddenly opened her eyes, and Chinmo's face came into her sight. Hey, are you okay? Chugu? ? She couldn't tell whether it was reality or a dream. The pain was so real and deep. Is it really just a dream? Chinmo frowned slightly when he saw Chugu in a trance, and something flashed through his eyes. The space tunnel can teleport to the location designated by the owner. He had come out of the space tunnel a long time ago, but he didn't see her. Did she go somewhere else before she came to this place? Fuck. Chugu stood up with a somersault. She looked at the blue sky, sea, and beach in front of her dumbfounded. Where is this? Haiban City. Am I not in Rongqing? How did you get to Haiban City? There must be more than 1,000 kilometers between us. My space tunnel can take me anywhere I want to go. Chuji's heart skipped a beat then. Can I go to the past or the future? Do you think this is a machine that can travel through time and space? If I could go back to the past, would I still be in this doomsday where I can't eat enough and wear warm clothes? That's right. Chugu nodded. It seemed that those were really dreams. At this time, a zombie girl in a bikini walked stiffly past Chinmo. Chugu saw her, and his jaw dropped in surprise. Why didn't it attack you? I have confined my own breath, so these low-level zombies naturally can't detect that I am a human. At this time, another female zombie wearing a beach skirt and a sun hat came over. She came up with a rotten face and sniffed Chinmo, and finally moved her head away in disgust and left. Chugu gave Chinmo a thumbs up. You are awesome. Not a zombie, but can thrive in a pile of zombies. This golden finger is a bit too big. You are also pretty awesome. You can still survive after turning into a skeleton. Chinmo's mouth curled up a smile. Stop talking nonsense. Tell me, what is the purpose of arresting me? Didn't I tell you? I want to make friends with you. Pretend, keep pretending. Chugu didn't believe it. It's true, you know. I have never seen a moving skeleton. It's so funny, I thought I must steal it. Chugu had a look of beating the dog. Where did this lunatic come from? Your bones are really beautiful. It turns out that there are really beautiful bones in the world. Chinmo touched his chin and looked her up and down, as if he was looking through her skin at her bones. Fuck you, pervert. Chugu cursed in his heart, but smiled gently on his face. I also have a pair of bone wings, super beautiful. Do you want to see? Show me? Chinmo looked at her uncertainly. Of course, I will not only show you, but I can also let you touch my bones. Chugu continued to seduce him. Chinmo rubbed his hands excitedly. Okay, then you untie the restraints, and I will show you my beautiful wings. Chinmo was serious for a second. Do you think I am a fool? Chugu, Chapter 115. Yi Nanyu was standing on the top floor of a tall building, overlooking the entire desolate city. Yishiyu and Zhou Yang went out to look for her, and the zombie crows also went out. Countless man-eating crows could be seen flying low over the city, searching for Chugu in every corner. The zombie pigeons were standing on Yi Nanyu's shoulders, crying. Coo! Woo! Why is Sister Gu so miserable? I just killed a bad guy, and another one came and took her away. Coo! I should have known that I shouldn't have let her out of the nest. She is so beautiful. There must be a lot of bad guys staring at her. Goo goo. I don't know if she has enough to eat and clothes to wear, and whether others will abuse her. Woo woo. My friend. Yi Nanyu, who was no longer illiterate, heard the words of the zombie pigeon and his face couldn't be any darker. Scream. Shut up. The zombie pigeon shook its body. Yeah. Wife, I'm back. The cannibal crow flew up to the high-rise building and landed on the railing. Goo goo. How is it? Did you find Sister Gu? The zombie pigeon asked impatiently. Raven. No, there is no trace of her in the whole Rongqing. I guess she is no longer in Rongqing. Yi Nanyu tightened his hand suddenly. The man-eating crow has a strong tracking ability. If it says there is no trace, it will basically be correct. At this time, Zhou Yang and Yishiyu also came back. Seeing that they looked unhappy, they knew that the result would be the same as the man-eating crow. What should we do next? Where on earth can we find Xioga? Zhou Yang frowned slightly. Let's go back to Haishur. Yi Nanyu's gloomy voice sounded. Zhou Yang was immediately angry. I misjudged you. I thought you at least loved Xioga. Go back to your home and be your crown prince. I will find Xioga myself. I will find her even if I have to go to the ends of the earth. Didn't I say I won't look for her? Yi Nanyu's voice sounded behind him. Zhou Yang stopped and turned around and said, What do you mean? In Haishur, there is a tracking ability person. Even if this person is in outer space, the tracking ability person can track this person's whereabouts. So we must go back to Haishur, and then we will naturally know Chuji's whereabouts. Nanyu, you are crazy. The tracking mutant is from the enemy base of our Yi family. How could he help us? Yi Nanyu's blue eyes flashed, and his voice was extremely cruel. He has no choice but to help. Chugu was like a salted fish without a mind at this time, lazily lying on the beach to bask in the sun. It would be better if these passing zombies walked carefully, and didn't step on her all the time. Look, another old man stepped on her stomach and almost stepped out her intestines. Hiss. Uncle, you stepped on me? The uncle turned around, showing his sparse teeth. Hiss. What did you say? You want to marry me? Chugu, surprised, seeing the uncle walking towards him with a charming step, Chugu quickly pointed at Chinemo. Hiss. Uncle, he said he would marry you, I can testify. Chinemo, ? Seeing a zombie uncle walking towards him, Chinemo didn't care, anyway, it would leave after sniffing. As a result, he was caught off guard, and the uncle hugged him directly with a bear hug. Chinemo, shocked. Roar. I am willing to marry you, and I promise to take care of you for the rest of my life. Wow, you are awesome. Chugu said, give me a kiss. Chinemo was furious, and kicked the old man away. The old man was still immersed in the happiness of holding his beautiful wife, but suddenly he flew up, forming a parabola, and fell into the sea with a bang. Chugu looked at the old man who fell into the sea, and immediately jumped up. Uncle, I'm here to save you. She rushed forward like an arrow, and dived into the sea to escape by water. A surfboard came sideways. Chugu, not surprisingly, hit her head on the surfboard like a head first. Bang. Fuck. Chugu climbed up in a mess, with a big bump on her head, and shot a resentful look at Chinemo. Chinemo shrugged, sorry, my hand slipped. Dead fox. Chuji's teeth were clattering. Chinmo's face froze, and the corners of his mouth twitched. My name is Chinemo, not Dead Fox. Okay, you idiot. Chinemo, Yi Nanyu was about to set off, when he suddenly found that the space ring was in Chuji's house. The car and gasoline were both in the space ring. The car was easy to find, just pry one open, but what about the gasoline? After the apocalypse, gasoline has long been a scarce commodity. Goo. I have a way. The zombie pigeon flapped its wings, giggle. Follow me. After the zombie pigeon said that, it flew in front to lead the way, and Yi Nanyu and the other two quickly followed. Half an hour later, zombie pigeons led Yi Nanyu and the others to a zoo. Yi Nanyu and the others, ? Goo. There's a big guy in here, as fast as a ghost. No one can catch it. If you catch it as a mount, I guarantee it will definitely be faster than a car. Let's go in and take a look. Yi Nanyu entered the zoo first. Yi Shiyu and Zhou Yang followed closely behind. The once bustling zoo was now deserted, moss had grown on the floor, and the smell inside was unpleasant and pungent. There was the smell of animal feces, decay, stench, and fishy smell. Yi Nanyu took out a handkerchief from his pocket, covered his mouth and nose, and continued to go deeper. Many cages for animals were empty, but some cages were tightly closed. There were hairs left by rotting animal corpses on the ground, and some were mummies. After the end of the world, people were too busy to take care of themselves, so naturally they couldn't take care of these animals. Some of those who couldn't break free from the cages would starve to death, or rot, or turn into mummies. As we went deeper and deeper, we could see more and more debris, some human and some animal, and the stench became stronger and stronger. Suddenly, a huge afterimage shot out and rushed towards Yi Nanyu. Yi Nanyu's face changed slightly, and he bent down, and the afterimage brushed past his hair. It landed behind. Bang. It landed with a loud bang, and it felt like the floor was shaking. Roar. An animal roared, deafening. Yi Nanyu and the other two turned around and looked, gasping for breath. It was the king of beasts, the white tiger. It was taller than an adult, about 3 meters tall, and very large, like a small mountain. Its claws were extremely sharp, and could tear a person apart in an instant. Its eyes flashed with a faint light, and a strong murderous aura emanated from its body. One could tell at a glance that many people must have died in its hands. Swish. Yi Nanyu and the others only felt a white shadow flash by, and could not see its trajectory at all. So fast. At the same time that Yi Shiyu felt a fishy smell coming towards her, a strong arm wrapped around her waist, and took her away from the spot. Bang. The place where Yi Shiyu was standing just now suddenly turned into a big pit, and the white tiger was standing at the bottom of the pit sharpening its claws. When Yi Shiyu saw it, her face changed drastically. If she hadn't dodged just now, she would have been smashed into a meat pie. Your attack power is not strong, and you can't help here. Go to a safe place first. Zhou Yan let go of Yishiyu's waist. Then be careful. Yishiyu knew that if she stayed here, it would only cause trouble for them. Just as she was about to leave, the white tiger launched another attack, swinging several air blades at Yishiyu. It seemed to see that Yishiyu was the weakest, and was ready to deal with her first. Zhou Yang split into several clones, and stood in front of Yishiyu. The air blade hit the clones, and the clones disappeared one after another, and the air blade disappeared with them. Zhou Yang split into more than a dozen clones, and surrounded the white tiger. The white tiger turned around, and saw that they were all exactly the same people. It was dazzled and rushed around. Roar! Zhou Yang's clones disappeared one by one, hitting with their heads, slapping with their claws, hitting with their tails, and biting with their teeth. But when they disappeared, new ones would appear, making the white tiger dizzy and breathless. Seeing that the white tiger was exhausted, Yinanyu quickly released her pressure and pounced on it, intending to subdue it. The white tiger's body sank, as if an invisible force enveloped it, and it trembled a little. It kept roaring, and the air vibrated, stinging its ears. After all, Yinanyu had just mutated, and her pressure was still relatively weak. It seemed a bit difficult to subdue a big guy. If Chugu was here, it would be better. It is estimated that this white tiger would not need her to do anything when she saw it, and would take the initiative to lie at her feet to show her goodwill. With a roar that cut through the sky, the evil spirit on the white tiger surged, and the eyeballs burst into light. Damn, it's violent. Chapter 116. The white tiger opened its mouth and bit Yinanyu. He drilled out electric wire from his fingertips, and shot it at the white tiger's head. Suddenly he remembered that he couldn't kill it, and he had to use it to return to Haishur. Yinanyu hurriedly took back the electric wire, and rolled to the side. As soon as he stabilized his body, he was hit by the white tiger's tail. Bang! Falling on the ground, he slid for a long distance. The white tiger jumped, unfolding its graceful posture in the air, and fiercely pounced on Yinanyu, who was lying on the ground. At this time, Zhou Yang teleported above the white tiger and stepped on it with both feet. Bang! The white tiger, like a mountain, fell to the ground, and dust flew. Swoosh! The white tiger disappeared in the dust. Zhou Yang felt a gust of wind coming from behind him, and a lightning whip came over, knocking away the air blade shot at Zhou Yang's back. Bang! Bang! The air blade hit the ground next to it, splitting it into cracks. Swoosh! The white tiger formed a white shadow, and pounced on Yinanyu, who was defenseless behind him. It opened its bloody mouth, and prepared to bite off his head. Yinanyu's eyes flashed blue, and his fist was wrapped with lightning power, and he punched the white tiger's chin. Bang! The white tiger's lower jaw hit the upper jaw, and its sharp teeth bit its own tongue, and blood immediately flowed down. Roar! The white tiger screamed angrily, and its sharp claws stabbed towards Yinanyu's neck, and a cold light flashed. Yinanyu gathered the power of lightning in his palm, and slapped the white tiger's arm. Bang! The power of lightning rushed into the white tiger's body. Roar! It raised its head and roared. The power of thunder and lightning was running wildly in its body, and it was in pain and thrashing around. The flesh had long lost its sense of pain, but the pain of thunder and lightning was deep in the soul. Roar! Roar! Yinanyu and the others could only see a series of afterimages, as fast as a ghost, and could not catch the track of the white tiger at all. There was a crackling sound around. Half an hour later. Except for the place where Yinanyu and the others were standing, the surroundings became a mess, all of which were destroyed by the white tiger. The white tiger was lying on the ground exhausted, with a lot of blood on its hair. It moaned softly, and lost its fierce momentum just now. Awuh! Awuh! Yinanyu walked with his long legs to the white tiger, and reached out to touch its head. The white tiger opened its mouth, and was about to bite his hand. Seeing that the palm was gathering lightning power again, the white tiger quickly closed its mouth and shrank its neck. It didn't want to experience the pain to its soul just now again. A big hand fell on its head, and the white tiger shook its body. It didn't want to be beaten, but it felt very comfortable to have its head touched by the big hand. Awuh! The white tiger rubbed its head against the palm of the hand in a coquettish way. It felt so comfortable with the touch of its new owner, and it liked this new owner. Zhou Yang and Yishiyu looked at the white tiger with a confused look on their faces, which was ferocious in the previous second and turned into a gentle kitten in the next second. Hey, you are the king of beasts, is it really okay to act like a spoiled child like this? At the exit of Rongqing Station, a majestic white tiger was lying obediently at the feet of a handsome man, with the sun shining on him, as beautiful as an oil painting. Opposite them was a group of crows coming to say goodbye. Coo. You must find Sister Gu and tell her that I will always wait for her in Rongqing. If she is tired, she can come back at any time. The zombie pigeon raised its wings and wiped its eyes. Crow. Help us tell the skeleton queen that we crows will miss her and always welcome her back. The crows have developed feelings for each other through feeding. Coo. If you have any difficulties and need my help, you can find our pigeon clan and let them fly to Rongqing to inform me. Yeah. Okay, wife, it's getting late. If you say goodbye again, it will be dark. The crow leader said. Yinanyu nodded. It's getting late. We should leave. Goo. Wait a moment. The zombie pigeon spread its wings and hit the crow leader. Goo. Damn it, give it to me. The crow leader slowly took off a bag hanging from his neck. Yeah. Wife, why don't you give it to her next time you see her? The zombie pigeon snatched it. Coo. Give it to me. So much nonsense. The zombie pigeon handed the bag to Yinanyu. Coo. This is some crystal cores we collected in the next city. When you find Sister Gu, remember to give them to her for me. She is in poor health, and it is always good to have more crystal cores. The leader of the man-eating crows watched his wife give away all her belongings again, and his heart was bleeding. It stared at Yinanyu, hoping that he would be sensible and not accept it. Who knew that Yinanyu accepted it without any burden? Roar. I thank you on behalf of Chugu. The leader of the piranhas. ? Are people nowadays so impolite? Let's go! Yinanyu patted the head of the white tiger lying at his feet, and the white tiger stood up. Its back is very wide, more than enough for 3 people. The white tiger carried Yinanyu and the other 2, and it was as fast as a ghost, whoosh, and disappeared. The zombie pigeons and a group of crows bit their handkerchiefs and waved their wings. Coo. Crow. Have a safe journey. The crow leader, woo. My crystal core. It's still that beach. Hey, you dead fox, you caught me here. Didn't you just let me watch the sea? Isn't it good here? The scenery is good, the air is good, and there are seafood to eat when you are hungry. How nice. You have seafood to eat, but what should I eat? Will you bleed me and cut my meat to feed me? There are only a dozen blood bags left in her space ring, but they can't last for 2 days. Chugu looked at Chinimo, and suddenly his eyes flashed, looking him up and down. But speaking of which, you are a superpower, so the taste must be very good. Now that Yinanyu has become the same kind, it's time to find a reserve food. The dead fox in front of him is powerful and looks good, and is a good candidate for reserve food. You have a good eye. Chinimo smiled like a fox, but for your personal safety, I advise you to give up the idea you have in your mind at this moment. Chugu saw the cruelty in Chinmo's eyes, and knew that he was not joking. It's okay if I don't eat you. My superpowers are imprisoned by you, so you must find food for me. Oh, I forgot to tell you, I won't eat those who are too ugly, too fat, or too old. And the most important thing is that I won't eat those who are not superpowered. Chinimo was numb after hearing this. Shock. She is a zombie. Does she want to listen to what she said? She is buying vegetables here. She picked it up. Chapter 117. Chugu saw the complicated expression on Chinmo's face, and a smile appeared on his lips. I tell you, I'm very difficult to keep. Are you scared now? If you are scared, just let me go. Chinmo really didn't expect this woman to be so hypocritical. She only eats people with special abilities. She is really arrogant. Does she think that people with special abilities are carrots? You can pull one out at a time. What do you think? Let me go! Isn't it just a person with special abilities? Come on, I catch one for you. Catching 1 or 2 people with special abilities is indeed nothing to Chinmo, but the question is where to find people with special abilities. No matter what, let's go to the city first. Binhai City is a coastal city, and the air smells like the salty sea. There are many coconut trees planted on both sides of the street, and all the coconuts on the trees have been picked. They should be picked by the survivors who survived in this city. After all, in the end times when food is scarce, coconut juice is a natural tonic. Most of the zombies walking on the street are wearing cool island style. There should be many people who come here to travel from other cities, but they didn't expect that an end of the world would leave them here forever. Chugu and Chinmo walked on the street, and there were stiff, crackling zombies passing by. The two of them seemed a bit out of place. Hey, you dead fox, don't tell me you're going to walk to find the superpower? Chinmo glanced at her. What else? Fly. Chugu was speechless. Don't you have any means of transportation? Although Chugu had a car in her space ring, she didn't want to take it out. What if this dead fox saw it and took it for himself? And she didn't want anyone to touch Inanya's car. No. Chinemo spit out 2 words mercilessly. Chugu. Thinking back to when she was with Inanyu, there was a car to ride when she went out, an umbrella to shade her when the sun was strong, and someone to collect blood bags when she was hungry. She had never been so wronged. You really don't know until you compare. After comparing, you just know that Inanyu really loves her from the bottom of his heart, as good as an old father. I miss him, woo. It's all because of this dead fox. Chugu stared at Chinmo's back. No, he can't be so relaxed. It's better to torment him hard and drive him crazy. When he couldn't stand her anymore, he would let her go. Chugu saw the stone pillar on the side of the road and sat down. I can't walk anymore. Chinmo, we only walked a few 100 meters, and you can't walk anymore? Miss, you said you wanted to eat, and now you tell me you can't walk anymore. Chugu ignored him, saying that he couldn't get up anyway. Chinmo took a deep breath. Then what do you want? I want to take a car. Getting a car is not difficult for Chinmo. His favorite thing before was to play with and modify cars. Unexpectedly, Chugu added lightly, I won't ride in a car that costs less than 10 million. Word sent. Chinmo had never been so speechless in his life. He had seen many vain and hypocritical women, but this was the first time he had seen one that was so blatantly vain and hypocritical. Why not just kill this woman and take her bones away, and then admire them as you like? Chugu saw the murderous intent in Chinmo's eyes, but she was not afraid. After all, she was immortal, so she was not afraid of him. It would be better to take action, so that she would not be controlled by him. Unexpectedly, Chinmo finally just took a few deep breaths and compromised. Okay, miss, I give you as many luxury cars as you want. Chugu? Chinmo had the intention to kill her just now, but he thought that if he killed her beautiful bones, her soul would die. So what's the difference between this and an ordinary corpse? It's not easy to come across a beautiful bone, so you can't ruin it easily. Let's go. Why are you still sitting here? Didn't you say you wanted a luxury car? I take you to choose. No, the floor is too hard, and my feet hurt when I walk. Chugu wanted to torture him to death. 1 minute later, the zombies coming and going on the street tilted their heads and looked curiously at a man pulling a green trash can. The lid was pushed open a crack, revealing a pair of confused eyes. Roar. Brother, you haven't finished. Get off work yet. Why did you collect so much garbage? A passing male zombie greeted Chinmo. Chinmo didn't understand. Chugu, who was stuffed into the trash can as garbage, was gritting his teeth. You damn fox, I'm not done with you. Chinmo dragged Chugu, the hypocritical woman, for about 10 minutes and came to a large business district. The once prosperous place was even more desolate, with garbage everywhere. All the shops were severely damaged. Spider webs were everywhere, and fat and big rats jumped out of the sewer from time to time. The zombies were wandering aimlessly. At this moment, a gunshot broke the silence. Bang! The zombies dragged their stiff bodies to that place like crazy. Chinmo narrowed his eyes. There was someone, so he hurried to that place with the trash can. He ran faster than the zombies. Chugu sat in the trash can, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and the tears would not fall. At this time, inside a shopping mall. Who told you to fire the gun? A big man in a black tights slapped the younger brother. The younger brother covered his face with grievance. Brother, there was a zombie attacking you from behind just now, so I was anxious and shot it. Pa. The younger brother was slapped again. You almost killed me. I finally cleared the zombies here, and now it must have attracted zombies from other places. Brother, someone is coming. The little brother, who was on guard, came running over. How many people are there on the other side? The big man and his little brothers drew their swords and guns. A man is coming over here with a green trash can. The big man and his group. What the hell? After a while, a man really came over with a trash can. It's the end of the world, and there are still people collecting trash? This man doesn't look like a trash collector. Okay, miss, come out. Chinmo unlocked the lid of the trash can. The big man and his group? Then, they saw the lid of the trash can opened, and the next second, they opened their eyes wide, and a fairy came out of the trash can. Some people rubbed their eyes in disbelief, and looked again. They were not mistaken, they really saw a fairy. The fairy who came out of the trash can is called the trash fairy. Fuck. Dead fox. Chugu jumped out of the trash can, grabbed Chinmo's collar, and was about to stuff him into the trash can. The group? Are fairies so violent? Boss, there are a lot of zombies coming. A little brother shouted in fear. The big man and his men came to their senses, and saw a small wave of zombies dragging their stiff bodies, and baring their teeth and claws. The little brothers suddenly felt a chill from the soles of their feet to their heads, and their scalps were numb. Boss, what should we do? So many zombies. The big man was a fire-type mutant, and he was calmer than the others at this time. He had been observing Chinemo and the others, and saw that they didn't seem to react at all when they heard the zombies coming, and the two were still fighting. Don't panic, everyone. Those two are so calm. They must have something special. Maybe they will get rid of the zombies without us having to do anything. The younger brothers listened to the boss's words and felt that it made sense, so they calmed down. They watched the zombies coming over, and watched the zombies ignore the two people, passing by without even glancing at them, and rushing towards them fiercely. The crowd was immediately furious. They are in the same group as the zombies, shoot them quickly. The big man shouted. Bang, bang, bang. For a moment, the firepower was fully opened, bullets rained down, and the zombies were bloody and fell one after another. Chinemo quickly grabbed a zombie to block in front of him, and all the bullets were blocked. He looked around for Chugu, and when he saw Chugu lying on the spot and mixing in the pile of corpses pretending to be dead, 1,000 grass mud horses ran through his heart. Chugu, when it comes to lying dead, I am a professional. Chapter 118. The fire-type superpower user activated his superpower, and the blazing flames were like a fire dragon, watering around the zombies. Many zombies turned into firemen. They were running around like headless flies, and after burning, the charred bodies fell down. Bang, bang, bang. The brothers had fierce firepower. Bang, bang. The zombies shot by the gun fell down one after another, and the scene was extremely chaotic. Chugu was lying in the pile of corpses, and a zombie shot to death fell next to her. Brother, I'm sorry, can you lend me some blood? Chugu reached out, and wiped some blood on its head, then smeared it on his face. Then he pulled several corpses around him, and pressed them on himself, forming a small hill, leaving only a pair of eyes in the gap to watch the show. Chinemo, who was fighting, saw Chuji's tricky operation, and was distracted for a moment. At this moment, he was shot in the thigh. He shook his body, and quickly stabilized his body. The blood hole on his thigh was bleeding. Chugu was very excited when he saw it. He was injured, and was not far from death. Come on, bring more people to kill this dead fox. Seeing that the fire-type superpower was about to attack Chinemo from behind, Chugu was extremely nervous, and did not dare to make a sound, as if she was the one attacking him. Boom! The big man's iron fist ignited with blazing flames, and smashed towards the back of Chinmo's head, determined to smash his head. Who knew that Chinemo seemed to have eyes on the back of his head, and dodged sideways, and the big man's flaming fist brushed past his ear. At this time, the big man's flaming fist suddenly died, and he felt that the superpowers in his body were like a pool of stagnant water, and he could not mobilize them. The big man's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this happen? Who gave you the courage to attack me? A gloomy voice sounded. The big man's face changed drastically. The next second, a huge pain came from his chest. Poof! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Big brother! Big brother! The younger brothers saw the big brother fall down and shouted in grief. The backbone had fallen. They were like a pile of loose sand, and as the bullets were consumed, they were also swallowed up by the zombie tide. Ah! The screams lingered over the mall for a long time. Chinemo dragged his bullet-stricken leg and the body of the big man to the hill of corpses. Why don't you come out? In his mind, Chugu was now vain, hypocritical, and a coward. Chugu pushed the body away and stood up. I knew you would win. Chinmo's mouth curled slightly. This woman had good taste. He didn't know that Chugu was cursing him in her heart at this moment. Hey, psychic eat! Chinemo threw the big man's body in front of her. A bloodthirsty red light flashed in Chuji's eyes, and he squatted down and took out a meal tool from the space ring. A glass straw. Chinemo raised his eyebrows slightly. What was she doing with the straw? The next second, he watched with a twitch in his mouth as Chugu stuck the straw into the bloody hole on his thigh and drank blood. Chinemo raised his foot to kick the crazy woman away. Wait a minute. Chugu raised his hand to stop him, and Chinmo's foot stopped. Chugu smiled embarrassedly. Sorry, I poked the wrong hole. She quickly pulled out the straw, and blood immediately spurted out like a faucet. Chinemo, shock. Chugu blinked her innocent eyes. Who took this crazy woman away? Chugu had a full meal, but it was a pity that she didn't drink a few more mouthfuls of the dead fox's blood. Next time, she must suck his blood dry. She threw the crystal core of the fire-type mutant into her mouth, biting it like Chinemo, making a crunching sound. Chinemo looked at the bloody hole on his thigh, and simply bandaged it. It was getting late, So he found a safe place first and treated the wound later. He looked at Chugu, who was squatting next to the corpse and looked small, and said, "Have you eaten?" "I leave after eating." Chugu patted his butt, stood up, and waved to Chinimo, "Come and carry this." "Chinimo? ? Hurry up and carry this. I need to eat later if I'm hungry." "Can't you finish eating now?" Chugu shrugged, "I can't eat now." Chinimo looked at this crazy woman, suspecting that she was playing a trick on him, but he had no evidence. "Hurry up. Other zombies will eat it later." Chinimo rubbed his temples with a headache, took a deep breath, and then walked over to carry the big man's body. His injured leg was aching. "Can we go now, miss?" "Well, let's go." Chugu looked at Chinmo's livid face and curled his lips. "Little guy, if you mess with me, I kill you." Chinimo was carrying a big man who weighed at least 170 to 180 kilograms. He planned to get a car after leaving the mall. It wouldn't be a big problem. Who knew that when he was leaving the mall and preparing to get a car, the eldest lady said lightly, "I ate too much just now. I want to walk to digest the food." Chinimo, damn! Are you kidding me? Chugu opened her innocent eyes. How could it be? Exercise more, good health. You? Chinimo looked at her innocent eyes blinking, and anger choked his throat. Walking, right? Okay. Chinimo continued walking with the corpse on his shoulder. Fortunately, there was a hotel a few minutes away from the mall, and Chinimo was about to go in. Chugu said again, "I won't stay in this hotel. It looks too low class." Chinimo pinched his philtrum and almost fainted. After walking for another 10 minutes, he arrived at the second hotel. "Hey, there is a rotting zombie at the door. It's so disgusting. I don't want to stay here." Chinimo was stunned, shocked. She herself is a zombie. What right does she have to look down on others? This time, after walking for half an hour, we arrived at the third hotel. "I don't want to stay in this hotel just by looking at the name." Chinimo was so angry that he took out the wind oil with trembling hands and blew it through his nose. His exploding head finally became clearer. The fourth hotel. This hotel, Chugu had just opened his mouth when a sack suddenly covered his head. He was dragged into the hotel like trash by Chinimo, who had been patient to the limit. The roar of Chugu struggling in the sack became farther and farther away. "You damn fox, I want to say that I am very satisfied with this hotel this time. Why are you putting me in a sack?" Chapter 119. Coming out of Rongqing, the white tiger carried Yunanyu, and the other two at lightning speed. In 5 hours, they had traveled nearly 1,000 kilometers. If they drove, they might not even travel 300 kilometers. It was already dark, and they were now in Jingyuan City, more than 2,000 kilometers away from High City. The white tiger's speed slowed down a bit. "Stop, take a rest." Yunanyu patted the white tiger's head. The white tiger stopped, and Yunanyu and the other two jumped off its back. With their arrival, zombies within a 10-mile radius trembled in fear and rushed to leave. Those who were afraid naturally also defended their territory. 3 blood-colored figures jumped out from the darkness and pounced on Yunanyu and his group. The white tiger jumped up, bit off one of them, and pressed it to the ground and bit it. Shiji. The sound of the blood-colored monster was extremely piercing in the darkness. Yunanyu and Zhou Yan dealt with the remaining two one by one. Yunanyu did not move, and the electric wire shot directly pierced the monster's head and took out the crystal core effortlessly. Zhou Yang sent out several clones to confuse the monster, and his real body appeared behind it, piercing its head with sharp claws and grabbing the crystal core. The 3 monsters were killed instantly. The white tiger ate them all, leaving nothing behind, and the bloody smell was blown away by the wind, as if nothing had happened just now. "It's time for us to eat too." Yunanyu's sinister voice sounded. A club. A strong smell of blood came out of the room, and 2 men in black clothes carried a corpse out of the room. The door closed and everything was quiet again. The 2 men carried the corpse out skillfully. They were used to it. The corpse groaned weakly. One of the men with earrings looked at the corpse in his hands, raised his eyebrows slightly, and was a little surprised. "Oh, it's not dead yet." The man with earrings looked up and down at the male corpse in his hands. There was not a single piece of good flesh on the body, burns, whip marks, and bite marks. This was all the work of their boss's psychopathic son, who had a severe mania. In order to prevent him from hurting himself, the boss would send someone in every few days. Both men and women, without exception, would be tortured to death. Today, this was the only one who managed to leave the room. But he would die soon. The male corpse could feel himself being carried out, and the nightmare of 3 days and 3 nights was finally over. 3 days ago, he saw a notice posted at the door of this club, which read disasters are ruthless, but people are kind. Those in need can go in and get a piece of bread. He was moved at the time. He didn't expect that there were still such kind-hearted people in the end times. He was so hungry that he went in, but he didn't expect that he went into a den of wolves. He was tied up and sent to a room. The person inside was a madman. He was tortured for 3 days and 3 nights. Just when he thought he was going to die in that room, he didn't expect that he survived. Painful tears flowed from his eyes. "Hey, a grown man, why are you crying like a woman?" The man with earrings teased. "Don't cry, you will be free from pain soon." The corpse opened his eyes with difficulty and said weakly, "Where are you taking me?" "The zombies outside are crying for food, how pitiful, aren't they?" The corpse's eyes were full of bloodshot, and hatred overflowed from his eyes. "You beasts, bastards, you will not die well." The man with earrings laughed. "Ha ha. We have heard this many times. We are still alive and well here. Okay, stop talking, move quickly, otherwise we will be in trouble if we alarm the boss later." The man who had been silent said. The man with the ear did not speak again, and the two carried the body out of the club. There was a guard at the door, and when he saw the two carrying the body out again, he quickly opened the door for them. "I didn't expect it to last so long." The guard had an impression of this man, because he was the one who brought the body in. "I thought he would only live for 2 days at most." "Then you underestimate him, he is not dead yet." The man with the earring laughed. "Really?" The guard came up to take a look, but the other party spat a mouthful of thick phlegm on his face. The guard's face turned black instantly, and he wiped the phlegm off his face. "Damn, who are you spitting at?" He raised his hand and slapped him. The man spat out blood after being beaten, and then suddenly laughed with blood in his mouth. "I curse you to die more miserably than me in the end, I curse you." Everyone was a little horrified when they heard it. "Hurry up and throw him out, let the zombies outside tear him to pieces, and see if he can still spit shit with his mouth full of shit." The two men with earrings carried the man who was still laughing crazily out of the club. But seeing the empty streets, both of them were stunned. They looked around. Where were the zombies? Why were there none? Usually, when they went out to throw away the bodies, zombies would surround them with their teeth bared. When they threw the bodies away, they could see the bodies torn apart and the hearts, livers, spleens, and stomachs scattered all over the ground. They had never encountered a scene like today. What's going on? Where did all the zombies go? The man with earrings was a little scared. The man who spoke less had a serious look on his face. It should be that there is a very powerful person nearby. The ordinary zombies were scared away. "Hurry up and throw this person away. Let's go back quickly." The man with the earrings was terrified when he heard this, and quickly threw the man out. The two quickly returned to the club and locked the iron door tightly. The man who was thrown out rolled several times and lay on the ground dying. The empty streets seemed to have no other sound except his panting. He could feel his life slipping away, and he was so unwilling to die like this as long as the enemy was alive. He hated them so much that he wanted to eat their flesh and drink their blood. Just then, he heard footsteps in the distance, and it seemed that they were coming this way. It was so clear in the silent and dark streets. Are the zombies coming? The man was no longer as scared as before, because after these few days, he found that people were scarier than zombies. He stopped struggling and closed his eyes to wait for death. Hearing the footsteps getting closer and closer, but no zombies biting him, he opened his eyes to see, and his eyes suddenly widened. A handsome man with ice blue eyes, followed by a man and a woman with strange eyes, and a huge white tiger beside him. The man gasped. He had never seen such a weird combination. Shocked. Suddenly, he remembered what the man said just now. A powerful person, who could scare away all the ordinary zombies. The man was sure that this powerful person must be the people in front of him. His eyes sparkled. He thought he had a chance to take those scums to hell. He grabbed a sharp stone on the ground and cut his wrist hard. Blood flowed down, and the smell of blood filled the air. He took the initiative to reach out to the most handsome man, with blue ice pupils. "You can bite it." He had heard before that if a person is bitten by a very powerful zombie, there is a high possibility that the person will also become a mutant. The people in front of him looked very powerful. As long as they bite him, he is confident that he will definitely mutate, and then he can seek revenge on those scums. The man looked at the indifferent handsome man with blue ice pupils and was a little confused. It was strange. Aren't these people all weak against flesh and blood? Why didn't they bite him? At this time, he saw the man with blue ice pupils pat the white tiger's head lightly. He widened his eyes in horror, and his pupils reflected the scene of the white tiger biting down with a bloody mouth. Ah! The screams broke the tranquility of the street. Why is it different from what he thought? Chapter 120. The white tiger ate the man in 2 bites, leaving no trace of blood. Awooh! It rubbed its head against the master's hand. The master was so kind to it that he didn't even want to eat it himself and only gave it food. It must listen to the master in the future. Have you finished eating? After you finish eating, you have to work. Yi Nanyu's cold voice sounded. Go and knock open that door. The white tiger stood up and looked at the door the master was talking about. It was a very thick steel door. But this is not a problem for it. Its eyes suddenly became fierce, and it let out a low roar and then, swoosh, shot out. Bang! The entire steel door fell down, crushing the guard, and brains and blood flowed out from under the door. Such a big commotion alarmed everyone in the club. The club owner came out of the room wearing a white bathrobe, a big gold ring and a big gold chain, and hugged a charming woman in a suspender skirt. He angrily scolded his brothers. What's going on? How do you do things? Boss, it seems that something happened at the door. At this time, a younger brother stumbled over, his face full of panic. Boss, a white tiger broke into our club. The boss glared at the younger brother. Why are you panicking? It's just a tiger, isn't it? Just kill it. Come on, let's go and kill the tiger. We have meat and wine tonight. The younger brothers hadn't seen me for a long time, and excitedly pulled out their machetes. Let's go and kill it. The charming woman leaned on the boss's arms and said with a sweet smile, Boss, when the time comes, peel off its skin and make me a mink fur, okay? Okay, little beauty, whatever you say is what I will do. The boss's hands kept rubbing her body. The crowd was full of confidence, and went to kill the tiger in a mighty manner. When they walked to the door, they saw the huge and majestic white tiger. Everyone gasped and their legs softened in fear. Why didn't you say it was so big? The white tiger roared. A crowd of people covered their ears with painful expressions, and the periostum was pierced with pain. Ah! So scary. The charming woman was frightened and pale, hiding in the boss's arms, trembling. The boss pushed her away mercilessly, and shouted at the brothers in a rage. What are you waiting for? Kill it for me. The brothers swallowed their saliva, clenched the long machetes in their hands, and rushed forward. Swish! A white shadow passed by, as fast as a ghost, and the white tiger disappeared. A stench came, and the upper bodies of the 2 people fell into the white tiger's bloody mouth at the same time. Ah! With screams, the 2 people were bitten in half. A lot of blood splashed out. The heart, liver, spleen and stomach fell to the ground, and the 2 lower bodies fell down. The upper bodies fell into the white tiger's stomach. Ah! The woman screamed in fear. Bang! The eyebrows were shot, the scream stopped suddenly, and the bodies fell down. It's so noisy. The boss raised the gun with a gloomy face, and a wisp of white smoke came out of the muzzle. What are you still standing there for? Kill it for me. The younger brother shuddered and rushed forward with gritted teeth. Otherwise, with the boss's ruthless temper, they would be the next to be shot. The boss quietly sneaked away, while the younger brothers were fighting with the white tiger. He hurried to his son's room, opened the door, and the smell of blood hit his nose. He walked into the room, and the coldness made him shiver. In the dim room, a thin man with messy hair walked around the room manically, muttering something. Son, follow your father. The boss rushed over and tried to pull him away. He took only 2 steps and suddenly stopped, looking at the person who appeared at the door in horror. His blue ice pupils flashed a strange light in the dark. Who are you? The boss shouted sharply. The one who wants you dead. A cold voice sounded. The boss's face changed drastically, and he quickly pulled out his gun, but he was fast, and someone was faster than him, and a very thin electric wire pierced his head. His eyeballs bulged, and the half-raised gun fell down. Bang! The lifeless body fell. The man who had been talking in a mysterious way saw his father's body fall, and his face became hideous. Ah, I'm going to kill you. Then his body began to swell, and his thin body instantly turned into a muscular man, which was completely different from the state just now. Crazy mutant. Yi Nanyu's mouth curled up a sneer. The man's muscles bulged, raised his fist, and hit Yi Nanyu, and the air layer vibrated. Yi Nanyu released his pressure and rushed towards the man powerfully. The man felt an invisible pressure coming towards him, and he punched down. Bang! The air layer cracked. Ah! The man screamed, and his fist broke the invisible pressure and went towards Yi Nanyu. But there was no one in front. You are too slow. A gloomy voice sounded behind the man. The man's back stiffened, and the defeat was certain. An electric wire pierced his head and brought out a crystal core. Bang! The man fell to the ground with a thud, and his frenzied body returned to a thin state. Zhou Yang and Yi Shiyu finished dealing with the small fish and shrimp outside and came over. Nanyu, is this the superpower? Yi Shiyu glanced at the thin man on the ground. Why did she feel that he could be blown away by a gust of wind? Sister, you eat it. This. Although it was not the first time for Yi Shiyu to eat, the previous one was a blood bag, and she didn't know how to eat it. Zhou Yang glanced at her, went out to find a glass, cut his wrist, put a glass of blood in it, and handed it to her. It will be easier to accept this way. Yi Shiyu lowered her eyes, her fingers trembled slightly, and she hesitated for a moment before slowly taking it. Thank you. Watching Zhou Yang go out, she called him you. Don't need to order? I'm not picky, just use whatever you want when you go out. Yi Shiyu opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but Zhou Yang had already walked out of the room. Sister, you forgive too quickly. Yi Nanyu interrupted lightly. What are you talking about, brat? Who forgave him? I didn't forgive him. And, do you have the right to say that about me? You're not the same. Chugu smiled at you, and you wanted to give your heart to him. Yes. Yi Nanyu laughed at himself and became depressed. Nanyu, Chugu will be fine. For someone like her, this little setback will never defeat her. Yi Nanyu's blue ice pupils shone in the darkness. He will definitely find her. In the hotel. Chinmo's face was pale, and a little cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He stabbed the wound with the tip of the knife to pick out the bullet, and the stopped blood flowed out again. He sewed the wound with needle and thread. During this period, he didn't make a sound, and the cold sweat soaked his clothes. The whole room was filled with the smell of blood. He wrapped himself in bandages, and his tense body was obviously relaxed. Chinmo breathed a sigh of relief, looked down at his soaked clothes, and unbuttoned them with both hands. His eyes were looking at the sack in the corner, his brows slightly furrowed. Why is it so quiet? He took off his sweaty clothes, threw them aside, changed into a dry suit, and then walked towards the corner. Hey, didn't you curse happily just now, woman? Why don't you curse now? The sack didn't move. Chinmo kicked the sack with his foot. Stop pretending. Get up and curse again. The sack still didn't react. Chinmo's face changed slightly. He squatted down, untied the rope, and the moment he opened the sack, Chugu pounced on him. The sharp teeth bit down on his neck. Chapter 121. Chinmo's eyes were fierce, and he quickly grabbed Chuji's neck and threw her out. Chugu fell to the ground in a mess. This dead fox was so alert. Chinmo stood up and looked at Chugu on the ground with a gloomy face. If you do it again, I will knock out your teeth with my own hands. I tell you, I was scared when I was young. As soon as Chugu finished speaking, she pounced on Chinmo again. Chinmo kicked her mercilessly. Bang! Chugu smashed the table, and the table broke into pieces. She fell heavily to the ground. Damn it! Chugu picked up the wooden thorn on the ground, and like an indestructible cockroach, she jumped up and stabbed Chinmo. Chinmo dodged sideways, and Chugu turned her wrist and stabbed him horizontally. Chinmo quickly clamped her wrist with his big hand to prevent her from continuing to stab. Chugu, what's wrong with you? Not only am I crazy, I'm also crazy and mad. Chugu opened her mouth and was about to bite Chinmo's arm that was clamping her hand. Chinmo was so scared that he quickly took off his shoes and stuffed them into her mouth. Chugu was petrified. After a few seconds, she finally reacted, took out the shoes from her mouth and spit them out. You dead fox, I'm not done with you. Chinmo's mouth curled slightly. You asked for this. Chinmo's mouth twitched as he looked at Chugu, who was putting herself back into the sack in the corner. What is this crazy woman doing? Chugu was depressed. She felt that she was useless now, and life was meaningless. She wanted to die. Chinmo sat on the sofa, frowning slightly at the sack in the corner. He really couldn't understand this woman. She had just tricked him into coming out, and now she took the initiative to put herself in the sack. What was she thinking? After a long while, Chinmo finally couldn't help but walked over. What's wrong with you? Humph. Chugu didn't want to pay attention to him. If it was the shoes just now, I apologize to you, but I can't help it. I can't let you bite me. Get lost. If you promise not to bite me, I can promise you one thing. Chugu quickly opened the sack. Untie my restraints. That won't work. Then there's nothing else to say. Get out of here. Chugu closed the sack again and continued to be depressed. Chinmo, He stared at the sack for a while, and seeing that Chugu was really stubborn and didn't come out, he walked away angrily. He wanted to see how long she could hold on. An hour later, Chinemo, who was sitting upright on the sofa, became Guyu lying. 2 hours later, Chinemo, who was lying like Guyu, lifted his feet onto the sofa and lay straight down. 3 hours later, Chinemo squatted on the ground, holding his chin with his hand and looking at the motionless sack. 4 hours later, Chinemo moved a chair and sat on it, looking at the sack, his head pecking at rice like a chicken, dozing off little by little. Chugu opened her mouth wide and pounced on him, biting his neck. Ah! Chinemo fell to the ground and woke up in a second. He looked at the quiet room blankly. He dreamed that Chugu, this crazy woman, was going to bite him. It was too scary. Chinemo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and sat back on the chair. Looking at the sack that had not moved for hours in the corner, Chinemo was convinced. Chugu, I can promise you everything except untying the restraints. The sack finally moved, and Chugu opened it and stuck his head out. I want to go to High City. Why do you want to go to High City? I have been an orphan since I was a child. The dean said that I was born in High City, so I want to go to High City to see if I can find my family. Chugu looked sad when she spoke. Chinmo's eyes changed slightly. He looked at Chugu for a while, then nodded and agreed. Okay, I promise you. Chugu was ecstatic. She had lied to him about what she said just now. High City was Yinanyu's hometown. As long as she went to High City, she was confident that she would reunite with Yinanyu. She couldn't show how happy she was, and couldn't let this cunning dead fox see that she was eager to go to High City. She still looked sad. I didn't have the courage to go before, but when the end of the world came, I became a zombie. I don't want to escape anymore, otherwise I will regret it for the rest of my life. Okay, I go to Highshore with you tomorrow, but you have to promise me that you won't bite me in the future. No problem. Chugu agreed very readily, because if she could bite him, she would have done so long ago. Why bother talking nonsense here? If she couldn't bite him or beat him, she might as well trick him to achieve her goal. Chugu suddenly felt that she was too smart. When she was in a good mood, she was naturally not depressed anymore. Chugu climbed out of the sack, patted her butt and stood up. She looked at Chinemo, who was not in a good mood, and said sympathetically, Go to bed, take care of yourself, and you will have the energy to go to Highshore with me tomorrow. Chuji's sudden understanding made Chinemo feel uneasy. He was more used to her going crazy. Chugu smiled at him kindly. Chinemo, go and rest. Chinemo shuddered and looked at her, as if he had seen a ghost. Chugu, The next morning, Chugu, sitting on the sofa, waited patiently for Chinemo to get up. Anyway, there was no rush. Fortunately, Chinemo got up soon. He yawned and saw Chugu, who had been sitting on the sofa all night and was still energetic. For the first time in his life, he envied the zombies. Good morning. Chugu was in a good mood because he was going to High City. Chinemo glanced at the corpse he carried back yesterday, which was still lying there. Aren't you going to eat it? I only drink blood, I don't eat meat. Then why did you ask me to carry it back yesterday? Ahem. Didn't we have a conflict yesterday? So you deliberately made fun of me. You knew I had a gunshot wound on my foot, but you still deliberately made me carry it so far. Chugu, you are so cruel. Chinemo became more and more angry as he spoke. Seeing that he was angry, Chugu quickly comforted him. If he changed his mind and didn't take her to High City, it would be a big loss. You suddenly kidnapped me, and I thought you were a bad person, so I tortured you hard. But I promise that I won't do it again in the future, because after last night, I think you are actually a good person. You still have some conscience. Chinemo felt much better. Chapter 122. Then let's go now. Chugu was very excited. Seeing that Chugu performed well, Chinemo stopped making things difficult for her. He snapped his fingers, and the air began to twist, forming a vortex. This time, Chugu did not resist, and even got into the vortex impatiently, and Chinemo followed him in. The air vortex disappeared, and the room returned to peace. Buzz? Chuji's head began to buzz again, and she felt her soul was weightless, and she suddenly opened her eyes. Looking at the classroom full of students, she was confused. Senior. Chugu came back to her senses, and looked at the handsome boy who was talking in the front row. The boy's eyes flickered and his face was slightly red. Well, time is up. Time? What time? Chugu was a little confused. The exam time is up, the boy reminded. Chugu was still confused, but she stood up subconsciously. Classmates, time is up. Put down your pens and hand in the papers to me. The students below wailed. It's over. How come the time is up so quickly? I haven't written the rest yet? I was just guessing. It knows me but I don't know it. I was so absorbed in watching the beautiful senior that I forgot to finish my test paper. Chugu was sorting out the papers handed in by her classmates. Suddenly, when a paper was put down, a note was also stuffed into her hand. Chugu looked up and saw only the back of the boy who reminded her just now. When all the students handed in their papers and left the classroom, and she was the only one left, she opened the note in her hand. Senior sister, high fever and influenza have occurred in many places recently. I just saw that you are not in a good condition. Please take care of yourself. Chugu smiled. This boy is so warm. She folded the note and left the classroom with the test paper. Walking in the familiar campus, watching the young and innocent college students coming and going. Chugu didn't know how long it had been since she saw this scene. After breaking up with Yinanyu, in order to stop thinking about him, she took the postgraduate entrance examination and devoted herself to studying. She occasionally helped the tutor to supervise the exams of younger students. I didn't expect to dream about the past again. I miss it so much. Chugu was so absorbed in looking at everything familiar on campus that she stepped on a stone, twisted her foot, and hit her knee hard on the ground. Tears welled up from her eyes. Ah. It hurts. Are you okay? A passing female student helped her up. Oh my God, your knee is bleeding. I take you to the infirmary. No need. It's not a big deal if you just scratch the skin. I just put on a band-aid. I have a band-aid here. The female student took out a band-aid from her school bag and handed it to Chugu. Thank you. Chugu took it and smiled at the female classmate. You're welcome. If it really hurts, it's better to use some medicine. Okay, I know, thank you. I go first. The female classmate waved and left. Goodbye. Chugu waved her hand and looked at the female classmate's back, and a warm current flowed through her heart. She lowered her head to look at the injury on her knee, then limped to the bench on the side of the road to sit down. She took out a tissue, wiped the blood around the wound, and then put on a band-aid. Hiss. Chugu hadn't felt pain for a long time, so now she felt a little pain. Wait, her back stiffened. Pain? How could it hurt in a dream? Chugu pinched her thigh with her hand and twisted it. She grimaced in pain. Fuck. It hurts. Her hand kept rubbing the place where she twisted. Ring. Ring. The phone rang suddenly, frightening her. She took out her phone and saw an unfamiliar number. She answered, hello? But there was no sound from the other end. Hello, can you hear me? The other end of the phone was still silent. Chugu remembered that she had received several such silent calls before. She thought it was a prank, so she blocked each one she answered, but now... Yinanyu, is that you? Chugu heard the heavier breathing on the other end of the phone, and confirmed that it was Yinanyu. Yinanyu, why are you calling me? There was still no sound on the other end of the phone, but she didn't hang up. If it was the previous Chugu, she would definitely think he was playing tricks on her, and would hang up and block him angrily. But Chugu, who had experienced the end of the world, just wanted to cry at this moment. It turned out that he had always been there. Yinanyu, Ah. A scream interrupted Chuji's words, and she looked over. Suddenly, her pupils trembled, and the phone slipped from her hand and fell to the ground. She remembered that today was the first day of the apocalypse. She saw the female classmate who had just given her a band-aid fall down in the chaos, and a zombie with blood in its mouth walked stiffly towards the female classmate behind her. She ran over there without hesitation, forgetting the phone that fell on the ground. So she didn't hear the anxious calls from the other end of the phone. Chugu, answer me, Chugu. Chugu ran towards the female classmate, but was still a step slower. He saw the zombie bite the female classmate's neck and blood spurted out. Don't. Buzz? The head started to buzz again, and the soul felt weightless. When she opened her eyes again, she was in a classroom. Chugu, how are you? Are you okay? An anxious voice sounded. Chugu turned her head and saw a familiar face. Her eyes were red. Senior brother Yu. Yuqing thought she was scared and comforted her quickly. It's okay, you are safe now. Senior brother Yu is here, don't be afraid. At this time, the zombies at the door began to hit the classroom door. Bang. Bang. There were still a dozen students in the classroom. All of them were trembling with fear and mentally collapsed. Woo-woo. I want to go home. Someone come to save me. My phone is out of battery. Please call for help. Please come to save us. Why can't I call out? Why can't I call out? Dad, why don't you answer my call? Please answer my call. Please come to save me, woo-woo. Chugu remembered that she also wanted to call for help, but after searching all over her body, she found that her phone was missing. She didn't know when she dropped it or where it fell. But now she knew where she fell, and she even received a call from Yi Nanyu, which was a memory Chugu had never had before. Yi Nanyu ignored the danger and traveled thousands of miles back to Rongqing. Was it because of that call? At this moment, the eyes of a male student behind Chugu suddenly became cloudy. He opened his mouth wide and bit down on Chuji's neck. "Don't!" Yu Qing shouted. Chugu saw Yu Qing rushing over anxiously. Her body stiffened, and the previous scenes were replayed in her mind. Senior brother Yu threw the zombie down, but a piece of flesh was torn off his shoulder by the zombie. He killed the zombie, but he was about to turn into a zombie. In order not to implicate everyone, Senior brother Yu took a deep look at her for the last time, and then resolutely jumped out of the window. She collapsed directly at that time, and it was also the first time she faced and felt the cruelty of the end of the world. This time, she would never repeat the same mistake, and Chu Ji's eyes were instantly sharp. She threw the zombie down before Senior brother Yu threw it down. Chugu. Yu Qing watched Chugu pounce on the zombie, and his face suddenly turned pale, and his hands and feet were cold. The students in the classroom were also scared and retreated, hiding in the corner. Just when they thought the zombie would tear the girl to pieces, and blood would splatter on the spot. The next scene shocked everyone. The zombie bit the girl's shoulder, but the girl reacted quickly, grabbed the zombie's head, smashed it hard on the ground, and then raised her hand and inserted the sharp pin into the zombie's head. The zombie's struggling body suddenly went limp. That neat, calm look was simply stunning. Yu Qing was shocked. He felt that Chugu had suddenly become a different person. When he saved her before, she was trembling with fear in front of the zombies. But now she killed the zombie with one move. That kind of confidence, calmness, and momentum, as if she had fought her way out of the apocalypse. Chugu looked at the zombie whose head she had pierced with a pin. Her head started buzzing, and the feeling of weightlessness in her soul came back. She vaguely heard Senior brother Yu calling her, getting farther and farther away. Chugu, Chugu. The buzzing in her head disappeared, and she suddenly opened her eyes and met Shinmo's phoenix eyes. Shinmo frowned slightly, looking at Chugu, who was obviously in a bad state. This was the second time. He had come out of the space tunnel a long time ago, but Chugu had not come out yet. Thinking of the question she asked last time, Shinmo's pupils shrank slightly. Chugu looked at the unfamiliar environment blankly. Her head was in pain like an explosion, and she felt like she was going crazy. The soul was torn apart again and again. "Are you okay?" Shinmo's eyes were slightly gloomy. Chugu staggered to her feet. "It's okay. Where is this?" "The suburbs of High City." Chugu froze suddenly, then looked at Shinmo in disbelief. "Are we really in High City?" "Yes." Chugu felt strange in her heart. She really came to Yi Nanyu's city. He had always come to her city, but this time it was her turn. Chapter 123. Chugu and Shinmo were in a deserted place, with nothing but weeds around. "If you hadn't said it was Haishur, I would have thought it was that mountainous area. You really know how to pick a place." "It's Haishur. It's just a matter of walking 2 steps to get there." "You should walk 2 steps now." Chu Ji's mouth twitched as he looked at the poisonous snakes of all sizes surrounding them. Shinmo, eh. At this time, the cold sound of snakes came from above their heads. Hiss. The two of them stiffened at the same time and slowly looked up. A large poisonous snake as thick as an adult was coiled around the tree above their heads. It was spitting out its tongue, and its pupils were fixed on them. The long fangs were emitting venom, dripping on the tree trunk, making a sizzling corrosion sound. "We have poked the snake's hole." Chugu gritted his teeth. A drop of cold sweat slid down Shinmo's forehead. He was under great pressure. "Hurry up and open the space tunnel." "Let's leave here." "No, it takes a lot of energy to open the space tunnel once, and it can only be opened once a day." Chugu was so nervous, "You idiot." Shinmo, shock. Hiss. The Snake King seemed to have run out of patience, with its head raised high and its mouth wide open, biting Chugu and the others. "Fuck." Chugu quickly squatted with his head in his hands. The tall Shinmo immediately became the only target of the Snake King's attack. Shinmo watched the Snake King bite him down, and the fishy breath hit him in the face. He was immediately overwhelmed and almost fainted from the fumes. The fangs flashed coldly, and were about to pierce his head. Shinmo quickly ducked and dodged, but the snake head followed him closely. Shinmo jumped up with the help of the tree trunk, hugged the huge snake head, and stabbed the dagger into its head. Hiss. The Snake King immediately swung around in pain, and Shinmo was thrown down by it. Bang! He fell to the ground and ate a mouthful of mud. There was a dagger stuck in the Snake King's head, and blood was dripping. It raised its head and howled angrily. The surrounding snakes quickly surrounded Chugu, Chinimo and the others. Wherever the snakes passed, the weeds on the ground withered, showing how poisonous they were. They were so dense that I almost had intensive phobia. Chinimo jumped up in fear. Fuck. Chugu looked at the snakes that were about to attack, and got goosebumps all over his body. He shouted, "If you don't want to die, untie me quickly." Chinimo saw that he was about to be drowned by the poisonous snakes. He couldn't care less at this time and quickly untied Chugu. The restraint was released, and Chuji's long-restricted energy exploded, and the snakes that had already reached her feet were immediately crushed into meat paste by this terrifying force. The power of fear spread in all directions, and the fleeing snakes were not spared, and all were crushed into meat paste by this force. Chugu felt that the dead energy in her body came alive, and this feeling was simply amazing. She turned her head, and her neck made a stiff click sound, and her blood-red eyes without a trace of warmth locked onto the Snake King. Hiss. The Snake King trembled, slid down the tree, and hit its head in the soil to escape. But under the huge pressure, its body suddenly exploded, and blood soaked the ground like rain, emitting a strong smell of blood. A crystal core was shining on the ground, and there was a black thing next to it. Chugu walked over, and was no longer enthusiastic about the crystal core. He squatted next to the black thing to study it. A thin film wrapped the blue-black liquid inside. What the hell is this? Snake gall. Chinimo walked over. Snake gall? Wow, I heard that snake gall seems to be a tonic. Chugu picked up the snake gall on the ground and threw it into his mouth. Wait. Chinimo was dumbfounded as Chugu had already swallowed it. Chugu smacked his lips. You ate too fast, I couldn't taste it. Are you okay? Chinimo asked hesitantly. Nothing's wrong with me. Chugu foamed at the mouth as he spoke, rolled his eyes, and fell to the ground. Chinmo's face changed slightly, and he quickly squatted down and patted Chuji's face. Hey, how are you? Wake up, Chugu, wake up. He called for a long time, but there was no movement. Chinimo stretched out his hand tremblingly, and put it under her nose to feel her breathing. Suddenly, his head boomed and fell to the ground. Dead. Dead. Suddenly, Chugu sat up suddenly dead. Who died? Who? After she finished speaking, she fell down again, and there was no movement. Chinimo, shocked. Chinimo calmed down and remembered that she was a zombie and didn't breathe. I was relieved. Yi family base in High City. A massacre was happening at this time. Blood flowed like a river everywhere, and corpses fell one after another. Base commander, madam, the superpowers outside can't hold on any longer. Please leave with me. Zhang Dong, who was covered in wounds, begged again. Zhang Dong, take madam out through the secret passage first. What about you? Mrs. Ye's eyes were red. As the head of the base, I have my own responsibilities on my shoulders. I can't leave. Yi Qingfeng's eyes flashed with determination. Then I won't leave either. I want to stay and go forward and backward with you. Zheng Ro wiped away her tears and said firmly. Yi Qingfeng's eyes flashed, and he said coldly, Zhang Dong, take madam away quickly. Zhang Dong heard the fighting outside getting closer and closer, and it was too late. Madam, I'm sorry. He directly used his supernatural power, and the vines wrapped around madam's body and tied her up. I won't leave, I won't leave. Qi Feng, please let me stay with you. Zheng Ro begged with tears. Madam, find Nonner and Yer, tell them not to take revenge. Never come back to Haishar, you must live well. The base commander said, turned his back and stopped looking. Zheng Ro looked at her husband, who had been with her for most of her life, tears streaming down her face. Zhang Dong carried his wife on his back, took a last look at the base commander's tall back, wiped away his tears, and ran. Yi Qifeng turned around and watched them leave, then sat on a chair, calmly waiting for customers to come. Not long had passed. Bang! Bang! 2 bodies were thrown in. Yi Qifeng saw the bodies on the ground and stood up suddenly. His eyes were red and bloodshot, and his fists were shaking. The bodies on the ground were Zheng Ro and Zhang Dong, who had just left. Chapter 124. A dozen people walked in through the door. Yi Qingfeng's fierce red eyes swept through the crowd, and finally fell on the man at the back. Hui Xiong'an, I never thought that you would betray me. The Yi family and the Hua family have been friends for decades. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, the father and son of the Yi family quickly established the Yi family base, recruited talents, and became the largest base in High City. As for the Hua family, in the cruel apocalypse, the glory is gone, and the once enviable wealth and status have become nothing. The Yi family was very righteous and protected the Hua family, giving them a stable life in the cannibalistic end times. Hui Xiong'an, why? I ask myself that the Yi family has done nothing wrong to your Hua family. Why did you join forces with outsiders to betray us? Yi Qifeng asked angrily. Facing the questioning of his friend of decades, Hui Xiong'an's expression was distorted, and his eyes were flashing with haze. Because I am unwilling to be stepped on by you. Protection, ridiculous, that is just a pitiful charity to me. I used to be a person who could call the wind and rain, but now I have to live a life of flattery. While you are still so glorious, Qifeng, how do you think I should balance it? Originally, if Yuro could marry Nanyu, we would be a family. But your good son is always cold to me, and he also looks down on Yuro. I have a feeling that one day, that traitor will definitely drive our Hua family out of the Yi family base. In this case, don't blame me for taking the initiative. It just so happens that the Yi family's hostile base hopes that the prince of the base likes Yuro. They promise that Yuro will marry into the future base chief's wife, and then I will be the future base chief's father-in-law. Isn't it better than waiting to be driven out of your Yi family? Ha ha ha. Yi Qifeng suddenly laughed as if he heard a funny joke. Hui Xiong'an, you are really getting more confused as you get older. You are courting death by trying to get the skin of a tiger. Hui Xiong'an's face suddenly turned ugly. At this time, Yuan Zixuan, the Prince of Hope Base, spoke up. Yi Qifeng, you are about to die, but you still want to sow discord. Kill him for me. I want to hang his body at the entrance of Hope Base for public display. After giving the order, more than a dozen superpowers behind him jumped out together and attacked Yi Qifeng together. Then let's go to hell together. Yi Qifeng activated all his powers. Oh no, this old thing is going to explode. Yuan Zixuan shouted. The crowd immediately lost all their color and quickly retreated. Yi Qifeng hugged Zheng Ro's body at the last moment. Madam, let's be husband and wife in the next life. Not or your mom and dad are gone first. Bang. The earth shook, and the energy wave generated by the explosion of the crystal shook everyone away. Puff. Puff. Everyone vomited blood. My dear son-in-law, are you okay? Hui Xiong'an didn't care about his own injuries, and quickly helped Yuan Zixuan up. Yuan Zixuan covered his chest in pain and vomited blood again, then shook off Hui Xiong'an's hand with a gloomy face. That damn old thing actually exploded. Hui Xiong'an staggered after being thrown, and looked at Yuan Zixuan, who seemed to have completely changed, in disbelief. Prince, everything outside has been cleaned up, all kinds of supplies have been transported back to the base, and the crystal cores of the 42 superpowers have been collected. A man came over to report. Yuan Zixuan's gloomy face improved a little. Very good, you will be rewarded when you return. The first base is just like this. From now on, Haishur is the world of our Hope Base. Prince, the Yi family's children have not appeared yet. Will there be trouble? Someone worried. Now that they don't have the Yi family base as a big backer, what can the lightning superpower do? It's not a big deal. Yuan Zixuan's mouth curled up with disdain. If they dare to show up, I will make sure they never come back. Prince is wise. Today was a great victory with a rich harvest. Yuan Zixuan waved his hand with satisfaction. Let's go back to Hope Base. Hui Xiong'an quickly stepped forward and said, My dear son-in-law, you promised me. Yuan Zixuan stopped and raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Your daughter is quite pretty, so I will accept her with pleasure. As for you, old man, you can fend for yourself. Hui Xiong'an's face changed drastically. What did you say? You promised me. How dare you break your promise? For someone like you who can betray a friend of decades, do you deserve integrity? Haha. Yuan Zixuan arrogantly pushed away Hui Xiong'an, who was blocking his way, and strode away. Hui Xiong'an didn't expect that he was fooled. His face turned pale. Seeing that Yuan Zixuan was about to leave, he rushed forward and yelled, You can't do this to me. If it weren't for me, how could you defeat the Yi family base? Yuan Zixuan stopped and the smile on his face disappeared. Without you, I can't defeat the Yi family base. You mean to say that I'm a waste, right? Very good. Hui Xiong'an's breathing tightened immediately. Seeing Yuan Zixuan's dangerous eyes, he kept backing away in fear. That's not what I meant, Xian. No, Prince, I mean that the Hope base is strong. How can the Yi family base be your opponent? Hee hee, do you know the kind of people I despise the most in my life? It's an ungrateful traitor like you. Hui Xiong'an's face turned pale, and fear rose in his heart. Don't beat him to death. I want to let Boss Hua breathe, and feel the cruelty of the end of the world. Yuan Zixuan finished speaking and left. Hui Xiong'an looked at the crowd and shouted, Don't come over here. My daughter is the future wife of the base commander. If you dare to do anything to me, my daughter will not let you go. The man with a blue birthmark on his face laughed, Ha ha. This old guy is still dreaming. What wife of the base commander? The prince just treats your daughter as a plaything. When he gets tired of playing with her, he will give her to us. I will be the first one to come. Ah! I'm going to kill you! Hu Xiong'an roared and rushed towards the man. You don't know what you can do. The man kicked him to the ground. Brothers, come on, serve him well. Everyone surrounded Hu Xiong'an on the ground and punched and kicked him like a storm. For a while, the screams of pain like a pig being slaughtered continued. Baihu was moving towards Haishur at a very fast speed. They had not stopped since they came out of the club last night. At this time, they were still more than 500 kilometers away from Haishur. The white tiger was tired, but the owner didn't tell it to stop, so it didn't dare to stop. Stop and rest. We've been traveling for so long, and the white tiger can't stand it anymore. Zhou Yang suggested. I don't know what happened, but I feel uneasy today. I want to get to Haishur as soon as possible. Yi Shi frowned and said. Yi Nanyu was also uneasy. Looking at the direction of Haishur, his eyes were filled with something. Seeing the tired white tiger, he took out the crystal core of the violent mutant from last night from his pocket and fed it to it. The last 500 kilometers, hold on a little longer. What? After the white tiger ate the crystal core, its speed doubled, and it moved towards Haishur. Chapter 125. Chugu suddenly opened her eyes, and felt something blurry in front of her eyes. She wiped it with her hand, and felt a layer of black mud, not only on her face, but also all over her body. You woke up. Chen Mo's calm voice sounded next to her. Chugu sat up, and the black mud fell down. She looked angrily at Chen Mo, who was leisurely grilling fish next to her. I'm not dead, but you can't wait to bury me. I was planning to be friends with you. Chen Mo looked up at Chugu, then lowered his head to continue grilling the fish. Don't accuse people. The black mud came out of your own body. It has nothing to do with me. From my body? Chugu looked at the black mud covering her body in confusion. What the hell is this? But she did feel different. Her body was lighter and more transparent, and the zombie frenzy she had suppressed deep in her body disappeared. The uncontrollable feeling of craving for flesh and blood also disappeared, and her vision and hearing were also improved. It feels like the body is being reshaped. Next time, grow some brains, and don't throw everything into your mouth. Chen Mo's light voice sounded. I know, I dare to do it next time. Chu Ji's main character is a rebellious person. Chen Mo, Chugu rubbed the jigong balls on her body, and looked at the grilled fish in Chen Mo's hand. Where did you get the fish? There's a pond in front. Oh, that's it? Chen Mo thought she asked because she wanted to go wash. Chugu was still rubbing the black mud jigong balls on her body, and each of the balls she rubbed was big and round. Chen Mo's mouth twitched, and he looked at Chugu with a complicated expression. Why don't you go wash up? There's water in front. No need. Chugu was rubbing vigorously. Chen Mo, Chen Mo finished eating the grilled fish, and Chugu also finished rubbing the black mud on her body. She put the jigong pill she rubbed into the space. What are you putting them away for? Chen Mo was dumbfounded. It's the staring eyes and stretching legs pill. Eating one can bring you back to life. Chen Mo was speechless. He must have watched too many TV dramas. Okay, let's leave here. I take you to show off and fly. After Chugu finished speaking, he opened his hands, like a middle school student, and bone wings grew out of his shoulder blades behind him. The huge bone wings opened, pure white. Chen Mo opened his mouth in shock. This was a godlike operation. Ah! Chen Mo flew up to the sky and screamed in fear. Chugu flapped his wings, grabbed Chen Mo's collar with one hand, and flew out of the barren area. Shut up, if you scream again, I throw you down. Chen Mo immediately shut up, looked down and saw the height. His legs were shaking with fear. Miss, you have to hold on tight. This is not a joke. This could kill someone. It's better to die. It saves me from having to do it. Chen Mo was so scared that he quickly raised his hands and hugged Chu Ji's arm tightly. If I fall, I will definitely take you with me. Chugu narrowed her eyes. She did have the idea of throwing Chen Mo down, but she gave up the idea when she remembered the strange things that happened when she entered the space tunnel. She wanted to find out what was going on. Did she really go back to the past in the space tunnel? She always felt that she would be useful to him in the future. Chen Mo was nervous for a while, and when he saw that Chugu did not make any move, he breathed a sigh of relief. No longer worried about his life, the scenery seemed particularly beautiful. Where are we going? I don't know, just wander around. Chugu flapped his wings and flew over Haishur, looking at the city below. This was where Yi Nanyu grew up. She had never been there before, but she felt very close to it. Suddenly, her bloodshot eyes lit up. there was such a strong smell of blood. It felt like the whole area was covered with the smell of blood. It must have been a tragic death and injury to have such a strong smell of blood. She could smell it even if she was flying in the sky at such a distance. Chugu followed the smell of blood and flew towards that place. If she caught up, she could drink some hot blood. After flying over one high-rise building after another, she saw a large building. The smell of blood came from there. Chugu flew over and hovered low over the building. Wherever he looked, there were corpses everywhere and blood flowing like a river. Even though Chugu was well informed, it was the first time he had seen such a large-scale massacre. Chinemo took a breath of cold air when he saw this scene that looked like hell on earth, and felt a little scared. In the end times, the only place where so many people can gather together should be the survivor base. Chugu was slightly surprised. You said there is a survivor base below, damn, who is so cruel to massacre the entire base. Looking at the blood, it should have been slaughtered not long ago. Let's go down and take a look. Chugu flapped his wings, dived down, and landed safely in an open space. The close distance was even more shocking. The ground was covered with sticky blood, and the bodies were one after another, with almost no place to step. They didn't even let go of children of several years old. Chugu looked at the body of a child next to him, and said indignantly. Chinemo looked around at the bodies, and said, these should be the survivors taken in by the base. I didn't expect the people who slaughtered the base to kill these survivors, who were helpless. Damn, even more ruthless than me. The more they walked, the more frightened they became. Broken limbs and arms were everywhere, and their shoes were soaked with blood. This base was several times larger than the one Chugu went to find the mummy last time. As they walked, they encountered no less than 30 psychics whose crystal cores had been dug out. With so many psychics, this base should be a well-known base in Haishur. I didn't expect such a large-scale base to be slaughtered. Chinemo touched his chin and said, as far as I know, the only well-known bases in Haishur are the Yi family base and the Hope base. Chuji's back stiffened, and she turned her head to look at Chinemo. What base are you talking about? Yi family base and Hope base. As soon as Chinemo finished speaking, Chuji's face changed drastically, and she ran away like a gust of wind. Hey, Chugu, where are you going? Chinemo chased after her. Chugu ran towards the entrance of the base, and a voice in her heart kept saying no, it wouldn't be such a coincidence. When she saw the big words at the entrance of the base, it was like a bolt from the blue. Yi family base. Chapter 126. Chugu had heard Yi Nanyu mention that his family had built a base in High City, but she didn't pay much attention to it at the time. So she didn't remember it just now, and even if she remembered it, she would never have thought that this base was Yi Nanyu's home. Chugu looked at the Yi family base in front of her, which was full of corpses and blood, and her body was trembling slightly. Her heart felt like a big hole was dug out, and it hurt a lot. Yi Nanyu's home is gone. Chinemo chased out, and saw Chugu standing at the door of the base. He was shocked that she was actually trembling. You, what's wrong with you? Chugu didn't answer him, and ran back to the base like crazy. Chinemo followed him, back to the base helplessly. Chugu re-entered the base, no longer in the mentality of a bystander. His heart felt pain for Yi Nanyu. His steps were extremely heavy, the smell of blood was pungent and nauseating, the scene he saw was bloody, and every step was extremely difficult. Chugu, what are you going to do? What's wrong with you? Chinemo followed Chugu all the time. Chugu ignored him, and searched for something persistently. After walking almost all over the base, Chugu finally stopped and looked at the man covered in blood on the ground. Finally, someone was breathing. Wishyongan, who was in a coma, felt a chill and shuddered. Get up. A creepy voice sounded. Wishyongan suddenly woke up from his coma, hugged his head, shrank his body, and begged for mercy. Don't hit me, I was wrong, I won't dare to do it again. The punches and kicks were still not falling. He slowly opened his eyes to look, and saw a young man and a young woman standing there. He was stunned for a moment. He turned his head and looked around, and saw that the group of bastards in the Hope base were gone. He immediately relaxed his body. Who knew that when his body moved, he suddenly grimaced in pain. Those bastards, wait for them, he will not let them go. Where are the base commander, and the base commander's wife of this base? Wishyongan looked at the beautiful woman who was talking, and for some reason, he actually felt fear from her. Especially when he was stared at by her pair of pupils with blood-colored patterns. He felt a chill on his back. Who are you? Chuji's eyes were sharp. You don't need to know who I am, you just need to answer the questions I ask you. Wishyongan shrank his neck. He didn't want to be beaten again. Yi? No, The base commander exploded, and his wife was killed. Chu Ji's pupils trembled slightly, and his hands tightened suddenly. Yi Nanyu's parents are dead. Who did it? Chu Ji's voice was like a demon from hell. Wish Youngin shuddered. What the hell, it was just a woman. Why did he feel so scared? Speak quickly. Wish Youngin stuttered in fear. It was Hope Base. They massacred our entire base. Chinimo saw the rage in Chu Ji's eyes, and was shocked. Chuge, what are you going to do? I avenge him. Chuge spread his wings and flew away. Come back, Chuge, you're crazy, come back quickly. Chinimo stood on the ground and shouted at Chuge, who was flying farther and farther away. Wish Youngin was stunned when he saw the long wings flying. Wings. Crazy woman. Chinimo gritted his teeth and cursed, then chased after her. Wish Youngin looked at the man and woman who left, and heard that they meant to seek revenge on the Hope base, and couldn't help but sneered. I don't know where they jumped out from. With just the two of them, I'm afraid they don't know how to write the word death. Chuge flew to the most popular place. Both bases were in the city center, about 40 minutes away from each other. It only took her about 20 minutes to reach the Hope base. The guards guarding the gate of the base watched from afar as something flew over, thinking it was an eagle or something like that, and didn't pay much attention. As they got closer, they saw that it was a person, and they were stunned. They had never seen a person with wings. Chuge landed at the gate of the Hope base, and folded her wings. Seeing the magnificent gate of the Hope base, and the thriving scene, she remembered the Yi family base where corpses were everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. Chu Ji's bloodshot eyes lit up, and he snapped his fingers. Suddenly, countless mutants of various shapes and forms emerged from the streets on both sides and in all directions, with low roars coming one after another. Some were very fast, some were very large, and some had very sharp claws. The momentum displayed by the mutants was not inferior to that of the superpowers. They all gathered behind Chuge, waiting for her orders. The guards at the gate of the base were all shocked. They had never seen so many mutants gathered together before. Quick, quick, sound the alarm, quick! The captain of the guard team shouted with an ugly face. The alarm sounded, and the siren rang loudly, and it immediately spread throughout the sky above the base. The crystal core has been confiscated. Yuan Zixuan, who was reporting to the leaders of the base, suddenly fell in the face. Go see what's going on, he shouted to the guard at the door. As soon as he finished speaking, someone stumbled over with a panicked look. It's bad, there are mutants attacking our base. At this time, the leaders of the base had not yet realized the serious situation, and they were still sitting in their chairs without panic. You are so panicked by a mutant, and you still raise the alarm. You are just a waste. Yuan Zixuan scolded. Not one, but a group. What, a group? Yuan Zixuan was shocked. The leaders of the group also stood up from their chairs. Explain it clearly. A mutant brought a group of zombies to attack our base, right? No, there are no ordinary zombies. All of them are mutants. The man's voice was shaking uncontrollably because of fear. All of them are mutants. The leaders broke out in a cold sweat. At this time, the sound of fighting was heard outside, and screams and roars were intertwined. I will immediately summon all the superpowers and armed forces to fight. Yuan Zixuan reacted quickly, and ran out of the door. Chinimo hurried, but he was still a step behind, and Chuge had already attacked. Seeing that Chuge had also summoned the mutants, he was slightly relieved. It seemed that she was not so stupid. Chinimo walked into the Hope base, and joined the melee. Chuge did not need to make a move. The mutants had already killed all the shrimp soldiers and crab generals. She stood in the middle, like an ignorant young lady who had strayed into the war. Among the strange mutants, her beautiful face was particularly conspicuous. Chinimo wanted to get close to Chuge, but the mutant's claws swung over, and he quickly dodged. Brother, I am a friendly army, not an enemy. But the mutants only recognized Chuge, and all others were enemies. The number of mutants attacking Chinimo increased to 3, and he couldn't help but scream, Chuge, save me, your friends want to kill me. Roar. Let him go, we are one. Begging for mercy is not as good as a word from Chuge. The mutants immediately dispersed, and stopped attacking Chinimo. Chinimo breathed a sigh of relief, and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Chuge glanced at him. You are too old to live, come here. You are the one who is too old to live, and you dare to attack the base. Do you think the base is so easy to attack? It's cold, it's time for this base to be destroyed. Don't pretend. Chuge, Chapter 127. A large number of footsteps sounded, and then countless black guns were pointed at Chugu and the others. The mutants all surrounded Chugu to protect her. Yuan Zixuan came out and said sternly, "Who are you? Why are you attacking our base? Did you massacre the Yi family base?" Chu Ji's eyes were filled with gloom. Yuan Zixuan was stunned. He didn't expect the Yi family base to come to seek revenge so soon. It turned out that they were not the children of the Yi family. Who was this person? He looked at Chugu, who was delicate and tender, and could not carry anything, but could strangely drive a group of mutants. So what if he could drive a group of mutants? He had summoned the elite forces of the entire base, and he wanted her to come alive, but not return alive. "Retreat quickly, our base will forgive you for what happened. Silly, you must have made a mistake, now it is our base that we are going to hold accountable." Yuan Zixuan's face was slightly stiff. "What did you call me?" "Oh, I don't like silly." "Then idiot you can choose." Chen Imo couldn't help laughing. In comparison, it seemed that his dead fox was pretty nice. Yuan Zixuan went crazy instantly. "I kill you." "Stupid, you said my lines." Chugu flew out the bone blade at a very fast speed. Swoosh. A white afterimage flew towards Yuan Zixuan. Yuan Zixuan's face changed slightly, and he dodged quickly, but he didn't expect that the bone blade would turn like it had life. Stab. It pierced his chest from behind. Puff. Yuan Zixuan spit out a mouthful of blood. "Prince! Prince!" The people around him cried out in surprise. The bone blade flew out of Yuan Zixuan's chest, and returned to Chu Ji's body. "Kill them for me!" Yuan Zixuan covered his bleeding chest with his eyes wide open. Bang bang. The armed team opened fire, and the superpowers also launched superpower attacks. The mutants rushed towards the enemies around them at the same time, and even if they were hit by bullets, they still did not retreat at all. Without pain, there is naturally nothing to fear. As long as they don't hit the head, they can still fight. Many people were knocked down by the mutants, bitten and torn to pieces, and screams rang out one after another. The blood was everywhere. Seeing the companion next to him being knocked down and being eaten by the mutants, the team member pulled the trigger and shot the mutant in the head to kill it, but before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he was also knocked down by the mutant and bitten on the neck, and blood spurted out. Ah! Bang bang bang. The gunshots and screams intertwined together, and the cruelty and ruthlessness of the end of the world were vividly reflected. The superpowers wandered in the melee, killing the mutants, and more often attacked Chugu. Chugu opened her domain, and all the superpowers who stepped into her domain could not move, as if their bodies were pressed by a heavy burden, and their superpowers could not be used at all. Chugu walked in it easily like a ghost, piercing through heads one after another with her sharp claws, and took out their crystal cores effortlessly. Corpses fell one after another. On Shinmo's side, no matter how powerful the superpowers attacked him, he only needed to wave his hand, and the invisible confinement would be injected into their bodies, and their superpowers would be confined in an instant. The fireballs condensed by the fire-type superpower disappeared, the invulnerable armor of the gold-type superpower disappeared, the vines waving by the wood-type superpower disappeared, the speed superpower became as slow as a turtle, and the iron fists of the strength superpower became soft little fists. They were imprisoned in their superpowers, just like ordinary people. These superpowers were finally harvested by Chen Imo. Yuan Zixuan watched Chugu and Chen Imo harvest their superpowers heads easily like cutting leeks. More than half of the 30 superpowers were gone in an instant, and he was so angry that he vomited blood. If he knew that there was such a terrifying force behind the Yi family base, he would have planned more carefully, and would not leave any trace. Now he has caused trouble. Yuan Zixuan watched the elite forces die one by one at their hands. It is afraid that it will not be long before they will end up like the Yi family base. His face was gloomy, and he stared at Chugu with a vicious look in his eyes. Wah! Suddenly, a child cried loudly, and Chugu looked over. Seeing a 1-year-old child thrown into the air, she instinctively reached out to catch the child without thinking much, and the next second, her face changed drastically. Bang! The bomb tied to the child exploded, and Chugu was blown away instantly. She fell far away and slid out a bloody path. Chugu vomited several mouthfuls of blood, and she reached out to wipe the blood from her mouth, but found that both of her arms were blown off, and the broken ends were bleeding. His chest was also blown into a bloody mess, and his internal organs were also blown into a mess. The child just now was equivalent to a bomb. Chugu held him in his arms, which was equivalent to holding a bomb in his arms. The power can be imagined. He was worse than an animal, using a child as bait. Chugu staggered, his bloodshot eyes were horrified, and the blood flowing on the ground seemed to have life, drilling out thousands of red threads, and quickly went to Yuan Zixuan along the ground. Yuan Zixuan had never seen such a weird thing before, and his face turned pale with fear, and he retreated desperately. "Ah! Don't come over, don't come over." A few strands of red silk wrapped around his feet. He was so scared that he reached out to pull them, but the red silk got stuck in his palm. Ah! The piercing pain made him scream, and more red silk took the opportunity to get into his mouth and into his body along his throat. His eyeballs bulged, and a huge fear enveloped him. He grabbed the red silk in his mouth with both hands, trying to pull them out. He kept pulling and pulling, pulling out intestines, liver, kidneys, and hollowing out his body. Finally, his mouth opened wide and spit out a heart. "Pull it out, pull it out." He kept vomiting blood, his chin was bloody, and his clothes were soaked with blood. The horrible and weird scene made everyone's scalp numb, their hands and feet cold, and many people vomited directly. The head of the base came out and saw his son fell down covered in blood, and he ran over. Xianer. Seeing that his son was dead, he shouted heartbreakingly, "Blow them up for me, blow them up for me." The red thread came out of Yuan Zixuan's body, wrapped around the feet of the extremely angry base commander, and quickly went up. "Ah! What the hell is that?" The base commander was terrified and kept slapping the red thread that was climbing up, but the red thread swallowed him up in an instant. "Ah!" Everyone was scared and broke into a cold sweat. "Quick! Blow up that monster! Blow her up!" The bomb packs were thrown out continuously, making a series of explosions. Bang! Bang! It was no longer possible to distinguish between the enemy and us, and the broken limbs and arms that were blown away kept scattered on the ground. Mutants exploded into pulp one after another. Chinimo was also blown away. He spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood and climbed up, holding his head and approaching Chugu in the explosion. Chugu was still killing non-stop, and corpses paved the way wherever he went. "Let's go, hurry up and leave with me, it's too dangerous." Chinimo was about to pull Chugu away, but he pulled nothing. He saw Chuji's remains, his hand paused slightly, then he put his arm around her shoulders without hesitation, and was about to take her away. At this time, a bomb was thrown at the feet of the two. Bang! The explosion was deafening. After calm, Chugu and Chinimo disappeared. Wayuro, who had been hiding in the corner, saw Chugu being blown up, and a sneer suddenly appeared on her lips. What a pity, she was blown to death like this. She really didn't expect that woman to be a monster. She should let Yunanyu see that the person he said he loved was actually a monster. Then, he would definitely kill her with his own hands. That would be much more interesting than what is happening now. Chapter 128. The White Tiger carried Yunanyu, and the other two, and finally entered the Sea City. After entering the Sea City, Yishiyu's uneasiness not only did not disappear, but also reached its peak. "Nanyu, I feel so uneasy. Maybe something happened at the base." Nanyu's eyes darkened and his face was solemn. "White Tiger, hurry up." Thinking that they were almost there, and could slow down, the White Tiger had to increase its speed. When they arrived at the destination, they had to ask their owner to give them chicken legs. Entering the city center, there was not a single zombie, and the streets were unusually quiet. The three of them smelled a strong smell of blood. They knew that it must be the death of many people to have such a strong smell of blood. Something big happened in High City. Nanyu directly took out a crystal core, and fed it into the mouth of the White Tiger. "Awuh!" The White Tiger immediately increased its speed several times. The closer to the Yi family base, the stronger the smell of blood. The Yi family siblings tightened their fists, and their faces were extremely ugly. 10 minutes later, the White Tiger stopped steadily at the entrance of the Yi family base. The entrance of the Yi family base, which was usually heavily guarded, was now littered with corpses, and blood dyed the walls red. Yishiyu's legs immediately weakened, and she almost fell off the White Tiger's back. Zhou Yang reached out and hugged her in time. "Shiyu." He didn't know what to say, and any language was pale now. He knew that the Yi family base was the largest base in High City, because after the outbreak of the apocalypse, he paid special attention to High City, and knew that the Yi family had established a base. "I never thought that I would suffer such a devastating disaster today." Nanyu stood upright on the tiger's back, looking at the bloodbath base. His eyes were filled with madness, his hands were clenched into fists, and his knuckles were white. He jumped off the tiger's back and walked towards the Yi family base step by step. Every step he took was like a knife cutting his heart, and blood was dripping. Every corpse on the ground, there were guards who had devoted themselves to the base, superpowers, armed teams, and ordinary survivors, pregnant women, children, none of them were spared. Yi Nanyu clenched his fists tightly, and drops of blood fell from his fingers. Nanyu, my parents? Yi Shiyu's voice was trembling. She was weak all over, and had to be supported by Zhou Yang to walk. Yi Nanyu walked through most of the base with heavy steps, and came to the main house of the Yi family. At this time, it had collapsed into ruins. Yi Shiyu could no longer support herself, and sat on the ground, crying, "Ah! Why is it like this? It was fine before I left. Why did it become like this?" Yi Nanyu stood straight in front of the ruins, raised her head, and closed her wet eyes, and the blue sky with white clouds suddenly became dark clouds, lightning and thunder. Zhou Yang stood behind, looking at the sad Yi brothers and sisters. He did not go forward. "Nanyu Shiyu, is that you?" A bloody man crawled out from the corner. Yi Shiyu saw was Xiong'an and ran over. Uncle Hua, are you okay?" With Xiong'an held Yi Shiyu's hand. "I'm fine. You and Nanyu are finally back." The base. The voice choked and tears came down. "Uncle Hua, what happened? Why did the base become like this?" "It was the Hope base. It was the Hope base that did it. They slaughtered our entire base, not even sparing the children. They were so cruel. Even Yu Rou was snatched away by the prince of the Hope base." "My poor daughter?" Wu Xiong'an cried bitterly. "Uncle Hua, where are my parents?" Yi Shiyu asked this question with difficulty. Brother Yi asked Zhang Dong to take his sister-in-law away, but he failed. They killed Zhang Dong's sister-in-law, and then sent a dozen superpowers to encircle Brother Yi, saying that they would hang Brother Yi's body in the Hope base for public display. Brother Yi didn't want to be humiliated after death, so he hugged his sister-in-law's body. And exploded. Yi Shiyu's head went blank for a moment. Tears silently flowed down. Exploded. Yi Nanyu's pupil shrank, and his step staggered. Wu Xiong'an concealed the coldness in his eyes. He hoped that the base would cross the river and destroy the bridge, but he couldn't count on it. Anyway, even the dogs in the Yi family base were dead. If he didn't say it, no one would know that he did it. He was still the elder of the siblings. Now that their parents were dead, he just had to play the role of an elder well, and they would be respectful to him. "Nanyu, Shiyu, Uncle Hua is useless. Uncle Hua failed to save your parents. I deserve to die. I really deserve to die." Wu Xiong'an kept hitting his head with his hands. Yi Shiyu stopped him. "Uncle Hua, don't do this. This is none of your business." Wu Xiong'an had a hint of pride in his eyes. Young people are easy to deceive. He glanced at Yi Nanyu, and found that Yi Nanyu was looking at him with a gloomy face. He immediately shuddered, and lowered his head. His expression was slightly distorted. He was indeed a traitor. So what if he was suspected? As long as he couldn't produce evidence, he couldn't do anything to him. Hope base, very good. Yi Nanyu's eyebrows were full of gloom, and his voice was extremely cruel. He stretched out his hand, and a blue strange fire ignited in his palm, and sent it to the sky above the base, and it exploded in the sky above the base, and the light blue light enveloped the entire base. The next second, a strange crackling sound was heard all around, similar to the sound of stiff joints. Wu Xiong'an looked around, and suddenly widened his eyes in horror. The corpses on the ground actually stood up in unison. The cold air immediately jumped from his feet to his head, and he broke out in a cold sweat. "Ghost! Ghost! There is a ghost!" His lips and teeth were trembling. Bang! There was a sound coming from the place that collapsed into ruins, and Wu Xiong'an turned his head suddenly. Then his breathing tightened, and his pupils trembled because of extreme fear. I saw Zhang Dong crawling out of the ruins bit by bit, covered in blood. His face was blue-gray, his eyebrows were full of death, and his eyes staring at him were flashing with a strange light. Chapter 129. Wu Xiong'an was shivering, and his whole body was like being fished out of the water, and his clothes were soaked with cold sweat. He had never seen such a weird scene. These people were obviously dead, but they could still get up. "Nanyu, parents." Yi Shiyu held his brother's hand tightly, looking at him hopefully. Yi Nanyu's eyes were full of pain. He opened his mouth, wanted to say something, but in the end, he said nothing, just shook his head. Yi Shiyu's tears flowed again. "What's going on? Nanyu, what's going on?" Wu Xiong'an shouted in panic. "Zhang Dong." Yi Nanyu's sinister voice sounded. Zhang Dong, who had crawled out of the ruins, walked over. The wound on his neck was so deep that the bone could be seen, and it was bleeding. With his gray dead face, it was very scary. "Young base commander." Zhang Dong bowed his head respectfully. Wu Xiong'an heard that the dead Zhang Dong was alive again and spoke. He immediately widened his eyes in fear, and then thought of something, and suddenly became excited. "Kill it quickly, it's a monster now, it's a monster, kill it quickly." Yi Nanyu shot a sharp gaze at him. Hui Xiongnan shrank his shoulders and shut up. Tell me clearly, what's going on? Zhang Dong looked at the old man Hui Xiongnan with poisonous eyes. It's him. He colluded with the Hope base to slaughter our Yi family base. Yi Shiyu's pupils trembled, and he looked at Hui Xiongnan fiercely, his clenched fists trembling slightly. Hui Xiongnan saw that the matter was about to be exposed, and he got up from the ground in a hurry. Nanyu, Shiyu, you must not listen to this monster. It must be instructed by someone to say this. It is trying to sow discord. It has no good intentions. Go on. Yi Nanyu's fierce voice rose. Zhang Dong continued. He put laxatives in the food at the base. When everyone was vomiting and diarrhea, listless and careless, he actually opened the back door of the base and let those bastards from the Hope base in, causing the entire Yi family base to be massacred and more than 40 superpowers to be killed. Yi Nanyu's eyes were filled with huge waves of anger. Hui Xiongnan, you deserve to die. Hui Xiongnan was so scared that his face turned pale, and he kept backing away. Nanyu, it's nonsense. It's not true. Uncle Hua and your father have been friends for decades. How could he hurt him? Ah. Yi Nanyu clamped Hui Xiongnan's neck with one sharp claw, and his perfect facial lines were sinister and terrifying. Hui Xiongnan, you are so bold. Hui Xiongnan was clamped by the neck, his legs were hanging in the air, and his face was red because of suffocation. His feet kept struggling, and his hands were trying hard to pry open the big hand like an iron clamp. Just when he thought he was going to die, Yi Nanyu shook him off. He fell to the ground, opened his mouth and breathed hard. The air rushed into his lungs, and he coughed like a storm, and his vocal cords were hoarse and painful. Ahem. Death is too easy for you. You will spend the next few days in torment and pain. I will make you regret coming to this world. Yi Nanyu's eyes were like ice, without a trace of warmth, and his cold and vicious voice was like a demon from hell. Hui Xiongnan was terrified, with endless fear. His legs kept shaking, and a pool of yellow liquid flowed down his trouser legs. The smell of urine spread. Young base commander. More than 40 superpowers had all transformed into mutants at this time, standing in front of Yi Nanyu, respectfully bowing their heads and waiting for his instructions. Destroy the Hope base. Yes. Yi Nanyu and the other two jumped onto the back of the white tiger, and the ruthless roadrunner began to work again. The white tiger rushed towards the Hope base at lightning speed, followed by more than 40 mutants. At this time, the Hope base did not know that danger was about to come again. They had just annihilated all the mutants, and they also suffered heavy casualties in this battle. Only 7 or 8 of the more than 30 mutants were left, and nearly 30 were all dead. The elite troops of the armed team were basically torn to pieces, and bitten to death by the mutants. In short, this battle destroyed 90% of the elite forces of the Hope base, and the remaining 10% became remnants. Even the base commander and the prince died. After bloodbathing the Yi family base, they didn't expect the revenge to come so quickly and so fiercely. The deputy base commander looked at the base full of broken arms and debris, and the devastated base, with a cold light in his eyes. It's better for the two idiots, the Yuan family father and son, to die, because the undead base will be destroyed in their hands one day. Now the Yi family base has declined, and I hope that the base will reach the peak under his leadership and become the strongest base in High City. It's bad, it's bad. The deputy base commander glared at the panicked people. What's the matter? There is a white tiger with a group of mutants at the door attacking our base. What did you say? The deputy base commander's face changed drastically. He just killed a group, and another one comes? Swoosh. Bang. A white afterimage stopped, and a huge white tiger with a fierce momentum appeared in front of everyone. Roar. The white tiger roared in protest, and everyone immediately covered their ears hurt. 3 people jumped down from the tiger's back, and when they saw the handsome man in the front, everyone gasped. Isn't this the young base commander of the Yi family base? But didn't the trackable superpower say that he was in Rongqing? There are thousands of kilometers between them, and it's impossible to get back so quickly by rocket. He appeared here. Did he already know that the Hope base slaughtered the Yi family base? So now he came to seek revenge on their base. When they saw more than 40 mutants quickly gathering behind Yi Nanyu, everyone's eyes widened in horror, as if they had seen a ghost. They were very familiar with those mutants, the more than 40 Yi family superpowers they had killed. They had clearly been killed by them, their crystal cores dug out, dead as hell, but now they had all turned into mutants. Seeing such a weird scene, everyone was trembling with fear. Without the battle just now, perhaps they could still fight, but now some were dead and some were injured. What could they do to fight with others? Yi Nanyu and his men stood in the pile of corpses, and saw the bodies of the Hope Base commander and the prince, as well as the blood and broken limbs all over the ground. They were shocked. Before they came, they thought they would see the Hope Base happily celebrating the massacre of their Yi family base, but they never expected to see such a scene. Seeing this tragic situation, it was comparable to the Yi family base. The deputy base commander was under great pressure, and cold sweat slid down his forehead. He swallowed and said, "Young base commander, you also saw that the massacre of your Yi family base was the idea of the Yuan family father and son. Now they are all dead, including the elite superpowers of our base, who were almost killed by your people just now. Why do you have to kill them all?" "My people?" Yi Nanyu frowned slightly. Chapter 130. Just now, a beautiful woman led a group of mutants to attack our base. She specifically came to avenge the Yi family base. The deputy base commander said. Yi Nanyu was shocked. It turned out that the faint breath of Chugu he felt just now was real. He thought he missed her too much. "Nanyu, do you know who it is?" Yi Shiyu asked. "It was Chugu. It was Chugu who helped us get revenge." Yi Shiyu and Zhou Yang were shocked. The person they had been looking for actually arrived in Haisha earlier than them. Yi Nanyu glanced around and saw the various mutant corpses on the ground. He tightened his hands and looked at the deputy base commander with a sharp gaze. "Where is she?" When the deputy base commander saw Yi Nanyu like this, the cold sweat on his forehead flowed even more happily. He was sure that if he said that the woman was blown to pieces, then his death would also come. "Tell me, where is she?" Yi Nanyu's terrifying voice made the deputy base commander shudder. She. Just then, a person covered in blood fell out. Bang! Yi Nanyu saw it and ran over like crazy. Chugu, Yi Shiyu and Zhou Yang also ran over. The deputy base commander and his men looked terrified again. Wasn't she killed by the explosion? Even if she wasn't killed by the explosion, her hands were clearly blown off and her chest was blown into a bloody mess. But now she is covered in blood, but her hands are still fine and her chest looks fine too. What kind of monster is this? Not only did the bomb not kill her, but it also healed her. Yi Nanyu ran over and took Chugu, who was covered in blood, into his arms. "Chugu, are you okay? How are you?" "Yi." Cough cough. Chugu opened his mouth to say something and coughed out a mouthful of blood. "Xiaogu, don't talk yet. You are seriously injured." Zhou Yang looked worried. "Blood, just drink the blood." Yi Nanyu was so anxious that he was about to cut his wrists, but was stopped by Yi Shiyu. "What are you doing? You are not a human being now. You forgot." Chu Ji's body shook, and something flashed across his eyes. Yi Nanyu was used to it, and was too anxious. He forgot that he was not a human now. He looked at the space ring on Chu Ji's finger. "Chugu, is there any blood bag in the space ring? Take it out and drink it. It will be fine after drinking it." Chugu shook his head. "Then I get some now." Zhou Yang went to get blood after saying that. It was not troublesome to get blood, because there were many superpowers lying on the ground. "Find a cup and fill it with blood. Xiaogu, drink it quickly." Zhou Yang handed the blood over, but Chugu was reluctant to take it. "I feed her." Yi Nanyu took the cup and handed it to Chu Ji's lips. "Drink slowly." Chugu opened her mouth and took only a small sip, then pushed the cup away and spit it out. "You?" Yi Nanyu quickly put down the cup and patted her back. "Chugu, what's wrong with you? Don't you like the taste of this blood? I asked Zhou Yang to find you some more." "No need, I'm fine," Chugu said weakly. "But your injury, you need to drink blood to heal." Yi Nanyu frowned slightly. Wasn't she the most positive about blood before? "I'm really fine." Chugu shook his head with a pale face. "Chugu, did the bastard who took you away do something to you? Is he still imprisoning your superpowers?" Yi Shiyu said angrily. Chugu narrowed his eyes. "Yes, he imprisoned my superpowers." Yi Nanyu's eyes were filled with madness. "Where is he? I will avenge you. He captured me, and then something happened. I escaped. I came to High City, and happened to see the Yi family base being massacred, so I came to Hope Base to avenge you. Yi Nanyu, I'm sorry I couldn't kill them all. I won't let go of anyone who hurt you." Yi Nanyu handed Chugu to his sister. "Wait for me, I be quick." Yi Nanyu, be careful." Yi Nanyu nodded, stood up, and looked at everyone in Hope Base with a fierce look. Everyone's breathing tightened, and they felt as if they had seen the King of Hell. "Young base commander, leave a way out for them. Why kill them all?" The deputy base commander said with a gloomy face. "Leave a way out for them. Haha, I'm really sorry, I'm not a human." Yi Nanyu's blue eyes lit up, and he gave a cold order. "Kill, don't spare a single one." More than 40 mutants, who were quietly waiting behind him, attacked together. The people in the Hope base, who had already experienced a battle, had no ability to resist at all. For a moment, screams resounded over the Hope base again. Torn bodies fell one after another, broken limbs flew everywhere, blood and flesh splashed on the ground and white walls. The deputy base commander looked at everything in front of him with a pale face. He never thought that slaughtering the Yi family base would also destroy the Hope base. As the people around him fell one by one, only the deputy base commander was left struggling to hold on. "Forgive me, I will surrender to you. Die." Yi Nanyu waved his hand, and a strong pressure rushed over. The deputy base commander only felt a terrifying force of destruction rushing towards him, and then his body could not bear it, and exploded with a bang. Blood mist flew. Chu Gu looked at Yi Nanyu's tall back, his eyes sparkling, and his mouth curled slightly. At this point, all the forces of the Hope base were destroyed, leaving only some ordinary survivors in fear. They knelt on the ground and trembled, begging for mercy. "Please let us go, we know nothing. We are innocent, the massacre of the base has nothing to do with us, please let us go. I have never done anything that is against the law. I still have an 80-year-old mother to take care of. I don't want to die. I also have a wife and children to take care of. Please let us go." There were cries and begging for mercy. Zhang Dong and the others stood quietly, waiting for Yi Nanyu's instructions. Yi Nanyu's eyes swept over the survivors, who were kneeling and crying for mercy. He said lightly, "Let them go." "Yes." The mutants retreated. "Thank you. Thank you." The survivors immediately got up and ran away from this hellish base. After a while, the base became quiet again. Yi Nanyu walked towards Chu Gu and held her horizontally. His fingers trembled slightly, and a sense of strangeness slipped through his heart. He frowned slightly, and looked at Chu Gu in his arms. "What's wrong?" Yi Nanyu looked at her in confusion for a while, then shook his head. "Nothing, let's go home." "Okay." Chu Ji's mouth curled up a smile. He put Chu Gu on the back of the white tiger that had eaten a full meal, but the docile white tiger shook Chu Gu off for some reason. White tiger. Yi Nanyu was full of threats. The white tiger shook its fur, and lowered its head. Yi Nanyu put Chu Gu on the white tiger's back again, but the white tiger shook her off again. This time, it ran away because it was afraid of being scolded by its master. Yi Nanyu saw the white tiger running away, and couldn't do anything about it. "I carry you home." Yi Nanyu had just walked 2 steps with Chu Gu in his arms, when he suddenly stepped on something that hurt his feet. He moved his feet, and saw something crawling on the ground, and his pupils suddenly trembled. A tender white broken finger was moving on the ground. On the broken finger was a vintage black and gold ring, exuding a sense of aristocratic mystery. Chapter 131. In the dim room, a figure sat on the boss chair, with his slender fingers crossed. His blue icy eyes kept looking at a broken finger on the table, which was wearing a black and gold retro ring, and the broken finger was moving. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. "Come in." Yi Nanyu's voice was cold, and he put away the moving broken finger on the table. The door opened, and Chu Gu walked in. Yi Nanyu's eyes swept over the black and gold retro ring on her hand, and his eyes became even colder. "Yi Nanyu, why have you been locked in the room since you came back? You haven't taken me to visit the Yi family base yet?" Chu Gu came over. She wanted to sit on Yi Nanyu's lap intimately, but Yi Nanyu stood up. "Aren't you going to visit?" "Let's go," he said, and walked towards the door first. Chu Gu looked at Yi Nanyu's back and followed him happily. When they were at the Hope base, he suddenly let go of her and made her fall to the ground. Then he actually left her alone and went back to the Yi family base. She was still sad for a while. Now it seems that he may just be still not recovered from the death of his parents. He still cares about her. Chu Gu curled her lips slightly and followed Yi Nanyu's footsteps. 10 minutes later, Chu Gu followed Yi Nanyu to a dark cell. The further she walked, the more frightened she felt. "Yi Nanyu, why did you bring me here? You don't want to visit, I'm taking you on a tour now." "I don't want to visit anymore, let's go back." Chu Gu wanted to pull Yi Nanyu's hand, but he dodged her. "Since we're here, let's watch a good show before we leave." Yi Nanyu's mouth curled up a sneer, and continued to walk in. Chu Gu bit her lower lip, and continued to walk in with Yi Nanyu. The deeper they went, the stronger the smell of blood became. When she walked to the innermost part, and saw the scene in front of her, she widened her eyes, and screamed in fear. "Ah!" Yi Nanyu's cold eyes swept over with Xiong'an in the transparent glass tank. His head was outside, and his whole body was in the glass tank. The glass tank was full of ants, and the ants were gnawing at his skin and flesh. The ants were small, so the gnawing speed was not fast. But the process was extremely painful and itchy, and this torture was extremely long, and I couldn't die even if I wanted to. Hui Xiong'an's old face was twisted, and he kept screaming. He saw ants eating him with his own eyes, but he couldn't do anything. He was tortured both physically and mentally. Uncle Hui, I came to see you. Are you comfortable here? Hui Xiong'an opened his eyes immediately when he heard Yi Nanyu's voice, and his face was hideous and terrifying. Yi Nanyu, I am your elder, how dare you do this to me? Let me go, do you hear me? Let me go quickly. Yi Nanyu sneered. Hui Xiong'an, calling you Uncle Hui, you really take yourself too seriously, but don't worry, I won't be angry, you see I brought a guest to see you today. Hui Xiong'an looked at Chu Gu, who was trembling with an ugly face behind Yi Nanyu, and didn't understand what Yi Nanyu meant by the guest. Chu Gu, when did you become so timid? Yi Nanyu raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Yi Nanyu, I'm not feeling well, let's go back. Chu Gu said with an extremely pale face. Oh, you won't save him? I thought you asked me to let him go. Chu Gu. Oh no, Hui Yuro was shocked and looked up at Yi Nanyu in panic. Did he see anything? She denied it in just 1 second. It was impossible. Her clone ability, whether it was appearance, breath, or behavior, was restored 1-to-1. Even if the real person stood next to her, others would not be able to tell. Hui Yuro calmed down. He must be testing her, she said with a cold look in her eyes. Hui Xiong'an betrayed the Yi family base and killed your parents. Your enemy is my enemy. He deserves to die and does not deserve sympathy. Pooh. Hui Xiong'an spat at Hui Yuro. You vicious woman, why didn't I kill you when I attacked the Hope base? Yi Nanyu, you have such a vision. Obviously, my daughter Yuro is 100 times kinder, prettier, and more considerate than her. You are really blind. Hui Yuro clenched her fists suddenly. When Yi Nanyu heard Hui Xiong'an cursing Chu Gu, his eyes darkened and his voice became extremely cruel. Your so-called good daughter wants you dead. I'm lying. How could my daughter want me dead? My daughter is usually the most considerate and filial. If you hadn't hurt her heart, how could I have colluded with outsiders to slaughter the Yi family base? Chu Gu, since you said my enemy is your enemy, then help me kill him. Hui Yuro's pupils trembled slightly. She opened her mouth and said with difficulty, Okay. Hui Xiong'an laughed wildly and said, come on, kill me, give me a quick death, I don't want to live anyway. Hui Yuro's eyes flashed with grief, and she walked towards her father step by step. Yi Nanyu was testing her, and as long as she passed the test, he would love her more in the future. Besides, her father was being tortured, and instead of dying in torture, it would be better for her, as a daughter, to give him a quick death. Hui Yuro comforted herself in her heart, and she walked in front of her father, who was being bitten by ants. She raised the dagger in her hand with trembling hands, closed her eyes, and opened them again with a firm look. Yes, she was just helping her father get rid of the pain, and she did nothing wrong. She stabbed the dagger in her hand. Hui Xiong'an's pupils flickered, and he actually saw the shadow of Yuro in the vicious woman in front of him for a moment. He missed his daughter so much that he had hallucinations. How could this vicious woman compare with his kind daughter? At this moment, the vicious woman in front of him suddenly became his daughter, and he suddenly widened his eyes. Yuro. The dagger pierced his neck, and blood sprayed on his face. His bloodshot eyes bulged, staring at his daughter in front of him. You? A beast. He never thought that he would die at the hands of his own daughter. Hui Yuro's cloning ability failed, and she suddenly returned to her original appearance. She let go of the dagger in a panic. I'm relieving your pain, I'm not wrong. Hui Xiong'an looked at Yi Nanyu with his bloodshot eyes, full of hatred, wishing to tear his bones and skin off, drink his blood and eat his flesh. Let his daughter kill him, this traitor has such a vicious heart. Hui Xiong'an's eyeballs exploded, he spat out blood, and was so angry that he died. He died with his eyes wide open, and he died with his eyes open. A cold light flashed across Yi Nanyu's eyes. Hui Yuro saw her father dead and fell to the ground, muttering, I'm not wrong, I'm not wrong. Suddenly, she looked at Yi Nanyu and crawled towards him like a dog. Brother Nanyu, I helped you kill my dad. In this world, you now know who loves you the most. Yi Nanyu looked at Hui Yuro on the ground with disgust, and said coldly, where is she? Hui Yuro became excited. Can't you see my sincerity? Can't you feel my sincerity? Why do you still ask her? I ask again, where is she? Hui Yuro tightened her hands, and her eyes were crazy. You really want to know where she is? Okay, I tell you, she's dead. She was killed by a bomb, and she was blown into a pulp. Ha ha ha. That bitch was blown to death. Yi Nanyu's eyes instantly turned horrible. He waved his hand, and rushed over with a terrifying pressure. Bang! Huiyuro instantly exploded into a pool of blood mist. Yi Nanyu's whole body was like ice, exuding a bone-chilling coldness. He took out the moving broken finger from his pocket, and the ice on his body instantly disintegrated. He would definitely find her. Chapter 132. Hello, is this 110? Come quickly, there seems to be a body here. Both hands are missing, bloody and mangled. Chu Ji's head buzzed, and she suddenly opened her eyes. Where is this? She was a little unresponsive for a moment. She only remembered that Shinemo held her shoulders, and was about to leave. A bomb was thrown at their feet. At the moment of the explosion, she felt a suction force sucking her in. She sat up suddenly. It must be Shinmo's space tunnel that sucked her into the space tunnel at the critical moment. At this time, Chugu heard a strange voice. She looked over and saw a man with a slightly bent back. His ear was close to the phone, and he was talking on the phone with a trembling voice. Uncle Police, please come quickly. There is really a body. What? I killed it. No, I didn't kill it. I saw it when I was fishing. It was under the overpass. Please come quickly. What? Advise me to turn myself in. I have already said that I didn't kill the person. Chugu? ? Is she dreaming again? Chugu wanted to twist her thigh, but found that her hand was gone, and the broken part was still bleeding, and her chest was also bloody. Her eyes widened in shock. No, this was not a dream. This was her real body. Then where is this? Chugu looked around. There was a river in front of her. She was sitting by the river. There seemed to be a bridge above her head. She could hear the sound of car horns. Yes, it's under the overpass in Jing'an district. Come quickly, I wait for you here. After the call ended, the man took a few deep breaths and turned around slowly with his stiff body. As a result, he saw that the body lying on the ground was gone, and he immediately ran over. Hey, where is the body? Seeing the blood on the ground proved that he was not dazzled just now. The body was clearly lying here just now. How could it disappear in the time it took to make a phone call? The next second, he suddenly thought of something. His back felt cold, and he stumbled to pick up the fishing rod and the bucket and ran away like crazy. Ah! There is a ghost. The man didn't see that the blood on the ground evaporated and merged into the air. At this time, Chugu was wrapped in a tattered sheet, with only a pair of eyes exposed as he walked on the street. The passers-by avoided him, and many turned their heads to look at this strange beggar. Chu Ji's eyes rolled around, looking at this strange yet familiar city. The streets were no longer filled with stiff zombies, but with all kinds of pedestrians. The roads were no longer blocked by all kinds of abandoned and rusty vehicles, but all kinds of cars obeyed traffic rules and drove to their respective destinations in an orderly manner. The shops on both sides of the street are no longer in a shabby and messy state, but are running various businesses, with customers coming and going. Chugu is like a bumpkin entering the city, curiously watching everything. This is Rongqing. She has lived here for more than 20 years, and she is very familiar with every plant and tree here. The one in front, please wait a moment. A familiar female voice sounded. Chugu stopped, turned her head, and saw a girl jogging towards her. Her pupils suddenly trembled when she saw an identical self. What kind of feeling was this? That's right. The girl who ran over looked exactly like her. No, to be more precise, it was Chugu who had not experienced the end of the world. She was still not violent, and there was still emotion flowing in her eyes. Her face was full of collagen, her complexion was rosy, and she was beautiful. Chugu felt a sense of panic inexplicably, and she vaguely felt that something was destined. Chugu, holding a book, ran to the wandering person wrapped in a bed sheet, panting, and was stunned when she saw the other person's beautiful eyebrows and eyes. Unexpectedly, she felt a sense of familiarity. But she didn't think much about it, just a little sighed that such a beautiful person, how could she become like this, must have suffered a blow. What a pity. She held a black plastic bag in her hand, and handed it to the homeless woman. Well, take this, there are a few packs of sanitary napkins in it. I think you seem to have your period. Then Chugu saw that the homeless woman seemed to be frightened by something, and her pupils were trembling. She thought she scared the other party. After all, these people have suffered a blow, and their minds are generally more sensitive. She whispered, well, I don't mean anything else. I saw blood dripping on the road when you walked. I think you must have your period. Take this. Chugu turned back suddenly, and saw bloodstains on the road she walked. People coming and going did not pay attention to their feet. Countless pairs of shoes stepped on them, and the blood stuck to the soles of the shoes, and was carried to various places. Chugu was greatly shocked at this time. She seemed to understand something and fled like crazy. Chugu, who was holding a book, was still holding a black plastic bag in her hand. She stood there and watched the homeless woman suddenly run away like crazy. She did not notice that the bloodstains on the edge of her shoes turned into a few strands of red silk and wrapped around her ankles. People, everywhere is full of people. Chugu wanted to escape. She kept running. She wanted to escape from here. She wanted to shout. She collapsed. She didn't know why it was like this, why she came here. It turned out that the beautiful, menstruating homeless woman in her memory was herself. No, to be precise, her future self. She could not have imagined that it was she who brought the zombie virus to this world. In the end times, she came to this virus-free world inexplicably through Chinmo's space tunnel, and spread the zombie virus. She has evolved countless times, and the zombie virus has become extremely fierce. For these ordinary people, just inhaling the zombie virus in the air is enough to turn them into zombies. It turns out that the previous ones were not dreams. She really went back to the past, but the previous few times only her consciousness went back to the past, so she always thought it was a dream. This time, even her body came with her. She was completely powerless to stop the zombie virus from spreading in the air, because she was the source of the virus. She seemed to be escaping from something, running away from the crowd. She ran into a deserted construction site and hid in a reinforced concrete building. She screamed madly, "Chinemo, you damn fox, take me back, I'm going crazy, Chinemo, do you hear me, take me back." Her voice was echoing. Chapter 133. Ahem, puff! Chinemo spat out a mouthful of blood. He was lying on the ground. His clothes on his back were burned off. His entire back was bloody and bleeding. At the moment of the explosion, he used all his powers to forcefully open the space tunnel. He pushed Chugu in, but he was a step slower and his back was hit by the fire dragon produced by the bomb. Chinemo endured the severe pain in his body and trembled to get up. It was just such a simple action that made him spit out 2 more mouthfuls of blood. He could feel that all organs in his body had been damaged to varying degrees by the explosion. If he was not a superpower and his physical fitness was stronger than that of an ordinary person, this wave would probably be enough to kill him on the spot. With such serious injuries, he felt that he was almost dead now. Chinemo looked at the river in front of him. He was standing on the river bank at this time, with a bridge above his head. From time to time, zombies fell from the bridge, fell into the turbulent river, and were washed away. The energy of the bomb disrupted the magnetic field of the space tunnel, and he didn't know where he was. Oh, Chugu. Chinemo looked around anxiously, but didn't see Chugu. There was only one opening to the space tunnel, so the two of them would appear in the same place. He was here, and Chugu must be here too. Chugu, Chugu. He looked around, but he couldn't find Chugu after searching the river bank. Chinemo looked at the turbulent river and was shocked. Could it be that Chugu fell into the river and was washed away by the river? The more he thought it was possible, he followed the direction where the zombies fell into the river and drifted away. Just downstream, there was a garbage interception net, and the zombies were caught by the net as they floated in the water like dumplings. There was no sign of Chugu. Chinmo's heart sank. There was only one way. Chugu did not come out of the space tunnel. No, the exit of the space tunnel had been closed. If someone did not come out of the space tunnel, it would not be closed. Chugu came out slowly the first 2 times, and the space tunnel was always open. Now it is closed, which means that Chugu has come out of the space tunnel. Then where did she go? Chinemo mobilized his body's superpowers, and wanted to open the space tunnel again. But his superpowers had been exhausted, and his severely injured body could no longer bear to open the space tunnel again. He spit out a mouthful of blood, then staggered and fell down. In a reinforced concrete building. "Sister, this is for you." A yellow-haired, sallow-faced, skinny little girl of 4 or 5 years old handed half a steamed bun to Chugu, who was wrapped in a sheet. She and her grandmother lived in a container behind the abandoned construction site. When her grandmother went to collect waste, she would play by herself at the construction site. The construction site was her playground. Just a few days ago, she found someone coming to the construction site. She was so happy that she finally had a friend. But this new friend was a little fierce. Chugu looked at the little girl in front of him and cursed angrily. "Get out of here! Didn't I tell you not to come again? Go back to your home quickly. If you dare to come again, I will kill you." The little girl shrank back. She put half a steamed bun in front of Chugu, and then ran away in fear. Chugu looked at the pile of things on the ground. There were small packages of biscuits, a bag of QQ candy, some leftover Coke, an old yo-yo, and a shuttlecock with only 2 hairs. These things were brought by the little girl in the past few days. Chugu would scold her severely every time, but she would still come to give her things with a happy face the next day. The little girl didn't know what kind of terrifying existence she was, but she knew. Chugu felt powerless. She huddled in the corner, her face buried in her knees. It had been a week since she came here, and she hadn't been anywhere in this week, living in the dark like a rat in a sewer. She went crazy a few days ago. She yelled and asked Chinemo to take her back, but there was only echo. Now she gave up, letting herself stink and rot in this corner. She hadn't eaten once in this week, although after the last purification of the snake gall, she would not be manic if she didn't eat flesh and blood. But without eating flesh and blood, her wounds never healed, and her body began to rot. She didn't know if she could go back. If she couldn't, she might end up rotting into a skeleton in this corner. At this time, the little girl who had just run away ran in crying. "Ah! Sister, my grandma is being crushed by something. I can't move it. Please save my grandma. Go outside and ask the adults passing by for help. Go quickly," Chugu said hoarsely. The little girl cried and said, "I went to look for her, but no one passed by after waiting for a long time. I had no choice but to run back to find my sister. Sister, can you help me save my grandma? This is an abandoned construction site, located in a remote area. Usually, few people pass by here. That's why Chugu hid here." The little girl was still crying. She was very anxious. "I can't move it. Grandma is being crushed. I used a lot of strength but couldn't move it. Sister, please go and save my grandma. My grandma is about to be crushed to death." Chugu frowned, and the feeling of powerlessness returned. She didn't know whether she should go or not. If she went, even if she saved her grandmother, they might be infected with the virus because of her. She didn't know whether this was considered saving or harming them. The little girl couldn't wait to cry when she saw Chugu didn't move. "Ah, Grandma." Chugu looked at her stumbling little figure, and struggle and pain flashed in his eyes. The little girl cried and ran back to the place where her grandmother was pressed. She tried to move the heavy wooden board pressing her grandmother with her two small hands, but she was too small and couldn't move the wooden board weighing dozens of kilograms. "Ah, Grandma, please don't die. Please don't leave little Apple behind, woo-woo." The little girl kept crying. At this time, someone came over. The little girl turned her head and saw that it was Chugu. She cried and shouted, "Sister, please save my grandma." Chugu hooked the heavy wooden board with her feet, and then her legs burst out with strength, lifting the whole board, revealing the little girl's 60-year-old grandma who was pressed underneath. "Grandma, Grandma, wake up, Grandma." The little girl rushed to the side of the fainted grandma and kept calling. Chugu glanced at the little girl's grandmother and saw her chest rise and fall. She didn't dare to delay and turned away. She returned to the reinforced concrete building and shrank back into the corner. 2 days later, the little girl came again, and this time she brought her grandmother. "Don't come over, get out of here," Chugu shouted loudly. The little girl stopped walking, holding her grandmother's hand, and didn't move forward. The girl's grandmother looked at Chugu in the corner, and was not scared by her strange decorations, nor was she angry at her unreasonable behavior. "Girl, I heard from my granddaughter that you saved me. I don't have anything good to repay you. Here are some papayas I planted. They taste sweet. Try them. Go away. Don't come here again with your granddaughter. Otherwise, I will be rude to you." Chuji's tone was bad and fierce. The girl's grandmother put down the papayas she was holding and left silently with the little girl. The little girl looked back at Chugu in the corner frequently. "Grandma, why does she stay there alone every day?" Grandma sighed. "She's also a poor child. Grandma, can I still play with her in the future? She's so fierce. Isn't little Apple afraid?" "No, she only scolds me verbally every time, and never hurts little Apple, and she saved Grandma. She's a good person." Grandma touched little Apple's head, her eyes curved. "Good child." Chapter 134. "Sister, these are the dumplings made by my grandma. She asked me to bring some to you." "Sister, my grandma bought me jelly. It was the first time I ate jelly. It was smooth and sweet. I felt it was the most delicious thing I had ever eaten. Grandma also bought your portion and asked me to give it to you." "Sister, my grandma picked up a lot of waste today and sold a lot of money. She said she would save it to pay my tuition and send me to school." Sister, look, I caught a lot of beautiful butterflies. I'd put them in a bottle so that when I go to school, you won't be alone with them. Sister, look at the school bag my grandma bought for me. Is it pretty? I'm going to school tomorrow. I heard there will be many children in school. Do you think anyone would be willing to make friends with me? Sister, I'm done with school. I made a good friend at school today. I'm so happy. A month has passed since that day. Chugu still huddles in the corner and doesn't go anywhere. The little girl comes to see Chugu every day. Chugu doesn't let her get close, so she stands far away. Sometimes she comes to give things, and sometimes she comes to share what happened today with Chugu. Even though Chugu hadn't said a word to her, the little girl was still enthusiastic. That day, the little girl came again, but she was a little depressed. Sister, Grandma won't let me go to school. She said that many people outside have high fevers for no reason. She was afraid that I would be infected, so she asked me to stay here for a while and not run around. Chuji's body trembled slightly, but he came after all. Seeing that the little girl was about to leave, Chugu, who hadn't spoken for a month, finally spoke. Little Apple, wait a minute. Little Apple turned around happily and looked at Chugu's sister. You finally talked to me, and you still remember my name. I'm so happy. Little Apple, during this period, ask your grandma not to go out to pick up waste, take the money to buy more rice and flour, and then you stay at home with grandma, don't run around, understand? Sister, why? Is there a monster outside? Little Apple asked innocently. Chugu paused, his eyelids drooped, covering up the complicated emotions inside. Yes, there are monsters, many monsters. Then I go back and tell grandma. Little Apple ran home. Chugu looked at the little figure running away, and suddenly felt that all his strength was drained out, and he leaned against the wall weakly. Yi family base. Nanyu, you said that the Chugu who came back with us was fake. Yi Shi was shocked. Zhou Yang was also unbelievable. How could it be fake? It was obviously Xiao Ge. I couldn't mistake her breath. That was Hui Yuro using the cloning ability, a one-to-one clone. She is actually a dual-system psychic. Yi Shi was surprised. Zhou Yang's face darkened. Where did the real Xiaoge go? Yi Nanyu stretched out his hand, and a broken finger was scratching his palm. Zhou Yang and Yi Shi both looked like they had seen a ghost. Is this Chugu? However, they all recognized the ring on the broken finger. It was the space ring that Yi Nanyu gave to Chugu. This is Xiaoge's finger. Yes. Yi Nanyu nodded. Then Xiaoge. Zhou Yang didn't say anything else. I went to the Hope base to look for her, but I didn't find her body. She should have just blown her hand off. She's fine, but her whereabouts are unknown now. Didn't you say that the tracking psychic can find Xiaoge's whereabouts? Then what are you waiting for? The tracking psychic had already fled when the Hope base was in trouble. I have sent people to investigate. As long as he is still in High City, he can't escape. Yi Nanyu's eyes darkened. The exit of High City. The tracking psychic, who was about to go to the Taoyuan, was surrounded by Zhang Dong and his group. The tracking psychic was called Jiang Tao, who was about 30 years old. His psychic ability had almost no attack power. Facing Zhang Dong and his group, he had no chance of winning. Everyone, although I am a psychic, I did not participate in the massacre of the Yi family base. I even advised them, but I was too young to speak, and they did not listen to me. Jiang Tao did not lie. He did persuade them. He had met the young base commander of the Yi family base once, and knew that the other party must be a fish in the pond. Even if he took advantage of the Yi family base's unpreparedness and captured the base, the young base commander would definitely not give up. But the Yuan family father and son thought that he was just a lightning power user and posed no threat. I didn't expect the retribution to come so quickly. Jiang Tao looked at Zhang Dong and his group and saw that they were obviously no longer human, and secretly sighed that the Yi family's young base commander was really capable. No wonder he could destroy the Hope base in an instant. Well, let me go this time. I'm really innocent. Jiang Tao clasped his hands together and begged. Zhang Dong looked indifferent. Our young base commander invites you. Jiang Tao's heart skipped a beat. You. Why did your young base commander invite me? Go ahead, tie him back. Jiang Tao screamed. Fuck! Didn't you, the young base commander, say please? Why are you tying me up? Let me go! The exit of High City returned to peace, as if nothing had happened. Yi family base. Ouch, it hurt so much. Jiang Tao was thrown to the ground roughly. Young base commander, please come back, the tracking mutant. Zhang Dong bowed his head and said respectfully. Please? How can this be a please? Brother, do you have any misunderstanding about please? Jiang Tao was tied up and struggling on the ground. Let him go. Yi Nanyu's cold voice sounded. Did you hear me? Let me go! Jiang Tao shouted at Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong's face was stiff, and he let Jiang Tao go. Jiang Tao stood up with his hands on his waist, grinning. When he met Yi Nanyu's terrifying eyes, he was respectful for a second. Young base commander, Why did you invite me here? Help me find someone. It's easy to find someone. There is no one in this world that I can't find. Do you have her things? As long as I know the breath, I can find it. Yi Nanyu showed him the broken finger in her hand. This is her finger. Jiang Tao's mouth twitched. This was the first time he encountered someone who came to find someone with body parts. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and saw the broken finger moving. He rubbed his eyes thinking he was dizzy. When he looked again, he saw the broken finger standing up strangely, and the nails tickled the palm of his hand. Fainted. He rolled his eyes and fainted. Zhang Dong caught his fallen body and ruthlessly carried him down with 2 big shots. Jiang Tao immediately jumped up. Who hit me? Who? Seeing the stiff dead, he immediately shut his mouth. If you find the person, I can spare your life. Jiang Tao immediately perked up. He didn't dare to look at the strange broken finger, just asked the young base commander to give me the ring. Yi Nanyu took the space ring off Chu Ji's broken finger and handed it to Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao took the ring and narrowed his eyes. What a domineering aura. He immediately closed his eyes and used his supernatural power to track this domineering aura. Time passed bit by bit. Jiang Tao's face became paler and paler, and a little cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Suddenly, he opened his eyes abruptly and spit out a mouthful of blood in a hurry puff. Chapter 135. Yi Nanyu's face changed slightly. What happened? Jiang Tao's blood was surging, his head was buzzing, and he shook his head vigorously. He was pale, his lips and chin were stained with blood, and his pupils were shaking. How could it be? How is it? Have you found her? Yi Nanyu's voice was anxious. I tracked her breath, and her breath suddenly stopped at the Hope base for some reason, and then when I tracked it again, it was in the past. Yi Nanyu was shocked. What do you mean? Zhou Yang and Yi Shi were also shocked. Jiang Tao's voice was trembling. That means she disappeared from the Hope base, and somehow returned to the past. Yi Nanyu and the other 2 suddenly had their pupils constricted, shocked as if Mars hit the Earth. Back to the past? How is that possible? Are you deliberately playing tricks on us? Yi Nanyu grabbed Jiang Tao's collar, with a face full of anger. Jiang Tao quickly raised his hands. Young base commander, if I lie, I will be struck by lightning. My tracking ability has never failed. Even if she is on Mars, I can find her. In the past, how is this possible? Yi Shi was full of disbelief. How can this be impossible? Isn't our ability the best proof? She may have the ability to travel through time and space. What's impossible about this? Jiang Tao was convincing them while convincing himself, because it was too explosive. Yi Nanyu let go of Jiang Tao's collar, with complex emotions surging in his eyes. Then where did she go back to in the past? In Rongqing, where she is now is the day before the apocalypse on June 18th. Yi Nanyu's body shook, and his heart felt like it had been cut open. One day before the apocalypse, which meant that Chugu was about to experience the apocalypse again. This time, he couldn't run to find her, because he couldn't go back to the past. Concrete and steel buildings. Chugu stood up from the corner, walked outside, and watched the sunset glow like fire covering the entire sky, turning it orange-red. Chu Ji's pupils trembled slightly, and he had a strange vision. The next day was when the zombies would break out on a large scale. At this time, humans did not know that the end of the world was coming. Seeing this strange phenomenon, they took out their mobile phones and took pictures of the sky, with a look of amazement on their faces. TV stations also reported this wonder, which was rare in a century. On the campus of Dongda University, Chugu, holding a book, frowned slightly and looked at the sky. She took out her mobile phone, took a picture of the sky, clicked on Zhou Yang's profile picture, and sent it over. Her fingers typed quickly. Others sighed that it was so beautiful, but why did I feel so depressed and uncomfortable? Beep. Zhou Yang replied immediately. I think you are just too tired from studying. I will go back to Rongqing in a few days, and take you to relax. Chugu curved his lips, and sent an okay gesture. Just as he was about to put away his phone, it suddenly rang. A strange number came in. Chugu was skilled in blacklisting strange calls. He didn't say anything every time he called. His patience had long been worn out. On the other end of the phone, Yi Nanyu held the phone to his ear, his knuckles white. Hearing the busy tone from the phone, he threw the phone to the ground with a gloomy face. Bang! It broke into pieces, and followed the fate of the previous phone. Yi Nanyu rubbed his aching head, then opened the drawer, and inside was a row of the latest phones with new cards installed. He picked one at random, closed the drawer, and tapped the number with his fingers skillfully. Beep, 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 click, bang. The remains of another phone were on the ground. Yi Nanyu leaned back in his chair dejectedly, looking at the orange-red sky outside the window. His black eyes were dark and heavy, revealing a turbulent mood. It was night. Little Apple woke up from her sleep and saw her grandmother trembling all over. "Grandma, Grandma, what's wrong with you? Wake up quickly." Little Apple pushed her body and called her. But Grandma seemed to be unable to hear. Her body joints kept making crackling sounds, and she made all kinds of strange postures. Little Apple was scared and cried, "Wow! Grandma, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me, wake up." Seeing that Grandma was not getting better, Little Apple was anxious to get out of bed and find Chugu for help. "Go find your sister. She will definitely find a way." Little Apple got off the bed and ran towards the door. Then she heard a thump. She looked back and saw her grandmother fall off the bed. "Grandma, Grandma, are you okay?" She quickly turned back to help her grandmother. Grandma's white hair was messy. She lowered her head and made strange noises. Little Apple didn't understand anything. She just wanted to help her grandmother up. Suddenly, Grandma raised her head, revealing a pair of turbid eyes, and her kind face was extremely hideous. Ah! Boom! A flash of lightning streaked across the sky, and a heavy rain began to fall, washing the land mercilessly. Chugu in the corner opened her eyes, and she rushed into the rain like crazy. She quickly ran to the back of the construction site, and the container was vaguely visible in the rain. Chugu, who was soaked all over, rushed to the container and kicked the door open with her foot. The bloody and horrible scene inside came into view, and Chuji's legs softened, and she knelt down. She desperately put her head against the ground and burst into a heart-wrenching cry. Ah! Boom! Boom! Lightning flashed one after another, and the heavy rain covered all the sins of the night. Chapter 136. Yi Family Base. She went back to the past and experienced the end of the world again. Where is she now? Yi Nanyu's voice trembled. That's exactly what I wanted to say. There should be an extremely powerful psychic next to her. My tracking was sensed by the psychic. As a result, you saw that I vomited blood and failed. So her current location, sorry, I can't detect it. Psychic. Yi Nanyu's eyes darkened. In his memory, there has never been a person with psychic abilities. Who is this person? Is he a man or a woman? And why didn't Chuga come to find him? At this time, Yi Nanyu felt it itch in his palm. He opened his hand, and Chu Ji's broken finger was tickling his palm. His eyebrows softened. Little finger, do you know where your master is? The broken finger stood up and bent the knuckles, like a little man nodding. Yi Nanyu was stunned for a moment, then ecstatic. You know where your master is? The broken finger bit its knuckles. Then can you take me to find your master? The broken finger bit its knuckles. That's great, let's go now. Yi Nanyu held the broken finger, as if holding his ancestor, and stumbled out of the door. Zhou Yan Yishiu, Jiang Tao, don't be too outrageous. Feng Chung. Royal Court Base. Women in groups of 3 or 2 were talking to each other. Have you heard that the base commander went out of the base again to catch his fiancée who sneaked out to play? How many times this month do you think this has happened? That's right, only the base commander never gets angry every time, and treats her like an ancestor. I'm so envious. The base commander is handsome and capable. I also want a husband like him. Didn't you secretly seduce the base commander last time? Why didn't you succeed? If I succeeded, would I still be standing here chatting with you about gossip? The charming woman rolled her eyes. No way, you have such a hot body, and the base commander won't go to you even if you take the initiative to deliver yourself to him. Wow, the base commander is a perfect man. What's the use of having a hot body? You've seen the girl before. Her appearance can make all the women in the world jealous. If I were the base commander, I would be devoted to her. The enchanting woman sneered. What's the use of being beautiful? She's still disabled. The women were shocked and quickly covered her mouth, saying in a low voice, You're asking for death. Have you forgotten the fate of the person who said this last time? The enchanting woman came to her senses and shuddered. I was so jealous that I forgot it. Okay, everyone, stop talking and go away. The women returned to their respective residences, fearing that they would get into trouble. After all, that woman was the base commander's weak spot, and whoever touched her would die. The supply truck of the Royal Court base drove into a warehouse park. There were rows of warehouses, all of which were used by others to store goods. The supply truck stopped and 10 people got off the truck. This place was remote, and there were not many zombies. They cleared the scattered zombies around in a few moves. This was a supply team composed of superpowers, specializing in collecting supplies. Everyone was wearing camouflage uniforms, tall and strong, and had extraordinary skills. The captain was an ice-type psychic, with a short haircut and a tough guy type. I emphasize again, you cannot leave the team without permission, safety comes first. Yes, Captain. The team members said in unison, mixed with a female voice. Everyone, ? They all turned their heads and looked down. When they saw who it was, everyone almost knelt down. Why did this ancestor come? It's over. We have to send this ancestor back quickly, otherwise the base commander will kill them. The captain shouted sternly, Why are you looking around? The team members immediately looked away, and everyone was anxious. The captain was famous for being ruthless and impartial, and he would not show mercy even if the king came. He would definitely scold this ancestor, and make her walk back to the base. This time they are doomed. The captain glanced at the little tail following him and shouted, Everyone listen to the order, today's mission is terminated, get in the car and return the same way now. The team members, shocked. The iron-faced and selfless captain also had a day of fear. I won't go back. A light voice sounded next to him. Miss Chu, you secretly followed us out of the base commander must be very worried, you go back with us first, report to the base commander, and we can come out tomorrow, okay? If I can come out after reporting, why would I sneak out? Chugu shrugged. Since you don't want to play with me, forget it, I leave. Chugu said and walked away. The team members looked at the captain anxiously. They couldn't let her go. If something happened, the base commander would investigate, and they would be in trouble. The captain said, Miss Chu, wait a minute, we take you back. Chugu walked in and waved without looking back. No need, you guys go back. I go back by myself when I'm done playing. Captain, what should we do? We can't afford it if something happens. The captain pondered for a while. The mission continues. While collecting supplies, protect Miss Chu. Yes. Miss Chu, since you are here with us to collect supplies, then as the captain of the supply team, you must obey my orders. Okay, no problem. Chugu didn't care. She was just here to help. The captain was relieved for a while. Fortunately, he didn't act recklessly. But soon, he regretted saying this too early. Some warehouses had their door locks pried open, and all the useful supplies had been emptied. Some warehouses had strong doors and strong locks, which resisted waves of people who wanted to enter. The focus of the Royal Court Material Team is to search these warehouses that have not been pried open. One of them is a gold-type superpower, and these locks are easy for gold-type superpowers. The gold-type superpower conjured a piece of metal, poked it into the keyhole, and then changed it, instantly casting a perfect key. The captain waved his hand, and the team members separated on both sides, and stuck close to the two sides of the warehouse to prevent any emergencies, when the door was opened later. Huh? Where is Miss Chu? Someone found that Chu Gu, who was following behind, had disappeared. Oh no, Miss Chu is missing. It's over, we're dead. Miss Chu. Miss Chu. Clatter. The warehouse door was opened, and Chu Gu in the warehouse, and the people who were anxiously running around at the door suddenly looked at each other. It was so awkward. So how did she get in? Chu Gu seemed to see their doubts, and pointed to the back with his little finger. Well, there is a back door there. Everyone in the logistics team, especially the gold-type superpowers, looked at the key forged with superpowers in their hands. Miss Chu is as brave as a man, so awesome. The iron-faced captain flattered her. Are there any supplies inside? Yes. Before Chu Gu finished speaking, the supply team had already walked in. Old rat. Chu Gu uttered the last two words softly. Fuck. The supply team rushed out of the door, slapping the rats on their bodies frantically. Chi-chi. The rats in the warehouse surged like waves, densely packed, and very creepy. The supply team looked at Chu Gu in shock. Did she just walk out of the warehouse? Goodbye, little cuties. I come to play with you next time. Chu Gu closed the warehouse door slowly. Everyone, Next warehouse. Before the gold-type superpower came forward to cast the key, Chu Gu had already kicked the heavy door open with a lightning kick. Bang. A black mass of things flew out from inside, and the sound of wings flapping was heard. Everyone in the supply team looked at it, and their hair stood on end. Man-eating bats. Protect Chu Chu. The captain stared in amazement as the bats perfectly avoided Chu Gu in the middle, and attacked them from behind. All the members of the supply team, shock. What are you still standing there for? Defend yourself. The captain shouted. When the tide of man-eating bats was coming fiercely, and was about to drown everyone, an eagle flew over, and a man jumped off the eagle's back. Accompanied by a powerful mental force that covered the sky and the earth, waves could be seen in the air. The fierce tide of bats retreated like a tide and flew back to the warehouse. In just a moment, there was no trace of a bat. Base Commander. The members of the supply team were panicked. Chapter 137. Chugu. Chugu, who was about to run away, stiffened his back, then forced a smile on his face and turned around. Hey Yuqing, what a coincidence. You are out to collect supplies too. The members of the supply team lowered their heads, muttering in their hearts that only this ancestor dared to call the base chief by his name. Yuqing looked at Chugu, who came out to make trouble with an innocent face, and pinched his nose with a headache, but he couldn't bear to scold her. Come here, we're going home. Since you're out, let's play for a while. No. Yuqing was firm. Okay, let's go back. Chugu walked towards him reluctantly. Yuqing held her hand, Goshawk. The huge eagle suddenly swooped down from the sky. Ah! Yuqing pulled Chugu to stand on the eagle's back, just when everyone in the logistics team was relieved. Go back to the base, and accept the punishment yourself. A cold voice fell. Everyone in the logistics team, shocked. Ah! The eagle spread its wings and flew away. Chugu looked at the logistics team members, who were getting smaller and smaller on the ground, and said unhappily, Why are you punishing them? I followed them secretly, it's none of their business. To let you know, if you get into trouble, others will be punished because of you. Tyrant. Chugu cursed in a low voice. Have you forgotten that you will marry a tyrant like me next month? Chugu slumped his shoulders, with a bitter face. Can I not be the wife of the base commander? It feels so serious and tiring to be the wife of the base commander. Yuqing smiled and hugged her. Madam, just throw it to me if you have work to do. I will do it for you, and make sure you don't get tired. You said it. Yes, I said it. Yuqing smiled from the corners of his mouth to the corners of his eyes and eyebrows. The eagle was very fast and flew back to the royal court base in just 10 minutes. Chugu looked at the entrance of the base and saw that something seemed to have happened, and there were crowds of people. What's going on down there? Let's go down and take a look. Okay. The eagle landed smoothly with the two of them. Ah! The cry of the eagle shocked the sky and immediately attracted everyone's attention. The base commander is here. The base commander is here. The patrol captain at the gate of the base hurried over to greet him. Base commander, why are you here? What happened? A soft voice sounded. The patrol captain said more respectfully, Miss Chu, it's nothing, there is just a little conflict among the survivors queuing to enter the base. At this time, a little girl of 4 or 5 years old ran over and held Chu Ji's hand. Beautiful sister, please help my grandma. My grandma didn't steal anything. They wrongly accused my grandma of stealing. Chugu looked down at the little girl holding her hand. Her hair was yellow due to malnutrition, her face was pale and thin, but her big eyes were surprisingly bright. Little apple? Chugu shouted blankly, and the next second she was confused again. Who is Little Apple? Yuqing next to her narrowed his eyes slightly, and something flashed in his eyes. Hua, come here, come to Grandma. The girl's grandmother waved to her granddaughter nervously. These people were bright and beautiful, and they were not ordinary people at first glance. They couldn't afford to offend them. Grandma, this sister looks very powerful. I want to ask her to help Grandma so that she didn't steal anything. Hua said with red eyes. Chu Ji's head began to ache slightly. In the depths of his head, there was a little girl's voice. Sister, please save my grandma. My grandma is almost crushed to death. Please save my grandma. Yuqing saw that something was wrong with Chugu and winked at the patrol leader. The patrol leader quickly stepped forward and hugged the little girl, who was holding Chugu. Chugu, let's go back to the base. Let the people below handle these things. Yuqing took Chu Ji's shoulders and was about to take her back to the base. Chugu looked back and saw that the little girl had been handed over to her grandmother. The little girl held her grandmother's hand and stood there looking at her from a distance, not approaching. For some reason, Chugu always felt that this scene was very familiar, as if there were two people standing far away looking at her like this before, not daring to approach. She wanted to think clearly, but her head hurt like a needle. Don't worry, the people below will take care of it. Yuqing took Chugu into the base. A middle-aged man saw that the people had left, and he started to attack the grandparents again. You old woman, you dare to steal my things, you are going to die, give it to me quickly. The man stretched out his hand to grab it. You can't grab it, I didn't steal it from you, this is the only life-saving material left for me and my granddaughter. The middle-aged man didn't care, in this world, it's all about who has the harder fist, give it to me, ah. The little girl bit the man's arm hard. You stinky kid, you deserve a beating? The man raised his palm high, and was about to slap. Wah wah. The girl's grandmother shouted anxiously. At this time, a tender white little hand clamped the man's wrist, twisted it, and made a snapping sound. Ah! A pig-killing scream of pain suddenly rang out. The little girl saw the people who helped her and shouted happily, "Sister!" Chugu shot a sharp look at the patrol captain. "Is this how you deal with it?" The patrol captain was immediately shocked and broke into a cold sweat. "Miss Chu, I'm sorry, I deal with it right away." The captain waved his hand, and someone immediately dragged the man who was howling and crying out for justice away. Chugu glanced at the grandparents and grandchildren hugging each other tightly, and walked back to the base. "Sister, wait." The little girl ran over. "This is for you. Thank you for helping me and Grandma." Chugu looked at the little jelly in the palm of his hand, and his head boomed, and it hurt like an explosion. The joyful voice of a little girl kept echoing in his head. "Sister, my grandma bought me jelly, smooth and fragrant, and Grandma also bought your share and asked me to give it to you." "Ah!" Chugu cried out in pain, holding her head that felt like it was exploding. At this moment, a big hand was placed on her head, and Chuji's painful expression instantly disappeared, and her body collapsed limply. Yuqing caught her and easily lifted her up. Looking at her pale face, his eyes flashed with heartache. He gently put her on the big bed, covered her with a quilt, and put her hand into the quilt. When taking her left hand, Yuqing paused. The white and beautiful hand, with green fingers, but the ring finger was missing. All the injuries on her body had healed, and even her 2 arms had grown back, but this ring finger just wouldn't grow back, no matter how many crystal cores she used. Yuqing sat down beside the bed, looking at Chugu lying quietly on the bed. God knows how much effort he had put in to restore her to this state, and make her smile again. He often wondered if he hadn't put her unconscious in the closet to lure away the zombies, would she have become like this? Chapter 138. The first day of the apocalypse. Bang! Bang! The zombies were banging on the door. The dozen or so students hiding in the classroom were trembling and sobbing. "Woo-woo. I don't want to die. I want to go home. I don't want to die either. I'm still so young. I'm the only child of my parents. Woo-woo. Why hasn't the rescue come yet? Are we going to die here? It's too scary to be eaten by zombies. If the zombies attack me, I'd jump off the building and commit suicide. Brother you, do you have any solution? If this continues, the zombies will break in and we will all die." A male classmate looked at Yuqing, who was sitting quietly against the wall. Yuqing glanced at Chugu, who had killed the zombie in his arms and fainted, and gently put her down. He stood up and looked at the classroom door that had been knocked down, and knew it would not hold up for much longer. Ah! Suddenly, a scream was heard in the distance, and all the zombies at the door rushed to that place. "The zombies are gone. Let's get out quickly. Let's run away quickly." The students in the classroom rushed to the door. Yuqing's face changed slightly, and he shouted, "Don't open the door." Click! The door still opened, and the 2 students who rushed in front were immediately knocked to the ground and bitten by the zombies, who heard the news as soon as they walked out. Ah! The screams attracted more zombies around. The students were all shocked, and Yuqing ran over. Bang! The door was closed at once. The 2 students who were knocked down by the zombies saw the door closed, and despair enveloped their hearts. They pushed away the zombies on their bodies, and kept hitting the door. "Open the door, let us in quickly. Open the door quickly, you can't do this to us, let us in quickly." The next second, more zombies overwhelmed them, pounced on them and bit them. "Ah! Let us in. Ah!" Blood kept splattering on the glass door, and the students in the classroom clearly and intuitively saw the whole process of the zombies eating people. "Ah!" They screamed in fear, and hid in the corner trembling. Yuqing moved a few tables, and blocked the classroom door. He looked at the people who were shouting and said coldly, "If you don't want to attract more zombies, shut up." Everyone quickly covered their mouths, and tears flowed from their frightened eyes. Woo-woo. Yuqing looked around the classroom, as the smell of blood attracted more and more zombies at the door. There were only tables and chairs. Remembering that the screams in the distance had temporarily attracted the zombies away from the door, if he made some noise, he could also attract the zombies away. This might still give them hope of escaping. Yuqing walked to the window and looked down. It was the 4th floor. He picked up a chair and tried to throw it down. The noise immediately attracted some zombies on the 1st floor. It worked. "Quick, everyone help, throw these chairs down." Yuqing picked up tables and chairs and kept throwing them down. Bang! 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 The noise immediately attracted the zombies in the building out. When the classmates saw this, they also helped to throw tables and chairs, making a bigger noise. The zombies that were hitting the classroom door heard the noise outside and left with stiff steps. They stopped only when all the zombies in the building had retreated and the roars could no longer be heard. Remember to move quietly when you go out. Zombies move by sound. The front door is full of zombies. Leave from the back door. It's best for everyone to find something handy and smash the zombies on their heads when they encounter them. Yuqing gave instructions while carrying Chugu on his back and tying him tightly with clothes. Then he took a broom, broke it in half, and used the stick as a weapon. Other students also hurried to find weapons they could use. Yuqing opened the classroom door, and the corridor was clear, with no trace of zombies. He left without delay. When the students saw him leave, they hurried to follow him. The tall and handsome Yuqing had obviously become their object of reliance. Yuqing quickly went down the stairs with Chugu on his back. Her warm breath kept spraying on his neck, making it numb. He tightened the stick in his hand, his eyes determined he must take her out. When going down the stairs to the second floor, a girl was too nervous and stepped on empty space and fell down the stairs. Ah! The girl's scream of pain immediately broke the silence. Oops. Yuqing's face changed drastically, and he could hear the sound of a large number of zombies rushing over here. He didn't care about other people. He climbed up the handrail of the stairs, slid down quickly, and reached the first floor in an instant. Seeing the large number of zombies pouring in from the front door, he ran towards the back door. When other students saw him leaving, they hurriedly chased after him, and ended up bumping into the zombies pouring in. They were in a mess, and they forgot to use their weapons, and just ran away. People were knocked down one after another, and were instantly drowned by the zombies. Screams came from the zombies. Ah! At this time, Yuqing had already escaped from the back door with Chugu on his back. The campus was in chaos, and there were scenes of zombies biting people, blood, screams, and roars. It was like hell on earth, making people despair. Yuqing kept waving the stick in his hand, smashing the heads of zombies one by one. His hands were shaking from exhaustion, but he didn't dare to stop. There were more and more zombies, and he couldn't kill them all. He was blocked by the zombies in the school infirmary again. He was exhausted, sweating and panting. He looked back at the unconscious Chugu on his back, and at the zombies blocking the door with their claws and fangs, and he made a decision. He emptied a cabinet, put Chugu in the cabinet, and left a kiss on Chuji's forehead. Wait for me, I lead the zombies at the door away, and come back to find you. He gently closed the door, took a deep breath, and then picked up the stick stained with blood again. He rushed out resolutely, waving the stick non-stop, fighting with the zombies. The door of the infirmary was closed again, blocking the noise outside. Yuqing didn't know that at the moment he led the zombies away from the door of the infirmary, the door of the cabinet was pushed open, and the unconscious Chugu woke up. Half an hour later, Yuqing returned to the infirmary covered in blood. Seeing the cabinet door wide open and empty, he panicked. He rushed out of the door like crazy and searched everywhere. He finally found Chugu. But she... Looking at Chugu, who was rotting all over, missing arms, fragmented, and collapsed and desperate, Yuqing only felt endless cold, so cold that he shivered and his teeth chattered. Chapter 139. Yuqing rushed over like crazy, using a stick to drive away several wolfhounds that were chasing and biting Chugu. Go away quickly. Woof woof. Several wolfhounds were driven away. Yuqing looked at the shattered Chugu with empty eyes as she walked past him. His heart was bleeding, and he blamed himself so much that he wanted to kill himself. If he hadn't left her alone, would she not have become like this? At this time, he saw Chugu stop walking, and her body was actually trembling. Following her line of sight, I saw a zombie in front of me biting a child's body. Half of the body had been eaten away, and blood was all over the floor. Puff. Chugu began to vomit blood. Yuqing's face changed drastically, and he raised his foot to run over. Don't come over here, get out of here. Chuji's mouth was full of blood. She hadn't eaten for too long, and her body began to collapse. Yuqing's body shook, and he looked at Chugu in disbelief. She was actually conscious and could speak. There are zombies, let's go! A loud voice sounded. A group of zombie-killing teams, about a dozen armed men, rushed over aggressively. The zombies that were eating the child's body were hacked to death, and then a group of people rushed towards Chugu. Chugu, go quickly, go quickly. Yuqing shouted anxiously. Comrades, go, kill these monsters. The leading man was full of fighting spirit. He had a dream of being a hero since he was a child. Fight monsters to maintain world peace. Yuqing saw that Chugu had no intention of running away, and even stood up with his shaking body, looking like he was ready to die. He rushed over Chugu. Run away. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Kill. A group of people rushed up, and Yuqing quickly stood in front of Chugu and begged, brothers, please let her go for once. Please let her go for once. Get him away, he is really crazy, and he protects zombies. The leader shouted. Yuqing beat back one person after another, and stood in front of Chugu, refusing to leave no matter what others did. Brothers, please let her go this time. I promise not to let her hurt anyone, please. In the eyes of everyone, this guy is crazy, and he is crazy. Zombies don't have any humanity. If they can't hurt people, their compatriots won't die one after another. But this zombie is a bit strange, too quiet, just standing there quietly. Unlike other zombies, they didn't pounce with their fangs and claws. But as long as they were zombies, they deserved to die. The leading man winked, and the two men threw Yuqing to the ground. Ah! Let me go, let me go! The two men could hardly hold Yuqing down, and two more men pressed on him. Yuqing was pinned to the ground by four men, unable to move. Chugu, run away, I beg you, run away. He shouted heartbreakingly. Do it. At the command. The machetes, kitchen knives, and axes in everyone's hands chopped down at Chugu. Don't. Yuqing's eyes widened, bloodshot and bloody. Flesh and blood splattered, blood flowed down. Yuqing, who was pressed to the ground, pounded the ground with both hands, shouting in grief, stop, don't chop, enough, enough. Bang. Chugu fell down, blood spread on the ground. The neck was cut off with only a layer of skin, and the head was also chopped open, and the brain matter was chopped out. The body was chopped into 8 or 10 pieces. Okay, brothers, let's go kill other zombies. The four people who were holding Yuqing let him go, and the group of people left in a mighty manner. Yuqing got up and stumbled to Chuji's side. Seeing Chugu chopped into a pile of mud on the ground, his legs softened and he knelt down. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have left you alone, I'm sorry. The breeze blew, blowing away the strong smell of blood, leaving only a choking apology. An hour later, Yuqing found a wooden box and reached out to Chuji's body on the ground with trembling hands. Burying her in peace was the last thing he could do for her. At this moment, Chuji's eyes suddenly opened. Get out of here, don't touch me. Ah! Yuqing, who had never been afraid of ghosts since childhood and had a strong psychological quality, was also frightened at this time. Chugu. Chugu had a cold face, and her face was stained red with blood, which looked very scary. Don't touch me, if you don't want to be infected. How can I help you? Yuqing was at a loss as to what to do with the body parts on the ground. Chugu closed his eyes. Go away, I don't need your help. 1 minute later, Yuqing, wearing a pair of gloves, picked up the body parts of Chugu on the ground and put them into the box. I will definitely cure you. Chugu had a grim look on his face. Can you please stop being so annoying? Get out of here as far as you can. Yuqing was not angry at Chuji's harsh words, and still put Chuji's body parts into the box with a serious look on his face. Yuqing, are you deaf? I said it's none of your business, don't you understand? If you don't want to die, get out of here, or I bite you to death. Where did your arms fall? I go pick them up for you. Yuqing continued to pick up the body parts. I told you to get out. Chugu gave up on himself. His body was extremely weak after not eating for a long time, and his supernatural power had collapsed. In addition, he was chopped into pieces, so he couldn't do anything to Yuqing. Finally, Chugu closed his eyes in dejection, and let love do whatever it wanted. Yuqing carried the wooden box, and found a place to stay nearby. As soon as he entered the room, and put down the wooden box, he fell down. He felt something was wrong with his body from a while ago. His whole body was burning hot, as if there was a furnace in his body, which was about to melt him. He fell to the ground and curled up in pain. A groan escaped his lips. Chugu in the wooden box opened his eyes, glanced at Yuqing who was in pain on the ground, and closed them again. Time passed bit by bit. Yuqing suddenly opened his eyes, and a burst of mental power instantly destroyed the surrounding things into a pile of garbage. The wooden box that contained Chugu also exploded, turning into a pile of scrap wood, with body parts scattered all over the floor. Chuji's head was originally connected to his neck by a layer of skin, but now it was completely separated. The various parts of his body were no longer attached to each other. Yuqing looked at the completely destroyed room and was a little stunned. Did he do all this? Chapter 140. It took Yuqing a long time to accept that he seemed to have awakened some ability. He stood by the window, looking at the chaotic streets outside. Some people were taking advantage of the end of the world to buy things for free, some were fighting zombies, and some were being chased by zombies and screaming. Helicopters flew over from time to time in the sky, and the sound of propellers rang over the city. Civilians waved and shouted at the helicopters below, and everyone hoped that they would be rescued. Yuqing closed the curtains and looked back at the body wrapped in a quilt on the ground. Chugu had not opened her eyes, nor had she spoken, and there was no sign of life. The despair and sadness she exuded made people breathless. Yuqing slowly tightened his fists, and he was almost crazy from the guilt. He would definitely find a way to save her. It was night. The various facilities in the city had not been completely destroyed, and water and electricity were still in supply. Zombies and humans were destroying the city, and the smell of blood filled the air over the entire city. People were killing zombies everywhere, and zombies were eating people. Yuqing held a fire axe in his hand, and he would blow the zombies in the head with one blow. He rushed into a pharmacy, opened a school bag on his shoulder, threw all the medicine for treating wounds into it, quickly filled a large bag, put it on his shoulder, and was about to leave. At this moment, a car on the side of the road lost control and crashed into the pharmacy. Yuqing, who had just walked to the door, looked at the car that crashed into him, and suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. The energy in his body was boiling, and he released it naturally. The air was turbulent, and the mental power rushed towards the car. Bang! The car broke into pieces, and parts scattered all over the ground. The driver twitched on the ground, his limbs were stiff, and suddenly he opened his cloudy eyes and rushed towards Yuqing. Yuqing waved his hand, and the strong mental power hit the zombie. Bang! The zombie broke into several pieces. Yuqing looked at his hand, and didn't expect it to be so powerful. He also went to the store and collected some water, bread, and the like. Now that the end of the world has just begun, the supplies are still abundant. He packed up his things and headed back home. Walking on the road, he could always see zombies squatting on the ground eating people. Thinking that Chugu had become a zombie now, she should also need to eat. Corpses passed by on the ground from time to time. Yuqing thought about it, and decided to get some back for her. After all, it was the beginning of the apocalypse, and people were not numb yet. When he was getting food, he vomited several times. Finally, he got a piece of meat and a bottle of blood in a mineral water bottle. Yuqing did not dare to delay and walked towards his residence, killing some zombies on the way. Back to the residence. Yuqing put down his things and walked towards Chugu with the food. Before he got close, Chugu opened her eyes and looked at the things in Yuqing's hand. She said fiercely, "Throw it out?" Yuqing stopped and said, "I saw other zombies eat these. Why don't you try it? Get out, all of you." Chugu screamed hysterically. Her head was in pain. She now hated her body that could not die. In fact, before meeting Yuqing today, she went to kill the former self who had not yet turned into a zombie. As long as she was killed before she turned into a zombie, there would be no immortal Chugu. She would not have traveled back and spread the zombie virus, causing human infection and a large-scale zombie outbreak. But when she saw her former self, she was shocked because she could sense that her blood was the same as hers. In other words, whether she would be bitten by zombies or not, the things hidden in her blood would eventually turn her into a zombie. Being bitten by zombies only advanced the time when she turned into a zombie. It turns out that immortality is not something she has after becoming a zombie, but something she had before she became a zombie. But she didn't have these feelings when they first met. What went wrong? She looked at her former self, who was fleeing in panic, and she fled. She had always thought that she was also a victim of this apocalypse, but now she was suddenly told that she was the biggest culprit in this matter. How could she not collapse? "I threw away all those things just now. If you don't want to eat them, don't eat them. I found some medicine outside, and I give you some." Yuqing didn't know if the medicine would work for her, but it was better than not trying anything. Chugu closed her eyes helplessly. Yuqing could feel the deep despair and pain from Chugu, and he clenched his fists. He took a deep breath, forced himself to be energetic, took the bag full of medicine, and walked towards her. He pieced the body together bit by bit, then sutured it, applied medicine, and then wrapped it with bandages. It took several hours. Except for a pair of eyes, Chuji's whole body was wrapped in bandages like a mummy. After taking care of Chugu, Yuqing's body, which had been tense all day, finally relaxed a little. He took out his cell phone, looked at the flickering signal, and sighed, hoping that they could find him. He took out the food he had just found, ate a few bites, drank a few sips of water, and then stopped eating because he really had no appetite. He had broken everything in the room, and he was too lazy to change rooms. He sat on the floor against the wall, looked at Chugu, who was motionless on the floor, and closed his eyes to rest. The sky was gray and bright. Buzz! The sound of the propeller was faintly heard, getting louder and louder. Yuqing opened his eyes and looked out from the balcony. He saw a helicopter coming towards him in the distance. Seeing the logo on the plane, he stood up, rushed to the balcony, and waved at the helicopter. The helicopter flew to the balcony side by side, and a head popped out from it. "Master, I finally found you. Come up quickly. It's inconvenient to stay here for so long." "Wait a minute." Yuqing returned to the room and picked up the mummy Chugu. Then he took her on a helicopter and flew to Fengcheng. Chugu opened her eyes and saw that she was back in the room. She knew that Yuqing must have sent her back. She shook her aching head, opened the quilt, got out of bed, and came to a seemingly ordinary wall. The wall automatically separated by induction, and a small path appeared. Chugu walked in, and the wall returned to normal. Nothing happened in the room. She went down along the path and entered an underground research institute. All the equipment here are the world's top precision instruments. High-tech researchers in white protective suits were busy shuttling back and forth, each busy with their work. Chugu walked deeper and deeper, and came to the innermost. "Miss Chu, you are here." The speaker was a young man in a white coat, with black hair, goggles, and a baby face. "This is a newly developed nutrient, you try it." Chugu took the test tube, which contained a light pink liquid, and she drank it up without hesitation. The liquid slid down her throat and entered her body, and immediately it was like a warm current filling her limbs, refreshing her nerves. "How do you feel?" "Yeah, not bad, milder than before." Chugu put down the test tube. She was a zombie, but for some reason, she was extremely disgusted with flesh and blood. Not eating flesh and blood would cause her body to rot, but these nutrients would prevent her body from rotting. "By the way, doctor, how is the research going?" Chapter 141. "Miss Chu, come with me." The baby-faced doctor entered his fingerprint on the wall, and a door suddenly opened on the wall. Chugu followed him in, and the door behind him closed automatically. 2 rows of cylindrical transparent glass tubes were arranged on both sides. Each cylindrical glass tube contained a zombie, with different shapes. This glass is made of special materials, and is indestructible. Each glass tube is marked with a number, showing the research progress. When passing by the glass tubes one by one, the first few zombies were extremely irritable, hitting the glass, scratching the glass, and making blood dripping. In the middle section, the zombies have recovered some consciousness from the manic ones, and their eyes have some emotions, unlike the previous ones, who were irrational and irrational. At the back, the zombies gradually evolved into more and more like normal people. Some sat on the ground, not making noises. Some leaned against the glass, closed their eyes and rested. The doctor and Chugu stood in the last glass tube, and the people in the glass tube were also looking at them. A beautiful woman with graceful curves, her eyes were black and white, and she was bright and energetic. "Miss Chu, this is a zombie that has been injected with the latest vaccine. As you can see, it has recovered perfectly. This is also the zombie closest to your state. It is conscious, and all zombie instincts have disappeared. Except for the lack of heartbeat and the need to drink nutrients, it is completely the same as an ordinary person. Our next research direction is to completely eliminate the zombie virus in the zombie's body, so that it will not rot without nutrients. However, without the zombie virus, the zombie will lose its instinctive drive and become a corpse, unless..." Chu Ji's eyes dimmed, "unless it is used when the virus is lurking in their bodies, and they have not yet turned into zombies, then even if the virus is removed, they can still survive." The doctor nodded. "Yes, Ms. Chu is very smart, but now 80% of the world has become zombies. Even if a zombie virus vaccine is really developed, this catastrophe for mankind has already occurred. Economic civilization will regress hundreds of years, and the entire world will be severely damaged. So in the end, not only may it not be saved, but it may also exterminate mankind. If we can go back to the past and use the zombie virus vaccine before the apocalypse, can we prevent this catastrophe?" Chu Ji's voice was low. The doctor's heart was shocked by her idea. How could it be possible to go back to the past? At this time, a door suddenly opened in the wall, and a person in a white protective suit walked out. "Teacher." The doctor stood respectfully, and bowed his head slightly. Chugu also called respectfully Uncle Yu. "Xiao Chu, you are here. Where is Yuqing, the brat? He's not with you." A slightly vicissitudes of life voice sounded. "He may be handling the affairs of the base. Recently, more and more survivors have joined the base, and a large number of them are from High City. I heard from the people below that the two largest bases in High City were massacred the day before yesterday. Our Fengcheng is 700 to 800 kilometers away from High City, so many people come directly to our large base. Chugu replied. Yu Chengwei took off his goggles and was slightly surprised. The Yi family base ranked first in High City was massacred? Yes. Chugu lowered her eyes, not knowing why her heart was aching. What a pity. Yu Chengwei sighed. The Yi family was a business giant before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, they quickly established a base and became the largest base in High City. They were so powerful, but they didn't expect that the base would be slaughtered. He worriedly told Chugu, ask Yu Qing to strengthen the guard and defense of the base, and strictly check the people entering and leaving. Don't let those with ulterior motives get in. Dad, don't you believe in your son's ability? Yu Qing walked in with a smile. You little brat, you finally showed up. Yu Chengwei saw his son smile. I'm afraid of disturbing your research, aren't I? Yu Qing walked over and naturally put his arm around Chu Ji's shoulders. Yu Chengwei saw his son's actions, smiled and shook his head. I think you have a wife and forgot about your father. I want a wife, and I want a father, Yu Qing said with a smile. Yu Chengwei looked at his son's happy smile, moved his eyes to Chugu, and frowned slightly. As a father, he was worried about whether this girl could bring happiness to his son. Because in his opinion, only his son was enthusiastic, while she was indifferent. She even paid more attention to these research results than to his son. This was not a good thing. When his son came back, he brought her back with him. At that time, he was strongly opposed to taking her in. Not only because she was a zombie, but also because of the complexity in her eyes. She was destined to be not an ordinary woman. But he didn't expect that his son, who had never begged anyone, would kneel down and beg him for her. Dad, I have never begged you before, but I will beg you once. Please save her. Only you can save her. Dad, I beg you. Yu Chengwei couldn't believe that it was his proud son who was begging on the ground. He finally agreed. In order to cure her, his son built the best research institute, which required a large number of crystal cores. His son built a base and led a team to collect crystal cores. At that time, at the beginning of the end of the world, large and small bases rose up and the chaos continued. His son was always injured, but no matter how serious the injury, he would go to find the crystal core. The crystal cores collected from the entire base were continuously supplied to her. Because of the continuous supply of crystal cores, coupled with her repair ability, her injuries healed and even her 2 arms grew back. It shouldn't have been so troublesome. She ate a lot of blood and flesh to absorb the crystal core. With her extraordinary evolutionary ability, she would soon be full of energy. But as a zombie, she didn't know why she didn't eat blood and flesh, and vomited blood when she touched it. Without eating flesh and blood, her body eventually rotted into a skeleton. During that time, he watched his son become thinner day by day. He didn't want to see his son suffer so much, so he developed a nutrient that could prevent the zombie's body from rotting. As a result, she had no desire to live and didn't want to recover at all. In the end, her son had no choice but to use his psychic powers to erase her memory. It can be said that for her, her son really gave everything. Dad. Yu Chengwei came back to his senses. What's wrong? Dad, you are so absorbed in your thoughts. Are you too tired? Actually, you can put your research aside for a while. Your health is the most important thing. I'm not tired. I was just absorbed in studying the data. Dad, you haven't rested for a long time. Why don't you take a break for 2 days? There are doctors in the institute who will keep an eye on the data for you. Yes, Minter, take a break. I keep an eye on you. Don't worry, the baby-faced doctor said. No, if I don't keep an eye on the data for a day, I can't sleep. Yu Chengwei was afraid that his son would force him to sleep, so he quickly opened the door and hid in his laboratory. Yu Qing smiled helplessly. He knew his father. He wanted to stay in the laboratory 366 days out of 365 days a year. Chugu, let's go upstairs. Don't disturb them. He held Chugu and was about to leave. That zombie, she has been looking at you. Do you know her? He followed Chuji's gaze and saw a woman in the glass tube looking straight at him. He frowned slightly. Her eyes made him unhappy. Is this a new experimental subject? Yes, she is the experimental subject closest to Miss Chu's state, the doctor said with some pride. Deal with it, Yu Qing said coldly, then held Chugu and left. Doctor, Chapter 142. On the way back, Chugu couldn't help complaining about Yu Qing. Didn't you see that the doctor was dumbfounded just now? After all, That was the experimental subject he was most satisfied with, but you just dealt with it with one sentence. I thought you were jealous when you said that just now, so wasn't I doing this to reassure you? I don't think of putting the blame on me. Yu Qing raised a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth and rubbed her hair. Okay, my fault. Why don't we go back and tell the doctor that we don't need to deal with it anymore? No need, they have already obtained the data. It doesn't matter whether the experimental subject is kept or not. Oh! The door opened, the two of them left the institute, and the door closed again, leaving no trace. In fact, when Yu Qing built the base, in addition to facilitating the collection of more crystal cores, there was another reason to cover up this institute. In the end times, there are no laws to restrict, but there are all kinds of monsters and demons. Being too conspicuous is not necessarily a good thing. Chugu collapsed on the sofa after leaving the institute, looking bored. Do you want to go to another base to play? Chugu stood up. I go. Yu Qing smiled helplessly. The young base commander of the Shuguang base in the east of the city is getting married. They invited me to have a drink, and took you with them. Why didn't you tell me about this good news earlier, so I wouldn't have to sneak out today? When I was about to say it, I found that you were gone. Aren't you going to catch me? Hee hee. Chugu laughed awkwardly. Let's go, otherwise we will miss the trip. Wait a minute, I take some crystal cores as a gift. Yu Qing went to the study and opened the safe, which contained a lot of crystal cores. Since Chugu was cured, there were not so many crystal cores, so he naturally saved some. Chugu picked up a handful, and was about to throw it into his mouth, but Yu Qing grabbed his hand to stop him. Eating so many crystal cores at once will generate huge energy, and will instantly burst your body. Chu Ji's pupils trembled, as if someone had said this to her before. Yu Qing patiently took the crystal core from her hand, leaving only one for her. Eat it. Chugu lowered her thoughtful eyes, threw the crystal core into her mouth, and began to eat it. Yu Qing packed a small bag of crystal cores as a gift, thought about it, and stuffed another handful into his pocket. If Chugu is greedy, he can give her some on the way. He closed the door of the safe. Let's go. The two walked out of the door, and Yu Qing whistled, and the eagle flapped its wings and flew over from a distance. By the way, your means of transportation is quite convenient. I wonder if it has brothers or sisters. I want to get one too. I'm here, you don't need it. Yu Qing grabbed Chu Ji's waist and jumped onto the eagle's back. The eagle flapped its wings and flew into the sky. I don't need it, but it's good for showing off. Yu Qing didn't expect this. Then when we come back from the Dawn base, I tame a smaller one for you. Okay. Chugu thought happily, it would be much more convenient to go out of the base to play. The eagle carried the two people to the Dawn base. Yi Nanyu sighed. The white tiger carried the three corpses, and one person at lightning speed. Among them was naturally Jiang Tao, who also came. He didn't believe that a finger could be better than his ability. Something that his ability couldn't explore. How could a finger know? It's a joke. Nanyu, this direction seems to be to Fengcheng. Yishiyu asked. Yeah. I remember that the young base commander of the Dawn base in Fengcheng got married, and sent an invitation to our Yi family base. Well, the date seems to be in 1 or 2 days. If we go to Fengcheng, maybe we can catch it. Yi Nanyu was silent. He originally took Chugu back to High City to meet his parents and get married. But now his family is broken and Chugu is gone. Yi Shiyu noticed his brother's depression and comforted him. Nanyu, don't worry, with a little finger, you will definitely find Chugu. Tracking the superpowered Jiang Tao, The broken finger in Yi Nanyu's hand scratched his palm, as if to say, with it, you will definitely find the owner. Yi Nanyu pinched the soft tip of the little finger, making him feel like Chugu was by his side. Baihu had a big meal at Hope Base before setting off, and the food was all from superpowers. After evolving, his speed was so terrifying that he was like a ghost, and his shadow could not be seen. Haishur to Fengcheng is 700 to 800 kilometers, and Baihu arrived in more than 2 hours. You really came to Fengcheng. It's not such a coincidence that you are going to Dawn Base, Yishiyu said. 5 minutes later. Dawn Base. Baihu's sudden appearance scared the people who came and went to the wedding banquet. Yishiyu was dumbfounded as she looked at the Dawn Base, which was decorated with lights and full of joy. This is too much of a coincidence. Dawn Base was holding a wedding. Although the zombies within a 5-kilometer radius had been cleared in advance, the guards were still extremely cautious. When they heard the screams, the guards came immediately. Seeing the majestic and huge white tiger, the guards were shocked. Who are you? There is a big wedding in our base today. I advise you not to make trouble and leave quickly. Are you sure Shioga is really here? Today is their wedding day. It's not good to ruin their wedding by being so wicked. Zhou Yang whispered. Let's leave first and come back after we have investigated it thoroughly, otherwise it's not worth it to be an enemy of a base. Jiang Tao was cautious, and his life was more important. Yi Nanyu looked at the broken finger in his hand, pointing at the Dawn base. Who said we are here to cause trouble? We are here to drink at the wedding. Yi Nanyu shouted, and he took out a small bag of crystal cores from his space ring and threw it to the captain of the guard team. We have prepared the gift money. Zhou Yang and his 3 friends plus Bai Hu. How come we didn't know that they were here for a wedding? The captain held a heavy crystal core, knowing that anyone who could produce so many crystal cores was not an ordinary person. His attitude immediately became respectful. Excuse me, who are you? Yi Nanyu, the young head of the Yi family base in High City. Yi Nanyu's words immediately exploded in the crowd, and people were talking about it. Didn't I hear that the entire Yi family base in High City was massacred? Yes, I also received the news. The Yi family couple and more than 40 superpowers in the base were all dead. I heard that the Hope base was also massacred. Within one day, the 2 major bases in High City fell. It's really sad. Many survivors from High City came to our base and said that the Yi family base was massacred by the Hope base, and the Hope base was massacred by the Yi family's young base commander. Oh my god, this Yi family's young base commander is so powerful. I have been to the Yi family base, and the person on the back of the white tiger is indeed the Yi family's young base commander. The captain of the escort team heard the discussions of the people around him, and said respectfully, Young base commander Yi, please wait a moment, I will report to the higher-ups. The captain hurried back to the base to report. Today's groom, the young master of Shuguang base, was greeting the guests from various bases, who had already arrived. Dear friends and relatives, thank you for coming to my wedding today. There is still a while before the auspicious time. You can eat some candy and snacks to fill your stomach. Chuku and Yuqing had just arrived and sat down at the table. People around them looked at them intentionally or unintentionally. Some people were gossiping while cracking melon seeds. The one sitting next to the commander of the Royal Court base is his fiancée, right? I have never seen such a beautiful one. No wonder the people from the small bases in the surrounding cities want to marry their daughters to the head of the Royal Court base. He doesn't like any of them and is devoted to his fiancée. Who would care about the flowers and grass on the roadside with such a beautiful fiancée? I don't know which base she is from. I'm really envious. This head of the Royal Court base is amazing. He is a psychic and is so handsome and strong. Do you know who his father is? Who is it? It's Yu Chenghui, known as the medical madman, who has solved many medical problems. Oh my goodness, why am I not 20 years younger? I also want to marry the head of the Royal Court base. He has a good family background, good looks and strong energy. He is simply my dream lover. The man with a big belly next to the woman turned black. What did you say? What am I? The woman hurriedly coaxed her husband. At this time, the captain of the guard team ran in. Young base captain, the young base captain of the Yi family in High City came to congratulate. Another stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Chapter 143. Bang! The juice beside Chuku fell, spilled on the table, and some of it flowed onto her. She quickly came to her senses, and hurriedly cleaned the table. Yuqing took the handkerchief from her hand. Let me do it. Your clothes are wet. Go to the bathroom and wipe them. He took another clean handkerchief and handed it to her. Okay. Chuku took the handkerchief and stood up in a trance. Yuqing looked at Chu Ji's back as she left, frowning slightly in confusion. Wasn't she quite happy just now? Why is there such a big change in mood? The junior base commander of the Royal Court base was slightly stunned when he heard the report from the people below. Are you talking about the Yi family base in High City? Yes, junior base commander. This is the gift from junior base commander Yi. The captain presented the crystal core with both hands. This junior base commander Yi is very generous, but didn't he just have his base slaughtered? Why didn't he stay in High City to reorganize the base? Why did he still have the mood to come to Fengcheng to visit the wedding banquet? The base commander of a small base said. He wouldn't come here to seek help from our bases. After all, how could a young boy like him rebuild the base? The 2 major bases in High City have been slaughtered, and now is the time for a gap. A city as big as High City is a hot commodity. If he really comes to ask for help, I don't mind helping him. I don't ask for much, just 20% of the benefits. A fat-headed man's eyes were full of calculations. Come on, Base Captain Wang, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. No matter how poor he is, he used to be the #1 base in High City. How can your small base compare to him? That's right, look at the gift money he gave. Except for a few large bases, who else can give it? The people below were still talking. Base Commander Su Xiao looked at the crystal cores presented by his subordinates, and listened to the discussions of the people below. He also felt that Base Commander Yi Xiao came here at this time to seek help from their Shuguang base. There are only 3 famous bases in Fengcheng: Shuguang Base, Royal Court Base, and Number 1 Base. Yi Nanyu came to their Shuguang base to attend the wedding banquet at this time, naturally with the purpose of seeking help from them. Just like what Base Commander Wang said, if he really came to seek help, then his Shuguang base would not mind giving him a helping hand. Who wouldn't want to have a piece of the fat meat in Hai Sure? Go and invite young Base Commander Yin. Yes, young Base Commander. The captain of the guard team ran to invite him. At the gate of the base, people coming and going couldn't help but look at the majestic white tiger lying on the ground. Yi Nanyu and the other 4 had already got off the tiger's back. The guard team ran out of the base and respectfully asked, "Young Base Commander Yi, please come in." Yi Nanyu and the other 4 walked inside, and the white tiger stood up and wanted to follow them in. "Captain Yi, this?" The captain looked embarrassed. If such a huge white tiger followed into the base, the guests inside would be scared to death. "White tiger, you stay at the door." "What?" The white tiger looked at its master and his friends, and didn't take it to play, and cried pitifully. Seeing that the master and his friends really went in, it had no choice but to lie down at the door and wait. Its huge body blocked most of the gate of the base, and those who wanted to go in didn't dare to pass by it. The captain of the guard team was sweating coldly. "Tiger? Brother Tiger, can you move your noble body to the side a little more?" "Ah." The white tiger opened its mouth, and showed its fangs in a demonstrative manner. It wants to wait for its master here, and no one can drive it away. The captain's scalp suddenly numbed, and he took a few steps back. The white tiger put away its fangs, rested its head on its front paws, closed its eyes, and went to sleep. Everyone, In the end, there was no choice but for the captain to organize people to quietly pass by it. Yi Nanyu and the others entered the royal court base. Because they were all well-known and powerful people, they naturally did not need to undergo a physical examination like ordinary people did when entering the base. No one would have thought that Yi Nanyu and the others were no longer human. Except for one person. Yu Qing narrowed his eyes, and looked at Yi Nanyu and the others with a serious face. This was the first time he saw zombies that were no different from ordinary people, except Chugu. Yu Qing did not know Yi Nanyu, and he did not know that the person in front of him was Chu Ji's ex-boyfriend. After Chugu broke up with Yi Nanyu, he took the postgraduate entrance examination and met Yu Qing. They had the same instructor, and Yu Qing was Chu Ji's senior. Working on a project under the same tutor, they became familiar with each other. At that time, he only knew that Chugu had been in a relationship and was currently single. If Yu Qing knew that Yi Nanyu was Chu Ji's ex-boyfriend and was trying to snatch Chugu from him, he would definitely stop them from meeting at all costs, and perhaps there would be no regrets later. As soon as Yi Nanyu walked in, he looked around for Chugu among the guests. At this moment, the severed finger in his hand suddenly slipped away. Yi Nanyu was about to chase it, but was blocked by Base Captain Su Xiao. "Master Yi, thank you so much for coming to my wedding." "Congratulations," Yi Nanyu said perfunctorily, and anxiously chased after the broken finger. "Master Su, shock, didn't he come to ask for help? This is his attitude?" The broken finger jumped under the table to find Chugu, but accidentally bumped into someone's shoes and fell straight down. Yu Qing heard a strange sound, lowered his head to look under the table, and then his pupil shrank slightly, and saw a tender white broken finger that seemed to be struggling to get up. For some reason, he felt very familiar. He bent down to pick it up. Looking at the broken finger in his hand, he widened his eyes. This is Chu Ji's missing ring finger. Please give it back to me." A deep voice sounded. Yu Qing tightened his palm, looked up, and saw that it was the handsome zombie. He stood up with a tall body, and his aura was comparable to Yi Nanyu. "Why do you have this?" His voice suppressed something. Seeing that he not only did not return it, but also tightened his palm, Yi Nanyu immediately showed displeasure on his face. "I say it again, please give it back to me. I don't care where you picked it up, but it doesn't belong to you." Yi Nanyu saw that the other party obviously wanted to take it for himself, and his eyes were instantly horrified. This severed finger was now like his life, and anyone who touched it would die. The power of thunder and lightning gathered in the palm of his hand, and he was about to take action. A familiar voice that penetrated deep into the bone marrow sounded behind him. "Yu Qing, what are you doing standing there?" Chapter 144. Yi Nanyu's back stiffened, and he turned around quickly. Seeing the face he had been thinking about day and night, he rushed over and hugged her. Chugu, I finally found you. His voice was trembling. The people around him gasped, wow, Base Commander Yi Xiao was desperate, and dared to tease Base Commander Yu's fiancée in public. Chugu was hugged tightly by Yi Nanyu. His pupils were shaking, and pictures flashed through his mind. Chugu, is this how you live after leaving me? Chugu, if you dare to bite, I knock out your teeth. Chugu, you just turned into a zombie, not garbage, understand? Chugu, are you afraid of mummies? If I turn into a zombie, will you be with me again? Yu Qing stared blankly at the scene in front of him, and something in his heart was fading away. Seeing the broken finger in his hand disappear, Chu Ji's missing ring finger on his left hand grew out. Ring finger, ring. Yu Qing seemed to understand something and staggered back a few steps. Zhou Yang and Yi Shiyu saw the two people reunited, and their depressed mood finally cleared up after many days. Jiang Tao was dumbfounded, muttering, impossible, he was really found. My ability turned out to be so rubbish, not even as good as one of his fingers. People around were already talking about it. What's going on? Why didn't Base Chief Yu take action when his fiancée was hugged by someone? That's right, if it were me, I would have beaten this pervert to death long ago. Wow, I actually feel that Base Chief Yi and Base Chief Yu's fiancée are also very good. Am I crazy? A woman twisted her body and said, holding her flushed face. I want to be like her too, and be snatched by two handsome men. A woman said with envy. The men looked disdainful. As expected, women's brain circuits were incomprehensible. Captain Yu, what are you waiting for? You can still endure this, are you a man? A big man whose wife cheated on him shouted loudly. He hated male mistresses the most in his life. Some men who didn't mind making trouble also followed suit. Captain Yu, we all support you, come on. Yes, I sure dared to run wild in our Fengcheng territory. Teach him a lesson quickly. Come on, we all support you. Yi Shiyu and Zhou Yang were shocked. What fiancé? What's going on? Yu Qing clenched his fists tightly. He kept staring at Chugu. Even if she looked at him, he would rush up without hesitation. But a whistle sounded, and the eagle spread its wings and flew down from the sky. Yu Qing jumped onto the back of the eagle. Brother Yu. Yu Qing's back stiffened. He did not turn around. His hands were shaking. Chugu, I give you time to choose. I wait for you at the base. He almost used up all his strength to say this. The eagle was reluctant to fly. It looked at the hostess, wondering why the hostess didn't come up. Yu Qing closed his bloodshot, red eyes. Goshawk, let's go. Ah! The eagle screamed and spread its wings and flew away. Chugu looked at the flying eagle with red eyes. She heard a person who gave everything for her. As Yi Nanyu and the others left, the Shuang base was filled with discussions. Damn, Base Commander Yi didn't come here to ask for help. He came here to steal my wife. See, I told you guys that you were being sentimental. Base Commander Yi wouldn't care about you little minions. Base Commander Yi was so upset that his fiancée was just taken away by someone. That's right, if it were me, we'd all be dead. Yes, now everyone relies on fists to speak. Whoever has the strongest fist is the boss. Base Commander Yu is obviously a psychic with the royal court base behind him, but I didn't expect him to be such a coward. He didn't even dare to confront others and fled in panic. A woman couldn't stand it and spoke up. What do you men know? You only know how to fight and kill. Yu Jizhong is a real man. He just loves his fiancée so much that he couldn't bear to scold her at the end. Can you be so broad-minded and generous? I also think Yu Jizhong is a good man. I will ask my dad to be a matchmaker tomorrow. You women just think he is handsome. You are a loser, and you still say he is so good. You are a loser. Your whole family is losers. Who are you calling a loser? Just tell me what's wrong with you, loser. This stinky woman. Base Captain Su Xiao looked at the people below who were quarreling with a headache. Hey, does anyone remember that today is his wedding day? A hotel in Fengcheng. Yi Nanyu, how did you find me? Yi Nanyu looked at Chugu in front of him, feeling an indescribable pain. He always felt that Chugu in front of him seemed to have changed, as if he had experienced a lot, had a lot on his shoulders, and felt very depressed. I found your severed finger at the Hope base, and it brought me to you. Chugu looked at the broken part of his left hand, where the ring finger had grown out, so it was there with you. Have you been doing well these days? Chugu shrugged his shoulders pretending to be relaxed. I'm eating well and drinking well, not bad. Chugu. Yi Nanyu raised his voice. You don't need to be strong in front of me. Chugu fell silent. Chugu, tell me, what happened to you, and why did you go back to the past? Chugu looked up in surprise. How do you know I went back to the past? The strange face you just saw, he is a tracking ability user. He can track a person's whereabouts by breath. I didn't expect his tracking to be so powerful that he can even travel through time and space to track the past. Yes, I did go back to the past. Yi Nanyu's eyes deepened. How did I go back? The person who kidnapped me from Rongqing, he used a space tunnel. He can go anywhere through the space tunnel. I went back to the past through that. You mean he can travel through time and space? Chugu shook his head. He can't, and he doesn't seem to know he can go back to the past. You mean, only you went back to the past? Yeah. Chugu nodded. Do you remember the first time we met in the bar? I have no memory of it afterwards. Didn't I always suspect that you were tricking me? In fact, my consciousness at that time was my consciousness in the future. What do you mean? Yi Nanyu was slightly surprised. You mean when we first met, you said I was handsome and wanted to be my girlfriend, and this and that? Was it your current consciousness that traveled through your past body? Ahem. I thought I was dreaming, so I let myself go. Chugu was a little embarrassed. On the day of the apocalypse, you suddenly answered my call. Is that also your current consciousness? Why do you think that is my current consciousness? Chugu raised his eyebrows in disbelief. Yi Nanyu smiled bitterly. If you were the past, you would have called me and blocked me. You would not have called my name. You wanted to tell me something at that time, but it was suddenly interrupted, and I could never contact you again afterwards. A warm current flowed through Chu Ji's heart. It turned out that he remembered everything about her so clearly. It was me. I wanted to tell you at that time that I missed you. I missed you very much. Yi Nanyu hugged her. I'm sorry. You must have been very helpless at that time. But I couldn't run to find you immediately. I'm sorry. Chugu shook her head, and warm tears slid down from the corners of her eyes. No matter what she went through, he was always there. Chapter 145. Chugu had never told anyone about the things that were pent up in her heart, but she wanted to talk to Yi Nanyu, and only Yi Nanyu could let her talk. Yi Nanyu, I want to tell you something. Okay. Before, I went back to the past with my consciousness, but the time at the Hope Base, my body went back to the past Rongqing, more than a month before the outbreak of the apocalypse. Yi Nanyu's eyes sank slightly. You mean to say that the zombie virus was your body that traveled to the past, and then spread it, which led to the outbreak of the apocalypse? Is that what you mean? Chugu didn't expect Yi Nanyu to think so quickly. Well, I always thought I was also a victim of this end of the world, but I didn't expect that I was the biggest culprit of this end of the world. If it weren't for me, this world. Well, Yi Nanyu suddenly kissed her. Chu Ji's mind was blank, and she forgot everything she wanted to say. Yi Nanyu let her go, and put his forehead against hers intimately. He whispered, don't say that. You are a victim of this whole thing like everyone else. This is not what you want to see, nor is it what you did on purpose. It's just a combination of coincidences, like an invisible hand pushing you forward. You have no choice. You can think of it as a bug in the long river of history, a loophole in time and space. It's not you, it could be someone else. You are suffering, painful, desperate. You are also a victim in this. Chu Ji's pupils trembled slightly, and she couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. Yi Nanyu's words made her break free from the self-shackles of despair and pain. She hugged Yi Nanyu tightly. Thank you, Yi Nanyu, thank you. Yi Nanyu hugged her slightly trembling body tightly, silently giving her strength. Yi Nanyu, I want to tell you about senior brother Yu. Chugu calmed down and took the initiative to speak. Although Yi Nanyu didn't ask, she felt that she should still tell him. The end of the world really made her grow up a lot. Yi Nanyu's fingers trembled slightly. Okay. After breaking up with you, I took the postgraduate entrance examination. Yu Qing is my senior brother, who is 1 year older than me. In my memory of my first experience of the end of the world, senior brother Yu was bitten by a zombie in order to save me. In order not to implicate everyone, he jumped from the building and died. But before that, my consciousness traveled back to the time when the accident happened. I killed the zombies, and changed my senior brother's fate of being bitten by zombies, and jumping off the building. He survived. Then my body traveled back to the past, and met senior brother Yu again. I was in a very bad state at that time. Because I knew that I was the one who spread the virus, and some things happened that made me collapse, which made me hate myself so much that I didn't want to live at that time. Yi Nanyu suddenly tightened his fists, his eyes full of heartache. Chugu. Chugu shook his head. Don't worry, I'm fine now. Chugu, thank you for surviving. Yi Nanyu looked at Chugu, and said solemnly. Chu Ji's body trembled, and then a smile appeared on his lips. I met senior brother Yu in that state at that time. It can be said that without him, there would be no me now. He brought me to Fengcheng and begged his father to save me, because I couldn't eat any flesh and blood at that time, and my body collapsed and even rotted into a skeleton. He built a research institute, a base, and collected many crystal cores to treat me. But I still had no desire to live. So he had no choice but to use his psychic power to erase my memory, and then I slowly got better. This is why I never went to find you. Yi Nanyu hugged Chugu. He was jealous and crazy. He was jealous that he was with Chugu when she experienced the apocalypse for the second time. But he was also very grateful to him, because he did not give up Chugu and stayed with her through those difficult days. Chugu closed her wet eyes. Seeing your brother Yu is really good. I don't want to hurt him, but I hurt him deeply today, Yi Nanyu. I want to go to the royal court base to see him, and then talk to him clearly. Okay, I wait for you here. Yes. Chugu stood at the door of the royal court base. For the first time, she didn't have the courage to step in. The patrol captain saw her and immediately came up to her, respectfully saying, Miss Chu, you are back. Yes. Chugu lowered her eyes and walked into the base. Hey, why can that woman go in without queuing? We have been queuing here for an hour or two. A woman shouted to the captain. The captain sneered, Don't you see who that is? That's our future base commander's wife. Chugu paused. Miss Chu, please come in. The guard at the gate of the base let her in. Chugu entered the base with a heavy heart. She went to Yu Qing's office but didn't see him, and went to his room but didn't see him either. If none of them are here, then it must be the Research Institute. The automatic sensor door of the Research Institute opened. Chugu walked in, and the sensor door closed automatically. As soon as she entered the Research Institute, the baby-faced doctor came to greet her. Miss Chu, something happened. Chu Ji's face changed slightly. What happened? The experimental subject you asked me to deal with suddenly disappeared from the glass tube strangely. When we were looking for it everywhere, we found that the instructor and the data in the laboratory were also missing. It must be the experimental subject who did it. After the base commander came back from the Dawn base, he went to chase it without stopping. Before leaving, the base commander hurriedly left a message, saying that if you come back, the Institute and the base will obey your orders. Chugu looked solemn, and he didn't expect this to happen. Did the base commander go after him alone? Did anyone else in the base know about this? The base commander didn't want to make it public, so he went out of the secret passage alone to chase him. No one in the base should know that the base commander had left. Block the news. Don't let anyone know that the base commander has left the base, to avoid being used by someone with ulterior motives. I have already given the order. The doctor said. Doctor, you are Uncle Yu's most proud student. I will let you manage the institute. You will lead everyone to check what data is missing and whether it can be restored. If it cannot be restored, you will lead the team to see if it can be redeveloped. We must not let everyone's hard work for so long go to waste. I will watch over the institute. Don't worry. The most important thing now is the base. Once there is any turmoil, the institute will also suffer. Doctor, don't worry. Don't you know the strength of your base commander? It's just a test subject. Believe me, he will come back with Uncle Yu soon. Miss Chu is right. The base commander will definitely come back soon. Chapter 146. The deputy commander of the Royal Court base stood up from his stool when he heard someone report that Miss Chu was back. No, why is she back? I got the news that she ran away with the one from the Yi family, didn't she? The deputy commander was still happy for a while. The woman who had always been ruining his plans finally left. Where's the commander? The commander has not been out since he came back from the Dawn base. Let's go see the commander. Such a fickle woman can never be the wife of the commander of our royal court base. The deputy base chief went to find the base chief in a hurry. Chugu came out of the research institute and came to the study where Yu Qing usually worked, ready to wait for him here. Not long after he sat down, there was a knock on the study door. Base chief, are you there? I have something to discuss with you. Chu Ji's body suddenly stiffened when he heard the deputy base chief's voice. Base chief, are you there? Base chief. The deputy base chief muttered when he saw no movement. It doesn't make sense. The base chief usually works here at this time. Click. The door opened and Chugu came out. When the deputy base commander saw Chugu coming out, he was stunned for a moment. This woman really came back without shame. Miss Chu, I'm looking for the base commander. Is the base commander here? He was about to go into the study. Who knew Chugu closed the study door? Deputy base commander, the base commander is busy. He asked you to go back first. When the deputy base commander saw Chugu actually chased him away, his face fell immediately, and he said coldly, Is the base commander really busy, or did you take the initiative to stop me from seeing the base commander? Why, you did such a shameless thing in the Shiguang base yourself, and you don't let people say it. Chu Gu sneered, the deputy base commander is really well informed. We just came back from the Dawn base, and you knew what happened in the Dawn base. You don't always send people to keep an eye on me, and the base commander. The deputy base commander's face changed slightly. What are you talking about? My friend just came to see me after attending a wedding banquet, and I just found out. Oh really? Since the base commander is busy, I come back later. The deputy base commander walked away with a staggering step. Chugo looked at his back and snorted, old fox. She went back into the study, thinking that senior brother Yu would be back soon, but she waited until the evening. Senior brother Yu didn't come back. The deputy base commander came again at night, but was sent away by Chu Gu again. Looking at the deputy base commander's angry back, Chu Ji's heart sank. Senior brother Yu didn't come back so late, I'm afraid he's in trouble. Now that the deputy base commander is so tight, I'm afraid it won't be long before senior brother Yu is not at the base, and then it will be troublesome. We have to find senior brother Yu as soon as possible. Chu Gu remembered what Yu said about tracking a superpower. By tracking the aura, we can know the specific location of this person. It seems that she has to borrow the power of tracking superpowers. Yu was waiting for Chu Gu in the hotel. He was anxious because she didn't see her coming back. Just when he was thinking about going to the royal court base to find her, Chu Gu came back. Are you okay? I was thinking about looking for you. Yu asked anxiously. It's okay. Chu Gu shook his head. I can't be out for too long, otherwise that old fox will definitely notice it. What happened? Uncle Yu and the research materials were taken away by an experimental subject in the institute. Senior brother Yu went to chase him, but he hasn't come back yet. You know, if a base is without a base leader, all kinds of monsters will come to cause trouble. You want to ask a tracking psychic to track his whereabouts. Yu guessed her plan at once. Yes, senior brother Yu is a psychic. It's not a problem for him to deal with a mere experimental subject. He hasn't come back yet, which means he must have encountered a difficult situation. Yu saw Chu Ji's anxiety. Don't worry, the psychic is at the top of the list. It's not that easy to defeat. Let's find the tracking psychic first and track his location, then make plans. Okay. Yu didn't dare to delay, and took Chu Gu to find the tracking psychic. Jiang Tao heard a knock on the door. He had just finished exercising, sweating profusely, and went to open the door. I'm coming. The door opened, and seeing Jiang Tao shirtless, Yu quickly blocked Chu Gu. Excuse me, please wait a moment. Jiang Tao sensed Yu's murderous gaze, and quickly closed the door to put on his clothes. Nanyu, what happened? Yi Shiyu and Zhou Yang came over. After returning from the Dawn base, no one disturbed the young couple's world of two, and they came out of their respective rooms when they heard the sound. Xiaogu, are you okay? Why are you so worried? Well, something happened, and I came to find a tracking ability user to track someone's whereabouts. Come in. Jiang Tao opened the door. He was already dressed. Chu Gu and the others entered the room. Tell me what you want from me. Jiang Tao sat down on the sofa. Help me find someone. I don't help people for nothing. Last time I did it for the sake of Yi Xiao, the head of the base. Stop talking nonsense. Will you help me or not? Chu Gu interrupted him. Help. I help you. It's my honor. Jiang Tao looked at the sharp weapon against his neck and swallowed his saliva. He didn't even see how she did it. Chu Gu retracted the bone blade. Jiang Tao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Can't these big guys be a little polite? They always use knives and guns. This is the pen he usually uses. It should have his scent on it. Chu Gu handed the pen from the study to Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao took the pen and raised his eyebrows slightly. The person you want to find is not that psychic, right? Yes, it's him. Jiang Tao still remembered the last time he vomited blood. He threw the pen back to Chu Gu. I am powerless. His mental power is too strong. My pursuit has nowhere to hide in front of him. I don't want to vomit blood again. Chu Gu took out a handful of crystal cores from the space ring and threw them to Jiang Tao. Do it or not. Jiang Tao looked at the crystal cores in his hand. His eyes widened. Do it. I do it, even if I spit blood and die. After absorbing these crystal cores, his supernatural power can be taken to a higher level, and spitting blood or two is considered awesome. Jiang Tao put the crystal core in his pocket, picked up the pen, closed his eyes, used his supernatural power, and tracked the breath on the pen. Dark basement. Yu Qing, trapped in the cage, narrowed his eyes slightly, and he could sense an invisible force in the air rushing towards him. It was a tracking ability. This was the second time he felt it. The first time he used his mental power to break up the tracking. This time, he did not take any action, and let the tracking ability find his position. At this time, a brisk footstep sounded and came towards him. Yu Qing looked at the person coming, his eyes suddenly sharp. Who are you, and what is your purpose? Standing outside the cage was the experimental subject in the glass tube, a beautiful woman with a graceful figure. Chapter 147. Chang Wei looked at the tall and handsome man in the cage, and a smile appeared on her lips. I fell in love with you at first sight, when I first saw you, but who knew you were so cruel and wanted to deal with me? In that case, don't blame me for using force. Don't pretend, you came for us. No, you came for my dad. You lured me out of the base, then ambushed me, and imprisoned me here. I guess you used me to threaten my dad, let him do things for you, to achieve some purpose. Yu Qing's eyes were as cold as ice. Jiang Wei smiled. Being too smart is not a good thing, but I like smart people. She turned off the current of the cage, opened the door of the cage, and walked in. She was not worried that he would run away, and he couldn't run away. Jiang Wei stood in front of Yu Qing, her delicate hands playing with the buttons on his chest, her fiery red lips opening and closing, extremely tempting. Let me serve you in the long night. Her hand unbuttoned a button, and her fingers pressed down against her chest to unbutton the second button. After a night of love, we are naturally husband and wife. I will plead with the higher-ups, and you can reunite with your father soon. Yu Qing's eyes became colder and colder, and his big palm struck out with lightning, clamping Jiang Wei's neck. Just because my superpower is imprisoned doesn't mean I can't kill you. Jiang Wei didn't look panicked. You really can't kill me. She snapped her fingers. Yu Qing felt that his body couldn't move instantly, and his pupils shrank. It was the superpower of immobilization. If his superpower was not imprisoned, it would be impossible to immobilize him. Jiang Wei broke free from his hand, looked at Yu Qing who couldn't move, and smiled. I said you can't kill me. Her eyes slid down, and saw his looming chest, and smiled even more brightly. She reached out and continued to unbutton. You can imagine me as someone you like, I don't mind. You can't even compare to a hair of hers. Yu Qing's voice was cold. Jiang Wei smiled indifferently. After tonight, you will know who is better. After unbuttoning, her soft body pressed against him, her hands wrapped around his neck, and she tiptoed to kiss him. Yu Qing's eyes were filled with terror. You can still have sexual interest in this kind of environment, Jiang Wei. I didn't expect you to be so picky. A hearty voice sounded. Jiang Wei stopped and turned her head angrily to look at the person who disturbed her. Chinimo, you don't let me sleep, and you don't allow me to sleep with others? The person who came was Chinimo, who stood upright outside the cage with his hands in his pockets, his phoenix eyes shining, a playful smile on his lips, and a fox-like cunningness all over his body. Yu Qing looked at the man outside the cage, and a vicious look flashed in his eyes. If he hadn't imprisoned his supernatural power, he wouldn't have been captured. Seeing that Chinimo had no intention of leaving, Jiang Wei let go of Yu Qing and walked towards him. Her charming body pressed against him, and her fingers drew circles on his chest, full of teasing. Chinimo, are you jealous? As long as you want me, I will only belong to you, okay? Her voice was charming, and her red lips were about to kiss Chinmo's Adam's apple. Chinimo took a step back. Jiang Wei pounced on nothing and shouted angrily, Chinimo, are you still a man? This is the nth time I have taken the initiative to deliver myself to you, and you can tolerate this? She refused to believe it. Her hand slid over her abdominal muscles and went in. Chinimo pulled her hand out in time, his eyes cold. Sorry, I don't like too much flirting. Jiang Wei pushed Chinimo away angrily. If that's the case, then don't ruin my good thing. She was about to walk towards Yu Qing again. Chinimo stood in front of her. I'm afraid you have to be patient tonight. I have something to do with him. Jiang Wei was so angry that she was waving her claws and teeth. Chinimo, don't go too far. Everything has a first come first served. It's the end of the world. Who told you who comes first? Let's talk about who has the harder fist now. You? Jiang Wei looked at Chinimo, who was smiling like a fox, and she felt a mixture of love and hate for him. Chinimo, just wait, I will definitely sleep with you. Jiang Wei said harsh words, and walked away gracefully in high heels. As soon as Jiang Wei left, Yu Qing's ability to freeze disappeared, and he could move. He looked at the unbuttoned buttons, a haze flashed across his eyes, and his slender fingers buttoned the buttons one by one. Brother, I saved your innocence, and you didn't even say thank you? Chinimo teased. Yu Qing ignored him, and continued to organize his clothes. Jiang Wei, that woman, will not be satisfied if she fails to sleep with you this time. She will come to sleep with you again. After all, she enjoys sleeping with different men as a stamp collection. If you don't want her to continue to pester you, just commit to her once, and she will stop pestering you. Anyway, you are a man, and you will not lose anything. It's the best of both worlds. Chinemo kindly reminded him. Yuqing buttoned up his shirt, looked up at Chinemo, and asked in a low voice, "Who are you and what is your purpose?" Chinemo shrugged. "You don't need to know what the purpose is, you just need to be obedient, and I won't do anything to you." "Where's my dad? How is he?" "Your dad is fine, but the premise is that you behave yourself and don't make trouble." Yuqing sat down on the ground, closed his eyes, and didn't say anything. Anyway, if he continued to ask other questions, he wouldn't answer. Now we just need to wait quietly. The tracking mutant should have found his location. "Hey, you asked me so many questions. I told you everything. Now it's my turn to ask you." Yuqing didn't even open his eyes. "Don't waste your breath. I don't know anything." "What if I say it's about Chugu? I wonder if you are interested." Yuqing opened his eyes suddenly. "Whatever you have, come to me. It has nothing to do with her." Chinemo smiled. "So nervous? It seems you care about her a lot." "Don't beat her idea." Yuqing squeezed out his teeth, staring at Chinemo with cruel eyes. Chinemo walked into the cage, squatted in front of Yuqing, and stretched out his hand to him. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Chinemo, and I'm Chuji's friend." "Friend? Haha, do you think I will believe it? If you want to use such a low-quality method to pull in a relationship, I think you should save some energy." Yuqing sneered. "I'm not lying to you. She and I are real friends. I was sunbathing with her on the beach a few days ago. I hope you know the base. I killed her together." Chinmo's tone was still vaguely proud. Yuqing heard him say this, and his heart was relieved. "I think the Chugu you mentioned is not the same person I know. You recognize the wrong person. She is a zombie, immortal, and can still live after turning into a skeleton, don't you think so?" Yuqing's pupils trembled slightly, but then he quickly calmed down. "I think you really recognize the wrong person. My fiancée has been with me in Fengcheng since the first day after the apocalypse, and she has never left." "Impossible. She said her family was in Haishur, so I went to Haishur with her." "Sorry, my fiancée is from Rongcheng." "But didn't you just say Fengcheng?" "My fiancée is from Rongcheng. I'm from Fengcheng. She came to Fengcheng with me on the first day after the apocalypse, and has been here ever since." "So that's how it is. That's what I was saying. When my friend and I were massacring the Hope base, a bomb blew off both of her hands, and her whole body was covered with wounds. How could she recover so quickly? It turns out I was wrong." When Yuqing heard that his hands were blown off, his pupils shrank and his hands trembled slightly. On the first day of the apocalypse, Chugu came out of the closet. When he found her again, her hands seemed to be blown off by something. They were incomplete, and there was no good flesh on her body. She was in pieces. After he awakened his superpowers that day, he went back to school and the surrounding area to look for her arms, but he couldn't find them. When Chinemo spoke, he kept observing Yuqing with his peripheral vision. Seeing his reaction, his eyes narrowed. It was just as he thought. "It seems I was wrong." Chinemo stood up, walked out of the cage, closed the door again, and then turned on the switch, and the cage was electrified. He turned and left, took out the half-bitten Jigong pill from his pocket, his phoenix eyes flashed, and the corners of his mouth curled up like a fox's cunning smile. That crazy woman was really a surprise to him. That day he tried to open the space tunnel again in Rongcheng, but his severely injured body could no longer support him, and he vomited blood and fell down. A black mud ball rolled out of his pocket. It was the Jigong pill that Chugu had made before. She dropped one on the ground, and he picked it up. He wanted to study what it was, so he put it in his pocket. His organs were damaged to varying degrees by the explosion. He was bleeding heavily inside his body, and blood kept pouring out of his mouth. He knew he was dying. For some reason, he moved his eyes to the Jigong pill on the ground. He remembered what she said at the time, that the eye-staring and leg-stretching pill had the effect of bringing the dead back to life. He actually picked up the black mud pill in a daze. Just as he was hesitating, he remembered her words again. "Don't put everything in your mouth in the future." "I know, I will dare to do it again next time." Thinking of this, he closed his eyes and bit off half of it in one bite, just like Zhu Beiji eating ginseng fruit, swallowing it without chewing. Suddenly, huge pains came over his whole body, and cold sweats kept coming. His last thought before he fainted. Killed by that crazy woman. When he woke up again and saw the blue sky, he climbed up at once. He is not dead. All the wounds on his body have healed, even the old ones. He feels relaxed and refreshed. The dried-up superpowers in his body are now full, and the power is constantly filling his body. He was surprised. It really has the effect of bringing the dead back to life. With the full superpowers, he quickly used the space tunnel again, and went into the space tunnel to find her. He did not find her, but he got something unexpected. A picture flashed in the space tunnel. Chugu was surrounded by a group of people and hacked with knives. A man next to him was pressed to the ground and screamed something heartbreakingly. Then, he was squeezed out of the space tunnel, and when he entered the space tunnel again, he could not see anything. He received an order from his superiors to go to Fengcheng for support, but he did not expect to meet the man in the picture so soon. He instinctively knew what he wanted from him. Sure enough, Chen Mo tightened the Jigong pill in his hand, his eyes flickering in the darkness. It turned out that she had returned to the past. Chapter 148. Fengcheng. Jiang Tao retracted his tracking ability. He was ready to vomit blood again, but he didn't expect it to be so smooth this time. How is it? Did you find it? Chugu asked impatiently. I told you, there is no one I can't find. Jiang Tao's nose was up in the air, and his pride returned. Tell me quickly, where is it? Modu. Modu, how is it possible? Fengcheng is more than 5,000 kilometers away from Modu. It is impossible to get there in just a few hours. It is definitely in the Magic City, Jiang Tao said with great confidence. Maybe they have a fast transportation tool like the White Tiger, just like us. Yi Shiyu said. The White Tiger cannot reach this speed, Zhou Yan said. Chugu suddenly thought of someone, and her hands trembled slightly. It must be him. As far as she knew, he was the only one who had the ability to travel from one place to another in an instant. Dead fox. Chugu gnashed her teeth in hatred whenever she thought of him. He sent her to the past and never brought her back, causing her to collapse in despair and experience the end of the world again. Now he has taken Senior Brother Yu to the Magic City, along with Uncle Yu and those materials. What on earth does he want to do? Nanyu remembered the space tunnel that Chugu told him about. Is it that person? Yes. What are you going to do next? Senior Brother Yu has helped me a lot. Now he is in trouble. I can't just sit back and watch him. But the Magic City is thousands of kilometers away from here. If he goes to the Magic City, he will definitely not be able to come back for 3 to 5 days. By the time Senior Brother Yu is rescued, the royal court base may have already changed hands. Chu Ji's frown was so tight that it could kill a fly. Yi Nanyu reached out and smoothed her frown. You stay in Fengcheng, I go and save the people for you. Chu Ji's pupils trembled slightly. But this is none of your business. The Magic City is extremely dangerous. You don't have to. Chugu, do you still remember helping me to get revenge at the Hope Base? That day you risked your life to get revenge for me. Today I can also go to the Magic City to save people for you. Chu Ji's heart trembled. If her heart could still beat, it would definitely be now. Thump thump. Violent and powerful. Add me. Zhou Yang said, Xiao Ji's senior brother, I naturally can't just sit there and watch. Add me too. My invisibility ability may also come in handy. Yi Shiyu said. Jiang Tao looked around. Well, you guys go. I won't hold you back. No, you go too. Yi Nanyu rejected it in a second. Jiang Tao was dumbfounded and said weakly, My useless ability will only hold you back if I go, so I'd better not go. I stay here and pray for you devoutly. Your tracking ability requires you to track the location at all times. What if we go to the Magic City and the people are transferred? Wouldn't it be a waste of our trip? I won't go. The Magic City is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. If a little scum like me goes there, I will die. No matter what I say, Jiang Tao looked at the small bag of crystal cores thrown into his arms, and his eyes were straight again. Chugu knew that there was no gain without early action. She thought that she was like this before. If you want someone to do something for you, you must give him some sweet things. Jiang Tao smiled and looked at Chugu respectfully, as if he was looking at the client's father. It's my honor to do my little bit for you. When you go this time, be careful of a man who looks like a dead fox. Yi Shiyu has met him once. He can restrain superpowers. Once restrained, no matter how strong the superpowers are, they are equivalent to 0. Okay, you should be careful in Fengcheng alone. Yi Nanyu warned. You should be careful about everything. The devil is not like these small places. There must be many dangers. To borrow your words before, the worst result is death. You are already dead, so why are you afraid? Yi Nanyu said seriously. Chugu couldn't help laughing. It was so weird that Yi Nanyu said such a thing seriously. Besides, has she ever said such a stupid thing before? Yi Nanyu saw Chugu finally laughed, and the corners of his mouth curved up. Zhou Yang and Yi Shiyu also smiled. Jiang Tao, shock, did they forget that there was someone here? Chapter 149. I go back first. The old fox is keeping a close eye on you guys. We set off tonight. According to White Tiger's speed, we should be able to reach the Magic City in 1 day. Inanyu said. No, it's night now. Let's get some sleep, and get some energy before continuing tomorrow. Jiang Tao said. Have you ever seen a zombie sleeping? Yishiyu said. Jiang Tao, Then you guys should be careful. I go back first. Inanyu watched Chuga get up. I take you there. Okay. In the hotel lobby, Baihu was lying on the ground with his eyes closed. When he heard footsteps, he opened his eyes, and saw his master coming, so he stood up quickly. Chuga looked at the majestic Baihu. Where did you subdue such a big guy? You were kidnapped, so I wanted to come back to Haishur to find a tracking superpower to track your whereabouts, but ordinary transportation was too slow. Thanks to the zombie pigeon, who took us to subdue Baihu, we arrived in Haishur so quickly. By the way, the zombie pigeon asked me to bring you a crystal core, saying that you were weak and wanted to replenish your body. I put the crystal core in your space ring, in a plastic bag. Chugu took out a plastic bag from his space ring, full of crystal cores and love. It also said that if you are tired, you can come back to Rongqing at any time. It will always welcome you home. Chu Ji's eyes were red. It turned out that this was how it felt to have someone waiting for you to go home. If you miss it, I will go back to Rongqing with you to see it after this matter is over. For Yinanyu, it was only 2 or 3 days of separation, but for Chu Gu, it had been a long time since they had been separated. Okay, let's go back together to see it. Yeah. A few minutes later, the White Tiger stopped at the turning point of the Royal Court base, but not at the entrance of the base. Yinanyu jumped off the tiger's back, turned around and stretched out his hand to pick up Chu Gu, but Chu Gu did a front flip and landed more handsomely than him. Yinanyu, Be careful, I go in first. Okay. Chu Gu walked towards the base, and after walking a few steps, Yinanyu called her. Chu Gu. Chu Gu turned around. Why? Yinanyu held her waist, and kissed her lips with his thin lips. His refreshing taste instantly filled her mouth. Chu Ji's eyebrows softened, and she closed her eyes, feeling his kiss with her heart. After an unknown amount of time, the two finally separated, and Yinanyu left a sentence, wait for me to come back. Then he sat on the back of the White Tiger and left. Chu Gu watched him disappear, stood there for a while, and then walked back to the base. Just then, a slight sound came from the corner. Chu Gu narrowed his eyes. The person peeping at the corner looked at the stone under his feet in annoyance. He was almost killed by it. He didn't dare to stop and retreated quickly. As long as he entered the base, he would be safe. With the deputy base commander there, she wouldn't dare to do anything to him. He ran towards the Royal Court base, which was already within reach. Suddenly, he felt a strong pressure coming from behind. Before he could turn around, his body was crushed by this terrifying pressure. The blood mist rose in the darkness, unnoticed by anyone. Chu Gu had already entered the base through the secret passage. As soon as she returned to the room, a familiar voice sounded. You're back. Chu Ji's back stiffened, and she turned around quickly. Seeing the person hidden in the darkness, her pupils trembled slightly. Dead fox. It's me. Chinimo walked out of the darkness. Chu Gu. Whoosh. Rushed to Chinimo, grabbed his collar, and punched him again and again. Bang. Bang. You still dare to appear in front of me. Do you know what I have experienced these days? Chinimo did not fight back, and let Chu Gu hit him. The last punch hit his chest hard, and he fell out. Wow. Chinimo covered his chest, and spat out blood in pain. Chu Gu clenched his fists, and horror appeared in his eyes. Why don't you fight back? Why don't you seal my superpowers? Cough cough. Chinimo lay on the ground and coughed up blood foam. If you are angry, then hit me. Hit you until you calm down. Chu Gu stepped on his stomach. Bang. Chinimo spat out another mouthful of blood. Chu Gu gritted his teeth and said, What on earth are you going to do? Chinimo grabbed Chu Ji's foot that was stepping on his stomach. Whether you believe it or not, it wasn't me who made you go back to the past. I was also seriously injured at the time. Chu Gu narrowed his eyes slightly, and kicked him away fiercely. Chinimo hugged his stomach and hit the wall. A groan of pain escaped his lips. Chu Gu rudely grabbed his collar, dragged him out from the corner like a dead dog, and then threw him on the sofa. Chinmo's wound was touched, his eyes went dark, and he was sweating. Chu Ji's eyes were cold and cruel. Speak clearly, if you hide anything, I will kill you. Wait, let me take it slow. Chinmo gritted his teeth and said while enduring the pain. Chu Gu glanced at him, turned around and walked to the window, cooling off in the breeze. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Captain, are you there? I have looked for you many times today, but you didn't see me. I am very worried. Please come and see me, Captain. The deputy base commander was outside the door. He went to the study and the base commander's room, but no one was there, so he found Chugu here. He felt that the base commander was no longer in the base, or had been killed, otherwise how could he not see him? Chugu looked at the door with a gloomy face. This old fox was really biting hard. She glanced at Chinemo on the sofa and walked towards the door, but did not open it. Deputy base commander, the base commander and I are ready to rest, you go back. The deputy base commander sneered. This time he was not so easy to deal with. Miss Chu, you have been preventing me from seeing the base commander. I seriously suspect that you have colluded with the young base commander of the Yi family and imprisoned the base commander of my royal court base. Base commander, I am here to save you. After the deputy base commander finished speaking, he raised his foot and was about to kick the door open and force his way in. Get out. A low roar came from the room. Base commander. The deputy base commander's face changed slightly. You are here. It was just one word, and Chinemo lowered his voice, so he did not hear that it was not the voice of the base commander. At this time, Chugu opened the door, looked at the panicked deputy base commander outside, and said sarcastically, Why, the base commander is here? You seem to be very disappointed. If the base commander is not here, what will the deputy base commander do? What are you talking about? You have been preventing me from seeing the base commander. What do you want to do? The deputy base commander said with a thick neck. Chugu made way for the door. Don't you want to see the base commander? Go in. The deputy base commander raised his foot and was about to go in, and Chuji's light voice sounded next to him. Don't blame me for not reminding you, the base commander is angry now. Bang. Something in the room was smashed. The deputy base commander shuddered and stopped. Wouldn't it be a scolding to go in now? Well, I suddenly remembered that I still have some things to deal with. I won't disturb the base commander and miss Chu's arrest. After the deputy base commander finished speaking, he left in a hurry. Chugu watched the old fox leave and re-entered the room with a gloomy face. Looking at the broken porcelain on the ground, his eyes shot to Chinemo, whose face was pale and his lips were stained with blood. Chinemo, I ask again, what do you want to do? Chapter 150. Chinemo sat down on the sofa again, and the wound on his body made him gasp. Hiss. Chugu, since I came so far to find you, give me one of your Jigong pills. You don't know how cruel you were just now. Chugu looked at him for a while, and finally took out a black mud ball from the space ring and threw it to him. Since she collected these, she has not used them yet. It just so happened that she also wanted to know what effect this thing would have after eating it. Chinemo reached out to take the Jigong pill that Chugu threw over, then took out a small box from his pocket and put the Jigong pill in it with great care. There was still a half-bitten Jigong pill in the box. He closed the lid and put the small box back into his pocket. This is a life-saving thing. You have to cherish it. Chugu? ? She thought he was going to eat it, and was looking forward to seeing what reaction he would have after eating it, but she didn't expect Chinemo to put it away. You don't want to eat it? I think I can still handle it. Chinemo twisted his neck and turned his shoulders, no longer feeling dead. Chugu, Okay, just ask whatever you want. Chinemo said generously. Chugu walked over and sat down opposite him. You said that it's none of your business if I go back to the past, but I went back to the past through your space tunnel. You told me it's none of your business? I've never gone back to the past through my space tunnel, and I don't even know that I can go back to the past. Didn't I say that before? If I have the ability to go back to the past, do I still need to stay in this cannibalistic apocalypse? Okay, you said you don't know. Then how do you know I went back to the past? I guessed. I came out of the space tunnel, and was under the overpass of Rongqing, but I didn't see you. Then I remembered your question about whether I could go back to the past or the future. Later, when I entered the space tunnel again, I saw a fleeting picture. You were in an environment that looked like the apocalypse had just broken out. The man next to you was the head of the royal court base that I captured today. Then I asked him what he said, and confirmed that my guess was correct. Chuji's eyes were sharp in an instant, and he grabbed Chinmo's neck with lightning speed. It was you who caught senior brother Yu. Chinmo raised his hands. Miss, take it easy. I can't bear it if you do it again. If you don't want to die, then let him go. If you let him go, I will die. In that case, I will kill you first and then save him. Chugu exerted force, and Chinmo suddenly felt difficulty breathing and his face flushed. He grabbed Chuji's wrist. Let go. Don't you want to know why we caught him? Chugu narrowed his eyes and shook him off. Shinimo rubbed his neck, where the handprints were obvious. Looking at Chugu, who looked indifferent, he muttered, "A woman is so rude. Have you said it? In fact, our main target is Yu Chungwei, the medical lunatic. His son is just a tool to check and balance him, so that he can be obedient. What do you want Uncle Yu to do? I don't know about that. I'm just a follower." "Whose orders?" Shinimo shrugged. "I don't know." "Are you kidding me?" Chuji's voice became colder. "Why would I come all the way here to kid you? What good would it do me? I really don't know. Every time the boss gives orders, he uses voice transmission over 1,000 miles. Voice transmission over 1,000 miles? This is the first time Chugu has heard of such a supernatural power. Yeah. Since you don't know whose orders you are taking, why do you still take orders from him? I don't want to. If you don't take orders, you will be wiped out silently. Shinimo has seen many people who disobey orders and disappear silently. Then you tell me all this? Aren't you afraid of being wiped out? I've long been tired of this feeling of being controlled by others, but I just can't get rid of it. In fact, when I first saw you, I had a hunch that you were the breakthrough point." As soon as Shinimo finished speaking, a cold voice sounded in his mind. "Bring Chugu back." Chapter 151. Shinmo's pupils trembled slightly. Chugu saw that something was wrong with him. "What's wrong?" "Just now, the superiors gave me an order to take you back." Chuji's eyes deepened. "Then what will you do? Don't you want to find out why the superiors arrested Yu Chungwei? I think the best way is to get deeper into it." "You mean to take advantage of the enemy's trick? You can't get the tiger cub without going into the tiger's den." "Yes." Shinimo nodded. "What if I don't agree? What will you do next?" Shinimo made a quick move, and a restraint was cast into Chuji's body. "Then I have no choice but to follow your orders and take you back." Chugu, shocked. "Damn you dead fox. Didn't you say I was the breakthrough point just last second?" Shinimo looked innocent. "It would be best if you cooperate, but if you don't, I can't do anything. If I don't take you back, I will kill you immediately. So I'm going to go on this trip anyway." "Yes." Shinimo nodded. "Before that, I have something to deal with." Chuji's eyes darkened. "Okay, no problem. Then untie my restraints first." "No, what if you run away?" Chugu was speechless. "I promise to go with you on this trip, okay?" Shinimo pondered for a while. "I trust you this time." He waved his hand to untie Chuji's restraints. As soon as the restraints were untied, Chugu directly expanded his domain to cover him. Shinimo suddenly felt like a heavy burden was pressing on him, and he couldn't even lift a finger. Seeing Chugu walking towards him with his fists clenched and creaking, he hurriedly said, "You don't keep your word." Chugu sneered. "I promised to go with you, but I didn't promise not to hit you." Shinimo looked at the fist swinging towards his face and shouted, "Damn, don't hit people in the face." Bang! The nose hurt, and 2 streams of blood flowed down. Shinimo, shocked. "Fuck, you crazy woman, stop hitting me, or I never let you go." 10 minutes later. Shinimo, with a pig-faced face, lay on the ground in tears. "Woo-woo. Vicious woman." The Deputy Base Commander's room. "Deputy Base Commander, you finally came to me." The charming woman smiled. "Last time, I created an opportunity for you to seduce the base commander and alienate that woman. You can't even handle such a small thing. You are a waste. Last time, I took off all my clothes, but the base commander didn't even look at me. After that, I told that woman that I slept with the base commander, but she just said oh and didn't care at all. The base commander and that woman are quarreling. This is the best opportunity. You can take advantage of it and successfully take down the base commander." The base commander took out a packet of powder and put it on the table. "This is a drug for aphrodisiacs. I can let it go last time, but if you still can't succeed this time, you can get out of the base." The woman's eyes lit up. "I promise it will succeed this time. Go out, I'll let you know tomorrow." "Okay, Deputy Base Commander, I wait for your news." The woman picked up the powder on the table, happily twisted her plump hips, opened the door, and walked out of the room. Not long after the woman walked out of the room, she saw the person leaning against the wall in front of her. Her back suddenly froze, and a stiff smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Miss Chu. Miss Chu. I just saw you coming out of the Deputy Base Commander's room. Are you guys plotting something bad?" Chuji's straightforwardness made a drop of cold sweat slide down the woman's forehead. No, we are not plotting anything bad. The base commander has collected evidence that the Deputy Base Commander wants to rebel, and is investigating the accomplice. Now it seems that you are the accomplice." Chugu did not wrongly accuse him. Senior brother, you had long known about his ambitions, and the little tricks he had done behind the scenes. It was just that because his son died for senior brother Yu, he was hesitant to make up his mind to deal with him. Chu-gu is not senior brother Yu. There is no mercy to talk about. She is about to leave the base. If she doesn't deal with this scourge first, the royal court base will eventually be overthrown by him. Senior brother Yu has done her a favor, and she must protect the base he founded. Chu-gu put such a big hat on her, and the woman was immediately frightened and pale. Miss Chu, I really didn't know that the deputy base commander wanted to rebel. I am not an accomplice, and this is none of my business. You said you are not an accomplice, but you appeared in the deputy base commander's room at night. How can people not be suspicious? He just asked me to seduce the base commander and alienate you. As for the rebellion, I really don't know. Even if I have 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to do it. Chu-gu narrowed his eyes slightly. I believe you, but the base commander is afraid. The woman knelt down in front of Chu-gu anxiously. Miss Chu, I beg you to help me talk to the base commander. It's really none of my business. I never thought of harming the base. Chu-gu helped the woman up. We are both women, I will naturally help you. But the deputy base commander called you here at this juncture, obviously wanting to drag you into the water. The woman gnashed her teeth in hatred. This bastard. The deputy base commander has always been harboring evil intentions. The base commander has long wanted to get rid of him, but he has not found a reason. Alas! Chu-gu sighed. The woman's eyes turned, and she had an idea in her mind. Miss Chu, I have an idea. Chu-gu smiled brightly. Oh, tell me. The woman leaned close to Chu-ji's ear and whispered. Why are you back again? The woman twisted her hips, and walked towards the deputy base commander, smiling like a flower. I suddenly remembered that I haven't thanked the deputy base commander yet. The woman put her arm around his shoulder, and leaned down, revealing her proud figure at the low collar. Although the deputy base commander was agitated, he was still rational. If you really want to thank me, do a good job for me. Don't worry, the deputy base commander asked me to do it, I will do it. The woman's sleeve brushed under his nose, and the colorless and odorless powder entered his nasal cavity. The deputy base commander didn't notice it, but he suddenly felt dry in the mouth. You go out first. He picked up the water on the table. Gulp. After drinking it, not only did it not relieve the heat, but the body became even hotter. Why is it so hot all of a sudden? The deputy base commander pulled at his collar impatiently. The woman smiled charmingly and untied his collar with her weak and boneless hands. Deputy base commander, I help you. The deputy base commander realized something and grabbed the woman's wrist. You used medicine on me. Deputy base commander, I have nothing to repay you. I can only repay you with my body. The woman sat down on his lap, her eyes seductive. The deputy base commander felt his blood boiling. The effect of the drug was fierce. If he had the rationality to hold back just now, but now that the woman was in his arms, he could still hold back. He was simply a saint. He pressed the woman down on the table and 10 minutes later, a loud scream rang out in the deputy base commander's room. Chu-gu came with a large number of guards, broke through the door and rushed in. Seeing the deputy base commander, who was fainted on the ground with blood on his head, and the woman in the corner shivering in dishevel, she curled her lips into a sneer. The base has a rule that anyone who rapes a woman will be severely punished. In fact, she didn't need to go through so much trouble. It would be easy for her to get rid of a person without anyone noticing. However, the sudden and bizarre death of the deputy base commander would definitely cause panic and chaos in the base, which is not conducive to the development of a base. Besides, it would be a waste if he didn't use the medicine he specially found. Chapter 152. The news that the deputy base commander raped a woman was stripped of his position, and was imprisoned in the dungeon spread throughout the base. Everyone was talking about it, but no one felt sorry for him, which showed that the deputy base commander was not popular. Everyone was also paying attention to another thing at the same time. Who would be the new deputy base commander? The logistics team also gathered together to discuss this matter. I wonder if the deputy base commander can recommend himself. The teammates looked him up and down, and then shook their heads. Come on, you have no chance. Who said I want to be the leader? I know myself. Then who do you want to be the leader? Our selfless leader. After hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Our leader is capable, and well known for his selflessness. If he could be the deputy leader, our base would definitely prosper. One of them sighed, what a pity. Our leader is just a small logistics team leader. It won't be our leader's turn. At this time, the captain walked in with a serious face. What are you talking about? If you don't sleep yet, how can you go on the mission tomorrow? Whoever can't sleep, go out and run 10 kilometers. The logistics team crawled into their own beds, like mice seeing a cat. The room suddenly became quiet. Captain Chin, it's a good thing you haven't slept yet. The base commander wants to see you. The one who came to call was a small manager, with a smile on his face and a respectful attitude. Captain Chin was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that the base commander would look for a small person like him. Captain Chin, go quickly, don't keep the base commander waiting for too long. Okay, I go now. Captain Chin glanced at the quiet room and left. As soon as he left, the members of the logistics team poked their heads out of their beds and started a heated discussion. Fuck, what's going on? The base commander is looking for our captain? Is he going to investigate Miss Chu's going out with us? Oh my god, it's over. Are we going to remove our captain from his position? I don't think so. Didn't you hear the respectful tone of the person who just notified us? I think our captain is going to be rich. Deputy Base Commander, you're not going to be the Deputy Base Commander, are you? Someone shouted excitedly. For a moment, the teammates were all excited and all sleepy. Captain Chin was brought to the Base Commander's study. Come in. He pushed the door open and saw only Chugu. Miss Chu, where is the Base Commander? I came to find you. Captain Chin immediately responded, it's already night. If Miss Chu has anything to do, I come back tomorrow morning, and I won't disturb Miss Chu's rest. He was about to leave after he finished speaking. What a joke, the base commander's fiancée made an appointment with him late at night. If someone with ulterior motives knew about it, he would not be able to explain it even if he had 10 mouths. Captain Chin, the base commander was arrested. What? Captain Chin's face changed in shock. I know what kind of person you are, and I can't think of anyone else except you. The base commander was arrested, and I want to save him, so I want to recommend you to be the deputy base commander. I believe you will manage the base well before the base commander comes back. Chugu had some understanding of Captain Chin's character. After hearing senior brother Yu praise him many times, he planned to promote him as expected. Miss Chu, how can you go to rescue the base commander alone? You stay in the base, and let me rescue the base commander. I will gather the best people in the base to go together, and I guarantee that we will rescue the base commander. No, the situation is special, and I must go. You just need to manage the base well, and make sure that the base commander can see a peaceful base when he returns. That is the best help for the base commander. Captain Chin did not ask much. He only knew that the base needed him now, so he would stand up without hesitation. I will definitely not let Miss Chu down. After the notice was issued, the base once again stirred up a heated discussion. Because Captain Chin's character is well known in the base, most people support him as the deputy base commander. There are only a few opposing voices, but they can't cause any trouble. Chugu arranged everything and returned to the room. He saw Chinemo sitting on the sofa in a relaxed manner. His bruised face was healed, and the injuries on his body also seemed to have healed. What kind of magic medicine did he take to heal so quickly? Chugu suddenly thought of something and raised his eyebrows. How is it? My Jigong pills taste good, right? I didn't dare to chew them. I swallowed them too quickly and didn't taste the taste. Chinemo said honestly. The taste is not important, as long as the effect is good. Chinemo nodded, the effect is good. Last time I almost stepped into the Hades Palace, but I came back to life after eating it. Chuji's mouth curled up a smile. It was an unexpected gain. I didn't expect that thing to really have the effect of bringing the dead back to life. Let's go! My superpowers are full now. Wait a minute. Chugu hadn't finished her words yet. Chinemo had already opened the space tunnel. After such a long time, Chugu felt the familiar suction again, and her feet rubbed against the floor and moved forward. Wait, stop. I won't go back to the past and experience the third apocalypse again, right? Once the space tunnel is opened, you can't stop. Didn't I say that? Chugu shouted a second before she was sucked into the space tunnel. Damn fox, if you take me back again, I will kill you. The voice faded away. This is not something I can control. Chinemo muttered, and then followed into the space tunnel. The air vortex disappeared, and the room returned to calm. Buzz? Chuji's head was buzzing, and she felt weightless. When the buzz sound disappeared, she suddenly opened her eyes. Seeing the familiar gate of the Royal Court base, she was stunned. What's going on? She didn't enter the space vortex, so why was she standing at the gate of the base? Miss Chu, you're back. Chugu turned around and saw that it was the patrol captain. The patrol captain said respectfully, Miss Chu, please go in. Chugu subconsciously stepped in. Hey, why can that woman go in without queuing? We have been queuing here for an hour or two. A woman shouted at the captain. The captain sneered, don't you see who that is? That's our future base commander's wife. Chugu paused, her pupils trembled, and she turned back to look at the patrol captain. The captain was startled. What happened? Miss Chu. Is today the big day for the young commander of the Shuwang base? Yes. Didn't the commander take Miss Chu to attend? Chu Ji's body trembled slightly. She actually went back to the time when she came to Brother Yu to make things clear. As expected, Brother Yu and Uncle Yu had already had an accident at this time. Ah! A cry of an eagle came from above. Chu Gu looked up and saw the figure of a goshawk soaring in the sky. Chu Ji's pupil shrank. How could the goshawk be here? When Senior Brother Yu got into trouble, the goshawk also disappeared. No matter how she whistled to call it, the goshawk was nowhere to be seen. At this time, Senior Brother Yu should have gotten into trouble. Logically, the goshawk should have disappeared, but now the goshawk is still here. Chu Gu seemed to want to confirm something and ran towards the base. The goshawk was soaring in the sky happily when he saw the mistress coming back. Great, the mistress is back. The master doesn't have to spit blood. Just now, when he came back from the Dawn base, he hadn't even landed yet, and the master suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood and fell off his back, which scared him a lot. So it has been waiting for the mistress to come back. As long as the mistress comes back, the master will definitely get better. Chu Gu entered the base smoothly. She came to the door of the study and pushed the door open with trembling hands. The study was filled with a slight smell of blood. The slender figure sitting in front of the desk came into her sight, and her eyes widened. Brother Yu. Chapter 153. Yu Qing turned his head to look at the door, stood up with a clang, his hands trembling slightly. He thought she would never come back. Brother Yu. Chu Ji's pupils trembled slightly, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Chu Gu, you are back. Yu Qing's lonely eyes finally smiled. Chu Gu walked into the study room, looking at the real Brother Yu in front of her. She didn't know what went wrong, why the past was different. Chu Gu, what's wrong with you? Did something happen? Chu Gu suddenly thought of the experimental subject in the laboratory, who had taken Uncle Yu away, and his face changed slightly. Oh no, the research institute. Yu Qing saw Chu Gu opening the door of the research institute in a panic, and hurriedly followed him. What happened? Chu Gu couldn't tell him what happened for a while. He just wanted to hurry up and hope it was still in time. Base Director Miss Chu. Base Director Miss Chu. The researchers coming and going greeted them one after another. Chu Gu went deep into the research institute until he reached the end, where the automatic induction door opened. 2 rows of cylindrical transparent glass tubes separated from each other came into view. When he reached the last transparent glass tube, the female experimental subject inside had disappeared, and the glass tube was empty. Chu Ji's heart skipped a beat. Was he still a step too late? At this time, the induction door opened, and the baby-faced doctor walked in. Chu Gu saw the doctor and hurriedly asked, "How long has Uncle Yu been arrested?" As long as he could catch up with Uncle Yu before those people took him away from Fengcheng, he might still be able to catch up. The doctor looked puzzled. Miss Chu, what are you talking about? The instructor is doing experiments in his laboratory. Where did the experimental subject go? It has been dealt with, as the base commander said. Chu Gu widened her eyes in disbelief. Dealt with. Not only was Senior Brother Yu not captured, but even Uncle Yu was still there, and the key experimental subject had been dealt with. Why was this past completely different from the past she had experienced? Chu Gu, what exactly happened? Yu Qing saw Chu Gu was so abnormal. Can you tell me something? Chu Gu herself was confused and didn't know what to say. If it was before, she must have thought it was a dream, but now, she knew that everything was real. But she didn't understand why this past was different from the past she experienced. The past has changed. Will the future also change? Senior Brother Yu and the others will not be arrested. At this time, the automatic sensor door on the wall opened, and Yu Chenghui, wearing a white protective suit, walked out of the laboratory. He took off his goggles and looked at Yu Qing, whose face was slightly pale. Why do you look so bad? Dad, I'm fine, don't worry. Yu Qing was at the Shuwang base, and he was so angry that his mental power fluctuated greatly. He was attacked by the backlash, and he kept holding it in and returned to the base, and finally vomited blood. Didn't you go to the Shuwang base wedding banquet? What happened? Yu Chenghui is obsessed with scientific research, but it doesn't mean that he doesn't care about anything else. Yu Qing perfectly concealed the emotions in his eyes, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Dad, I thought you didn't care about anything except research. If I had known, I would have taken you to have a wedding banquet. No, lively scenes are not suitable for me. You young people can go. I just study my experiment. Yu Qing smiled. Then you go ahead. Chu Gu and I will go up first. We are exhausted just coming back from the Dawn base. Yu Chengwei looked at his son's back and narrowed his eyes. As a father, how could he not know whether his son was happy or not? He moved his eyes to Chu Ji's back and his eyes darkened. It seemed that what he was most worried about had happened. He had said long ago that one side was too enthusiastic and the other side was too calm. This was not a good thing. Yu Qing and Chu Gu, who was worried, left the institute. Yu Qing in front of her suddenly stopped, and Chu Gu bumped into his back. She quickly came to her senses. Brother Yu. Yu Qing's back was slightly stiff, and his voice was very low and hoarse. Why don't you call me Yu Qing? Chu Gu looked at Yu Qing in front of her with his back to her, opened her mouth, and after a long while, she found her voice. You have always been my most respected brother. Yu Qing's body trembled violently, then slowly turned around and looked at Chu Gu behind him. So you came back to make it clear to me, right? I thought. He didn't say anything more, and laughed at himself, as if he was laughing at his own stupidity, and the sadness in his eyes could no longer be concealed and overflowed. Chu Ji's heart seemed to be grabbed by a hand, and she was suffocated. She didn't want to hurt him, but she became the one who hurt him the most. Do you want to hear? I and him. You go. Yu Qing interrupted her quickly, his tightly clenched fists trembling. He didn't want to hear about her and another man from her mouth at all, otherwise he would be jealous and crazy, and would do whatever it took to keep her. He even used his psychic powers to erase her memory again. Brother Yu. Chu Gu wanted to say something, but Yu Qing had already turned his back to her. Chu Gu, go away. There are a lot of things to do at the base. I will forget you soon. You don't have to worry about me, and don't feel guilty about me. I am very happy these days. This is enough. Chu Ji's eyes were red. Even at this moment, he didn't scold her, not even a harsh word. She opened her mouth, but said nothing in the end, and turned to walk towards the door. Yu Qing turned around, his eyes red, as he watched her walk out of his world step by step. As the door closed, he staggered and could no longer hold on. Puff. He was mentally traumatized and spit out a mouthful of blood. Yu Chengwei came out of the institute, and happened to see his son spitting blood. He rushed over with shock in his eyes. Son, are you okay? Don't scare Dad. Are you okay? Yu Qing turned around and hugged his father. 2 drops of clear tears flowed from the corners of his eyes, and he muttered painfully, She's gone, she chose that person, and she will never come back. Yu Chengwei had only seen such a fragile son twice. Once was when she knelt down and begged him to save her, and once was now. Both times were because of her. Yu Chengwei clenched his fists, and something flashed in his eyes. Chapter 154. Before Chu Gu left the base, she was stopped by the baby-faced doctor. Miss Chu, please wait a moment. Doctor, what's wrong? The research has reached the final step, but there is still a key data missing. The instructor asked you to go over. Okay. Chu Gu agreed without hesitation, because the research institute would extract data from her from time to time in the past, and she had always cooperated with the research of zombie virus serum. Following the doctor, she entered the research institute again and came to the laboratory. There were all kinds of high-tech, precision instruments inside, and they were cold. Xiao Chu, you're here. Uncle Yu, what do you need me to do? Like before, you just need to cooperate and lie in the machine, and the machine will extract your data. Okay. Chu Gu came to a capsule-like machine. The glass cover on it opened, she lay in it, and the glass cover closed. In the past, she just needed to lie quietly, and this time she closed her eyes, and lay quietly to cooperate with the monitoring, just like before. But she didn't know that unlike before, a colorless and odorless gas was corroding her body. After a while, she finally realized something was wrong, opened her eyes suddenly, and banged and slapped the glass cover frantically. Blood began to seep out of the pores all over her body, and she vomited blood in big mouthfuls. She felt endless pain even though she had lost her sense of pain. Buzz? Her head began to buzz, and her soul was losing weight. Ah! Chu Gu opened her eyes suddenly, and there was still intense pain in the depths of her soul, and her pupils were shaking with fear. Chen Imo was startled by Chu Ji's scream. Seeing Chu Ji's pale face, and cold sweat on her forehead, she looked like she was extremely frightened. Hey, are you okay? He reached out to comfort her. Don't touch me. Chu Gu reacted violently, and opened his hand with a sharp voice. The back of Chen Mo's hand was red from being hit. He paused for a moment, and then retracted his hand. Chu Gu regained consciousness quickly. Looking at the unfamiliar environment, she sat up. Where is this? Magic City. Magic City? Chu Ji's mind was confused for a moment. My boss asked me to bring you back. Have you forgotten? Chu Gu widened her eyes. Nothing has changed. How could it not have changed? What hasn't changed? Chen Mo was confused. Chu Gu recalled the last scene in her mind. Outside the glass cover covered with blood, Yu Qinghui's face looked extremely cold, and his eyes flashed with a venomous cold light. That was definitely not an accident. Suddenly, an absurd idea came to her mind, and her hands and feet were cold. Someone tampered with the past. This time, when she passed through the space tunnel, her consciousness actually returned to the past that she was supposed to experience. Originally, she was supposed to experience returning to the Shuguang base and explaining things to senior brother Yu. When she was leaving the base, she was invited back to the research institute by Yu Chenghui. In the end, she did not leave the research institute. The past she experienced in her memory was returning to the Shuguang base. Yu Chenghui was captured, and senior brother Yu was also captured when he went to chase her. She did not see them. The past she experienced was the past that had been tampered with. That is to say, someone captured Yu Chenghui before she entered the base, changing the ending that she was invited back to the institute by Yu Chenghui but never left the institute. Just like when she went back to the past, she changed the ending that senior brother Yu was bitten by a zombie, and then jumped off the building and died. Chuge thought about it with great horror, and her hands trembled slightly. That is to say, besides her, there is someone else who can go back to the past. Who is this person who tampered with her past, and avoided her tragedy? Chapter 155. A dim room. A tall man sat in the boss chair. His face was not very clear in the dim light, and his aura was extremely strong. There was also a man standing in the room. His name was Longda. He was the person in charge of the Underground Research Institute in the Demon City, and he was also a zombie. But today, the appearance of a person overturned his position. Longda looked at the person sitting in his position, and the powerful pressure made him tremble, and bowed his head in submission. He thought he was strong enough, but he didn't expect that such a powerful zombie king would pop out from nowhere, and suppress him in an instant. This corpse king is extremely cruel, and controls all its forces in various places with the force of thunder. He instantly became a puppet ruler. How are you doing what I told you to do? A sinister voice sounded. Just now, someone came to report that Chugu has been captured. I have ordered someone to send her to the research institute to prepare for research. As soon as Longda finished speaking, he was blown away by a fierce force. Bang! Fell hard against the wall. Longda spat out a mouthful of blood in pain. Wow! Who told you to take the initiative? The man's voice was horrible. Longda climbed up tremblingly. Didn't you bring her back for research? Who told you that I brought her back for research? The man's voice was bone-chilling cold. Longda shuddered, lowered his head and muttered, If you don't bring her back for research, do you bring her back to be your ancestor? Tell the people below to arrange a room for her to live in, tell her not to run around, and try to satisfy her with everything she wants. Longda was surprised that he really caught it, and made it his ancestor. Its research institute has been devoted to studying zombies. It is not studying zombie viruses to save the world, but studying how to turn mindless walking dead into powerful mutants. It wants to be the father of zombies, turn all the few remaining humans in the world into zombies, and build a zombie kingdom. Then the whole world will be under its control. Knowing that the Research Institute of the Royal Court Base is also studying zombies, and has made great breakthroughs, it specially set a zombie in as an experimental subject, waiting for the right time to steal the research results. I just didn't expect this situation to happen today, but fortunately, Yu Chenghui was captured and the research data was also retrieved. His son is also in their hands, so there is no need to worry about Yu Chenghui not cooperating. The Lord Corpse King ordered people to capture them, and he must have the same idea as it did to create a zombie kingdom. As long as the zombie kingdom can be successfully born in the end, it doesn't matter who is in power. Thinking of this, Longda became more respectful to Lord Corpse King. Sir, I heard from the people below that Yu Chenghui strongly requested to release his son, otherwise he would die, and would not help us do any research. In order to make the old guy Yu Chenghui work well for us, do you need to cut off one of his son's hands and send it to him, so that he can be honest? Don't worry about Yu Chenghui. I will handle it myself. Now the most urgent thing is that I need you to do something for me. Sir, please tell me. Go and help me lead a group of people away. They are now riding white tigers from Fengcheng to the Magic City. Lead them away, and don't let them come to the Magic City. Yes, I will do it right away. Longda walked out of the room. The room was calm again, and the Corpse King sitting in the boss chair was hidden in the dimness. He exuded a sense of loneliness, endless. Hey, you idiot, didn't your boss ask you to bring me back? What's going on now? Chugu looked at the luxurious bedroom in confusion. It was completely different from what she thought. She thought she was going to face a dangerous place. That's what the boss ordered. They said they would try their best to satisfy you whatever you need. Chugu? ? This is the first time I've seen someone being so polite after being kidnapped. Chenemo didn't expect it either. He thought the boss wanted to bring her back for something. No, didn't they just say they would send me to the research institute? Why aren't you sending me off again? Chugu was still confused. Even if you're not sending me to the institute, why do you have to lock me up in the dungeon? I don't know, the boss ordered me to do so. I want to see your boss. Chenemo shrugged. I've never seen the boss. What kind of base is this? It's so mysterious. It's not a secret base here. Chenemo replied honestly. Chugu, I've never been so speechless. At this time, the sound of high heels was getting closer and closer in the corridor, and a woman appeared at the door. Chugu looked over and saw that it was her, the experimental subject in the Royal Court Base Research Institute that was closest to her condition. Jiangwei walked in from the door, glanced at Chugu, and then said to Chenemo, the superiors ordered that she be in my care. Chenemo narrowed his eyes slightly. I caught her back. If I don't keep an eye on her, it would be a waste if she runs away. I'm watching her. She can't run away, don't worry. Jiangwei smiled coquettishly, moved closer to Chenemo, and poked his chest with her finger. You don't want to leave. Do you want to do something interesting with me? Chugu said very perceptively, you guys go do something interesting. I will stay here and not run away. Changwei smiled. Not bad, you are a sensible person. Chenemo glanced at Chugu, pushed Changwei away, and walked out of the room. Changwei looked at Chenmo's back and muttered, why did he suddenly get angry? I have never seen him so serious before. Chapter 156. Hey, aren't you tired? Can we stop and rest for a while? We've been traveling all night. Jiang Tao shouted. We're not tired. Yi Nanyu and the other two said in unison. Jiang Tao was numb and stretched out his hand. Go ahead and bite me. Turn me into a zombie. I don't want to live anymore. That's right. I haven't eaten yet. Zhou Yang bit Jiang Tao's arm. Fuck. Jiang Tao quickly retracted his hand. You're really serious. Isn't this what you asked for? Jiang Tao, He shouldn't have mixed up with a bunch of zombies alone. He was just asking for trouble. Yi Nanyu glanced at Jiang Tao, who was desperate, and said, there's a small town ahead. Let's stop and take a rest. Jiang Tao immediately perked up. Oh yeah, I can finally take a rest. At this moment, the round eyes of the white tiger flashed a strange light, roared, turned around, and returned the same way. What? What happened? Why did the white tiger return to the original path? Jiang Tao was dumbfounded. Roar. Master, I don't know what happened. I'm out of control. Hiss. What do you mean you're out of control? Your legs are on your body. Yishiyu said. Roar. Master, I can't stop. It seems like there's a force controlling me. The white tiger whoosh. And continued to return to the original path, like a ghost. Yi Nanyu narrowed his eyes slightly. Beast tamer. A beast tamer? A beast tamer who can control all beasts. Yishiyu was slightly surprised. What's going on? I don't remember us offending any beast tamer. Zhou Yang said. It seems someone doesn't want us to go to the magic city. Yi Nanyu's eyes were deep. Fuck, then let's go back quickly. If someone doesn't want us to go, then we won't go, otherwise we will definitely suffer the consequences. Jiang Tao said very cowardly. As soon as he finished speaking, he received 3 contemptuous looks at the same time. Jiang Tao shrugged his shoulders and muttered, You are zombies, so you are naturally fearless. If anything happens, I will be the one to die. Don't worry, you won't die. Yi Nanyu waved his hand, and a strong pressure spread out. The beast master hiding in the dark only felt a burst of pressure rushing over him, and barely dodged it, but his face still turned pale, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The power was interrupted, and the white tiger finally stopped. Yi Nanyu and the others stood steadily on the back of the white tiger, looking around. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed past in front. Yi Nanyu's pupils trembled slightly. It's Chu Ji's breath. Zhou Yang and Yishiyu also felt it. White tiger. The white tiger. Whoosh. Chased after the black shadow. After Yi Nanyu and his group left, a figure came out. It was Longda. It stared at the direction where Yi Nanyu and his group left. It was full of shock. The breath of that person. The white tiger chased for 100 or 80 kilometers and then stopped. Why did you stop? We won't be able to catch up then. Zhou Yang said anxiously. This distance should be enough to confuse the other party. Yi Nanyu said in a low voice. What do you mean? Didn't I just say that? Someone doesn't want us to go to the Magic City. Zhou Yang reacted immediately. You mean Xiaga's breath just now was fake, and the other party deliberately wanted to lead us away? They worked so hard to do this. It would be unreasonable for us not to give them some face. Zhou Yang's heart was relieved. Anyway, it was good that it wasn't Chugu. So are we going to the Magic City or not? Should we go back home? Jiang Tao said happily. Yi Nanyu glanced at him. What do you think? I think we should go back home right away. Yeah, not bad. Yi Nanyu nodded. Jiang Tao's smile suddenly became brighter. Then we? Yi Nanyu jumped off the white tiger. Rest here for a while, and then set off for the Magic City. Jiang Tao's smile froze instantly. Wow. You're kidding me. Zhou Yang patted Jiang Tao's shoulder and jumped off the white tiger. Yi Shiyu also jumped down. Jiang Tao looked up at the sky and sighed. Oh, I don't know if it's too late to quit now. Half an hour later. Yi Nanyu kicked Jiang Tao, who was lying on the ground and drooling. Get up and work. Don't make noise, sleep a little longer. Jiang Tao turned over and said in a daze. The next second, heavy rain suddenly came and soaked him. Fuck, it's raining. He rolled over and looked around for a place to hide from the rain. As a result, his body froze, and he stared at Yi Nanyu and others who were dressed in fresh clothes next to him. He looked up slowly and mechanically, and saw that only a small dark cloud above his head was raining heavily, and there were sunny clouds all around. Jiang Tao, a wet chicken, shock. Chapter 157. Yi Nanyu waved his hand, and the dark clouds in the sky dissipated. Jiang Tao shook off the raindrops on his body and shuddered. If you catch a cold, it will be considered a work injury, and you will need to add crystal cores. Stop talking nonsense and help me track someone first. Who? Chugu. Zhou Yang frowned immediately. Didn't you say that Xiaga's breath just now was fake? Yes, Nanyu. Isn't Chugu in Fengcheng? Why are you still looking for her? Yi Shiyu said. Intuition. Yi Nanyu's blue ice pupils became deeper. Okay, I track him. Jiang Tao felt that Yi Nanyu was just too nervous. What could happen in one night? He was using a human crystal core to do things for others. Jiang Tao had tracked Chu Ji's breath before, and was already familiar with it. He immediately used his tracking ability. Time passed by little. Suddenly Jiang Tao fell out, puff. He spit out a mouthful of blood. Yi Nanyu and the others' faces changed slightly. Something was wrong. Jiang Tao spit out blood, work injury. After saying that, he rolled his eyes and fainted. Yi Nanyu, Yi Shiyu, Zhou Yang, shocked. Nanyu, what should we do now? Should we wake him up and ask him clearly? Yi Shiyu said. No, I already know the result. Did something happen to Xiaga? Is she no longer in Fengcheng? Zhou Yang asked anxiously. If I'm not mistaken, she's in the Magic City. The Magic City? Yi Shiyu was slightly surprised, but she was still in Fengcheng when we just left. How come we're in the Magic City in the blink of an eye? Yi Nanyu's blue eyes lit up. Demon City. It's not that simple. Demon City. A tall figure with a hidden aura stood at the door of Chu Ji's room. It was he who broke Jiang Tao's tracking ability just now. He glanced at the door, then left quietly, his tall back revealing a sense of loneliness. In the room, Chugu, who was lying on the sofa, suddenly opened his eyes and rushed to the door. Qiangwei stood in front of her. Go away. Chugu pushed her away anxiously and ran to the door. She opened the door and saw the empty corridor, a little dazed. No. Did she feel wrong just now? Then Chugu laughed at himself. He was really stupid. How could he come to the Magic City so soon? She must have felt wrong. She shook her head and closed the door again. The moment the door closed, a figure walked out from the corner of the corridor and looked at the closed door from a distance. The blue light in his eyes disappeared in an instant. Chugu threw himself on the sofa, like a salted fish in a bad state. Qiangwei looked at Chugu, who was lying on the sofa like a dried salted fish, and didn't know why the superiors caught her back. At first, she thought that they caught her back for research. After all, they caught a lot of zombies for research, but none of them were treated as well as she was. Hey, you have been staring at me all night. My superpowers have been imprisoned. I can't run away even if I want to. Is it necessary to be so serious? Chugu collapsed on the sofa and looked at Qiangwei, who was staring at her. I wonder what is so special about you. I have many outstanding qualities. How about you let the dead fox untie my restraints and I show you? Dead fox? That's Shinemo, the one you want to do interesting things with. Won't he be angry when you say that about him? Angry? I don't think he's angry. After Chugu finished speaking, she felt that Jiang Wei looked at her strangely. Chapter 158. Why are you looking at me like that? It makes me feel a little creepy. Jiang Wei covered her eyes to hide her emotions. Nothing? Chugu suddenly sat up from the sofa. Hey, do you like that dead fox? Jiang Wei's back stiffened, and she stuttered. What are you talking about? How could I like him? Chu Ji's eyes saw through everything, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Do you want to know what type he likes? I can tell you. What kind of guy he likes has nothing to do with me. Jiang Wei said stubbornly, her eyes wandering. If you're not interested, forget it. Chugu was about to collapse on the sofa again. That? Jiang Wei couldn't help but be curious. What kind of guy does he like? Chinemo was the only man she wanted to sleep with but couldn't, and she was worried about him every day. A look of success flashed across Chu Ji's eyes, and he sat up straight, hooking his finger at Jiang Wei. Come here, I tell you. Jiang Wei hesitated for a moment, but thinking that Chu Ji's supernatural powers were imprisoned by Chinemo, she thought she couldn't stir up any waves, so she walked over. Chu Gu leaned close to her ear. He likes. Her hand slowly touched the vase next to her. Then she quickly picked up the vase and smashed it on Jiang Wei's head. Jiang Wei narrowed her eyes slightly and snapped her fingers, and Chu Gu immediately froze. I didn't know. I shouldn't believe you. Jiang Wei took the vase from Chu Ji's hand and smashed it on her head. Just then, a big hand stretched out from the side to stop her. Jiang Wei turned her head and looked, anger rising in her eyes. Chinemo, let me go. Chinemo pushed her away from Chu Gu with a cold face, then blocked Chu Gu and shot coldly at Jiang Wei. It seems that the superiors did not give the order to use force on her. She started it first. What? You don't allow me to fight back? No. Jiang Wei's face twisted with anger. I'm going to fight anyway. She snapped her fingers, trying to use the ability to freeze Chinemo. But Chinemo was faster, and a restraint hit her body, sealing her ability. Rose's ability was sealed, and Chu Ji's ability to freeze disappeared, and he could move. You damn fox, I almost got killed by you. Chu Gu twisted his neck. What do you mean I almost got killed by you? I just saved you. Chinemo was not convinced. If you hadn't imprisoned my ability, would I be so passive? Chinemo couldn't argue with her, so he could only curse in his heart. Seeing that Chinemo had imprisoned her ability, Rose shouted angrily. Chinemo, are you crazy? You caught her, and I am your companion. I'm a human, you're a zombie, how can we be companions? Isn't she also a zombie? She's different, she's a zombie with beautiful bones. Chu Gu, Jiang Wei, what the hell? You guys chat slowly, I'm going to take a walk. Chu Gu ran towards the door. If not now, when? You can't leave. Jiang Wei was about to stop Chu Gu, but she was blocked by Chinemo. Chinemo, she's trying to run away, why are you stopping me? She's just going for a walk and will be back soon. Jiang Wei almost vomited blood and died when she heard what Chinemo said. Why didn't she realize that he was such an idiot before? Chinemo, just wait to regret it. Chinemo raised his fox-like smile. It doesn't matter, I have a regret pill anyway. Jiang Wei looked at the idiot with eyes. Chapter 159. Research Institute. I have no grudge against you. Why are you arresting me? Yu Chenghui stared at the tall figure with his back to him. The aura emanating from this man was extremely strong, revealing an extremely dangerous aura, and the atmosphere was so heavy that he couldn't breathe. If you arrest me for those shameful research, I advise you to give up the idea. I won't do it. The man's gloomy voice sounded. Yu Chenghui, stop pretending. What research on zombie virus serum? Do you think this can cover up the dirty crimes you committed? It's ridiculous. Yu Chenghui's face changed slightly. I don't know what you are talking about. Before the end of the world, you participated in a secret research in the M country, and that research was the culprit that led to the outbreak of this end of the world. Yu Chenghui's face changed drastically, and his pupils trembled. What are you talking about? I have never participated in any secret research. The virus leaked, all the researchers died, and the entire research base was blown up. You seem to have known everything that was about to happen, and sneak back to the country in advance, so you escaped this disaster. I don't know what you're talking about. I say it again. I've never done any secret research in the United States. Academician Zhong Guichao, your mentor, you shouldn't have forgotten it. Yu Chenghui's hand suddenly tightened. What do you want to say? After you smuggled back to China, the United States secretly wanted you everywhere. It was your mentor who took you in. You were his most proud disciple. He didn't want to see you go astray, so he advised you to surrender to the country. But just because of this, you killed him in a frenzy. Yu Chenghui's fists were shaking, and there was madness in his eyes. Why do you know this? Who are you? Who are you? The man turned around slowly, and Yu Qinghui's eyes widened. It's you. Chu Gu was now shuttling through the large maze-like castle. It was empty, without a trace of people, like a ghost town. The environment was cold and dim, a bit like the castle of medieval noble vampires. Chu Gu was like a headless fly, bumping around everywhere. Damn, I just walked past this place. She turned a corner and changed the road, and it seems that she has walked past this place as well. After several times, she successfully confused herself. Not to mention finding clues, the road is not smooth. Chu Gu sat down on the ground in frustration, took out a crystal core from the space ring, threw it into his mouth, and ate it. The irritability in his body disappeared immediately. It seems that I have to find someone who is familiar with this place to lead the way. 10 minutes later, Chu Gu stuck his butt out, lay on the ground, and shouted at a rat hole in the corner. Hiss. Are there any rats at home? Please help me if I need anything. Hiss. Brother rat, are you there? Please help me if I need anything. The reward will be generous. Hiss. Are you there? Are there any rats at home? After Chu Gujin's persistent calls, a rat finally poked its head out. Shiji. You disturbed someone's sleep. Do you have any manners? Hiss. Sorry. Please help me if I need anything. Chu Gu took out a crystal core from the space ring and presented it with both hands. The zombie rat saw the crystal core, grabbed it with its mouth, and then went back into the hole. When it hid the crystal core and came out again, its attitude was much better, and it was no longer angry because its beautiful dream was disturbed. Shiji. Tell me, what do you need me to do? Hiss. I'm looking for someone, but I'm not familiar with this place and don't know where to find him. Shiji. Who are you looking for? I know this place. Hiss. He was captured here yesterday, a man tall, handsome, and very powerful. Chu Gu tried to describe it, but he didn't know if Brother Rat could understand it. Zombie Rat tilted his head and thought, well, there was indeed a man imprisoned in the dungeon yesterday, but he didn't seem to be strong, otherwise why would he be imprisoned in the dungeon? Oh, there's another one, who is very strong. Yes, it must be that person. Gigi. Come with me, I know where it is. Show. Really? Then take me there quickly. Chu Gu was happy, and it turned out that he was right to find Brother Rat. The zombie rat led the way with its small body, and Chu Gu followed behind, going around and around. If it weren't for Brother Rat leading the way, she would have been confused by now. The zombie rat went around for more than 10 minutes, and finally stopped at the door of a room. Shiji. This is it. Scream. Is Senior Brother you really here? Chu Gu looked at the room with doubt. Are kidnappers here so polite? All of them are allowed to stay in the room? She put her ear to the door and listened, but there was no movement inside. She grasped the door handle and slowly pressed down. It was not locked. Click. The door opened. Chu Gu pushed the door open. There were bookshelves all over the wall. It should be a study. A familiar breath came to her face. Her pupils trembled slightly. How could it be? She rushed in. There was no one inside, but the breath lingering in the room was damn familiar. Shiji. The zombie rat at the door suddenly screamed twice in fear, and swooshed. It got under the sofa. Chu Ji's face changed slightly. She felt a strange force behind her rushing towards her. She quickly dodged to the side. The force hit the wall, and it immediately cracked like a spider web with countless cracks. You reacted pretty fast. A sinister voice sounded. Chu Gu looked towards the door, and saw a man who was at the level of a zombie king. His eyes narrowed slightly. His first instinct was that he was the boss that Chinemo mentioned. This is not the place you should come to. A strange light flashed in Long Da's eyes, and a ball of black fog appeared in the room. Countless hideous faces appeared on the black fog, and the black fog made a sound like thousands of evil ghosts. The listeners were terrified, as if they were in the 18th level of hell. The spread of the black fog became larger and larger. The zombie rat hidden under the sofa was shrouded by the black fog. Only a slight sound of gnawing bones and flesh was heard, and then the zombie rat disappeared. Chu Gu looked at the black fog gradually approaching her, her pupils trembling slightly. It was swallowing. Damn, I forgot to ask Chinemo to release the imprisonment. Just as Chu Gu was about to be swallowed by the black fog, a tall figure flashed and blocked her. The powerful pressure spread out, the black fog was dispersed, and the sharp screams of evil spirits were endless. Long Da Kuang spit out a few mouthfuls of blood, his eyes were terrified, and he knelt down immediately when he saw the terrifying eyes of the adults, and trembled on the ground. Chu Ji's hands trembled slightly, and her pupils trembled as she looked at the person in front of her. It was really him. Yi Nanyu. She denied it again in just a second. No, too strong. This him is too strong. You are? Yi Nanyu from the future. Chapter 160. The tall figure standing in front of Chuku trembled slightly, then walked away without looking back. Send her back to the room. The voice was hoarse. Yes. Longda quickly got up, and was about to send Chuku back. Chuku saw Yi Nanyu was about to leave, and was about to rush over anxiously. Yi Nanyu, why did you leave without saying a word? Don't you really want to see me? Longda stopped Chuku. Miss, I advise you to be honest. Seeing Yi Nanyu about to walk out, Chuku fell to the ground. Ouch. He hit someone, killed him. Longda, shock. Bang. The next second, Longda fell out, and fell a long way. Puff. Cough cough. He spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. This fraud is simply too outrageous. A pair of feet passed by, and Longda shuddered, and immediately closed his eyes, and lay on the ground pretending to be dead. Chuku looked at Yi Nanyu squatting beside her, and her pupils trembled slightly. Only then did she realize that Yi Nanyu had a mask on the left side of his face. The metal mask exuded a cold and oppressive aura. Her trembling hand reached out to Yi Nanyu's mask, and before it touched it, it was held by Yi Nanyu's big hand. Don't look at it, it will scare you. The hoarse voice was full of vicissitudes. Chu Ji's body shook, and her heart was instantly torn apart, bleeding. She opened her mouth and finally said with difficulty, Is it because you saved me? Are you injured anywhere? Yi Nanyu checked her body. Yi Nanyu. Yi Nanyu paused as if he had pressed the pause button. Tell me, what happened? Chu Ji's throat was extremely dry. Yi Nanyu suddenly hugged her, feeling her realness in his arms, his eyes moistened. He had waited too long, finally saw her again. Chu Ji's hand climbed up Yi Nanyu's back and hugged him tightly. She could feel the strong sense of loneliness coming from him. She couldn't imagine, on that line, she couldn't leave the institute. What did he suffer afterwards? How did he come back from the future and rewrite her fate? Lying on the ground, Longda opened his eyes a little, and seeing that the two people hugging each other did not notice him, he slowly moved towards the door. Click. As the door closed gently, his highly tense spirit relaxed. It was a close call. He was almost ruined. If he knew that she was the master's person, he would not dare to touch her even if he had 10 courage. Now it's good. If he offends her, she will whisper in the master's ear, and he will be finished. No, I have to do something to atone for my sins. Then, the master will definitely forgive it for its loyalty. Got it. The master's ultimate goal is to build a zombie kingdom. Yu Chengwei has always refused to cooperate. If it can make him obedient, it will help the master solve a big problem. A plan emerged in Long's eyes, and his face became gloomy. Yu Qing was imprisoned in the cage. There was no sound in the dim basement. He sat on the ground, one leg bent, one hand on his knee. His drooping face was a little haggard, and the dark circles under his eyes showed that he had not slept all night. He kept thinking about what Chenemo said, and for some reason, the more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. There were a lot of mysteries in his mind waiting to be solved. So he was waiting for Chenemo to come, and he wanted to find out what was going on. He didn't know why he had a hunch that the Chugu with broken arms he met might not be the Chugu he put in the cabinet. Footsteps sounded, and someone came over here. Yu Qing stood up quickly, and when he saw that it was not Chenemo, disappointment flashed in his eyes. Longda looked at Yu Qing in the cage, and a sinister smile appeared on his lips. It's so comfortable to live here. I want to see the imprisoned superpower. Do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that? Longda's voice immediately became colder. Yu Qing narrowed his eyes. Who are you? Who am I? I'm the one who ordered you and your son to be arrested. Yu Qing grabbed the iron bar excitedly, but the electric current on the iron bar bounced his hand away. Let my dad go. If your dad cooperates, I let him go after success, but he just won't listen. What do you think we should do? Come to me if you have anything to do, and let him go. Don't worry, I won't touch him for now, but I may need your cooperation. Cooperation with what? Cooperation, lend me one of your arms. Yu Qing's face changed slightly, watching the other party open the cage and walk towards him. If you don't want to be too painful, do it yourself, otherwise I will do it myself, but it will be very painful. Yu Qing's black eyes became sharp, and he made a lightning move, punching Longda. You don't know your own strength. Longda dodged and clamped Yu Qing's neck with his iron palm, hanging him in the air. Yu Qing felt suffocated instantly, his face flushed red, and suddenly, he felt the confinement in his body disappear, and the supernatural power suddenly filled his body. All his mental power poured out, and Longda was immediately shot back a few steps. The air around Yu Qing was turbulent, and the destructive mental power rushed towards Longda. Longda waved his hand hurriedly, and a black mist blocked it. Countless hideous faces emerged from the black mist, making creepy sounds like evil spirits. The ferocious faces were dissipated by the mental power. Boy, your mental power is good, but you are still far from defeating me. Longda waved his hand, and the black fog doubled, and the ferocious faces opened their mouths one by one. Yu Qing immediately felt that his mental power was being swallowed up by the mouths on the black fog. His face gradually turned pale due to excessive digestion of supernatural power, and a little cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Boy, I've said it before, you are still far from it. I have never lost to anyone except that adult. A gloomy voice suddenly sounded behind Yu Qing. Yu Qing's back stiffened, and a huge pain came from his shoulder, and blood and flesh splattered. Ah! Longda held an arm that was bleeding and torn off, and a gloomy smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I'm right, it hurts when I do it myself. Chapter 161. Longda took the broken arm and left, and Shinemo walked into the basement full of blood. Yu Qing was covered in blood, and the broken limbs were still bleeding. His face was pale, and cold sweat covered his forehead. That, brother, I have done my best. I risked my head to secretly release you. You can't blame me for your current situation. If you see Chugu later, don't say it was my fault. Shinemo didn't want to be misunderstood by that crazy woman, otherwise she would definitely kill him. Yu Qing raised his bloodshot eyes and looked at Shinemo. Didn't you say you recognized the wrong person? Shinemo forgot about it. So, you didn't recognize the wrong person at the beginning, but you came here to deliberately trick me. Yu Qing's voice became cold. Didn't I introduce myself at the beginning? I am Chuji's friend, but you don't believe it. What is your purpose? I don't have any purpose. Anyway, if you meet Chugu, just don't talk nonsense. Shinemo gave some instructions, and prepared to leave. Go away. I will tell Chugu that it was you who imprisoned my superpowers, and then cut off my arm. What? Shinemo was dumbfounded. Fuck. Brother, you can't wrongly accuse me like this. If you hadn't arrested me, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Anyway, the mouth is on my face, and I can say whatever I want. Shinemo resisted the urge to kill him, and took a deep breath. What do you want? Tell me about Chugu. What do you want to know? All. Shinemo looked at him in surprise. He had thought that he would ask to let him go, but he was just in love. Let's make it clear first. I told you that you can't frame me again. Okay. But before that, are you sure you don't stop bleeding first? Shinemo looked at Yu Qing's bleeding stump with a twitch in his mouth. Yu Qing's face was pale. He turned his head to look at the bleeding stump, then looked at Shinemo without saying anything. Shinemo saw what he meant and immediately refused. Impossible. Imprison my superpowers and chop off my arms. You are cruel. Shinemo gritted his teeth and said, turning away angrily, wait, I get something to stop the bleeding. Yu Qing watched Shinemo leave, and sat down against the wall weakly. Shinemo came back soon and began to treat Yu Qing's wounds, complaining, damn it, it's like tearing a chicken with your hands. It's too uneven to tear, it's hard to handle like this, you are really stupid, you are not as capable as him, but you still have to fight hard, you can just chop off whatever piece he wants with a knife, and you won't have to suffer so much. You spit on my face. Yu Qing gritted his teeth. Shinemo closed his mouth. Institute. Yu Chenghui sat in a chair in a daze, holding a yellowed photo in his trembling hands. The picture was a little blurry, but it was still possible to see that a slightly older man was holding a test tube and seemed to be doing an experiment, and a young student was holding a pen and a notebook and seemed to be recording data. The people in the photo were Yu Chenghui and his mentor Zhong Guichao. Yu Chenghui closed his moist eyes. Actually, he didn't kill his mentor on purpose. That day, his mentor insisted on taking him to surrender himself, saying that he would confess to the country and seek leniency. But he couldn't go. If he went, there would be no turning back. His glory, his reputation, his brilliance, everything would turn into a bubble. He would become a national criminal from beginning to end, and his descendants would never be able to hold their heads up. He still remembered that he knelt down in tears and pulled his mentor to beg him, Teacher, I am your most proud student. Can you bear to watch me being destroyed like this? Students beg you, please pretend you know nothing, okay? Chenghui, you can't make the same mistake over and over again. The instructor said, and was about to call the country to report. He was anxious at the time, and pushed the instructor when he went forward to snatch the phone. As a result, The instructor fell on the back of his head, and blood was spreading. He was shocked on the spot, his body trembled uncontrollably, and he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. He only remembered that the blood was so red that day. A few days later, the zombie virus broke out on a large scale around the world, and mankind fell into an epic catastrophe. Yu Chengwei looked at the photo in his hand, tears of regret flowed from his eyes. One wrong step leads to another. At this time, the sensor door of the laboratory opened, and Long De walked in. Yu Chengwei wiped away his tears, and put away the photo. "Oh, you still have time to be sad here, but it doesn't matter, you will be refreshed when you see the gift later." Long De threw the broken arm in his hand to Yu Chengwei's feet. "Your gift, see if you like it." Yu Chengwei looked at the bloody arm at his feet, his eyes widened immediately, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. Long De sneered, "Are you satisfied with this gift? If you still don't listen, I bring another one tomorrow to make a pair with this one." Yu Chengwei suddenly raised his ferocious red eyes. "If you dare, I will kill you. If you don't want your precious son to get into trouble again, then you should build a zombie kingdom for us." That's what the Yi family kid meant. Yu Chenghui's voice was terribly gloomy. "Of course, my master's ultimate goal is to become the father of zombies, create a zombie kingdom, and build a new century world," Long De said proudly. Yu Chenghui's eyes were filled with madness. Very good, the Yi family kid dared to play tricks on him. He was almost moved by the ridiculousness. His fists tightened, and the photo in his hand was wrinkled. "Okay, I will definitely cooperate with you. If you had cooperated with me earlier, your precious son wouldn't have to suffer this." Long De sneered and turned away. "Wait." Long De stopped and said impatiently, "What else?" Yu Chengwei bent down and picked up the broken arm at his feet. His hands were shaking all the time. He walked towards Long De. "Help me take this out, or it will affect my condition if I leave it here. Your precious son's, if you don't keep it for a while, I feed it to the dog." Long De laughed evilly. Yu Chengwei walked up to it, handed it his arm, closed his eyes, and said, "Take it." Long De didn't see the rage, and reached out to take the arm with some boredom, but the arm somehow fell to the ground. What a trouble. Long De bent down slightly to pick it up. Yu Chenghui's eyes flashed with cruelty, and he raised the syringe in his hand and stabbed it into Long Da's neck, pushing the cold liquid into his neck. Long Da's eyes widened immediately, and bloodshot slowly appeared in his eyeballs. "Filthy thing, how dare you yell at me?" Chapter 162. Long De fell to the ground. He felt a sharp pain inside his body even though he had no sense of pain. Ah! Blood oozed out of the pores all over his body, and began to melt into blood from the inside of his body. A large amount of blood vomited out of his throat, which was extremely bloody. Yu Chengwei looked down at Long De struggling on the ground, and watched him melt into a pool of blood, without any bone residue left. He smelled the blood in the room, and a hint of sarcasm appeared at the corner of his mouth. The zombie virus was born through his hands. In fact, he is the real father of zombies. Study room. You mean the zombie virus was not spread by me when I went back in time, but was leaked by the secret research of the United States that Yu Chengwei participated in? Chugu was shocked. She didn't expect there was such a big inside story. Well, so you are not the culprit, and the outbreak of the zombie virus is not your fault. Don't burden yourself psychologically in the future. Yi Nanyu said gently. Chu Ji's eyes were red. She was not because she could finally put down the burden in her heart, but because she felt sorry for Yi Nanyu. He said it in a relaxed tone, but it was not so easy to find out these things. The process must be difficult and full of dangers. She looked at Yi Nanyu's cold mask, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Is this injury caused by Yu Chengwei? Yi Nanyu held Chu Ji's tightly clenched fist. It's okay, don't worry. Yi Nanyu, before coming here, I went through the space tunnel and my consciousness returned to the past that I was supposed to experience. On that line, Yu Chengwei was cruel to me, and then my consciousness came back. What happened afterwards? How did you come back here from the future? Tell me, please. I want to know. Okay. Yi Nanyu's eyes darkened as he recalled a memory that he would never want to recall again in his life. Yu Chengwei actually always hated this apocalypse and zombies, because all of this reminded him of the sins he had committed. On the surface, he said he was researching zombie virus serum and saving people infected by the zombie virus, but in fact, he was secretly researching a new, more deadly virus. He wanted to destroy all the zombies in the world and cover up his crimes. And you just happened to run into his gun, so he attacked you first. After that, a new virus broke out on a large scale, and the world was like purgatory. Terror was happening in every corner. The virus filled every inch of the air, and the zombies decomposed into a pool of blood one by one. The blood soaked the soil and merged into the river. The whole world became a super large virus greenhouse, and the humans in the virus greenhouse were not immune. They died one after another, and the few people left were struggling to survive. Chu-Ji's pupils were trembling. Just listening to it made her feel suffocated, terrified, and desperate. What about Yishiyu, Zhou Yang, and the others? Yi Nanyu shook his head. With a bitter smile on his face, I'm the only one left. Chu-Ji's pupils shrank, and her body trembled. She didn't expect that everyone would end up dying. She couldn't imagine how devastated Yi Nanyu must have been at that time, how desperate he must have been, and how he survived alone in that world afterwards. When Chugu thought that Yi Nanyu was the only one left in that world, her heart ached. She leaned forward and hugged Yi Nanyu tightly. Yi Nanyu, thank you for surviving, thank you for coming back from the future to stop all this, thank you for saving everyone. Yi Nanyu hugged Chugu tightly, his eyes moist. Chugu, it's not me, it's you saved me, and then brought me back from the future to stop all this from happening. It was me. Chugu was shocked. Chapter 163. Well, why did I survive? You saved me. I saved you? But wasn't I killed by Yu Chenghui? Chugu was a little confused. Yi Nanyu stood up and began to unbutton his clothes with both hands. What are you doing? Chugu was dumbfounded. Why was he unbuttoning his clothes while talking seriously? Yi Nanyu unbuttoned his clothes and took them off. His perfect figure was revealed, and the screen was full of hormones. Ahem. Chugu choked on her saliva, and a suspicious blush rose on her cheeks. Yi Nanyu flicked Chu-Ji's forehead with his finger. What are you thinking about? No. Nothing. Yi Nanyu shook his head and smiled, then turned around and showed her his back. Chugu stood up when she saw the totem behind Yi Nanyu. This is the umbrella you left for me in that world. On the shoulder blades on both sides of Yi Nanyu's broad back, there was a pair of wings made of thousands of red silk threads, lifelike and stunningly beautiful. When I found you, it was too late. When I was heartbroken, the blood you turned into drilled out red threads and drilled into my body. I was able to survive because these things were infected with the new virus and then produced antibodies. Chugu, I know it was you who saved me. Chugu unconsciously stretched out his white fingers to trace the beautiful wings on Yi Nanyu's back. So beautiful. The thousands of red silk wings on Yi Nanyu's back seemed to feel the owner, and suddenly came alive. The wings moved with Chu-Ji's fingertips. Chu-Ji's eyebrows curved, and there were stars in her gentle eyes. Thank you for protecting him for me. Yi Nanyu could feel Chu-Ji's hand on his back, and the numbness spread along with her fingertips. His eyes dimmed slightly. Please take them away. It's time to return them to their original owners. Chugu took back the hand that was tracing on his back. No, I leave it here with you. It's good. You should take it back. They have antibodies against the new virus and can protect you. After Yi Nanyu finished speaking, his body suddenly trembled. He felt Chu-Ji's lips on his back. A light kiss left. I like this totem to stay on you, so you will always be mine. Yi Nanyu's eyebrows softened. Without this, I will always belong to you. Chu-Ji's mouth curled up slightly, and he gently kissed him again. Yi Nanyu's eyes suddenly deepened, and he turned around, and a piece of clothing was thrown on his face. Okay, stop showing off your figure. Put on your clothes quickly, I have something to ask you. Yi Nanyu, Yi Nanyu put on his clothes, and Chugu couldn't wait to ask, you said I brought you back here. What's going on? Chinimo. Chinimo? What do you mean? You met him, and he didn't die in that world. Well, there were not many people left in the world at that time, and I met him. He was in a very miserable state. I heard that he survived by relying on your pill. Chugu narrowed his eyes. Jigong pill. What Jigong pill? It seems to be able to bring the dead back to life. I didn't even know you had this good thing, but others have already eaten it. Yi Nanyu glanced at her. His tone was sour. I didn't expect that thing to be useful, otherwise I would have let Yu Chenghui kill me. Chugu grabbed a handful from the space ring and stuffed it into Yi Nanyu's hand. If you want it, these are for you. Yi Nanyu looked at the black pills in his hand. Where did you get this medicine? Can it really bring the dead back to life? Chugu smiled. This is not medicine. This is what I rubbed off. Actually, this is a magic medicine given to me by a master. She changed her words in time. If she said that this was the dirt she rubbed off, Yi Nanyu would definitely spit it out, and he would never hold it in his hand so cherished as he does now. Yi Nanyu carefully put it away. It was so important that he had to put it away. That means you can go back to the past through Chin Mo's space tunnel like me. No, I think I can go back here through the space tunnel, All thanks to your power behind me. Yi Nanyu pointed to his shoulder blade. Damn, it can still be like this. Well, fortunately, everything is still in time after returning. What about Yu Chenghui and senior brother Yu? How are they? Yi Nanyu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. I was chasing Yu Chenghui everywhere, and just when I was about to kill him, your good senior brother attacked me and rescued Yu Chenghui. Senior brother Yu attacked you? Well, this is his masterpiece. Yi Nanyu pointed to the mask on his face. Chapter 164. Chu Gu looked at the mask covering half of Yi Nanyu's face, and a look of heartache flashed across his eyes. Yi Nanyu said in a low voice, I look ugly like this. Not ugly, still very handsome. Chu Gu didn't lie. Half of Yi Nanyu's face was enough to be stunning. Yeah. Yi Nanyu's hanging heart was put down. He had never dared to show up in front of Chu Gu before, just because he was afraid of scaring her. What happened after that? Have you seen senior brother Yu and the others? I haven't seen them since. I looked for them in many places, even to the home of Professor Yu Chenghui, where I found the diary left by academician Zhong Guichao, and the materials that were to be handed over to the country. Only then did I understand the ins and outs of everything. Yi Nanyu, how long have you been on that line alone? More than 3 years, humans and zombies are almost extinct, the world has become a bloody land, bloody rivers, bloody sky, suffocating, desperate, painful world. Chu Gu felt very depressed just listening to it. Yi Nanyu actually lived alone in such a desperate world for several years. But fortunately, everything is still in time now. Yu Chenghui is in your hands now. How do you plan to deal with him? Yi Nanyu's eyes became deep. He can't die for the time being. The research institute in the United States has been blown up, and all the researchers and data have been destroyed. Now it is estimated that except Yu Chenghui, no one else knows the original gene of the zombie virus. If the zombie virus serum cannot be developed, the world is not far from destruction. But will he cooperate with us? I don't know. We can only give it a try. If it doesn't work, the last step is to threaten him with his son. No, this will only backfire. Chu Gu strongly opposed. Brother Yu is a weak spot for Chenghui. In the previous line, why did he deal with me? It should be because he felt that I had let Brother Yu down. Yi Nanyu tightened his fists, and there was a strong murderous intent in his eyes. God knows how much willpower he had to hold back from killing Yu Chenghui. I have an idea. Tell me. Let Brother Yu go, and let him persuade Yu Chenghui. It's better than thousands of words from others. Yi Nanyu's eyes deepened slightly. In the previous line, he attacked me to save Yu Chenghui. He may have known everything his father did from the beginning. He may even be in cahoots with his father. Chu Gu was silent for a moment, then shook his head. No, I don't think senior brother Yu is such a person. He must have had his own difficulties at that time. You just believe him like this. Yi Nanyu felt a little jealous. Chu Gu looked at Yi Nanyu like this and smiled helplessly. Okay, don't worry, I don't have any other intentions towards him. I only love you. Yi Nanyu's mouth curled slightly, and his depressed mood improved a lot. I told you that senior brother Yu was bitten by zombies because he saved me on the first day of the apocalypse, and then he jumped off the building to commit suicide in order not to drag everyone down. It was later that my consciousness returned to the day of the apocalypse and changed the ending of his death that he survived. I don't believe that he is in the same group with Yu Chenghui. Chu Gu looked at Yi Nanyu. How about this, you let me go talk to senior brother Yu, and then we plan the next step. No, I won't let you go to see him alone again. That time, if I went with you, you wouldn't. Every time Yi Nanyu thought about it, he wanted to kill himself. Chu Gu held Yi Nanyu's hand. Then let's go together and talk to senior brother Yu. I haven't made it clear to senior brother Yu on this line yet? Let's go. Chu Gu didn't allow Yi Nanyu to think too much and pulled him away. Yu Qing was shocked at this moment. He learned everything from Chen Mo. He didn't expect Chu Gu to have gone through so much. No wonder she was in such a state of collapse. I have told you everything you want to know. I hope you keep your word, Chen Mo said. Yu Qing lowered his eyes, still immersed in his own thoughts, and ignored him. Chen Mo glanced at his broken arm, which had been stopped bleeding and bandaged, and packed up to leave. Before he walked out of the basement, he ran into Chu Gu and Yi Nanyu. Dead fox. Chu Gu smelled the strong smell of blood in the air. Her face changed slightly. She pushed Chen Mo away and walked inside. She saw Yu Qing sitting against the wall with a pale face. He was covered in blood. His left arm was broken at the shoulder. Chu Ji's hands trembled slightly. How could this happen? Yu Qing looked up and saw Chu Gu. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he stood up shakily. Chu Gu. He walked towards Chu Gu anxiously. He had to let her leave quickly. It was too dangerous here. When he saw Yi Nanyu coming in, Yu Qing stopped in his tracks. It had been a long time since the last wedding banquet at the Dawn base, and he saw him again. For some reason, he felt that the Yi Nanyu in front of him had changed a lot from the one he saw at the wedding banquet, and the momentum he displayed was even more fierce and terrifying. Yi Nanyu saw that Yu Qing had broken his left arm, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. What happened? Who did it? Yu Qing laughed at himself. Just now a madman came and lent me an arm to threaten my dad. Yi Nanyu and Chu Ji's faces changed immediately. Something big was going to happen. Chapter 165. Chugo, you stay here. Yi Nanyu increased his speed to the highest level and ran away. How could Chugo stay here obediently? She chased after Yi Nanyu without hesitation. This time, she wanted to fight side by side with him. Passing by Chenemo, she left a sentence, "Dead fox, untie my imprisonment." Chenemo was confused and didn't know what happened. He subconsciously chased after Chugu. Hey, what happened? Why do I feel like the world is going to be destroyed? The world is really going to be destroyed. Quickly remove the restraints on me. Chu Ji's footsteps did not stop at all, and she kept chasing Yi Nanyu in front of her. Chenemo heard that Chugu did not seem to be joking, so he quickly untied her restraints. Chugu felt abundant energy flowing in her body, and her speed increased. Chenemo did not stop. He kept following Chugu. He was curious to know what happened. Yu Qing had a hunch that it was related to his father, and he kept following them. The sensor door of the research institute opened. As Yi Nanyu walked in, the winged totem on his back became hot, and his blue ice pupils lit up. The mutants imprisoned in the research institute all decomposed into pools of blood, emitting a pungent bloody smell. The ground was full of the bodies of scientific researchers, who died tragically. Yi Nanyu's face was extremely ugly. He didn't expect that he was still a step late. Chugu walked into the research institute, and saw the pools of blood on the ground. The horrific scene of himself vomiting blood and oozing blood from his pores emerged in his mind again. His hands couldn't stop shaking. Yi Nanyu saw Chugu coming in and walked towards her anxiously. What are you doing here? Get out now. Since you're here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Yu Chengwei, wearing a white coat, appeared. His expression was a little creepy, and his eyes flashed with a light of confidence. Yu Chengwei. Yu Chenghui's eyes swept over Chugu, and his eyes gradually became colder. You are indeed a cold-blooded monster. My son has been so good to you, but you not only betrayed him, but now you are colluding with others to cut off his arm. Hee hee. Monsters are always monsters, they all deserve to die. Yu Chenghui's eyes flashed with ruthlessness, and he threw something at Chugu. Chu Ji's bloodshot eyes lit up, and the thing thrown at her exploded in midair. Bang! A colorless and odorless gas merged into the air. Yu Chenghui's mouth curled up with a sinister smile, and soon, they would decompose into a pool of blood and disappear from this world. The zombie virus was born through his hands, so let him end it. At the same time, the white tiger carried Yi Nanyu and his group at lightning speed, and finally stepped into the territory of the demon city. Jiang Tao, who had vomited blood and fainted, had also woken up long ago. He begged for 2 crystal cores to be considered as work-related injuries. He absorbed a crystal core and barely recovered some vitality. Help me track Chu Ji's specific location, Yi Nanyu said. Let me make it clear first, I will not take risks with you if I track down the location. You go and save the person yourself. Jiang Tao said. It's not that he was a coward, but his ability really had no attack power, and he would die if he went. Okay, Yi Nanyu promised him. After getting the promise, Jiang Tao immediately started tracking, and this time he tracked it down smoothly. An ancient castle in the western suburbs. Where are the father and son of the Yu family? Yi Nanyu asked. Jiang Tao started tracking again, and finally got the result. It's also an ancient castle in the western suburbs. Yi Nanyu, Zhou Yang, and Yi Shiyu all looked solemn when they heard it. You go. Yi Nanyu took out 2 more crystal cores, and threw them to Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao took the crystal core, and curled his lips slightly, feeling that these zombies were not bad. Since you are so generous, I will give you an extra piece of information. Yi Nanyu looked at him. There is your scent in that castle. Yi Nanyu's face changed slightly. What did you say? Zhou Yang and Yi Shi were also shocked. I don't know what happened, but I can guarantee that it is definitely your scent. Could it be that a clone superpower clone Nanyu? Yi Shi said. Whether it is or not, you will know when you go there. Yi Nanyu's eyes became deep. White Tiger. White Tiger was full of energy, and moved quickly towards the west suburbs. Jiang Tao looked at the White Tiger going away, and waved his hand reluctantly. Goodbye, my client dad. Watching the white tiger disappear, Jiang Tao threw the 2 crystal cores in his hand, wondering if they were enough to enter the base of the survivors in the Magic City. I heard that the threshold of the base here is very high. No matter what, he still has a small bag of crystal cores, so he is not afraid of not being able to enter. Jiang Tao raised his foot and was about to find a large base to take refuge in, but zombies of various shapes jumped out from all around and surrounded him with their fangs and claws. He was shocked. He had been with Yi Nanyu for so long that he had forgotten that zombies would attack people. He immediately burst into tears and ran wildly in the direction where Yi Nanyu left. Dad, wait for me. Chapter 166. Institute. The totem on Yi Nanyu's back was getting hotter and hotter. He knew that the colorless and odorless new virus in the air was eroding his body, and the winged totem was producing antibodies. He walked towards Chugu anxiously. Open your mouth. Chugu opened her mouth obediently, and Yi Nanyu threw something into her mouth. Chugu chewed subconsciously. What is it? It's salty. The medicine you gave me. Chugu, shocked, she turned her head to you, but Yi Nanyu quickly covered her mouth, forcing her to gurgle. Swallowed it. Chugu, thank you, Lao Lu. Yu Chengwei had been patiently waiting for them to be devoured by the virus, but after a while they showed no reaction, and his face became distorted and hideous. How come you are okay? The air is now filled with my special new virus, which can devour zombie viruses and decompose cells. It is impossible for it to fail. Dad, what new virus? What did you do? Yu Qing hurried over and heard this, and he asked anxiously. Yu Chengwei saw his son covered in blood and missing an arm, and he rushed over anxiously. Son, how are you? Does it hurt? He was filled with heartache, and his hands were shaking as he wanted to touch, but didn't dare to. They dared to attack you. I won't let them go. Yu Chengwei looked at Chugu and Yi Nanyu with an extremely vicious look. Dad, it's none of Chu Ji's business. Yu Qing held Yu Chengwei. Son, you are still protecting her at this time. You believe Dad, they are in the same group. It was the Yi family kid who ordered people to capture us. His goal is to build a zombie kingdom and become the father of zombies. Chugu, what? When did Yi Nanyu want to build a zombie kingdom? How come she didn't know? Yi Nanyu himself didn't know he was going to build a zombie kingdom. Dad, what's the new virus you just mentioned? Yu Qing was eager to know what his father had done. Son, I have developed a virus to fight zombies. It won't be long before all the zombies in the world will die, and we humans can revive civilization and live and work in peace. Yu Chengwei said to Yu Qing excitedly. Yu Qing felt cold after hearing this. Dad, aren't you developing a zombie virus serum? How come you came up with a new virus? Son, even if you develop a zombie virus serum, monsters are still monsters. They won't become humans just by injecting the serum. We must eradicate them from the root, so that we humans can resume our previous lives. Yu Chengwei, if I tell you that this virus has not helped humans revive civilization, but has accelerated the demise of the world, and the earth has become a hotbed of viruses, and all creatures are heading for extinction, including humans, will you continue? Yi Nanyu said coldly. What bullshit are you talking to me? Don't I know what the virus I'm studying is like? My virus is not harmful to other creatures except zombies. Yu Chengwei is confident in his research results. The virus has evolved countless times in the air. Are you sure you can still control it by then? As long as I made it, I can control it naturally. Haha, it's ridiculous. If you can control it, the zombie virus will not sweep the world. Yu Qing's body trembled, and his eyes gradually widened. You said the zombie virus is. The zombie virus was created by your father, and your father is the biggest culprit for the outbreak of the apocalypse. Shut up. Yu Chengwei was furious that Yi Nanyu had revealed his past. He had always wanted to bury the secret, but Yi Nanyu had to dig it out. Go to hell. Yu Chengwei waved his hand, and a black mist appeared above Yi Nanyu, Chugu and the others, and countless hideous faces bit down at them. Yu Qing's face changed slightly. When did his father have superpowers? Chugu was slightly surprised. If she remembered correctly, this superpower should belong to Long Da. Yu Chengwei must have used some means to take Long Da's superpowers for himself. Yi Nanyu's eyes were sharp, and the power of lightning accumulated in his palms, and he hit upwards. Countless electric currents passed through the black fog, and the hideous face screamed like an evil ghost, and the black fog was forcibly dispersed. A lightning whip was swung towards Yu Chengwei. Yu Chengwei didn't have time to react so quickly. Just when he was about to be hit by the lightning whip, an arm stretched out from the side and blocked it for him. Bang! A scar of flesh and blood appeared on his arm. Son. Brother Yu. I'm fine. Yu Qing shook his head, his pale face even paler. Yu Qinghui's eyes were filled with anger. Dad will avenge you. Yu Qing quickly grabbed Yu Chenghui. Dad, calm down. Don't make the same mistake again. My biggest mistake was to create these monsters. Now I want to kill them to correct my mistakes. As soon as Yu Chenghui finished speaking, he turned into a black mist and slipped away from Yu Qing's hand. For a moment, the institute was slowly filled with black fog, forming a circle around Chu Ge and Yi Nanyu. Dad, stop now. Son, beg you, Dad. Yu Qing shouted anxiously. His father was no match for Chu Ge and the others, and he would definitely not end well if he started fighting. He looked at Chen Mo, who was hiding at the door of the institute, and shouted, quickly imprison my father's ability. It's useless. I tried it just now. His ability has the ability to devour. I imprisoned and hid him, but was swallowed by it. Chen Mo said. The black fog had completely enveloped Chu Ge and Yi Nanyu, and the devil-like cries of countless hideous faces in the black fog lingered in the ears. Countless hideous faces opened their mouths, trying to devour Chu Ge and Yi Nanyu. The two of them released a powerful pressure together and rushed out. Bang! The black fog surrounding Chu Ge and Yi Nanyu dissipated instantly, and the powerful aura spread to 100 kilometers around the castle. The mutants and zombies within 100 kilometers around retreated frantically. The white tiger rushed towards the castle at lightning speed. Plop! Kneeled down, holding his head with both hands and trembling. The three faces of Yi Nanyu on the back of the white tiger changed drastically. It was Chu Ji's aura, and Yi Nanyu's aura. Chapter 167. Institute. Bang! The two fell to the ground. Son! Yu Chenghui hugged Yu Qing's limp body, panicking. At the critical moment, it was his son who stood in front of him and blocked the fatal blow for him. Blood kept pouring out of Yu Qing's mouth, and his tendons and bones were broken. If he hadn't used all his mental strength to resist in front of him, he would have exploded and died. But now he is about to die. Decades of nurturing made it impossible for him to watch his father die, but he couldn't do anything to Chu Ge. He didn't want to become her enemy. Brother Yu. Chu Ge was stunned. She didn't expect him to suddenly rush out and block Yu Chenghui. Son, don't scare Dad, son. Yu Chenghui kept calling, but Yu Qing couldn't speak anymore. A lot of blood kept pouring out of his mouth. Chu Ge quickly took out a Jigong pill from the space ring and threw it to Yu Chenghui. This medicine can save him. Give it to him quickly. Yu Chenghui took the Jigong pill. His eyes were red as if blood could drip out. He tightened his palm, crushed the Jigong pill in his hand, and stared at Chu Ge with vicious eyes. My son is devoted to you, but you colluded with others to harm him like this, and now you are still pretending here. Do you think I will believe you? Chu Ge shouted angrily. Yu Chenghui, can you wait a moment before going crazy? Feed the medicine to senior brother Yu. You will really kill him like this. Yu Chenghui threw the crushed Jigong pill aside. His eyes were stained with madness. I will save my son. He pointed his finger at the side of his glasses, and a small box appeared on the ground. Yi Nanyu narrowed his eyes slightly. He actually hid the space in his glasses. No wonder he searched his whole body when he caught him back, but didn't find anything. It turned out that everything was hidden in the space. Even Chu Ge and Yu Qing didn't know that he had a space, which shows how deeply he hid this space. Yu Chenghui opened the box, and there was a syringe filled with red liquid. He picked up the syringe and was about to stab Yu Qing's neck. Suddenly, a big hand grabbed his wrist and stopped him. Yu Chenghui looked down and saw that it was Yu Qing who was holding his hand, and his pupils trembled slightly. Son, you have to believe in Dad. This is the most perfect zombie virus gene that Dad has researched. After injecting it, you will not only no longer suffer, but your superpowers will be 100 times stronger. They are definitely not your opponents. He was anxious to break free from his son's hand and inject him. Yu Qing held it tightly and shook his head to refuse. His blood-stained lips opened and closed, and he said the last sentence with difficulty. Dad, go back. As soon as the words fell, the hand holding Yu Chenghui's wrist also slid down. Yu Chenghui saw his son died, and the syringe in his hand fell to the ground. Son, get up, son. Yu Chenghui couldn't accept it, and pulled Yu Qing's clothes, shouting for him to get up. Chu Ji's body trembled, his eyes widened in disbelief. Looking at senior brother Yu who had died, his hands couldn't stop shaking. Yu Qing was like a brother, and a friend to Chu Ge, and he had long been a family member. Yi Nanyu reached out and held Chu Ji's hand, but didn't say anything. He just stood beside her and gave her strength silently. Yu Chenghui hugged his son's body and was heartbroken. Why is it like this? Why is it like this? Suddenly, Yu Chenghui paused, his eyes were red, and he looked at Chu Ge viciously. It's all you, woman. It's all your fault. You are a jinx. If it weren't for you, How could my son die? Yi Nanyu's eyes suddenly became sharp, and he said coldly, Yu Chenghui, this is all your fault. Don't be stubborn anymore, if you don't want your son to die with regrets. You must die, and you must be buried with my son. Yu Chenghui's eyes burst into great hatred. He picked up the syringe on the ground and stabbed it into his neck. The cold liquid pushed into his blood vessels, and the virus was immediately transported throughout his body and multiplied wildly. Yi Nanyu's face changed drastically, and he quickly took action, rushing over with a strong pressure. Bang! A huge force burst out from Yu Chenghui's body. Everything in the institute was instantly shattered, and Chu Ge and the others were also blown away by this sudden burst of power. A touch of coldness wrapped around Chu Ji's waist and caught her. Chu Ge felt a familiar breath behind her, turned around, and a handsome face came into view. Yi Nanyu. The masked Yi Nanyu stopped running towards Chu Ge and looked at Yi Nanyu with a perfect face behind Chu Ge. Yi Nanyu seemed to have sensed something and looked up at the masked Yi Nanyu. The two people were separated by Chu Ge, just looking at each other, as if they had crossed time and space, looking at each other's past and future selves. Zhou Yang and Yi Shiyu came and saw the two Yi Nanyus, and their pupils shook. Oh my god, what happened? Chapter 168. Masked Yi Nanyu looked at the beautiful scene of Chu Ge and Yi Nanyu standing together. He did not go forward, and his hands on both sides trembled slightly. Chu Ge deserves a better him. The hideous scar under Yi Nanyu's mask stung, and he lowered his eyes. He was actually jealous of him with a perfect face. He should not have shown up. He should have hidden in the dark to handle everything and silently protect them. But he was in the previous line, living alone for too long, and loneliness almost swallowed him. He missed Chu Ge, desperately missed Chu Ge. So he couldn't help but bring Chu Ge to the Magic City. He missed her, he wanted to hug her and talk to her. He stopped Yi Nanyu from coming to the Magic City, didn't want him to meet Chu Ge, he wanted to monopolize Chu Ge. Even if that person was his former self, he wouldn't allow him to snatch Chu Ge from him. Masked Yi Nanyu slowly tightened his fists, desperately suppressing his dirty thoughts. Otherwise he was afraid that he would rush forward and snatch her back to his side regardless of everything. Yi Nanyu has been looking at the masked Yi Nanyu. Before he came here, he thought it was a trick played by clone superpowers. But just after a glance, he denied it. This is not a clone superpower. The clone superpower is a one-to-one restoration, and every move is consistent. But the person in front of him looks the same as him, but he is different in every way. He suddenly thought of something, his pupil shrank, and there was a vague answer in his heart. This. Yi Shiyu looked at the two Yi Nanyu, and was extremely shocked. Too much alike, the aura, body shape and appearance are exactly the same, and only clone superpowers can do this. But for some reason, she felt that the masked Yi Nanyu was not a clone superpower. Although the aura was the same, it was obvious that the masked Yi Nanyu was much stronger, with sharper facial lines, and the whole person was full of vicissitudes and maturity. Yi Shiyu suddenly felt distressed, and she didn't know what was wrong, and she couldn't help but want to walk towards him and hug him. When she came to her senses, she had already hugged the masked Yi Nanyu. The moment she hugged him, she understood that the feeling between blood could not deceive people. He was her brother Yi Nanyu, not a clone superpower pretending to be. Nanyu, you are Nanyu, right? The masked Yi Nanyu hugged Yi Shiyu's sister. The voice was dry and hoarse. He hasn't called her this name for a long time. In the previous line, he watched his sister turn into blood, but he could do nothing. He still remembers the helplessness at that time. Yi Nanyu's back stiffened when he heard this name, and the answer in his heart was confirmed. Chu Ge knew that Yi Nanyu was smart, and he should have guessed it more or less. Yi Nanyu he is. Bang! Suddenly a loud noise interrupted Chu Ji's words. Zhou Yang, who failed to attack Yu Chenghui, fell to the ground and spat out blood with a painful look on his face. Zhou Yang. Chu Ji's face changed slightly. Yi Shiyu turned around quickly, and saw Zhou Yang was injured. She ran towards him anxiously. Zhou Yang, are you okay? Where are you hurt? Zhou Yang held her shaking hand, and shook his head with a pale face. It's okay, don't worry. How dare you attack me? Yu Chenghui stared at Zhou Yang grimly. He looked strange at this moment. His eyes were completely black with no whites, flashing with strange light, and a surging black mist was wrapped around him, showing a terrifying aura. Don't even think about escaping, all of you will be buried with my son. Yu Chenghui waved his hand, and the black mist instantly enveloped Chu Ge and his group, and the superpowers in everyone's body were being sucked away at 100 times the speed. Chu Ge and his group looked extremely ugly, and the superpowers in their bodies rushed out like floodwater. The two Yi Nanyu attacked at the same time, and the power of thunder and lightning rushed out. Lightning shuttled through the black fog, but it was soon swallowed up. Zhou Yang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, separated a dozen clones, and used a knife to frantically cut the black fog around his body, but it was useless. The supernatural power was sucked more severely. Chugu lit up her blood pupils, and quickly used her domain. The entire castle was covered by her domain. The black fog that was absorbing supernatural power, at 100 times the speed stopped. Yu Chengwei outside the black fog was also forced to bend over by the invisible huge pressure, and his expression was hideous and distorted. Chu Ji's eyes were sharp, and thousands of red threads shot out of his body, and shot towards Yu Chengwei. The moment the red threads penetrated Yu Chengwei's body, he turned into a black mist and disappeared. The black mist that enveloped Chu Ge and the others also dissipated. Did he run away? Yi Shiyu watched Yu Chengwei disappear. No! Chu Ge flew the bone blade and shot it in a direction with a swoosh. The hidden Yu Chengwei dodged sideways, but was covered by Chu Ji's domain and dodged as slowly as a turtle. Stab! The chest was pierced, blood and flesh splattered. The masked Nanyu took this opportunity to draw a huge lightning bolt down, piercing through the roof and striking Yu Chengwei. The dazzling white light engulfed Yu Chenghui's body. Ah! Yu Chenghui's body was shattered, and he fell far away like a rag. Blood flowed all over the ground, and he was silent. Wait until the scene was completely calm. The masked Nanyu walked forward and saw that Yu Chenghui had been struck by lightning, and was unrecognizable, with his brain matter already split out, which was very disgusting. Seeing the broken glasses on his face, I remembered the space hidden inside the glasses. There should be a lot of research data in the space, and maybe the original data of the zombie virus. As long as there is the original data, it is only a matter of time to develop the serum. Yu Nanyu reached out to take the glasses, and at this moment, Yu Chenghui suddenly opened his eyes. Rip! Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and a broken arm flew out. Yu Nanyu. Chapter 169. Chu Ji's eyes widened in horror. No. You all go to hell. Boom! The black flames burst out, and attacked everyone fiercely. The bodies of the researchers on the ground were burned to ashes one by one. Yu Nanyu, who was covered in blood and had a broken arm, poured out all his supernatural powers to block the fierce black flames for everyone. But he himself was swallowed by the black flames. Boom! Yu Nanyu. Chu Ge wanted to rush over desperately, but was knocked to the ground and suppressed. She clenched her fists, and watched Yu Nanyu's figure disappear in the black flames with red eyes. Ding dang! The cold mask fell to the ground with a sound. This slight sound hit everyone's heart, deafening. Chu Ge stared at the mask on the ground, tears rolling down her eyes. Her heart felt like a big hole was dug in it, and blood was dripping. When Yu Nanyu saw her being killed, was he also so heartbroken? Puff! Yu Nanyu, who had thrown Chu Ge to the ground, vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. Chu Ge trembled, turned over and hugged him. His face was frighteningly pale, and cold sweat continued on his forehead. He looked extremely painful. She panicked. Yu Nanyu, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Yu Nanyu gritted his teeth and endured the intense burning pain from the depths of his soul, because he and the masked Yu Nanyu were the same person. The moment the masked Yu Nanyu's body disappeared, his soul merged with him. Nanyu. Yi Shi rushed over in panic, anxious and at a loss. What happened? Why did you suddenly vomit blood? She just knew that there was another brother in this world. She hadn't even had a good talk with him, but she saw him burn to ashes in front of her eyes. Before she had time to grieve, this brother fell down again. Hurry up and give him the Jigong pill. Chinmo, who had been hiding aside, and not participating in the battle, shouted. Chinmo's words made the panicked Chu Ge calm down quickly, and he took out a Jigong pill from the space ring, and gave it to Yu Nanyu. Yu Nanyu, whose soul was in great pain, suddenly felt a coolness sliding into his body, and then the intense burning pain subsided, and a warm force moistened his body. The pain on his face disappeared, and he opened his eyes. Seeing tears in the corners of Chu Ji's eyes, he reached out and gently wiped them away. Don't cry. Chu Ge hugged him tightly. She didn't want to experience the pain of losing him again. I'm here. Yu Nanyu hugged her trembling body, and gently comforted her. Yu Chenghui drank a lot of nutrient solution, recovered from his injuries, and his head healed. Looking at Chu Ge and the others who were unharmed, he was so angry that his teeth itched. Such a good opportunity, but I couldn't kill all of you. Chu Ge calmed down, and his eyes were terribly deep. You were just acting. Yu Chenghui raised a sinister and smug smile. How else can I let you relax your vigilance? You could only blame yourselves for being stupid. I injected the most perfect zombie virus. How could I be killed so easily? But Xiao Chu, thank you for this. You always cooperate with my research, which allowed me to copy genes from you. So this is what it feels like to be immortal. Yu Chengwei looked at his shattered body and smiled with satisfaction. Immortality is pretty good. The next second, he fell out in a mess and slid a long way. Zhou Yang teleported to his side again and punched him in the head. Go to hell. Yu Chengwei saw Zhou Yang, his face twisted. You again? Boom. The black flames blasted towards Zhou Yang, and he suddenly disappeared. It was a clone. Zhou Yang's rail body stood far away, and could vaguely feel the burning sensation on his skin. Yu Chengwei felt that he was fooled, and his face was very gloomy. Very good. He waved his hand, and black flames ignited around, surrounding Chu Ge and his group. The black flames were slowly shrinking in scope, and the extremely high temperature made the air twist. Haha, you guys are waiting to go to hell. Yu Chengwei laughed triumphantly, then turned into a black mist, and was about to leave the black flame encirclement. Ah! Yu Chengwei screamed and fell down. A net composed of countless electric wires appeared on it. He bumped into it, and immediately sparks of electricity flew everywhere, and there was a smell of burning. I don't know if you will be burned to ashes by your own flames. Why don't you try it? Chu Ge said evilly. Yi Nanyu immediately threw out the lightning whip to wrap around Yu Chenghui's body, and was about to throw him into the black flames. Yu Chenghui's face changed drastically in fear, and he quickly put away the flames. The flames surrounding everyone disappeared immediately, and the burning sensation in the air also dissipated. Yu Chenghui, aren't you immortal? What are you afraid of? Chu Ge sneered. Chapter 170. Yu Chenghui's face became grim, his black eyes flashed with strange light, and the black fog enveloped everyone again. Chu Ge opened his domain, and the black fog that devoured the supernatural power stagnated, and Yu Chenghui's figure, who wanted to take the opportunity to escape, also slowed down. Chu Ge pressed down again, and Yu Chenghui spit out a mouthful of blood, bit his legs, and hit his kneecaps hard on the ground, and the ground cracked like a tortoise, with cracks. He knelt on the ground, supporting himself with his hands, kneeling on the ground in a humble way, as if there was a mountain pressing on his back, making him unable to straighten his back. Chu Ge walked to Yu Chenghui easily, as if he was in an empty space, and took away the broken glasses on his face with his tender white fingers. Give it back to me. I will kill you if you dare to touch it. Yu Chenghui shouted angrily, and the space was full of his life's research. Snap! Yi Nanyu swung a lightning whip on his back, and immediately added a big cut on his skin. Yu Chenghui's face was gloomy and terrifying. Chu Ge violently broke the legs of the glasses, and took out a small space carrier from it. A small cut was made on the fingertip, and a drop of blood dripped onto the space carrier. A space similar to a laboratory appeared in Chu Ji's mind. There were various reagents with labels on them, and a cabinet with neatly arranged materials. There was a laboratory table in the middle, and a row of test tubes on it was extremely conspicuous. She moved her mind, and the test tube suddenly appeared in her hand. Yu Chenghui's pupils shrank slightly, and fear flashed across his eyes. Chu Ge shook the test tube in his hand, smiling. This is really a good thing. He took out a syringe from the space, drew liquid into it, and smiled at Yu Chenghui. You haven't tried your latest achievement yet, right? It would be a pity if you don't try it yourself. Yu Chenghui looked at Chu Ge holding up the syringe and stabbing him, and shouted, I can agree to anything you want. Chu Ge sneered, I want you to taste this pain yourself. The syringe stabbed Yu Chenghui. Yu Chenghui's face suddenly became ugly, and terror appeared in his eyes. If you don't want me to live, then no one else will live. Chu Ge, get out of the way, he's going to explode. Yi Nanyu ran towards Chu Ge frantically. Bang! A huge energy wave exploded. Chu Ge was the first to be hit. The dazzling white light engulfed everyone, and the energy wave swept across everything. Bang, bang! The castle instantly became a ruin, and the ground shook. Dead silence, without a sound. In the dim room, the surrounding instruments were already covered with dust and rust. The only place with a slight light was a round glass container in the middle, and the light blue liquid inside was reflecting light blue light. It looked extremely mysterious in the dim room. In the round glass container, a skeleton was curled up, and the bones were warm and translucent, like the best jade. The whole skeleton was immersed in the light blue liquid, without any movement, just like a specimen. At this moment, the empty eye sockets of the skeleton lit up with a bright red light. Crack, crack. The glass cracked, bang. The round glass container suddenly exploded. The light blue liquid poured out, and the skeleton inside actually moved. It stretched out its curled-up body, and crawled out of the broken round glass container. In the silent environment, it seemed extremely thrilling and terrifying. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Chu Ji's head was buzzing, and she looked at the dim room with a confused look, and everything around her was unfamiliar. Where is this? Where are Yi Nanyu and the others? She suddenly ran outside, pushed open the rusty door, and a bloody world came into view. Bloody sky, bloody land, bloody river, a world of suffocation, depression, and despair. Chapter 171. Chugu was shocked and fell to the ground, looking at this familiar yet strange world in confusion and helplessness. It was familiar because she had heard about this world from Yi Nanyu, and strange because it was the first time she saw this world with her own eyes. It was far more depressing and suffocating than she had imagined. By then, there would be only the wreckage of buildings, the buildings tilted and collapsed, the ground cracked, and the dust covered with a layer of desolate gauze. The former home of mankind had already been riddled with holes. Dead silence. The whole city seemed to be dead, with no flowers, trees, birds, animals, or even human or zombie movement. It seemed that all creatures had been extinct for a long time, and everything was hopeless. Chugu suddenly spread her bone wings and flew up. She flew over the devastated streets, over the collapsed buildings, over the ruins of the department store, over the nearly dried-up Red River, and over the forest with only dead trees left. She kept flying, kept flying. Half a year later, the decadent Chugu returned to the place where she woke up. In the past 6 months, she traveled all over the country, not to mention humans and zombies, not even a mosquito or a blade of grass. She was the only one left in the whole world. Chugu knew that it had been a long time since Yi Nanyu said that there were only a few humans left, so long that all creatures had become extinct from the earth. So she returned to the place where she woke up, and she intuitively felt that there would be the answer she wanted here. Pushing the door open, dust hit her in the face. The room, which had not seen light for a long time, was cold and gloomy. Chugu walked in. The broken round glass container was still in the middle of the room. The ground was covered with broken glass. The blue liquid had evaporated, leaving some light blue traces on the ground. Chugu walked around the room. In addition to some rusty instruments, there were also some test tubes, medicines, and other research and experimental things. The only person who could use these, in her memory, was Yu Chenghui. Yi Nanyu said that senior brother Yu saved Yu Chenghui, and he never saw them again. Could it be them? But the one who heard her was Yu Chenghui? How could he save her? Chugu was eager to know what was going on, so she began to explore to see if there was a dark room or something. Finally, she stopped in front of a large mirror, wiped off the dust on the mirror, and her skeleton figure was reflected on it. Bang! Chugu suddenly punched the mirror, and the mirror broke into pieces, revealing a small room inside. The contents inside were clearly visible: a wooden bed, a desk, and a human skeleton sitting on the chair in front of the desk. He must have been dead for a long time, and his bones are old. Chugu tightened her fists when she saw the glasses on the skull. They were Yu Chenghui's glasses, which meant that the corpse belonged to Yu Chenghui. Chugu denied it in just 1 second. No, it was impossible. Yu Chenghui was the one who harmed her. How could he save her? Suddenly Chugu paused, and she thought of someone. This premonition became stronger and stronger. She took a difficult step and walked forward, looking through the various materials on the table covered with a thick layer of dust, trying to find some clues. At this moment, the human bone hand slipped down, and something in the hand fell to the ground. Snap! There was a sound. Chugu stopped, looked over, and saw a silver recorder lying on the ground. It had been a long time, and it had faded and rusted. Chugu bent down and picked up the recorder. For some reason, an indescribable emotion surged in her heart, and her eyes were inexplicably sour. Her finger bones trembled slightly, and she pressed the start button. A burst of electric current sound came, rustling. Sound. She pressed the play button, and the rustling sound disappeared, and it became quiet. Just when Chugu thought the recorder was broken, a hoarse and desperate voice came from the recorder, echoing in the small and silent room. Chapter 172. Today is the first year of the outbreak of the new virus. There is blood everywhere outside. Not only zombies, but people are also dying one after another. The world is heading towards death, and the culprit of all this is my father, but I still saved him from Yi Nanyu because he can't die yet. He must atone for the sins he committed. I hope everything is not too late. Today is the second year of the outbreak of the new virus. My father saw this world that was broken because of him. He repented and wanted to atone for his sins, but he died. An accident happened in the research. He finally died in the research he loved. I know I shouldn't be sad. All this is his retribution. Now I should think about how to continue the research. Yes, I should think about how to continue the interrupted research. Today is the third year of the new virus outbreak. I can't stop it. There are only a few creatures left in the world. The world is still heading towards destruction. Today is the 4th year of the new virus outbreak. The outside world is completely quiet, as if I am the only one left in the world. Loneliness is like a monster, almost swallowing me, but I can't fall down. Today is the 5th year of the new virus outbreak. The antidote for the new virus has been developed, but it's a pity that it's useless. It's too late, too late. Today is the 10th anniversary of the outbreak of the new virus. I haven't recorded for a long time. The loneliness of these years has made me forget that I can speak. After that, there was a long silence. If it weren't for the rustling sound of electricity, Chugu would have thought it was broken. The hoarse and low voice echoed in the small room after a long time, revealing great despair. Chugu, wake up soon, I can't hold on any longer. Chuji's body shook violently. If she still had a physical body, she would probably have burst into tears by now. 10 years, a full 10 years, she felt the despair of senior brother Yu on the other end of the recorder, and also felt that his life was about to end. It was obviously not his fault. He could have ignored it, but he chose to atone for his father's sin. Beep. The recording continued. This time, senior brother Yu's voice became ethereal and weak, with a sense of relief. I don't know the time now. It should have been a long time. This will be my last recording, because I am about to die. Chugu, I'm sorry. I can't do anything for you anymore. This is the only thing I can do for you. I know you have been cooperating with the research before, just hoping to develop zombie virus serum, so you listen carefully to the following data. Then came a bunch of obscure research data, which Chugu tried to engrave in her mind. Suddenly, the recorder made a rustling sound of electricity, and then the sound disappeared, and the red dot on the recorder also disappeared. Chugu pressed the recorder anxiously. Why was there no sound? She hadn't finished listening to what senior brother Yu said. She hadn't finished listening, and it couldn't be interrupted like this. Seeing that the recorder was battery-powered, she began to look for batteries in the desk drawer. It must be out of power, and it would be fine if she changed the batteries. The more anxious and flustered you are, the worse you will do. The human bones on the chair were knocked down by her, and fell to the ground, and the old human bones were scattered everywhere. Chugu paused, as if she had pressed the pause button. After a long time, she slowly squatted down, and picked up the human bones on the ground one by one with her trembling hands, just like he picked up her body pieces one by one. Chapter 173. After burying senior brother Yu, Chugu stared at the bloody sky for a long time. It was so quiet that it seemed as if time had stopped. The following days, Chugu replaced the battery in the recorder and listened to the data over and over again, as if smoking a cigarette, and every symbol was clear. She also looked through all the information left by senior brother Yu, most of which were left by Yu Chenghui. She didn't understand it at first, but in the end, she collected various books, learned a lot of knowledge, and consulted a lot of literature. Gradually, she could understand it, and gradually mastered it. Chugu didn't know how much time had passed, but she knew that a long time had passed. She let these things occupy her, and she didn't dare to stop for a moment, because she was afraid that once she stopped, the endless loneliness would swallow her up. She had been waiting for a chance to go back, but this opportunity never came. As time went by, she went from hope at the beginning to despair. Was she really going to be trapped in this world for the rest of her life? In order to prevent herself from going crazy, Chugu started doing research, forcing herself to distract herself, not to think, and to devote herself to boring research. Time passed day by day. 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, so long that she didn't know how long it had been. The world, which was riddled with holes and seriously polluted, regained its vitality through her efforts. The bloody sky returned to blue sky and white clouds. The polluted rivers and oceans also restored their ecological environment, and the land burst into trees, flowers, and plants. She also developed the zombie virus serum, but the extinct humans will never come back. Chugu spent a very long and lonely period of time. After all the research was completed, she returned to Rongqing. The city in her memory had long lost its original appearance. She did not plan to leave again. She wanted to wait for the end of the world in Rongqing. This day, Chugu was strolling around and stopped when she passed by the welfare home where she lived as a child. The welfare home in front of her was already dilapidated, cracked everywhere, and in danger of collapse at any time. After entering junior high school, she left the welfare home, lived in the school, and lived independently. After working, she would regularly donate money to the welfare home. But she seldom comes back here, because those days in the welfare house are not a good memory for her. Chugu looked at the dilapidated building in front of her that was about to collapse at any time. She hesitated for a moment, then walked in. Perhaps this was the last time she came. It was a mess inside, full of dust, and no one had visited for a long time. It was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard clearly. Chugu walked through one place after another, and the scenes of her childhood emerged in her mind one by one. Little Chuj, who looks like a doll, is crying while holding an old doll. Little Joyoung is riding on the little fat boy who bullies her and beating him. Little Chuj and little Joyoung are walking hand in hand. Little Fatty, who is hiding in the corner, suddenly jumps out and makes faces to scare her. She cries immediately. Little Joyoung chases after little Fatty and beats him. The children are playing games. Little Chuj cries because little Fatty pulls her hair. Little Joyoung pushes little Fatty, and they fight again. Little Fatty says he wants to apologize to little Chuj and gives her a gift sincerely. But when he opens the box, there is a fat and big bug inside. Little Fatty succeeds in teasing her and runs away with a sly smile. Chugu shook her head helplessly. It seemed that the shadow left by the little fat boy in her childhood was too deep. She would think of him every time she came to the welfare home. It can be said that the little fat boy was one of the people she hated the most when she was a child. Fortunately, the little fat boy's parents came out of prison and took him away, otherwise she didn't know how long she would be teased by him. By the way, before the little fat boy left, he cried and shouted to take her with him. Fortunately, his parents took him away. Chugu walked to the place where they used to sleep. The welfare home did not have so many rooms, and for the sake of easy management, the children were gathered in a large room with dozens of beds, which would be separated when they reached a certain age. She walked through the empty beds, and came to the bed she had slept in before. The wooden bed was covered with dust, and was extremely worn out. The headboard was scribbled by children, and you could vaguely see a name in ugly handwriting, which was the name Joyoung carved for her when she was a child. Next to her was Joyoung's bed, and there was also a crooked name carved on his headboard. No matter how long it has been, these traces of the past will not disappear. Chugu looked for a while, turned around and was about to leave, but suddenly her eyes swept across and her body froze. On the bed opposite her, there was a curled-up adult skeleton, and that bed was where the little fat boy had slept. Chugu walked towards the bed opposite. For some reason, the closer she got, the more she felt. She walked to the bed and stepped on an A4-size book on the ground. Is it the owner of the skeleton? Chugu bent down to pick it up and shook it. The thick dust on the book was blown up. She opened the old book. There was no text in it, just some sketches. And the drawings were nothing else, all skeletons. Chugu turned the pages one by one, and there were skeletons on every page. This person might have some abnormal psychology, not painting beautiful mountains and rivers, but only painting skeletons. Turning to the back, the skeletons actually have wings. This painter is not only abnormal, but also immature. What kind of imagination is this? Skeletons have wings. Just imagining it is eye-catching. Chugu suddenly paused. She remembered that she herself is a skeleton with wings. She raised her head suddenly, and looked at the human skeleton on the bed. Who is this person? Chuji's eyes swept to the head of the bed, and when she saw the new name that covered the old marks, the sketchbook in her hand fell down. Hands could not help but tremble slightly. The sketchbook that fell at Chuji's feet just stopped at the last page, and the picture on it was finally not a skeleton, but a woman with a beautiful face. No wonder she searched all over the country, and couldn't find any trace of him. It turned out that he was here. Chapter 174. Two sharp words were newly engraved on the mottled marks on the bedside. Shinimo. Chugu looked at the two words on the bed, and his mood could not calm down for a long time. The person he had been looking for a long time appeared in an unexpected place, and it was still such a desolate scene. Chugu didn't dare to think about what kind of mood he was in when he engraved his name, and was about to die. He opened the space, and sent Inanyu back to the past to find her, but he continued to stay in this world until he died. Her acquaintance with Shinimo was too frivolous, which led to her always being suspicious of him, and never really treating him as a friend. In fact, if you think about it carefully, Shinimo never did anything to her, but helped her several times. She came here, probably at the critical moment when Yu Chungwi exploded, and Shinimo opened the space tunnel for her. Chugu stood by the bed for a long time, and finally found a box and carefully packed up Shinmo's body. Seeing the sketchbook on the ground, he bent down to pick it up, and saw her portrait on the last page, and his hand stopped closing the book. He draws very well. It is hard to imagine how he can draw such delicate paintings with his mean personality. Chugu read it for a while, then closed the book, and put it in the box with Shinmo's body. She found a clean place and buried him. This was the only thing she could do for him. Before leaving the welfare home, Chuko went to the director's office. She wanted to verify something. In the director's office, she searched the archives of the year and looked at the file with the photo of the little fat boy. The name on it was Chin-mo. It's really him. In fact, Chuko had already vaguely guessed it in her heart just now, but she was still shocked when she saw it with her own eyes. Chin-mo turned out to be the little fat boy who often bullied her when she was a child. Everyone called him the little fat boy when he was a child, and Chuko didn't know his real name. In addition, Chin-mo was completely different from the fat boy when he was a child, so Chuko didn't recognize him. Chuko looked at the photo of the little fat boy, and it was hard to imagine that he would grow up to be a handsome guy. No wonder she didn't recognize him. Chuko put down the information in her hand and left the welfare home with mixed feelings. Chuko thought she would never leave Rongqing again and would stay in Rongqing until the end of the world. But Chuko looked at Chin-mo's crystal core in her hand and tightened her palm. She had a way to leave this world. Chuko returned to the place where she first woke up without stopping. She searched for the information left by senior brother Yu. She remembered that there was a document in it that was Yu Qinghui's research on how to extract superpowers from crystal cores. Found it. Chuko held the information in her hands trembling slightly, unable to hide her excitement. As long as she could extract Chin-mo's superpowers, she could leave this world. She could finally leave here. She had waited for this moment for too long. The day when she successfully extracted superpowers from Chin-mo's crystal core, Chuko felt that the dark world suddenly became bright. The moment she absorbed the superpowers and successfully opened the space tunnel, her body was trembling slightly, and she couldn't stop for a long time. She took a final look around this hopeless world and entered the space tunnel without any nostalgia. This time, she wanted to go back to the beginning and change everything that happened. Buzz? Her mind was buzzing, and her soul was losing weight. Girl, move aside, don't just stand there. The loud shout made Chuji's buzzing head clear up instantly, and she opened her eyes suddenly. She was in the crowd, and many people passed by her. The surroundings were full of noise, and the noisy sound of cars and horses filled her ears. Looking at the busy streets, Chuji's tears burst out instantly. She's back. She's really back. Really, whose blood is dripping all the way here, increasing my workload. The cleaning lady was holding cleaning tools and cleaning the blood on the ground. Seeing Chuko still standing there stupidly, the cleaning lady shouted angrily, "Girl, can you move aside? You're blocking my work." Chuko came back to her senses and quickly moved aside. Seeing the cleaning lady cleaning the blood on the ground, she was shocked and looked to her right hand. She was holding a black plastic bag in her hand. She opened the bag and found sanitary napkins inside. She gradually enlarged her eyes, her pupils trembling slightly, and she returned to the time when she first met the homeless woman. At this time, there was still about a month before the outbreak of the apocalypse, and it was still in time. Everything was still in time. Chuko ran away wildly. Institute of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. A low-key car drove out of the institute. When turning the corner, a figure suddenly jumped out, and the car braked suddenly. The person sitting in the car leaned forward suddenly, and the car stopped suddenly. The driver turned his head in panic and looked at the back seat. "Academician, are you okay?" There was a silver-haired old man sitting in the back seat, with a refined and wise temperament, and his eyes were unusually clear and bright, showing that he was in high spirits. "I'm fine, go down and see if that person is okay." "Yes." The driver opened the door and got out of the car. Chuko sat on the ground, with scratches on her feet and hands, and the pain made her eyes red. She had been a cold-blooded monster for a long time, and the slight pain at this time could move her to tears. After experiencing the killing, brutality, and despair of the end of the world, she realized how precious everything is now, and how beautiful the world is. "Little girl, why don't you look at the road when you're walking? You suddenly jumped out. If I hadn't braked quickly, the consequences would be disastrous." The driver's voice was full of energy and anger. Today's young people are impetuous, and do things without considering the consequences. Chuko lowered her head, and didn't say anything. She jumped out on purpose. Otherwise, how could she meet academician Zhong Wuchao? She came back here to stop the end of the world, but it's easier said than done. She is just an orphan and a student. She has no power. If she runs out and says that the zombie virus is about to break out and the end of the world is about to come, who will believe it? I'm afraid she will be arrested as a psychopath. Although she has the data on the serum of the zombie virus, she has no conditions to develop it now. Even if she develops it, who will believe what a student of hers has developed? Once the virus breaks out, the whole world will fall. She can't save the whole world by herself. So the best way is to hand over the information she has on hand to the country. If she hands the information to a department casually, she will probably be rejected as a lunatic. So academician Zhong Guichao became her target. He is an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and an authority in this field. As long as she gives him the information, he will know the truth or falsehood without her saying anything more. Academician Zhong Guichao will hand it over to the country, and the country will definitely pay attention to it and prevent everything from happening before the zombie virus breaks out. What's wrong with you, little girl? I'm talking to you. Are you dumb? You jumped out by yourself. I didn't hit you. The driver saw Chugu still sitting on the ground blocking the car with her head down and kept silent, thinking that she was trying to extort money, and was very angry. Academician Zhong Guichao got off the car when he saw that there seemed to be a conflict outside. Academician, why did you get off the car? I will deal with it immediately, the driver said respectfully. Chugu raised her head and looked at Academician Zhong Guichao. Xiaomei. Zhong Guichao blurted out a name when he saw Chu Ji's face. Chapter 175. Chugu was confused. Did he recognize the wrong person? The driver was also confused. Academician, is this someone you know? Academician Zhong Guichao came to his senses. No, the person in front of him was not Xiaomei. His daughter Xiaomei had been dead for more than 20 years. He was the one who brought the body back. Although he thought so, he couldn't take his eyes off Chugu. It really looked like his daughter. Back then, his daughter was studying away from home. One day, he suddenly received a call from the police. When he arrived, he saw his daughter covered with a white cloth in the morgue. She was only 21 years old that year. The police said that he committed suicide by taking pills due to emotional setbacks. After the funeral, his wife also fell ill and soon passed away with his daughter, leaving him alone in this world. If he had not vowed to devote his life to the country, he might have followed them. Zhong Guichao looked at the girl who really looked like his daughter and couldn't help asking, "Child, what's your mother's name? Where is she from?" Chugu stood up. Although his question was a bit abrupt, he still answered him seriously. "I am an orphan, without a father or a mother, and grew up in Rongqing Welfare House." Rongqing orphan? Zhong Guichao muttered with a complicated expression. "Is there any problem?" Chugu asked. Zhong Guichao concealed the emotions in his eyes, and his voice was more loving. "Nothing, I just think you are very similar to someone I know." Chugu seized this opportunity and said, "Mr. Zhong, I have something very important to tell you. Can you give me some time?" At this time, the driver stood in front of Academician Zhong Guichao and said, I wonder why you suddenly jumped out without looking at the road. It turns out that you want to stop our car. Tell me, what are you planning?" Chu Ji's eyes suddenly became sharp. Without saying a word, he threw the driver out with an over-the-shoulder throw. Bang! Ah! The driver fell to the ground and groaned in pain. Time was urgent. Chugu really had no time to argue with him, and could only subdue him with force. Academician Zhong Guichao was stunned. He didn't expect that she was so delicate and tender, but she could easily throw a big man out. "Academician Zhong, I really have something urgent to talk to you about, so I had no choice but to stop the car. I promise I won't keep you for too long. Can you please move aside to talk?" Academician, don't believe her. I call the police right away. The driver stood up with his hands on his waist and a grin, and was about to take out his cell phone to call the police. Academician Zhong Guichao stopped him. No, I believe her. Although he didn't know her background, he didn't know why he felt she was trustworthy. Academician. The driver wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Chugu. Academician Zhong, please move aside and talk. I can listen to your urgent matter, but the premise is that you have to go to the hospital first to treat your wounds and have a full body check. Being hit by a car is not a joke. As for the cost, you don't have to worry about it, Zhong Guichao said. Okay, then you take me to the hospital. Chugu did not hesitate, and shamelessly opened the car door and got in. She was worried that she would not have the opportunity to rely on them, and now she had the right to do so. Academician Zhong Guichao smiled kindly. He liked the character of this child. He had always thought that Xiaomei was too weak and lacked the indomitable ruthlessness, so she committed suicide after a little setback in love. Academician Zhong Guichao's eyes dimmed a little when he thought of this. If Xiaomei had a personality like this child, she would not commit suicide. Academician. The driver waited for his instructions. Go to the Military Region General Hospital. Zhong Guichao got in the car after saying that. Yes. The driver had to drive to the Military Region General Hospital. Chu-gu was embarrassed to talk about the zombie virus because the driver was present, but Zhong Guichao asked her all the way. Ask her what her name is, how old she is, whether she is still studying, etc. It's like checking her household registration. If they hadn't arrived at the hospital, Chu-gu estimated that he would have asked her all day and all night. Is Academician Zhong so enthusiastic to other people? Academician Zhong, why are you here? Are you feeling unwell? Dean Liang, who has been taking care of Zhong Guichao's health, asked nervously. Zhong Guichao has made countless contributions to the country, and is a great contributor to the country. As he gets older, the country also pays great attention to his health, and assigns a special doctor to follow up on his health. Dean Liang is the doctor who manages Zhong Guichao's health. He is also the director of the hospital. Dean Liang, don't be nervous. I'm in good health. This child was hit by a car, and was injured, so I brought her to see. Dean Liang looked at the girl next to Academician Zhong. There were scratches on her hands and feet. It didn't look serious, but she was brought by Academician Zhong, so he dared not neglect her. Academician Zhong, I will immediately arrange someone to take her for a comprehensive examination. Then I thanked Dean Liang. Academician Zhong, what are you talking about? It's what I should do. Dean Liang smiled respectfully. The dean gave the order, and soon the chief doctor came up to take Chu-gu to do a full-body examination, CT scan and the like. Chu-gu looked at Academician Zhong Guichao. Good boy, go ahead, I wait for you here. Academician Zhong Guichao knew what she was worried about. Chu-gu left with the chief doctor. Academician Zhong, please sit down and rest for a while, I make you some tea. Dean Liang said respectfully. Dean Liang, I have another favor to ask of you. Please go ahead. Help me do a paternity test. Academician Zhong Guichao's wise eyes sank slightly. Dean Liang was slightly surprised. You and the girl just now? No, my daughter and her. Chapter 176. Yes, but... Dean Liang was a little embarrassed. He heard that Academician Zhong's only daughter had died for more than 20 years. How could he do a paternity test? My daughter's genetic sample was preserved when she was born, and someone has sent it here. Academician Zhong said. That's no problem. I tell them to expedite the test for Academician Zhong. Thank you, Dean Liang. Haha. You're so polite, Academician Zhong, please sit down. They're not that fast. Let's have some tea and chat. Okay, then I taste Dean Liang's good tea. Dean Liang was brewing tea skillfully, and suddenly thought of something, saying, By the way, Academician Zhong, in the past 2 days, several people with sudden high fever came to the hospital. Their body temperature was abnormally high, but the examination did not find any virus infection. Antipyretics and antipyretic injections did not work for them at all. Many family members have already complained about the hospital. Dean Zhong's face became serious. This is not an ordinary high fever. This kind of sudden high fever has appeared all over the country, and there is a trend of large-scale spread. In the next month, this number should reach its peak. The state has also issued a document on the institute. We will start investigation and research tomorrow, hoping to find out what this disease is as soon as possible. And it's not just our country. I've heard that there are cases of this kind in other countries. You mean this is a global infectious disease? Dean Liang didn't expect it to be so serious. Well, if it can be controlled before a large-scale outbreak, then it won't be a big problem. If not, then it will definitely be a disaster. Zhong Guichao's voice was unusually heavy. Dean Liang was shocked when he heard what Zhong Guichao said. He decided to send his family back to the countryside tomorrow to take shelter. There are fewer people in the countryside, so the risk of infection is definitely lower than in big cities. I hope it's just a false alarm. Chu-gu came back after the examination, with the abrasions on his hands and feet wrapped in bandages. The director reported to Academician Zhong and the dean, all the examinations have been done, and the results are all good. There are some abrasions on the hands and feet, which have been treated and bandaged. It's not a big problem. Academician Zhong Guichao stood up. Then I'm relieved. It's getting late, I go back first. Then take care. I call you when the appraisal report comes out later. Dean Liang said respectfully. Academician Zhong nodded, then looked at Chu-gu. Girl, let's go. Chu-gu followed Academician Zhong out of the dean's office. Dean Liang looked at Chu-ji's back and muttered, if she can really get in touch with Academician Zhong, it would be a great blessing. Chu-gu followed Academician Zhong Guichao out of the hospital, and the driver was already waiting at the door. Get in the car. Chu-gu couldn't wait to say, Academician Zhong, can you listen to my story now? Let's talk about it after we get home. Chu-gu, go home. Why does it feel like he treats her as a family member? Is it because he is old and likes to be in a lively place? Let's go to the old house, Academician Zhong said to the driver. The driver was slightly stunned. The academician usually stayed in a house close to the institute. He would only stay in the old house for a day or two on his wife's death anniversary. I didn't expect to take a stranger to the old house today. You know, the academician has never taken anyone to the old house, not even Dr. Yu Chengwei. Half an hour later, the car drove into an old community, in the style of the 1970s and 1980s, with houses still having stairs. Many residents have moved to bigger and newer houses, and most of those who stayed are elderly people who are nostalgic. The community is small, and neighbors know each other. Zhong Guichao got off the car, and the elderly people who were sitting under the trees chatting and enjoying the cool breeze greeted him. Guichao, how come you have time to come back today? You plan to stay for a few days, so don't cook for a few days, come to my house to eat. We haven't played chess for a long time. A kind old man said. Guichao, you don't know he misses you every day, the old man's wife said. Zhong Guichao smiled and said, Brother, when I'm done with this period, I will definitely take time to play chess with you. You said that I lost to you last time. This time I will definitely avenge my previous defeat. Come on, with your chess skills, you can't even beat me? How can you beat Guichao? Another old man spoiled the show without giving face. The old man blushed immediately. Good old manly, can you give me some face? Ha ha ha. Ha ha. The old people laughed immediately, and academician Zhong Guichao's tense mood in recent days also relaxed a little. He decided to take a good vacation after this busy period. Chugu got off the car amid the laughter of the neighbors. The scene suddenly became quiet. The old people looked at Chugu, who got off the car, and were stunned. Just now, the old man's wife stood up excitedly. Xiaomei is back. The old people have been living in this community, and every household knows each other, and naturally recognizes the young people in each family. The old man pulled his wife's hand and whispered, You are confused. Xiaomei has been dead for more than 20 years. How could that little girl be Xiaomei? The old wife came to her senses. Yes, if Xiaomei was still alive, she should be in her 40s now. How could she look so young? That girl does look like Xiaomei. I almost shouted out loud just now. Yes, I think so too, the old people discussed in a low voice. It was not the first time that Chugu heard the name Xiaomei. Academician Zhong almost mistook her when he saw her for the first time. Does she look so much like the Xiaomei they are talking about? For some reason, Chugu felt a strange feeling in his heart, but he couldn't tell what it was. Guichao, this little girl is? Old Manly asked. A group of old people pricked up their ears to listen to the answer. Academician Zhong Guichao looked at Chugu kindly, and smiled in a good mood. It's not certain yet. I will tell you old guys when I am sure. Chugu, ? Why does it feel that things are getting beyond her expectations? She just came to report a message. Why is it like recognizing a relative? Girl, let's go up. Zhong Guichao led Chugu into one of the old buildings. On the steep stairs, Chugu took the initiative to reach out and hold academician Zhong Guichao. I help you. Although he looked healthy, he was over 70 years old after all, so he had to be careful when going up the stairs. Zhong Guichao turned his head to look at Chugu, who was supporting him, and it was as if his daughter had returned to him. He turned his head to wipe the corners of his wet eyes. Chugu helped academician Zhong Guichao up to the 3rd floor. We're here. The old anti-theft iron door had a pair of handwritten couplets on both sides. Academician Zhong Guichao took out a key and inserted it into the keyhole. With a click, the door opened. Chugu followed academician Zhong Guichao into the house, and a warm and old-fashioned house came into view. There was no high technology, and most of the things in the house were old objects. The orange-yellow light gave off a warm feeling. It was a very comfortable feeling of home. Girl, sit down and talk. I see you have been holding it in for a long time. Academician Zhong Guichao sat down on a chair. Chugu sat down opposite him, and got straight to the point. Academician Zhong, do you know the itinerary of your most proud student Yu Chengwei? Academician Zhong Guichao frowned. He went abroad for further studies for half a year. Why did you ask him? Yu Chengwei did not go for further studies. He actually went to participate in a secret research in the United States. This research eventually leaked the virus. When humans are infected with this virus, they will suddenly have a high fever for no reason at the beginning, and then they will become zombies, just like the zombies in the movies. Once a person is bitten by a zombie, he will also be infected and become a zombie. In about 20 days, the zombie virus will break out on a large scale, and the end of the world will officially come. Academician Zhong Guichao's pupils were shaking all the time. Everything Chugu said shocked him. I know it's too absurd for you to say all of this suddenly. You won't believe it. I have some information here. You will believe it after you read it. Chugu took out some information from her school bag and handed it to academician Zhong Guichao. This is the original genetic data of this virus. Take a look. She stayed in that desperate world where humans were extinct for so long that all the data had long been deeply engraved in her mind. She came back here through the space tunnel, and the first thing she did was to copy all the information in her mind onto paper. This time, she was well prepared and would never make the same mistake again. Academician Zhong Guichao took the information from Chugu and flipped through it. The more he read, the uglier his face became. Others might not understand, but he knew that the data was not forged. Moreover, the data recorded here could not be produced by one person in a short time. It must be a team that spent a lot of money and energy to obtain such a rigorous research data. Zhong Guichao tightly grasped the information in his hand and looked at Chugu. Where did you get this information from? How did you know all this? This is definitely not something a girl like her can know. It's hard to explain this matter for the time being. Anyway, everything I said is true. Now some people have begun to show symptoms of infection with the virus, and there will be more and more in the future. We must take measures immediately, otherwise it will be too late. Academician Zhong Guichao frowned. It's too late. The time is too short. Even if there is the original gene data of the virus is too complicated. It is impossible to develop a specific medicine so quickly. I have it, you just need to develop it according to it. Chugu took out the zombie virus serum information from her school bag and handed it to academician Zhong Guichao. Academician Zhong Guichao was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 177. Chugu quickly explained, this medicine must be used during the incubation period of the virus to effectively immunize against the virus. Some people have already shown symptoms of infection. If we work overtime to develop it, it should be developed in 3 days. This is not a big problem. The biggest problem is how to popularize it to the world. Otherwise, even if our country controls the disease, other countries have not been controlled, and the world will still go to extinction. Academician, we don't have much time left. Academician Zhong Guichao marveled at Chu Ji's courage. This is not what she should have at her age. She gave him the feeling that she had experienced a lot and endured too much that she shouldn't have endured at her age, which made people feel heartbroken. If someone else told him this, he would not believe it easily, but seeing Chu Ji's determined eyes, academician Zhong Guichao believed her. Of course, there is another side, that is, people can lie, but data will not lie. Zhong Guichao looked at the research data Chugu gave him, and he became more and more shocked. This is a perfect and impeccable data. If it were him, he might not be able to study it to this extent. Ring. Zhong Guichao's cell phone rang suddenly, breaking the silence. Seeing the unfamiliar number, he hesitated for a moment, but still answered the call. Teacher. A low voice came from the other end of the phone. Academician Zhong Guichao was slightly surprised. Cheng-Wei. Chugu trembled when he heard the name. Yu Cheng-Wei successfully smuggled back from country M. Zhong Guichao saw Chu Ji's reaction clearly. Teacher, something happened to me. Can you take me in for a while? Yu Cheng-Wei whispered on the other end of the phone. Yu Cheng-Wei finally smuggled back to China with great difficulty. Now he is hiding from Country M's wanted list. He can't go home, and his bank account and mobile phone are all unusable. He thought of his powerful mentor at this time. He was his most proud student, and he would definitely help him, so he borrowed a mobile phone from a passerby and called his mentor. Chugu took out a piece of white paper and quickly wrote a line of words, then handed it to academician Zhong Guichao. Zhong Guichao glanced at the white paper, which asked for his location, and saw Chugu anxiously motioning to him. He asked Yu Cheng-Wei on the other end of the phone, "Where are you now?" "I'm hiding in a small mountain village at the border port. Please send someone to pick me up." "Hide?" Zhong Guichao's face darkened. Chugu handed over another piece of white paper, which said smuggling and wanted by the United States. Zhong Guichao's face became even uglier when he saw these words. "Teacher, someone is chasing me everywhere. Now only you can help me." Yu Chenghui's voice was trembling. Chugu handed him a blank paper again, promised to keep him steady, let him stay where he was, and you would send someone to pick him up. Zhong Guichao did what Chugu said again. "Stay where you are and don't leave. I will send someone to pick you up. Teacher, you must hurry up. I wait for you." Yu Chenghui said this, and hung up the phone in a hurry. Academician Zhong Guichao put down his phone and looked at Chugu. What is going on? Yu Chenghui seemed to know in advance that the virus had been leaked, escaped from the M Country Research Institute, and then smuggled back to the country. He is now wanted by M Country everywhere. Academician Zhong Guichao slapped the armrest of the armchair angrily after hearing this. What a fool! What a fool! His tone was full of regret. Academician Zhong, report everything to the country now, and let the country send people to catch Yu Chenghui. Otherwise, if he gets away, it will definitely be a major hidden danger to society. Academician Zhong Guichao leaned back on the chair, as if he had lost all his strength. He felt a little older in an instant. He never thought that his most proud student would embark on such a road of no return. Yu Chenghui, with a shaggy beard and a disheveled appearance, hid in a farmer's house and exchanged a room and some food for the expensive watch on his hand. He was waiting for his tutor to pick him up. He stayed in the room, grabbing his messy hair, and looked extremely decadent. He just wanted to break through himself, so he accepted the invitation from the United States. He didn't know why he had come to this point. And country was now looking for him everywhere. He knew that something must have happened at the research institute, and it was very likely that no one except him would survive, so Country was so anxious to catch him. First, they were afraid that he would expose their secret research, and second, the research data in his hands. At this time, there was a sudden sound of chaotic footsteps outside, and Yu Chenghui stood up in panic. He opened a crack in the door and looked out, just in time to see a farmer stopping a group of uninvited guests. As a result, the other party took out a gun and shot him in the head without saying a word. The silencer gun made no sound, only a wisp of white smoke floated out. Yu Chenghui was instantly shocked and broke into a cold sweat. They had found him. He quickly closed the door and looked for a hiding place in the house, but there was no place to hide in the room that was visible at a glance. He immediately smashed the glass of the window, and the sound attracted the group of people outside. They ran towards the room, kicked the door open, and saw Yu Chenghui trying to escape through the window. They quickly raised their guns and shot at his feet. Bang bang. Yu Chenghui jumped up, climbed out of the window, and rolled into the weeds. He fled madly, hiding behind the weeds. Hurry up and chase him. The chasing team climbed out of the windows one after another and chased him. At this time, Yu Chenghui, who was hiding in the cellar, heard the messy footsteps on the ground fading away, and suddenly sat down against the wall in exhaustion, panting wildly. It happened that there was an abandoned cellar in the weeds, otherwise he would probably not have escaped. Yu Chenghui stayed in the cellar, not daring to make any sound. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. He didn't drink a drop of water or a grain of rice during these 3 days. His stomach was growling with hunger, and his lips were peeling due to lack of water. He wanted to go out, but he was afraid of meeting those people again. On the 4th day, he couldn't stand it anymore and left the cellar. He didn't want to starve to death here. As a result, he ran into a group of aggressive people after walking 2 steps. He turned around and ran away in fear. Yu Chenghui, we are sent by Academician Zhong Guichao to pick you up, the leader shouted. Yu Chenghui stopped immediately, turned around quickly, and said angrily, why did you come now? I almost got killed by you. We have been looking for you in this village for 3 days. Okay, let's go quickly. I don't want to stay here any longer. Bring me some food and drink. I'm starving. Yu Chenghui walked towards them. Food and drink are only in the car. Let's go. The car is on the side of the road. Yu Chenghui followed them and left. There were several all-black SUVs parked on the side of the road. The windows were covered with anti-peep film, and you couldn't see inside. Someone opened the door of one of the cars for Yu Chenghui. Please get in. Yu Chenghui walked forward and was about to get in the car, but when he saw the inside, his face suddenly changed. He wanted to turn around and leave, but was pushed into the car by the person behind him. Bang! The door closed, and the car started and left. Yu Chenghui, who was pushed into the car, dared not move, as several black gun muzzles were pointed at him. Yu Chenghui saw that everyone in the car was wearing police uniforms, and his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. His mentor. A pair of cold silver handcuffs handcuffed his hands. Click! This slight sound was deafening to Chenghui, and the world in his heart collapsed instantly. His whole body was shaking, and he knew he was finished. The first batch of serum was successfully developed. As Chu Ji's voice fell, the institute cheered. Academician Zhong Guichao was wearing a white protective suit, looking at Chu Gu, who was also wearing a white protective suit, with a flash of relief in his eyes. The descendants of their Zhong family are indeed excellent. That day, when he learned that his most proud student had embarked on a road of no return, he was extremely sad, but a phone call brought him hope. Academician Zhong, the identification results are out, and they are consistent with the mother-daughter relationship. The joy of that day, now recalling it, still makes my eyes wet. When he thought he was destined to be alone in this life, God gave him such a huge surprise. Zhong Guichao looked at Chu Gu with a smile on his face, and he was satisfied no matter how he looked at her. She was worthy of being his granddaughter. Chu Gu walked towards Zhong Guichao. She wanted to thank him. That day, she proposed that if the country needed it, she could assist in the development of serum. After all, in that world, she faced these data for countless days and nights. The data given by senior brother Yu was actually not perfect. His data would have great sequelae to humans. After that, she failed countless times, and the data was overturned countless times. Finally, she got the perfect data again, so no one was more familiar with it than her. She had no hope. After all, she was just a student in this world, without any qualifications or experience. How could she be allowed to participate in such a major research? She never expected that when she said that, academician Zhong Guichao would bring her to the institute directly, saying that she should develop her data herself, and he would assist her. That's why the first batch of serum was successfully developed today. Chu Gu didn't know that academician Zhong Guichao was paving the way for her, and she didn't know that she was academician Zhong Guichao's granddaughter. Chapter 178. Academician Zhong, thank you for trusting me and giving me this opportunity. Chu Gu bowed to academician Zhong Guichao sincerely. Girl, don't thank me, it's all your own hard work. Zhong Guichao helped her up. He hadn't told her about the paternity test yet. When he investigated what happened, Xiaomei actually gave birth to a daughter without them knowing, and then Xiaomei committed suicide, and the child became an orphan. What happened in the meantime? The serum has been successfully developed, but it's not time to relax yet, you know? We still have a tough battle to fight later, how to increase production in a short period of time and sell it to the world. Academician Zhong Guichao was afraid that she would be proud, so he hid her specially. Yes, I know. Chu Gu looked serious and extremely serious. Zhong Guichao nodded with satisfaction. Go and get busy. Okay. Chu Gu plunged into the research again, and the turned-off mobile phone in her pocket was quiet. The number you dialed is turned off. Bang. There is a dead cell phone on the ground. Yi Nanyu tugged at his tie in annoyance and leaned back on his chair. His handsome face was gloomy, his cold eyes were as black as ink, and there were raging winds and waves. Voila! Yi Nanyu suddenly swept down a table of documents and slammed the door. Mei Yi Bar. In the dim box, there were more than a dozen handsome men and beautiful women, drinking and living a life of luxury. The girl's eyes were all intentionally or unintentionally cast towards the man in the middle of the booth. Under the ambiguous light, his handsome face adds a bit of sexiness and charm. The hand holding the wine glass is clean and slender with distinct joints, and the $1,000,000 watch on his wrist reflects a little light. A pair of long legs wrapped under the suit pants, casually crossed, with a strong aura. Yi Nanyu, the future head of the Yi group, all the girls present want to climb into his bed and have that wealth. But everyone who knows him knows that he is not close to women, abstinence and restraint. Mr. Yin, what's wrong with Mr. Yi today? He looks gloomy and drinks so hard. A rich second generation with blue hair asked the playboy Yin Juanhao, who was enjoying himself with beauties on both sides. Yin Juanhao drank the wine fed by the beauty, glanced at Yi Nanyu nonchalantly, and said playfully, Today may be the day when Bai Yuedwang's ex-girlfriend dumped him. The rich second generation with blue hair Lu Xing opened his mouth in surprise. Mr. Yi had a girlfriend before, and she was dumped? He had never seen Mr. Yi flirting with any woman, and he thought he didn't like women. The two beauties leaning on Yin Juanhao were also surprised. The future leader of the Yi group was dumped by a woman. Is that woman crazy? Does she know what kind of person she dumped? Lu Xing was curious and asked, Has Mr. Yin met Mr. Ye's ex-girlfriend? Whose daughter is she? Well, I heard that they were dating when they were in school. She seemed to be 3 or 4 years older than Mr. Yi. She cheated on Mr. Yi and later cheated on him. Yin Juanhao heard it from Hui Yuro, but he didn't know if it was true. When Lu Xing and the two beauties heard this, they were shocked again. Yi Xiao was such a person, but he was cuckolded by an old woman. They looked at Yi Nanyu with sympathy. No wonder he doesn't like women now. Being deceived by an old woman and being cuckolded would have a psychological shadow for anyone. Too miserable. At this time, the door of the box was pushed open and a man walked in. Hui Yuro's eyes locked on the dazzling man accurately and walked towards him. Miswa, there is no need to chase so closely. Yin Juanhao teased. Hui Yuro glared at him and continued to walk towards Yi Nanyu. Yin Juanhao smiled and opened his mouth to eat the watermelon handed to him by his female companion. Yi Nanyu was immersed in his own world, drinking one cup after another. He felt someone sitting down next to him, so he looked up. When he saw Hui Yuro, his eyes suddenly turned cold. Brother Nanyu, why did you drink so much again? You can't drink anymore, otherwise how can I explain to my aunt tomorrow? Huyuro acted like a real girlfriend, and even tried to take the wine glass in Yi Nanyu's hand. Yi Nanyu raised his hand and drank it all, then stood up suddenly, and the wine glass fell on Huyuro's feet. Bang! The wine glass shattered all over the floor. Ah! Huyuro was so scared that she shrank her feet, but her feet were still scratched by the broken glass. Her eyes were red instantly, and her delicate and beautiful face was distressing. Brother Nanyu. Yi Nanyu's cold voice sounded. Huyuro, I warn you one last time, don't pretend to be my girlfriend anymore, it really makes me sick. The cold tone and indifferent eyes hurt Huyuro's heart. Seeing Yi Nanyu was about to leave mercilessly, she shouted unwillingly, Brother Nanyu, you can't do this to me, I am going to be your wife. Yi Nanyu stopped and shot a disgusted look at Huyuro. You can marry my father, you can marry my mother, but I am not worthy of being your wife. Huyuro's beautiful face was distorted, and anger overwhelmed her mind. If I am not worthy, then who is worthy, that old woman who cheated on you? Yi Nanyu, you are such a slut. You don't want a young and beautiful woman, but you insist on an old woman. The sound of gasps in the box rose and fell. She was going to die. Yi Nanyu's voice was extremely cold. You are not even as good as one of her toes. You are such a bastard, and you dare to compare yourself with her. It's disgusting. Ah! Huyuro swept the table of high-end wines madly, smashing them all on the ground, and the aroma of wine filled the air. Yi Nanyu did not stay and left the box. The door of the box blocked Huyuro's hysterical voice. In the room, the strong smell of alcohol was pungent. Yi Nanyu came back from the bar, and continued to drink in the room. There were already several empty bottles on the table. He drank one cup after another, but the drunker he got, the clearer her smiles and frowns became in his mind. Chugu chugu. He opened the drawer, and there was a drawer of mobile phones. He took out one at random. Even if he was drunk, he could accurately press the number in his mind. Sorry, the number you dialed is turned off. He angrily hit the floor. Why didn't you answer it? Bang. The new phone was scrapped. He took out another phone, and continued to dial the number, and then there was another. Bang, it broke. He made calls all night, until he broke a drawer of phones. He fell back on the chair as if he had lost strength, closed his eyes, and tears slowly flowed from the corners of his eyes. Chugu, I am completely done with you, and I will never call you again. Chapter 179. Prison Reception Room. Chunghui, you are so confused. Academician Zhong Guichao looked at Yu Chunghui, who was handcuffed and dressed in prison uniform, and felt heartbroken. Teacher, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been too eager for quick success. Please help me plead with the country. I am willing to make amends. By the way, you may not know that a particularly dangerous virus is spreading around the world. I have the original genetic data of the virus in my hands. As long as the country promises to release me, I will definitely cooperate with it. Disappointment flashed across Zhong Guichao's eyes. Chunghui, what you need now is to confess everything to the country, not to bargain here. Yu Chunghui became anxious. Teacher, I am your student. Why don't you help me? Please help me. If you don't help me, I will be finished. Chunghui, it is because you are my student that I am sitting here today. I can't help you. Only you can help yourself. Take care of yourself. After Zhong Guichao finished speaking, he left the prison reception room regardless of Yu Chunghui's pleading behind him. Chu Gu, who was waiting outside, saw Zhong Guichao coming out and stepped forward to support his arm. Girl, I'm fine. Zhong Guichao patted Chu Ji's hand. He knew she was worried about him. If Yu Chunghui had been in trouble before, he might have been hit hard and his body would have collapsed. But now that he has a granddaughter, he can't collapse. He wants to pave a bright road for her, and make up for the family affection she has lost for more than 20 years. Let's go back. Okay. Chu Gu did not go to see Yu Chunghui. He didn't know her in this life, and he would get the punishment he deserved. A person hurriedly came towards them. Brother Yu. Chu Gu called him, and seeing him alive, his eyes suddenly turned red. He died alone, and the desolate scene of only a corpse was left, and he would never see it again. In this life, everyone will be fine, and the future will be fine. Yu Qing saw Chu Gu and stopped his hurried steps. Since she asked for leave from school, he couldn't contact her. Now seeing that she was fine, he felt relieved for the time being. He had more urgent things to do now. Grandpa Zhong, where's my dad? How is he? Why was he arrested? What did he do? Yu Qing asked Zhong Guichao anxiously. You kid, your dad. Zhong Guichao finally sighed heavily. Let him come and tell you in person. Yu Qing's heart sank, and he walked in with difficulty. Zhong Guichao saw Chugu looking back at Yu Qing leaving and asked, "Girl, do you know you kid? He is my senior brother." Zhong Guichao nodded. "It's fate. I watched you grow up, and I gave him his name. He's a good kid." "Yeah, he's really good." Zhong Guichao looked at Chugu, as if he understood her feelings, his mouth curled up, and he nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad, you is good." Chugu didn't think too much. "Academician Zhong, you go back first. I stay and wait for senior brother Yu. I promise to go back to the institute in the afternoon and never delay the progress." Academician Zhong Guichao smiled and said, "Don't worry, you young people can chat slowly. I keep an eye on the institute." "Okay, I take you to the car." Chugu supported Academician Zhong Guichao and continued to walk out. Senior brother Yu. Yu Qing's back stiffened when he walked out of the reception room. He slowly raised his head and saw Chugu standing in front of him. His voice was very hoarse. "Chugu, you haven't left yet. I'm waiting for you." "What are you waiting for me for? If you want to cry, I can lend you my shoulder." Yu Qing's pupils trembled slightly, and the tears that he had just held back fell at this moment. It was also at this moment that the image of his father, that he had always admired since childhood, collapsed. Chugu walked in front of him without saying a word, embraced him, and patted his back gently. Although those things in the end of the world did not happen to senior brother Yunel, they really happened to Chugu. She could not pretend that nothing happened. She would never forget everything senior brother Yu did for her. Yu Qing rested his chin on Chu Ji's thin shoulder, and her clothes were wet with tears. The little hand that patted her back was so gentle and warm. "Coffee shop." "Chugu, thank you. I'm much better now," Yu Qing said after calming down. "Yeah." Yu Qing was silent for a while. "Where have you been during this period? Your phone is turned off again. I'm worried about you. I remember I sent you a message, but it didn't work." Chugu took out her phone and pressed the power button, and the power on sound rang. She turned off her phone because she didn't want to be disturbed, nor did she want to involve more people. "I received your text message, and you just said you had something to do and would leave school for a while. I called you, and your phone was turned off. How can I not worry about you?" Chugu turned on her phone, and it showed hundreds of missed calls. She clicked on them, and there were calls from senior brother Yu, Zhou Yang, and other classmates, but most of them were from unfamiliar numbers. Her hands tightened slightly, and pain rose in her heart. She knew that these unfamiliar numbers were all from Yinanyu. Thinking of the apocalypse, and the pain of him dying in front of her, she wanted to run to him right now. This time she would never let go again. "Chugu, Chugu." Chugu came back to his senses, and turned off the screen. What are you thinking about? So absorbed." Yu Qing didn't know why, but he always felt that Chugu was different from before. The fatigue between her eyebrows, the complex emotions in her eyes, and her every move were more mature than before, which made people feel heartbroken. Including the way she looked at him, it seemed to contain too much debt, and he didn't like this feeling. "Chugu, do you have anything to tell me?" Chugu put down her phone and sat up straight. She actually knew what senior brother Yu felt. She wanted to tell him clearly before he got too deeply involved in this life. She didn't want to delay him any longer. "Senior brother Yu." Chugu was silent for a moment, then said, "I know how you feel about me." Yu Qing's back stiffened. He seemed to have a premonition of what she was going to say next, but he did not deny it. Instead, he generously expressed his feelings with a determination to go all out. "Well, I like you very much." Chugu nodded and smiled gently. "Well, I know." Yu Qing thought she would say don't like her, or something like that, but she confirmed his love for him. How could he not be moved by her? He didn't regret liking her. Chugu stood up, walked to Yu Qing, leaned over and hugged him gently. "Brother Yu, do you know, I have been grateful to meet you countless times, because you are so good that I can't bear to hurt you. I hope you can be a little selfish, scold me for being blind, scold me for not knowing what is good for me, so that I won't have such a heavy sense of guilt in my heart. Am I being so mean?" Yu Qing pushed Chugu away and said sternly, "Chugu, you are really blind and ignorant. You dare to reject me. Do you really think you are a fairy?" Chugu was stunned for a moment, and then she was amused. Yu Qing saw her smile with tears in her eyes, and he relaxed and gently rubbed the top of Chu Ji's head. "You don't need to feel burdened. I like you, and you rejected me. You are not sorry for me. On the contrary, I want to thank you for your serious response to my feelings, which gave me time to sort out my feelings and start again." "Yes." Chugu nodded solemnly. "Brother Yu, you are so good, you will definitely need someone who loves you and you love her." "Okay, thank you." Yu Qing smiled, but his heart was bleeding. "Then brother Yu, I'm leaving first, Call me if you have anything. Okay, I will. Goodbye. Goodbye. Chugu turned and left, never looking back. Yuqing kept looking at Chuji's back, holding his hands tightly. He was afraid that he would not be able to help but call her. He always had bizarre dreams these 2 days, and Chugu in the dream was the same, with her back to him and walking towards another person. No matter how he waited, she never looked back at him. So he let go and let her find her happiness. Chapter 180. Everything is moving in a good direction. To others, it may not feel much, but to Chugu, all this is so precious. These days, she lives in the old house of academician Zhong Wuchao. That day, academician Zhong Wuchao gave her an old photo. This is... Chu Ji's words suddenly stopped when she saw the person in the photo. In the photo, a quiet girl is holding a bouquet of flowers and smiling elegantly. Exquisite facial features, fair skin, black and thick long hair, her beauty overflows through the old photo. She? Who is she? Chu Ji's voice trembled a little. Why did the person in the photo look so much like her? She is my daughter, Zhong Xiaomei, who died more than 20 years ago. What do you mean by giving me her photo? Girl, we, the Zhong family, are sorry for you, and have made you an orphan for more than 20 years. Zhong Wuch's eyes were wet. Chu Ji's voice trembled a little. What do you mean? The paternity test shows that you are Xiaomei's child, which means you are my granddaughter. Chu Ji's pupil shrank. She had never thought of looking for family in her life. She could live well on her own. The word family was extremely unfamiliar to her. Girl, your grandmother, and I never knew you existed. Your mother was studying in another place and met a boyfriend. She got pregnant and gave birth to you, but the man couldn't take the responsibility and secretly threw you to an orphanage. Your mother looked for you everywhere and finally suffered from postpartum depression and committed suicide. It's all my fault. I was strict with her since she was a child, so that in the end, she didn't dare to ask us for help. She was afraid that we would be disappointed in her. Zhong Wuchao said with regret, tears falling from his old eyes. Your mother's death was a big blow to me, and then your grandmother fell ill and passed away soon after. I am the only one left. If I had investigated more clearly back then, you would not have grown up alone in an orphanage. It is Grandpa who is sorry for you. Chugu looked at the old man in his 80s crying, and felt very bad. He lost his daughter and his wife, and he was also a miserable man. Don't cry, it's not your fault. You still have me in the future, Grandpa. Zhong Wuchao looked at Chugu in disbelief. What did you call me? Grandpa. Chugu called him very stiffly, but academician Zhong Wuchao smiled. Hey, good granddaughter. Chugu had been an orphan for more than 20 years, and suddenly had a family. She was a little uncomfortable, but it didn't feel bad. Girl, do you want to meet your beastly father? Academician Zhong Wuchao gritted his teeth when he said this. That beast killed his daughter, and made his granddaughter an orphan for more than 20 years. He would never let him off easily. Chu Ji's eyes deepened slightly, and then he shook his head. From the moment he abandoned me, he was not worthy of being my father. Why should I waste time meeting a stranger now? Yes, the girl is right, that beast is not worthy of him. A fierce look flashed in academician Zhong Wuch's eyes. A remote warehouse. A fat, bald middle-aged uncle was tied to a chair. Time was like a butcher knife, making him lose the charm of his youth. He shouted, "Let me go, who are you? Why did you catch me? Let me go quickly, or I will make you pay for it." For strong muscular men wearing black hoods stood straight, and their boss was answering the phone. Yes, I know, okay, don't worry. The boss hung up the phone and ordered, break his legs, and let him spend his whole life in a wheelchair. The middle-aged man turned pale in an instant. I will give you any amount of money you want, as long as you let me go. It's time to pay for the evil you have done. The boss waved his hand. The thugs immediately surrounded the man, each holding a thick iron pipe in his hand. Don't come over. Ah! The shrill screams immediately echoed in the warehouse. Finally, the middle-aged man fainted from the pain. His legs were bloody, and his bones were broken, like a pool of mud. The boss nodded with satisfaction. Let's go. The group left without anyone noticing, leaving only the middle-aged man, who was already a disabled person. At the peak of the zombie virus infection, the zombie virus vaccine named Hope Vaccine was officially launched, and it was free for all people, without any cost. After the vaccination, the patients with high fever subsided in just a few moments, with significant effects and no side effects. Citizens across the country actively cooperated with the vaccination, and other countries also bought Hope Vaccine and implemented universal vaccination. On June 17th, the day before the outbreak of the apocalypse, Chugu returned to Rongqing, and she was going to a place. Chugu walked into an abandoned construction site with a few bags in his hand. After walking a few steps, he heard a silver bell-like laughter. Chugu looked over and saw a little girl in the distance holding a stick with a plastic bag tied to it, making a simple net and catching butterflies. She was having a lot of fun catching butterflies by herself. Chugu saw the lively little girl and called out the name that he had never forgotten in his heart. Little Apple. Little Apple, who was catching butterflies, stopped when she heard someone calling her, and then saw a sister who looked like a fairy. Seeing the fairy sister waving at her, Little Apple walked towards her. Chugu looked at Little Apple walking towards her. She was still the same as she remembered, with malnourished yellow hair, sallow complexion, big black eyes, and tan skin. Sister, why are you crying? Little Apple suddenly burst into tears when she saw the fairy sister. Is someone bullying you? I help you get rid of him. Chugu squatted down and hugged the skinny Little Apple in his arms. No one bullied you. You are so happy to see Little Apple that you are crying. That sinful night washed by heavy rain became her nightmare. She would wake up crying many times in the middle of the night. A warm little hand wiped away Chuji's tears. Sister, don't cry. My grandma said that girls are cute only when they smile. Chugu sniffed and wiped away the tears on her face. Yes, Grandma Xiaopingwa is right. Girls are cute only when they smile. Sister, don't cry. Sister, don't cry. Sister, how do you know my name is Xiaopingwa? Do you know me? I heard that there is a very cute little girl named Xiaopingwa here, so I came here to make friends with her. Look, sister also brought you a gift. Wow, jelly, I love jelly the most. Little Apple clapped her hands happily. Sister also brought you a lot of candies and biscuits, as well as milk, and more. Look what this is. Little Apple jumped up happily when she saw what Chugu had in her hand. Princess dress. Such a beautiful princess dress. So happy, I finally have a princess dress. Chugu saw how happy Little Apple was, and she also smiled happily. Sister, let's go. I want to introduce you to another good friend of mine. Xiaopingwa happily pulled Chugu to run. She must be very happy too. Chugu curled up in the corner, wrapped tightly in the tattered sheets, with only a pair of eyes exposed. She heard Xiaopingwa's happy laughter from afar. She must have found something fun again, and laughed so happily. She must come to share today's fun with her soon. It's really annoying that she can't be driven away every time. Chugu was disgusted in her heart, but her eyes were very gentle. Sister, sister. Xiaopingwa's voice sounded like an oriole, and could be heard from a distance. Chugu looked up, and was about to tell her to stop and not get close, but when she saw the person she was holding, her pupils suddenly shook and her face was shocked. Why? Did she come? Chapter 181. Sister, this is my new friend. She brought me many gifts. Look, there are jelly, candy, and a beautiful princess dress. Little Apple chattered non-stop. Chugu walked towards herself hiding in the corner. She squatted down and hugged the zombie Chugu. Others didn't know, only she knew how devastated and desperate she was at that time. Thinking that the zombie virus was spread by her, she collapsed in the abandoned building and didn't dare to face the outside world, letting herself stink and rot. She wanted someone to save her countless times, but no one did. Chugu hugged her past self tightly, choking and saying, You didn't spread the zombie virus, and you didn't cause the end of the world. You are great, and you have done a great job. Don't be afraid, Xiaopingwa and Grandma won't be infected with the virus, and no one else will be infected with the virus. The virus has been eliminated by us, and the end of the world will not come again. Zombie Chugu cried loudly when he heard these words. The torment, despair, depression, and suffocation during this period were finally saved at this moment. Chugu also shed tears, but these were tears of joy. She had experienced too much along the way, but fortunately now everything was heading towards a bright future. Chugu and the zombie Chugu talked a lot. Although they were in different bodies, their souls resonated. Late at night, just like that day, a heavy rainstorm fell, washing the land to its heart's content. Little Apple, who was sleeping, heard the sound of thunder and rain, and hid in her grandmother's warm arms in fear. The sleepy grandmother embraced Little Apple's body, patted her back a few times, and muttered, Don't be afraid, Grandma is here. The grandparents and grandchildren snuggled together, and fell into a deep sleep, with a happy arc on their lips. Chugu looked at the rain curtain. She no longer felt desperate. She could finally get rid of that nightmare rainy night. This was a heavy rain full of hope. Tomorrow, the rain will be over and the sky will be clear. There will be a rainbow. Early morning. The bright sun rose, shining on this land, warm and full of hope. A pigeon with beautiful hair flew into the abandoned building. Coo! and landed on the shoulder of the zombie Chugu. "Coo, Sister Pigeon," Chugu said in surprise. Zombie Chugu looked at the pigeon on his shoulder, smiling. "Are you here to see me off?" "Coo." The pigeon nudged the zombie Chuji's face with its head, as if to say hello to her. "Crow." A crow landed on a telephone pole and called. The pigeon spread its wings and flew away, and then the crow followed it and flew away. The two Chugus saw each other and smiled. Their smiles were so brilliant. The next second, the zombie Chugu began to dissipate, turning into golden light that merged into the morning light, with a happy smile on her face. Zombie Chugu does not belong to this world. She belongs to the end of the world. Today should have been the day when the end of the world broke out, but the zombie virus has been successfully stopped, and there will be no more end of the world. So the zombie Chugu from the end of the world will naturally disappear. After going around in circles, and traveling through time and space countless times, there is actually only one Chugu from beginning to end. Chugu stood under the sun, opened her hands, felt the warm sunshine, and breathed in the fresh air. This time, she will do her best to live happily. Little Apple got up early, and she got up before her grandma did. She wanted to go play with her good friend as soon as possible. She opened the door of the container, but saw a bag at the door. She picked it up, opened the bag and saw the things inside. Her mouth opened wide. She ran in to find her grandma. "Grandma, Grandma, there is so much money." Grandma was shocked when she saw the money in the bag, and asked quickly, "Where did this come from?" "I opened the door. This is at the door. It's not stolen by Little Apple." "Okay, Little Apple, go play first. Grandma will call you when she makes breakfast." Grandma touched Little Apple's head. "Okay." Little Apple put down her things and happily went to play with her good friend. Grandma looked at the money in the bag and took out a note with beautiful handwriting on it. "Grandma, Little Apple, thank you for your care and Little Apple's company these days. You have given me the only light in the dark world. Now I am going to start a new life. I hope you can live a happy life too. This money is for my good friend Xiaopingwa. She is smart, kind and brave. She deserves a good education and a better life. I wish you a healthy, happy life." Xiaopingwa's good friend left. Xiaopingwa's grandmother looked at the letter in her hand and wiped her wet eyes. "Xiaopingwa is lucky to have such a good friend like you." At this time, Xiaopingwa ran back crying. "Ah, Grandma, my sister is gone. She is gone. I don't want her to go. I still have a lot to say to her. I still have a lot of fun to play with her. Woo. I haven't said goodbye to her yet." Grandma hugged Xiaopingwa distressfully. "Don't cry, Xiaopingwa. You will definitely see each other again." Chapter 182. Miracle City. Yinanyu opened the drawer and saw that it was empty. Then he remembered that he had smashed all his phones. He took out his phone and wanted to call someone to buy a new phone and send it over. He suddenly thought of something and his hand stopped. He had decided not to call her again. He and her had ended long ago. Thinking of this, Yinanyu was extremely irritated. He picked up the car keys on the table and slammed the door and left. In just a moment, a top supercar drove out of the villa area. Half an hour later, at Maya Bar, Yinanyu threw the car keys to the parking boy and walked into the bar. Yin Juanhao, the playboy, had gathered many of his friends to drink. Lu Xing, who had dyed his hair blue, brought a girl with him today. "Mr. Yin, did you say Mr. Yi is coming too?" "Here I am." As soon as Yin Juanhao finished speaking, the door of the box was pushed open. Yinanyu, who was tall and handsome, walked in and instantly attracted the attention of the women. Yinanyu walked to his old seat and sat down. Yin Juanhao pushed the woman beside him and said with a smile, "Why don't you go and pour wine for Master Yi?" The woman smiled charmingly, walked towards Yinanyu, and then squatted down at his feet, wearing a low-cut miniskirt full of temptation. She sexy lifted her hair, put a few pieces of ice in the glass, picked up the wine on the table, and poured half a glass. The woman picked up the wine glass and sat next to Yinanyu. "Master Yi, please drink." Yinanyu looked at the woman's charming face. His dark eyes were terrifyingly deep. The woman moved the wine glass closer to his lips, smiling seductively. "Young Master Yi, do you want me to feed you?" Everyone held their breath, waiting to see this bold and presumptuous woman thrown out. "Okay." Yinanyu's low voice sounded. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at Yinanyu in disbelief. Young Master Yi, who was not interested in women, actually liked women. Did the sun rise from the west? The woman was a little surprised, and then she smiled charmingly, drank the strong wine in the glass, supported Yinanyu's shoulders, and walked towards him with her red lips. Yinanyu leaned on the sofa, looking at the red lips that were pressed towards him. The perfume of the strange woman filled his nose, and his brows wrinkled slightly. The moment the woman kissed him, Yi Nanyu pushed her away. Ah! The woman was caught off guard and was pushed to the ground. Everyone held their breath and watched Yi Nanyu slam the door and leave. No one dared to speak. Yi Nanyu walked out of the box and punched the wall fiercely, his black eyes surging with complex and chaotic emotions. Looking at his bleeding hand, he laughed at himself, revealing a bit of sadness. He walked through the crowd of people dancing, came to the bartender, sat down, and cracked his knuckles on the table. The bartender naturally knew Yi Xiao, and immediately poured him a drink. Yi Nanyu picked up the glass and took a gulp. The strong liquor slid down his throat, burning his heart. Bang! He put down the empty glass and hooked his finger at the bartender. The bartender immediately refilled him. Yi Nanyu raised his head and drank it all. The bartender was about to refill him, but Yi Nanyu snatched the bottle. Hey Yi Xiao! Yi Nanyu ignored the bartender's obstruction and blew directly into the bottle. Colorful lights, deafening music, people swaying to the music. Such a lively environment, but still can't drive away the loneliness in him. Yi Nanyu finished a bottle of wine, put down the empty bottle, with a little tipsy in his eyes, and his handsome face looked even more charming. He took out his mobile phone and opened the album, which was full of photos of the same person. His dark eyes deepened, and his fingertips clicked, and the words delete the album appeared on the screen. His fingertips moved to the delete button, but he couldn't press it. He took a deep breath, turned off the screen, put his phone upside down on the table, and tapped the table with his knuckles. Another bottle of wine. The bartender opened a new bottle of wine and placed it on Yi Nanyu's table. Yi Nanyu picked up the bottle and gulped it down. After one bottle, he finally got himself drunk. He was drunk and lay on the table holding the empty bottle, mumbling to himself, "Chugu, what right do you have? Why do you occupy my mind? You are a bad woman, you can't be driven away, you are too despicable. It's not fair. Why should I be the only one suffering? No, I'm going to call and scold you." Yi Nanyu picked up the phone on the table, and found Chu Ji's phone number that had been saved in the phone. "Chugu, you bad woman, I still have your phone number saved, but you blocked me. How can I call you if you block me?" Yi Nanyu said that he couldn't call because he blocked me, but his fingers pressed the dial button. It seemed that this action had been engraved in his bones. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, Yi Nanyu. The voice he had been thinking about for a long time reached Yi Nanyu's ears through the phone. He suddenly widened his eyes and called. Why did he call? Yi Nanyu, I miss you, I want to see you. Yi Nanyu hung up the phone with trembling hands and threw the phone on the table, as if it was hot. Then he looked at the phone on the table as if he had seen a ghost. Impossible. How could a bad woman miss me? Chapter 183. Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang suddenly. Yi Nanyu saw Chugu on the screen, and his pupils trembled slightly. He didn't know if he was drunk and dreaming, or if it was real. Did that bad woman Chugu call him? She had blocked his number, and no matter how many times he called her, she would not answer. How could she call him? Mr. Yi, your phone is ringing. The bartender thought Yi Nanyu was drunk, and couldn't help but remind him. Yi Nanyu excitedly grabbed the bartender's collar. You also saw her call me, right? I'm not dreaming, am I? The bartender was confused, and could only nod. Yi Nanyu let go of his collar with satisfaction, smoothed his collar attentively, took out a stack of banknotes from his pocket, and stuffed it into his shirt pocket. Tip. Bartender. Surprise. Yi Nanyu smiled, sat down, picked up the phone devoutly, and was about to answer it when the ringing stopped abruptly. Yi Nanyu was petrified instantly. Just when his eyes were red, and he was about to cry, the phone rang again. Ring. This time he picked up the phone quickly. Yi Nanyu. Chu Ji's clear and beautiful voice came. Yi Nanyu was instantly quiet, and his chest vibrated and he said, Yeah. Where are you? I find you. Yi Nanyu's hand holding the phone suddenly tightened, and his fingertips trembled slightly. Are you coming to see me? Yeah, I'm in High City now. Yi Nanyu's knuckles turned white, and he opened his mouth and said something with difficulty. Chugu, do you know what you are doing? His voice trembled uncontrollably. Yeah, very sober. Yi Nanyu's eyes suddenly darkened. May Yi bar, I wait for you. He hung up the phone, turned his phone upside down on the table, snatched the wine that the bartender was giving to other guests, and drank it. There was a dangerous light in his eyes, like a high-level predator luring prey. Chugu got off the taxi, and saw the sign of May Yi bar. His delicate face was beautiful under the neon lights. She was like an angel falling into darkness, with an alluring aura. She lifted her foot and walked in. Walking through a magnificent corridor, there were many men and women hugging each other, and Chugu walked through them without changing his expression. Entering inside, it was another world, with bright lights, deafening music, and young men and women swaying their bodies on the dance floor. In the crowded environment, she still saw him at a glance. He sat at the bar, dazzling, with casual black hair and handsomeness, but his side profile was enough to be thrilling. He was playing with a wine glass in his hand, shaking the ice and red wine in the glass as if he was a little bored. He exuded a cold and distant aura, which did not scare off the people who came to chat with him, but instead attracted them to throw themselves into the fire. Yi Nanyu rejected another woman who came to chat with him, picked up the phone on the table to check the time, then put it down, raised the wine glass and drank the wine in the glass, with a sexy Adam's apple rolling on his slender neck. When he put down the empty wine glass, a new glass of wine was pushed over from the side. Please drink it. Yi Nanyu looked sideways, and saw a beautiful woman with chestnut wavy hair sitting next to him. I was stood up by someone, and you seem to be alone too. Let's have a drink together. Sorry, I'm waiting for someone. Yi Nanyu refused without hesitation. I promise to go when the person you're waiting for comes. Here, let's have a drink. The curly-haired beauty put the wine glass into Yi Nanyu's hand, and her fingertips rubbed the back of his hand ambiguously. Yi Nanyu's eyes suddenly turned cold. At this time, a hand took the wine glass from Yi Nanyu's hand. I drink for him. Yi Nanyu suddenly looked up and saw Chugu. His body shook violently. His pupils were shaking in disbelief. She really came to see him. Chugu held the glass and touched the curly-haired beauty's glass. Cheers. Holding the glass with his red lips, he drank it all in one gulp, wiped the wine on his lips with his fingertips, and smiled. It tastes good, thank you for the wine, you can leave now. Unlucky. The curly-haired beauty left with a gloomy face. Chugu sent the curly-haired girl away and sat down next to Yi Nanyu, pushing the empty glass in the direction of the bartender. Another glass. The bartender poured her a glass. Chugu picked it up and drank it all in one gulp. Yi Nanyu, who was standing next to him, opened his mouth, but in the end, he said nothing. Pa. Chugu put down the empty cup, grabbed Yi Nanyu's hand, and pulled him into the dance floor. Yi Nanyu looked down at Chuji's tender white hand, holding his big hand, and a strange emotion flashed in his black eyes. He let her pull him to the center of the dance floor. The two shuttled through the crowd dancing to the music, and just when they reached the center of the dance floor, they reached the highest point of the music. With the DJ's shout, happy time. All lights and music disappeared instantly, and the entire dance floor fell into darkness. Before Yi Nanyu could react, a soft body fell into his arms, and a familiar breath filled his nose. Yi Nanyu, I want to kiss you. As soon as the voice fell, Chugu stood on tiptoe, and kissed him without letting him refuse. Yi Nanyu's hands tightened instantly, his whole body tensed, his eyes sparkled with disbelief. There was a charming aroma of wine in her mouth, and her warm lips and tongue kept entangled with him. For some reason, he actually felt deep longing and love from her kiss. Pa. The next second, the lights and music all returned to normal, and the deafening music filled the ears again. The couples in the dance floor were still kissing each other. The ceiling suddenly sprinkled colorful sequins, romantically sprinkled on everyone, rendering the atmosphere to a climax, and people's cheers broke through the bar. The people in the upstairs box were attracted by the cheers downstairs, and gathered at the railing to watch the lively scene below. Yin Juanhao and Lu Xing also came out with their female companions. When they saw the center of the dance floor, they looked at each other. Both of them were shocked. Yi Xiao was actually French kissing a woman. Looking at his posture of wanting to swallow the other party, there was no trace of his usual restraint and abstinence. Chapter 184. Yin Junhao raised an interesting smile, took out his phone, took a photo, and sent it to Huiyuro. Mr. Yin, don't make trouble. LV Xing kindly reminded him. Yin Junhao shrugged and said with a smile, there will be a good show to watch. LV Xing shook his head helplessly. Huiyuro, who was doing beauty treatment, heard the message coming in, opened her phone, and saw a photo sent by Yin Junhao. She clicked it, and sat up instantly, and the beautician was startled by her. Miss Hua, is there a problem? Huiyuro stared at the photo, her face gloomy. This bitch. Yi Nanyu pushed Chugu away before he lost control. His dark eyes were full of lust, his breath was slightly disordered, and his thin lips were stained with Chu Ji's lipstick, which looked very ambiguous. His voice was extremely hoarse. Chugu, what do you mean now? I love you, Yi Nanyu. Chu Ji's straightforwardness made Yi Nanyu stunned, and his heart couldn't help beating wildly. This was the first time he heard Chugu say she loved him. She had never said she loved him, when they were together before. He had been comforting himself that he could feel that Chugu loved him, but the incident that happened later shattered his fantasy. Yi Nanyu thought of that incident, and his black eyes turned cold. Chugu, I am not someone you can play with at will. You said you love me, but you cheated on me? Your love is really cheap. We have been separated for 3 years. Don't you think it's too late for you to come back and say you love me now? If you are lonely for a while, and want to find me to relieve your loneliness, I am happy to accompany you. But if you want to start over with me, I'm sorry, I can't agree. Chugu remembered the time when he proposed to Yi Nanyu to be a pea friend. Haha. This is retribution. Chugu looked at Yi Nanyu deeply and turned away. Yi Nanyu looked at Chuji's back and smiled self-deprecatingly. He lowered his head and no longer smiled. Now he can give up completely. Hello everyone, my name is Chugu. Chuji's voice spread from the microphone to every corner of the bar. Yi Nanyu suddenly raised his head and saw Chugu standing on the stage, smiling at him, and his heart was filled with ripples. Everyone in the bar looked at the beautiful girl shining on the stage. She seemed to have a charm that made people unable to take their eyes off her. Yin Juanhao and Lu Xing upstairs looked at Chugu on the stage and instantly understood why Yi Xiao had no interest in other women, but was special to her. She was indeed charming. I am from Rongqing and an orphan. I grew up in an orphanage. I came to Haishur because of one person. He was my first boyfriend and my only boyfriend, although he is now my ex-boyfriend. When she said the last sentence, Chugu smiled bitterly, then she took a deep breath and continued, he was the first person who gave me a home and the first person who made me feel the warmth of home. He taught me what love is, but in the end I foolishly hurt him. Yi Nanyu. Chugu looked at Yi Nanyu and said affectionately, maybe it's too late now, but I still want to say, I love you more than you can imagine. If loving you requires my life, then I am willing to give my life. Yi Nanyu's pupils kept shaking. Chugu confessed to him in public. This was something he never dared to hope for in his life. She not only said she loved him, but was even willing to give her life for him. Is he dreaming? Maybe he was dumped and thought of our brother Nanyu again. A sarcastic voice rang out. Chugu turned his head and saw Huiyuro. His eyes sank. Yin Juanhao upstairs saw Huiyuro coming, and a funny smile appeared on his lips. This kind of good show is not something you can see at any time. Huiyuro stepped onto the stage step by step, looked at Chugu and sneered. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Why didn't you think of brother Nanyu when you cheated on me? Why are you acting affectionate here now? Oh. I know, you probably know that brother Nanyu is the future successor of Yi Group, so you show up again. It's just right. Let everyone see you a bitch. Pa. Huiyuro was slapped by Chugu, and her face was tilted. Everyone below gasped. Huiyuro covered her swollen face with her face twisted, and looked at Chugu fiercely. Who do you think you are? How dare you hit me? Chugu said something to a person holding a glass of wine in the audience, and the person handed the wine to her. Chugu took the wine glass and smiled at Huiyuro. Not only will I hit you, I will also splash you with wine. A glass of wine was splashed on Huiyuro's face, and the delicate makeup on her face was immediately ruined, and a lot of wine dripped onto her dress. Huiyuro was furious when she saw herself in such a state of embarrassment. Ah! You bitch, I'm going to kill you. She rushed towards Chugu, determined to scratch her face. Yi Nanyu's eyes darkened suddenly, and he was about to rush onto the stage, but he saw Chugu kicking Huiyuro on the knee. Huiyuro's legs softened, and she knelt in front of Chugu with a thump. Chugu grabbed Huiyuro's hair with his hands, forcing her head to tilt back and raise her head. Huiyuro's hair was grabbed, and she felt as if her scalp was pulled off. Seeing Chuji's cruel eyes, she was actually afraid. She felt that Chugu in front of her was a completely different person from 3 years ago. What was wrong with that bloodthirsty look? Chugu leaned over and whispered in Huiyuro's ear, his voice as cold as a demon crawling out of hell. Huiyuro, remember, I will not let you or the Hua family go. Huiyuro's pupil shrank, and her face was horrified, as if she had seen a demon. Chugu looked at Huiyuro's horrified expression, and sneered, grabbing her hair and throwing her away like trash. Huiyuro fell to the ground in embarrassment, her fists tightened in humiliation, her body trembling. Yin Juanhao and Lu Xing, who were watching the show upstairs, were shocked. It was really beyond their expectations. It was the first time they saw Huiyuro, a young lady, lose to a woman. Chugu jumped off the stage, and everyone made way for her. She walked towards Yi Nanyu. When she walked in front of Yi Nanyu, Chugu smiled at him. You know me? This should be the bravest time in my life. Chugu stretched out her hand to Yi Nanyu. Yi Nanyu, are you willing to start over with me? Yi Nanyu's body trembled, and complex emotion surged in his black eyes. Chugu, think about it. If you follow me, you can only stay by my side in this life. If you want to leave me again, I will definitely kill you. This is exactly what I want. Chugu smiled. Not only in this life, but also in the next life, and the next life, I will stay by your side, and will not go anywhere. Chugu, this is what you said, I hope you remember it. Then, Chugu, let's start over. Yeah. Chugu happily jumped onto Yi Nanyu, holding his face, and kissed him softly. Yi Nanyu, I love you so much. Yi Nanyu was smiling happily from the corners of his mouth to the tips of his eyebrows. I love you too. Chapter 185. Bang. As soon as the door closed, Chugu was pressed against the door by Yi Nanyu and kissed. He looked so impatient, as if he was still the 19-year-old boy. Well? Yi Nanyu? Wait a minute. Yi Nanyu stopped, put his forehead against Chuji's forehead, panted slightly, and said in a hoarse and low voice, What's wrong? Chuji's breath was also a little confused. Well, haven't taken a shower yet. No need to wash, you smell good everywhere. Yi Nanyu couldn't wait to cover her red lips again, and his warm big hand slid into her clothes. Chuji's cheeks were red, and her ears were red as if they were about to bleed. Yi Nanyu and Chugu kissed each other, and his slightly sweaty profile was sexy and charming, full of sexual tension. As his hands moved, the clothes fell one by one. Early morning. Chugu stretched out her hand to block the dazzling morning light, slowly opened her eyes, and met a pair of sparkling puppy eyes. Good morning. Yi Nanyu's face was filled with a happy smile, and he propped himself up and kissed Chugu on the forehead. Chugu felt like she was back to the time when they first got together. Yi Nanyu would always wake up earlier than her, and then he would patiently wait for her to wake up, and give her a morning kiss and say good morning. What are you thinking about? You look so amorous. Yi Nanyu lightly pinched Chuji's nose and teased. Chugu put away the corners of her mouth that were grinning to her ears. Ahem. I'm not thinking about anything. Oh, I see. Yi Nanyu turned over and pressed her down, grinning. Are you reminiscing about what we did last night? Chugu slapped Yi Nanyu on the face with a pillow. Shut up. Yi Nanyu buried his face in Chuji's neck, and his unbridled laughter resounded throughout the bedroom. I'm going to wash up. Chugu blushed as she pushed Yi Nanyu away from her body, and got out of bed. She tied the loose belt of her bathrobe tightly, and used her hands to lift her messy hair. Her every move exuded a seductive aura. Yi Nanyu lay on his side on the bed, supporting his head with his hands, staring straight at Chugu. His Adam's apple rolled, and his eyes darkened. Chugu felt the exposed and hot gaze, and felt deeply dangerous, so he quickened his pace and walked towards the bathroom. When he was anxious to close the door, an arm stretched out. I come too. Yi Nanyu, who was only wearing a bath towel around his waist, squeezed in with a smile. Click. The bathroom door closed. Yi Nanyu, get out of here. Chuji's gritted teeth came from the bathroom. Yi Nanyu's magnetic coaxing voice was low and deep. Yes, house. Yi Qingfeng and Yi Shi went to the company early in the morning. Yi Nanyu had moved out to live alone a long time ago, and only went home occasionally on weekends, so Zheng Ro was the only one left at home. She was trimming the bouquet and arranging the flowers when she heard the servant say, Madam, Miss Wu is here. Please ask her to come in. Zheng Ro didn't even raise her eyes. Yes. The servant left, and soon Huiyuro came in. Mother Yi, you look so beautiful today. Huiyuro took Zheng Ro's arm intimately. Zheng Ro's face was slightly stiff, and she said stiffly, Yuro, go sit on the sofa first, I sort these out. Huiyuro was also her childhood friend. She liked her very much and wanted her to be her daughter-in-law, but she didn't know when she changed. She always felt awkward when she saw her. She was actually a little disgusted by her intimate call of her mother Yi. Huiyuro didn't realize that Zheng Ro disliked her, and thought that Zheng Ro was afraid that she would be tired, so she asked her to sit on the sofa. She shook Zheng Ro's arm and said coquettishly, Mom Yi, hurry up, I have something to tell you about Brother Nanyu. Well, go ahead. Zheng Ro's face was stiff, and she pushed Huiyuro's hand away. Huiyuro left in high heels, and told the servant to squeeze her a glass of juice as if she were at home. Zheng Ro's face was a little ugly. She used to think Huiyuro was straightforward and cute, but now she hated her no matter how she looked at her. Just hearing the word Hui's family made her feel disgusted. Zheng Ro sat down on the sofa. Huiyuro, you just said it was about Nanyu, what is it? Mother Yi, look at this. Huiyuro handed the phone to Zheng Ro. Zheng took the phone and was stunned when she saw the photo of her son kissing a woman. She had never seen such a son before. Since her son suddenly came back from Rongqing that year, he seemed to have lost his soul, completely without a smile, without emotions, like a walking corpse. Although he completed his studies well, and was excellent at work, Zheng knew that he was not happy. The son in the photo was so vivid, with all kinds of emotions, and hatred, longing and more love could be seen in his eyes. "Who is the girl in the photo?" Zheng asked impatiently. "Mother Yi. She was the girlfriend that Brother Nanyu had when he was studying in Rongqing. Later, she cheated on Brother Nanyu. Recently, she may have heard that Brother Nanyu was going to take over the Yi group, so she came to High City and pestered Brother Nanyu again." Huiyuro lifted her hair, revealing her red and swollen cheeks from being beaten by Chuge last night. She sobbed, "Mom Yi, look, she beat me again, just because I exposed her purpose." Huiyuro thought Zheng would be heartbroken, but she was not moved at all. "Mom Yi, click on the last video. It's the video of the bar last night. You can see the whole process of her beating me." Zheng clicked on the video, and the bar video immediately came into view. The video only captured the beating part. The girl's face was not clearly visible in the photo due to the obstruction, but the video showed her face clearly. Zheng was surprised. It was that girl. A few years ago, when she met her Spanish boyfriend, this girl was also there. Although they had only met once, Zheng was very impressed by her, because she had never seen such a beautiful girl. Is it a coincidence? A pair of children were related to them one after another. Zheng finished watching the video, and returned the phone to Huiyuro with a complicated expression. "Mother Yi, this fickle and vicious woman is after Brother Nanyu's money. You must stop her, and never let Brother Nanyu be deceived by her again. You go back first, I take care of it." Huiyuro smiled. "I know Mother Yi won't watch Brother Nanyu being deceived, then I go back first." Zheng nodded with a faint expression. After Huiyuro left, Zheng made a phone call. "Send me the full surveillance of the bar that the young master went to yesterday." "Okay, ma'am." Not long after, Zheng received a complete video. After watching the whole video, the video ended with the two of them smiling happily and hugging each other. Zheng was deeply touched. It turned out that her son could laugh so happily. 2 hours later, Chuge came out of the bathroom after washing up. She felt sore in the waist and legs, while Nanyu was in high spirits. Chuge missed his zombie body very much. At least he could handle this easily. The little wolf dog, who has not eaten meat for many years, once it gets entangled, I am afraid it will not be so easy to get rid of. Chuge sighed heavily, really worried about his future. "Let's go eat, it's almost noon." Nanyu's eyebrows were full of satisfaction, and he was in a good mood and hugged Chuge's slender waist. Chuge glared at Nanyu, who is to blame for this. Nanyu smiled, leaned down and whispered in Chuge's ear, "Don't blame me, blame my sister for being too tempting." Chuge pushed Nanyu coquettishly, "You are not serious." "Let's go, sister. Let me, your host, take you to taste the food and visit the attractions in Haisher." Nanyu's face was filled with a happy smile, and he hugged Chuge and went out. Half an hour later, a sports car stopped in front of a century-old food store. "Don't get out yet," Nanyu said to Chuge, and he opened the car door and got out first. His tall and handsome figure instantly attracted the attention of many people. Who wouldn't look at a handsome guy twice, especially a handsome guy driving a sports car? Nanyu walked around the front of the car, walked to Chuge's side, opened the door, and leaned over to unbuckle her seat belt. "You can get out now." Nanyu's hand protected Chuge's head to prevent her from hitting it. "Chuge, Chuge got out of the car. Nanyu closed the door, pressed the remote control, and the car flashed twice. "Let's go!" Nanyu reached out and held Chuge's hand, and walked into the store. The diners were full inside, a little noisy, but also seemed to have a sense of fireworks. For Chuge, who had lived alone for many years in a world where humans had become extinct, she liked this environment and the atmosphere of fireworks. This old restaurant doesn't call numbers. You just find a seat and sit down. Just then a table of people left, so Nanyu pulled Chuge to sit down. The waiter came up to collect the plates and wiped the table. "There is a menu on the table. Write down what you want to eat." The waiter spoke the local dialect of High City, which Chuge couldn't understand. Nanyu saw Chuge's confused expression, because he couldn't understand the local dialect, and his mouth curled slightly. Even top students don't understand sometimes. "Nanyu, what did the waiter say just now?" "She said your boyfriend is so handsome, and she envied you." Nanyu said seriously. Chuge was amused by Nanyu's fart, Why didn't I realize that you are so narcissistic before? I'm serious, your boyfriend is coveted by many women, you have to keep a close eye on him. Okay, I will keep a close eye on him, and don't let other women seduce him. Yi Nanyu smiled with satisfaction, and handed the menu to Chugu. Take a look at what you want to eat. No, just order what you like, I want to eat what you like. You'd better take a look. What I like may not be what you like. Yi Nanyu, I will like it because it's what you like. Yi Nanyu's eyes kept flickering, and his handsome face flushed. The noisy sounds around him disappeared, leaving only his heart beating wildly. Thump thump. Okay, order what I like. Chapter 186. After the dishes were served, Yi Nanyu kept serving food to Chugu. Try this is also delicious, and this is also super delicious. Chugu saw that her bowl was almost full of food, so she quickly stopped him. That's enough, stop serving, I can serve myself. Okay, then try it, and see if you like it. Yi Nanyu looked at her expectantly. Chugu picked up the food in the bowl, and put it into her mouth, then frowned. Yi Nanyu suddenly became nervous. Don't force yourself if you don't like it, we order what you like. Seeing Yi Nanyu's nervous look, Chugu suddenly laughed. I'm just teasing you, I like it very much. Really? It's delicious, I like it very much. That's good. Yi Nanyu felt relieved. Chugu looked at the big boy Yi Nanyu in front of him. He had not experienced the cruel end of the world, and he did not have that kind of loneliness and despair. He still maintained his original appearance. No matter what she had experienced or how long it had passed, as long as she looked back, he was behind her. She can rely on him without worry, because she knows he will never abandon her. Yi Nanyu, thank you. Chuji's eyes were slightly red. Silly, you are too easy to satisfy. Bringing you here to eat can move you so much. Yi Nanyu sighed, and rubbed Chuji's hair. Chugu smiled, because it's so delicious. If you like it, I will bring you here every day in the future. Okay. Excuse me, do you mind sharing a table? A mean voice interrupted from the side. Chugu looked up, his pupil shrank, and the teacup beside him fell over. Chinemo. Yi Nanyu saw Chuji's abnormality, and frowned slightly. Chinemo stared at Chugu, a fox-like smile on his lips. A pair of phoenix eyes added a bit of evil charm, and his eyes flashed as if he was calculating something. Is it convenient to share a table? Yi Nanyu's face darkened, and the other party's eyes made him very unhappy, and he said coldly, It's not convenient. As a result, Chinemo ignored Yi Nanyu, pulled out a chair without authorization, sat down, and then stretched out his hand to Chugu. My name is Chinemo, can we be friends? Yi Nanyu's dark eyes suddenly turned cold, and he grabbed Chinmo's collar. Boy, don't you understand what I'm saying? Also, you flirted with my girlfriend in front of me. Do you really think I'm dead? Chinemo raised his hands and said meanly, Misunderstanding? I just want to make friends with her. You're looking for death. Yi Nanyu raised his fist, and was about to hit him in the face. Yi Nanyu, stop, he's my friend. Chuji's words were like a tranquilizer that hit Yi Nanyu's body, and he stopped. What did you say? He was my friend from the orphanage when I was a kid. Chugu looked at Chinemo. You're right, little fat boy. Chinmo's body trembled, eyes full of disbelief. She actually recognized him. He said he was her friend, but he often bullied her and made her cry when they were kids. Shouldn't she hate him? Why would she be willing to be friends with him? You? Chugu walked up to him, leaned over and hugged him. Thank you, friend. Chinmo's body stiffened immediately. Why did she say thank you to him? Chugu picked up the menu paper on the table, wrote down the number, and handed it to him. This is my number. Find a time, you, me, and Zhou Yang, let's get together. Chinemo took Chuji's number stiffly. Okay. Yi Nanyu's murderous gaze could not be blocked. Chugu held Yi Nanyu's hand. I won't chat with you anymore, my boyfriend is jealous. We leave first and get together later. Chinemo saw their holding hands and forced a smile. Yeah, get together later. Chugu smiled and nodded, then took Yi Nanyu and left. Chinemo looked at the two people's receding backs, and muttered with a lonely look, It's too late. Yi Nanyu drove the car, looking unhappy. Okay, don't be angry. There's really nothing between him and me. Then why did you hug him? He helped me a lot. I just want to thank him. Does that mean you have to hug everyone who has helped you? Yi Nanyu was so jealous. Okay, I promise I won't do it next time. Chugu smiled and pinched Yi Nanyu's pouting face. Stingy. Yi Nanyu turned his face to prevent Chugu from pinching. It's not over yet. Don't try to get away with it. Who is Zhou Yang? Why haven't you mentioned him before? Chugu was about to speak when his cell phone rang. As luck would have it, it was Zhou Yang's call. Chugu answered the call right under Yi Nanyu's nose. Hello, Zhou Yang. Yi Nanyu tightened his grip on the steering wheel when he heard the name Zhou Yang. Xiaoge, I just got off the plane, where are you? Zhou Yang asked anxiously. Are you really here? I said I'm fine, and I can handle it by myself. No, I'm worried about you. Forget it, since you're here, let's solve the problem completely. You stay at the airport and I pick you up now. Okay, I wait for you. Chugu hung up the phone and turned to look at Yi Nanyu. Don't you want to know who Zhou Yang is? Let's go to the airport to pick him up, and I introduce you to each other. It's better if nothing happens. Yi Nanyu gritted his teeth and said, then turned the steering wheel and drove into the road to the airport. Chugu sighed with a headache, hoping that there would be no fight later. Zhou Yang hung up the phone and pushed the suitcase out of the airport. He passed by a beautiful figure, and the familiar smell of perfume filled his nose. He stopped and looked back. There were only travelers in a hurry, but no familiar figure. Zhou Yang smiled bitterly, shook his head, and continued to push the suitcase out. Yishiyu, who had been squatting on the ground buckling her shoes, stood up and continued to move forward. Suddenly, for some reason, she seemed to sense something and looked back. She saw a familiar figure in the crowd gradually moving away. Yishiyu kept looking at the tall figure, which overlapped with the figure deep in her mind. Is it him? When she was about to catch up, the secretary's voice sounded, Mr. Yi, Mr. Smith's flight has landed. Yishiyu looked down at her watch, then looked up at the flight information scrolling on the big screen at the airport. She knew that this client was very important, but she looked at the figure walking away anxiously. Mr. Yi, if you don't hurry up, I'm afraid Mr. Smith will have to wait. Let's go! Yishiyu lowered her eyes sadly, and walked in the opposite direction of the familiar figure in her high heels. People were coming and going at the airport, and everything was normal. Zhou Yang came out of the airport bathroom with a suitcase and suddenly stopped. Looking at the beautiful figure standing in front of him, he tightened his grip on the suitcase. Zhou Yang, long time no see. Yishiyu took the initiative to greet. Hello, long time no see. Zhou Yang nodded. Are you here to work in High City? No, I'm looking for someone. After Zhou Yang finished speaking, there was a long silence between the two, and the ringing of Zhou Yang's cell phone broke the silence. Zhou Yang saw Chu Ji's call, and knew that she had arrived. Well, I leave first, the person waiting for me has arrived. Zhou Yang pushed the suitcase and passed by Yishiyu. Yishiyu clenched her fist, turned around, and called him Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang stopped, hesitated for a moment, and turned to face her. Yeah. You? Zhou Yang. A brisk voice in the distance interrupted Yishiyu's words. She looked over and saw Chugu waving happily at Zhou Yang. Yishiyu's mouth curled up bitterly. It turned out that they were still together. Chapter 187. Zhou Yang saw Yishiyu's sad expression and opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he didn't know what to say. They had been apart for a long time, so long that they were strangers to each other. Yishiyu lowered her eyes and turned away. She thought, after so many years, it was time for her to let go. Glittering tears slid down. Zhou Yang stood there and watched her leave. Just like a few years ago, when they broke up and she left Rongqing, he also hid in the corner and watched her leave. He could do nothing. He could not do anything. Zhou Yang, go after her. You still love her, don't you? Chugu walked to Zhou Yang and said anxiously. No. Zhou Yang smiled bitterly. She and I are not from the same world. Zhou Yang, we are really alike. We are strong in everything, but we are very inferior in love. Chugu sighed, but now I have changed, so I hope you can change too. If you like someone, go after him bravely. Sometimes if you miss him, it will be forever in a moment. I don't want you to be like this. Zhou Yang was silent. Zhou Yang, believe me, she still loves you. As long as you are honest with her, she will definitely forgive you. Zhou Yang's eyes flashed with struggle, and his hands were clenched tightly. Zhou Yang, hurry up and keep her, otherwise she will go away. Chugu looked at Yishiyu, who was about to go away anxiously. Zhou Yang looked at the beautiful figure, and the struggle in his eyes became calm. He loosened his fist. Xiaoge, let's go. Chugu hurriedly grabbed Zhou Yang, who was about to leave, and shouted, Yishiyu, Zhou Yang has something to tell you. Zhou Yang's eyes widened. Xiaoge. Zhou Yang, I've seen too many scenes where you regretted it, and I don't want to see it again this time. Although Zhou Yang didn't know what Chugu was talking about, his eyes were still cast towards the back figure that had stopped in front of him. She shouldn't turn around. The next second, Yishiyu slowly turned around and looked at him coldly. Why, are you going to show your affection with your girlfriend to me? Chugu waved his hands repeatedly. There is a misunderstanding here. I'm not his girlfriend. Yi Shiyu looked at Chugu. Chugu, if your goal is to humiliate me, then you succeeded. Chugu was dumbfounded. No, Shiyu, I love you. Zhou Yang's sudden confession shocked Yi Shiyu and Chugu. What the hell are you talking about? A gloomy voice sounded. Yi Nanyu, who had parked the car, had just arrived when he heard that his girlfriend had cheated on him 3 years ago, and the other party had confessed to his sister. Chugu saw that Yi Nanyu was about to kill someone, and hurried to stop him. Yi Nanyu, calm down. It's all a misunderstanding. Calm down. What are you doing? Do you know each other? Yi Shiyu was shocked. She had never seen her brother allow any woman to have physical contact. Nanyu, you know her? Yi Shiyu asked excitedly. She is my girlfriend. What? Seeing that the situation was out of control, Chugu shouted, Stop, everyone listen to me. There is a misunderstanding. Stop arguing. Listen to me. Yi Nanyu looked ugly, glanced at Zhou Yang, then looked at Chugu. You better explain it clearly. Seeing this mess, Yi Shiyu also glared at Chugu. Speak clearly. Sister, you are not allowed to glare at her. Yi Nanyu protected Chugu behind him. Yi Shiyu, shock, an hour later. This is what happened. Chugu said so much. His mouth was dry. After listening, the Yi family siblings said in unison. So, we have been deceived by you for so many years. The siblings looked at each other, with sympathy for each other in their eyes. It was really miserable. Chugu and Zhou Yang lowered their heads knowing they were in the wrong and didn't say anything. Yi Nanyu looked at Chugu, reluctant to scold her, sighed, and rubbed her hair. Don't do this next time. Chugu raised her head instantly. Her bitter face suddenly smiled brightly. Yeah. Nanyu, you forgave her so quickly? Yi Shiyu was dumbfounded. What else? If you scold her, I'm the one who feels bad. Yi Shiyu, Chugu stood on tiptoe and kissed Yi Nanyu on the cheek. Yi Nanyu, you're so nice. Yi Nanyu raised the corner of his mouth, leaned down, and turned his other cheek to her, this side, too. Chugu kissed him again. Zhou Yang Yi Shiyu, Yi Nanyu happily put his arm around Chu Ji's shoulders, and was about to leave. We are going on a date. You can do whatever you want. Shall go wait, aren't you here to pick me up? Aren't you worried? You had to come and see for yourself. Now that you can see, I am fine and happy. You can go back. There should be many flights in the afternoon, and it will be convenient for you to buy tickets. I won't send you off. After Chugu finished speaking, he looked at Yi Shiyu, then patted Zhou Yang on the shoulder, and then left with Yi Nanyu. Zhou Yang and Yi Shiyu stood there in silence for a long time. Zhou Yang, I won't say anything, and you won't say anything to me either? I'm sorry. What did you mean by your confession just now? Zhou Yang straightened his back and looked directly at Yi Shiyu. I love you, and I have always loved you. Yi Shiyu's mouth curled slightly. Don't worry, I leave in a moment, and I will never appear in front of you again. Huh? Yi Shiyu was stunned. Aren't you going to start over with me? Shiyu, you have a better choice. I can't give you a good life. Besides, you don't know what a jerk I was to you. Zhou Yang said painfully. If you mean you cheated on me to break up, then fine, I forgive you. Yi Shiyu walked up to Zhou Yang and said seriously, Now, do you want to start over with me? When we first met, I ordered those hooligans you met. Zhou Yang interrupted Yi Shiyu. What did you say? Yi Shiyu widened her eyes. I ordered those hooligans. I just told them to warn you not to bully Xiaga. Who knew they would suddenly have a dirty mind? Zhou Yang, you bastard. Yi Shiyu slapped Zhou Yang hard, and then left without looking back. Zhou Yang's handsome face was covered with red slap marks. He stood there and watched Yi Shiyu disappear among the hurried travelers. His tall body was lonely and sad. Sir, are you okay? A female voice sounded next to him. Zhou Yang turned his head and saw a stewardess pulling a suitcase. He didn't know her. I'm the stewardess on the flight you just took. I saw you. So I wanted to ask if you need help. The stewardess said gently. In fact, she noticed this handsome man on the flight and wanted to ask him for his number as soon as she landed, but he was in too much of a hurry. She was going home from get off work and didn't expect to meet him again. Naturally, she couldn't miss this opportunity. Your face may need some ice. There are ice packs at the front desk. I get them for you. No, thank you. Zhou Yang refused her, took one last look at the direction Yi Shiyu left, and left with his suitcase. Secretary Zhang, book me a ticket from Shanghai City to Gangcheng. Yes, I'm at the airport now. Okay, send it to my phone after it's booked. When the stewardess heard the man calling, her eyes lit up. She quickly took out her phone and called her colleague to switch shifts with her. This time she was determined to take him down. Yi Shiyu sat in the car parked at the airport, tightly gripping the steering wheel, her beautiful eyes red. Planes flying to all parts of the country flew across the sky, and the roar resounded through the sky. Jo Young that day was like a beam of light descending into her world, saving her from the helpless and frightened gangsters. But now, he told her that the gangsters were actually ordered by him. Jo Young, you bastard. Yi Shiyu punched the steering wheel, and the car honked loudly. Then she took out her cell phone and made a call. Who knew that the other party hung up? Yi Shiyu gritted her teeth. This stinky boy, he doesn't even answer my call now that he has a girlfriend. Yi Nanyu, who was watching a movie with Chugu in the cinema, hung up his sister's phone. No one could disturb his date with Chugu. He wanted to make up for the 3 years he missed with Chugu. Before he put down his phone, it vibrated again. Yi Nanyu hung up without hesitation, and Yi Shiyu seemed to be against him. A series of fatal calls. Yi Nanyu was so angry that he wanted to turn off his phone, but Chugu stopped him. Answer it. What if your sister has something wrong? Yi Nanyu reluctantly answered the phone and said in a low voice, You better talk to me. I'm talking to Chugu. She's not available. Yi Nanyu was about to hang up, but Chugu next to him took it away. It's me. I want to talk to you about Jo Young. Yi Shiyu's dull voice came. Chugu probably knew what happened, turned his head and whispered to Yi Nanyu, You watch first. I go out to answer the phone. Then he stood up and walked out of the cinema. Finding a quiet corner, Chugu spoke again. Yi Shiyu, I don't approve of Jo Yang's girlfriend. You are just a young lady who doesn't know the sufferings of the world. When you are together, Jo Young is destined to bear more, because you have never wanted to really understand him. You just enjoy the throbbing of first love he brings you. You don't know which of your words will hurt him, nor do you know which of your actions will hurt him. You don't even know how many times he has licked his wounds alone. You are just a young lady who finds someone to entertain and enjoy love. Yi Shiyu opened her mouth, but her voice got stuck in her throat. She couldn't speak. Her heart felt like it was being grabbed by a big hand, and she couldn't breathe. Jo Young wasn't an orphan at first. He was sent to an orphanage when he was 4 years old. His parents had always had a bad relationship. When he was 4 years old, his father accidentally killed his mother. 4-year-old Jo Young witnessed the whole process of his mother being killed by his father. Then his father also committed suicide in front of him. When he was found, he had been with his parents' bodies for a week. No one knew how he survived this week, when he was only 4 years old. Yi Shiyu's eyes were filled with tears, and her hand holding the phone was shaking constantly. Her heart was like a big hole dug out, bleeding. She knew nothing, she didn't know all this. So Yi Shiyu, he who never believed in love, how much courage he must have, how much love he must have to be with you. Chu Ji's words hit Yi Shiyu's soul directly, and tears kept falling like beads with broken strings. She opened the car door and ran towards the airport. Jo Young, don't go. Please don't go, you must wait for me. Chapter 188. Chugu walked back to the cinema quietly and sat down next to Yi Nanyu. She returned the phone to Yi Nanyu. Yi Nanyu took the phone and asked in a low voice, What does my sister want to ask you for? Nothing, just concentrate on watching the movie. Chugu held Yi Nanyu's arm, leaned her head on his shoulder, and the corners of her mouth curled up with happiness. Yi Nanyu leaned his head on Chu Ji's head, and the corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously. It is because we have been apart that we know how to cherish each other more. Yi Shiyu ran barefoot in the airport, and no one knew where her high heels went. Brushing past pedestrians, she didn't care about her embarrassed appearance at all, she just wanted to find Jo Young. She came to the place where she had separated from Jo Young, but he was nowhere to be found. She looked around anxiously, and saw only hurried pedestrians. Jo Young, Jo Young. She looked around, tears streaming down her face. The passers-by couldn't help but look at this beautiful woman in tears. She looked around as if she had lost something important. Yi Shiyu couldn't find Jo Young anywhere, so she started to check the flight information on the scrolling screen. Seeing that the flight from Haishur to Port City was checking in at gate A5, she immediately ran towards gate A5, her skirt flying. Jo Young, you must wait for me. Gate A5. Jo Young, who was queuing for ticket checking, looked back, and then his eyes dimmed. What was he still expecting? She probably didn't want to see him again in her life. Sir, please show me your ID. The ticket inspector looked at the man who kept looking back, and saw that he had something in his heart that he couldn't let go. Jo Young tightened her grip on the plane ticket, but finally handed it to the ticket inspector and checked in. The flight attendant standing at the plane gate to greet passengers lit up her eyes when she saw Jo Young. She showed a standard smile, and said in a sweet voice, Welcome to our flight. I am the flight attendant of this flight. I will serve you. Zhou Yang was absent-minded and didn't even look at her. The stewardess followed Zhou Yang without giving up. "Sir, please show me your ticket, and I take you to your seat." Zhou Yang gave her the ticket. "Sir, this way please." The stewardess personally took Zhou Yang to his seat. The other stewardesses looked at each other and knew that she must have liked him, but the man was indeed good. Zhou Yang sat down on his seat, and the stewardess squatted down beside him. "Sir, I didn't expect it to be so fateful, and I'm here to serve you again. My name is Wu Xian, and I'm happy to serve you." "Sorry, I want to be quiet," Zhou Yang said coldly. "Then you take a rest first. Call me if you need anything." The stewardess stood up and left disappointed. Zhou Yang looked at the vast airport outside the window, with lingering loneliness in his eyes. When Yi Shiyu rushed to the A5 ticket gate, she was told that the passage was closed and the plane had taken off. She immediately slid to the ground and saw a plane soaring into the sky and flying away from the airport outside the French window. She immediately cried like a child. "It's too late. Zhou Yang is gone, he's gone." A sigh sounded softly beside him, and then a tall figure squatted down beside Yi Shiyu, gently wiping her soles with his big hands. "Why aren't you wearing shoes?" Yi Shiyu heard the familiar voice and turned her head in disbelief. Seeing that it was really Zhou Yang, she hugged him, laughing and crying, "I thought you were gone. I thought you didn't want me anymore." Zhou Yang's eyes softened into a pool of spring water, sparkling with light, and he reached out to hug the woman he loved deeply in his arms. "Shiyu, let's start over." High-end restaurant. It was booked tonight, and everywhere was decorated with romantic flowers. The table was covered with exquisite tablecloths, and carefully prepared food was placed on it. The candlelight shone on Chuji's face, making her look beautiful. "Chuge, you are so beautiful." Yi Nanyu was particularly affectionate today, and his black eyes made people fall in love. Chuge smiled, and looked at Yi Nanyu with eyes full of love. "What day is today, do you know?" Yi Nanyu asked. Chuge thought about all the anniversaries and birthdays in his mind, but none of them were today. "What day?" "Today is the anniversary of my falling in love with you at first sight." Whenever Yi Nanyu thought about it, he couldn't help but smile. Chuge became interested. "By the way, how did you fall in love with me at first sight?" "I'm really curious." "That year when I was in the 3rd grade of junior high school, Yi Shiyu came back from summer vacation at your university and took a group photo of the candidates for campus beauties from your university and asked me to choose the most beautiful one. Among the crowd, I saw you, and only you, and you just hit my heart." Chuge took a long time to say, "You are too precocious." Yi Nanyu, who was waiting for Chuge to be moved to tears, surprise. "Fortunately you came to see me in college. If you came to see me in the 3rd year of junior high school, it would be really torture." Yi Nanyu's mouth twitched. Why is her focus always so strange? Such a romantic environment has ruined the atmosphere now. I hope everything will go smoothly next. Yi Nanyu raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and suddenly melodious music sounded. He stretched out his hand to Chuge. "Can I ask you to dance?" "Of course." Chuge smiled and put her hand in his palm. Today, both of them were dressed very formally. Chuge wore a halter dress, which was extremely beautiful. Yi Nanyu wore a suit dress, which made him look like a medieval prince, handsome and extraordinary. As the music played, the two danced the waltz, perfectly matching, like a princess and a prince, making people unable to take their eyes off them. The restaurant staff were so fascinated by the scene that they forgot about their work. They had never seen such a good-looking person before. Chuge joined a dance club in college and learned waltz for a while. Although she was not very good, she was still okay. With Yi Nanyu as her dance partner, she let go of herself. When they danced, their eyes never left each other, full of love. The music ended, and the dance was over. Chuge leaned on Yi Nanyu's chest, and the violent heartbeat lingered between the two of them, and it was hard to tell whose heartbeat it was. "Chuge, I have something to give you." "Well, what is it?" Yi Nanyu took something out of his pocket, and suddenly knelt on one knee in front of Chuge. The box slowly opened, revealing a vintage black gold ring with a sense of aristocratic mystery. Chuge widened his eyes. It turned out to be the space ring that Yi Nanyu had been wearing on his hand in the last days. "Where did you get this?" "I bought this at an auction, and I had a hunch that you would definitely like it, don't you?" Yi Nanyu was a little nervous. I like it very much." Chuji's eyes were full of tears. Yi Nanyu immediately smiled and shouted, "Then will you marry me?" "I do," Chuge answered firmly. Yi Nanyu took off the ring and slowly put it on the ring finger of Chuji's left hand. At this moment, Chuge shed tears. She remembered that time when Yi Nanyu put the space ring on her at the last moment before his death. This time, she was finally his bride. Yi Nanyu held Chu Ji's hand and kissed the ring devoutly. The space ring emitted a faint golden light, as if it was happy for its owner. Chuku, I love you. Yi Nanyu, I love you. Chapter 189 Extra. 1 year later. The magnificent banquet hall, with its glittering crystal chandeliers and luxurious decorations, was hosting the grandest wedding in High City. On the stage, a small band was playing beautiful music. The guests below were all dignitaries and celebrities. They were dressed in gorgeous clothes and sat in their seats to witness this grand wedding together. Please welcome the bride. As the MC finished speaking, the tall door was opened, and the bride, wearing a handmade wedding dress and a diamond crown on her head, appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was stunned. This was the most beautiful bride they had ever seen. Girl, come on. Academician Zhong Guichao, dressed in formal attire, slightly bent his elbows, and Chuko smiled and took her grandfather's arm. The two slowly entered the venue. Yi Nanyu, dressed in a straight suit and handsome, stood in front, watching his beautiful bride walk towards him step by step, his eyes suddenly moistened. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Academician Zhong Guichao handed Chu Ji's hand to Yi Nanyu. I'm handing Xiao Gu over to you now. If you dare to make her sad, I won't let you go. Yi Nanyu held Chu Ji's hand tightly and bowed to Academician Zhong Guichao. Grandpa, don't worry, I will never make her sad. Academician Zhong Guichao looked at the couple and nodded with satisfaction. Okay. He said 3 okays in a row. Yi Nanyu took Chu Ji's hand and put his arm around hers. The two smiled at each other and walked the second half together. Mother Yi in the audience turned her head and wiped her eyes, and Father Yi put his arm around his wife's shoulders. The child is very happy. Why are you crying as a mother? I'm happy. Mother Yi looked at her son, who was on the stage with a happy face, and entered the palace of marriage, and then turned her head to look in the direction of her daughter, and saw her daughter nestled in Zhou Yang's arms, with a happy smile on her lips and eyebrows. She smiled with relief, and was extremely glad that she woke up in time and understood that the happiness of her children was more important than anything else. Old Yi, have I changed a lot? Yes, I have changed a lot too. Yi Qingfeng broke up completely with Hui Xiong'an, who had been friends for decades. He didn't know why, as if something in the dark made them change. In this life, our family will be fine. Zheng Rose said firmly, while leaning on her husband's arms. Yes, our family will be fine. The ring exchange session. Suddenly a pigeon and a crow flew into the wedding venue. Coo! Crow! Crows symbolize bad luck, and just when the staff were about to drive the crows out, Yi Nanyu stopped them. No need to drive them away, they are our friends. Chu Ji's pupils trembled slightly, and then returned to normal. Pigeons and crows flew around Chu Gu and Yi Nanyu for a few circles, then landed on the crystal lamp, witnessing their marriage. Senior brother Yu and Chenemo looked at Chu Gu, who had become someone else's bride on the stage. Although there was a hint of sadness in their eyes, they were more blessing her. Yi Nanyu leaned over and kissed his bride. The whole audience burst into warm applause, cheering for the newlyweds. Wedding night. Chu Gu sat on the sofa with an angry look on her face, pushing away Yi Nanyu, who was clinging to her. Yi Nanyu said cautiously, Wife, what's wrong with you? Did I make you angry in any way? Chu Gu glanced at him. Don't you have anything to say to me? Yes, I have something to say. Yi Nanyu held Chu Ji's hands and said affectionately, Wife, I will treat you well for the rest of my life, I love you. Yi Nanyu's head slowly moved closer to Chu Gu, and just when he was about to kiss her, Chu Gu pushed him away mercilessly. Yi Nanyu, shock, just after the wedding my wife despised me? Yi Nanyu, I didn't expect your acting skills are so good. It's a pity if you don't become an actor. What acting skills? Are you okay today? Why are you talking nonsense? Yi Nanyu reached out to touch Chu Ji's forehead. Pigeon crow friend, hee. Yi Nanyu's body shook for a moment, and then he scratched his hair in annoyance. How did I get exposed here? Chu Gu widened his eyes. You really know? Yeah. The innocent disguise in Yi Nanyu's eyes faded, revealing deep black eyes that had experienced vicissitudes of life. I know everything about all the end-of-the-world experiences. How could it be? Yi Nanyu picked up Chu Ji's hand, and the space ring on it was emitting a faint golden light. This space ring is the one we brought with us in the end times. It should also have the ability to travel through time and space, and it came here specifically to follow us. I bought it at the auction. The moment I got it, everything I experienced in the end times appeared in my mind like a revolving lantern. I remembered it all. Chugu was shocked. Then why didn't you tell me and pretend that nothing happened? Fool? Yi Nanyu rubbed Chuji's hair. Because I know you don't want me to bear everything in the end of the world, you want me to live happily. How can I bear to let your wish go unfulfilled? Chuji's eyes instantly turned red, and her little fist hit Yi Nanyu's chest. You are the fool. How can there be such a fool as you? Okay, I'm a fool. You are the foolish wife. Chugu burst into tears and laughed. You are the foolish wife. Then I will be your wife. Yi Nanyu hugged Chugu. Husband, on the wedding night, you must not be willing to let my delicate wife stay alone in the empty room, right? Chugu, shocked. Yi Nanyu, I don't want to play, put me down. The shameless life of the young couple officially kicked off. Chapter 190 Extra. Yi Group. At the large conference table, the heads of various departments dared not breathe, and looked down at their desks. Is there any gold on the table? A gloomy voice sounded. Everyone shuddered, raised their heads quickly, and saw the black-faced living devil sitting in the upper position, and instantly felt hell. Yi Nanyu took over the Yi Group 3 years ago. His vigorous and decisive style of action successfully turned the Yi Group into the leading domestic enterprise. The industries involved are all over the world, and Yi Nanyu has become the youngest person on the Forbes rich list. Is it so difficult for you to modify a plan? Several departments can't submit a decent report. Yi Nanyu threw the report in his hand on the table, and the sound made everyone tremble again. At this time, Yi Nanyu's cell phone rang. Seeing that it was Chugu calling, the horrible expression on his face instantly turned into spring breeze. He sat up straight and answered the phone. Hello wife, do you miss me? Everyone in the conference room, who had just suffered, Yi Nanyu, get back here as soon as possible. Chuji's roar made Yi Nanyu's hand tremble, and he pressed the speaker button. Suddenly, everyone in the conference room heard the president's wife asking the president to get back home. The entire conference room was dead silent. Yi Nanyu put away his phone and glanced at everyone with a sharp gaze. 3 days. If you still can't submit a report that satisfies me, all of you get out. After he said that, he walked out of the conference room with his long legs. If you look closely, you can see that his steps are a bit hurried. As the living devil left, the terrifying atmosphere in the conference room disappeared instantly, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Zizi. The car braked suddenly, and before the car stopped, Yi Nanyu hurriedly unbuckled his seat belt and got out of the car, walking into the house with long legs. Wife, I'm back. Brother Nanyu. A figure rushed over, and was about to hug him. Yi Nanyu immediately dodged, and when he saw that it was Huiyuro, his face suddenly turned cold. Why are you here? She said she's pregnant with your child. Chuji's voice sounded behind Yi Nanyu. Yi Nanyu. Shock, since Hui's family went bankrupt 2 years ago, and Hui Xiongnan was sent to prison because of some shady business. He hasn't seen Huiyuro since then. Now she suddenly came out and said she was pregnant with his child. Does he look like a fool? Brother Nanyu, look, our baby is more than 3 months old, and the doctor said it's very healthy. Huiyuro smiled and took out a B ultrasound report to show Yi Nanyu. She was wearing a cheap outfit, looking dirty. It was obvious that she was not doing well after the Hui family went bankrupt. She no longer looked like a rich lady. Brother Nanyu, can you touch our baby? She touched her belly gently. Huiyuro, I don't care what tricks you play, get out of my house, or I will have you thrown out. Yi Nanyu said coldly. Huiyuro suddenly looked fierce. Yi Nanyu, you bastard, I tell you not to abandon us mother and son. You slept with me, and don't want to take responsibility, no way. After saying that, she became sad again the next second. Brother Nanyu, I beg you not to abandon me and the baby. I love you, I really love you. I will be obedient, and the baby will be born healthy and beautiful. Who knew that after saying that, the tone of the painting changed again, and she glared at Chugu fiercely. You bitch, give Brother Nanyu back to me. I already have his child. He will definitely marry me. I advise you to be sensible, and get out of here. Yi Nanyu and Chugu looked at each other. Half an hour later, the staff of the mental hospital tied Huiyuro up, and put her in the car of the mental hospital. Huiyuro kept shouting, my husband is Yi Nanyu, and I am the wife of the president of Yi Group. If you dare to do this to me, I will not let you go. Bang. The door closed, and the ambulance of the mental hospital carrying the crazy Huiyuro whizzed away. After Huiyuro was taken away by the mental hospital, Yi Nanyu felt wronged. Wife, you asked me to come back because of Huiyuro's crazy words. Don't you believe me so much? Didn't I believe you when I told you? Then why were you so fierce on the phone and told me to come back? Chugu held up his phone. Your son's class teacher called and said he had a fight with another kid, and asked me to go to school, but when I left, Euro blocked me and insisted that I go find her brother Nanyu, so I had to ask you to come back and deal with it. Nanyu shrugged guiltily, then quickly changed the subject, angrily saying, the brat keeps fighting all day, wife. I go with you, and see if I don't teach that brat a lesson. Chugu glanced at him, then picked up her handbag and walked out of the house. Nanyu hurriedly followed. International Noble Kindergarten. Chugu and Nanyu came to the principal's office, where there were the principal, the head teacher, and a young couple leading a cute little girl. Chugu and Nanyu's son, Yi sat on a stool with his head down. Sorry, we are late. Chugu knocked on the door lightly. Zi's father and mother are here, please come in quickly. The principal did not dare to neglect. Families that can study here are not ordinary families, and the headmaster can't afford to offend them. When Yi heard that his mother and father were coming, he didn't even raise his head to look at them, and kept his head down. Zi's father and mother, these two are Chi-Chi's father and mother. Chi-Chi and Zi had some conflicts today, so we invited both parties here, the headmaster said. Chi-Chi's parents looked a little ugly. They didn't expect that it was Nanyu's son. This might be a difficult situation. Just when they were panicking and thinking about how to apologize, Nanyu and Chugu bowed sincerely. Their skillful manner made people feel distressed. I'm sorry, we didn't teach our son well and beat your daughter. You can decide what compensation you need, and we will bear it. Chi-Chi's parents were stunned, and the head teacher and the class teacher were also a little dumbfounded. Ahem. The head teacher said awkwardly, Zi's parents, that is, Chi-Chi beat Zi. Nanyu and Chugu stood up in surprise. Their son had always been the one who beat others, but this time he was the one who was beaten, and he was beaten by a cute little girl. Yi, raise your head. Yi shuddered when he heard his father's words, and slowly raised his head, revealing a slightly swollen nose, and blood under his nose that had not dried yet, which showed that he had just had a nosebleed. He seemed to feel a little embarrassed, and quickly lowered his head again. Chi-Chi's parents kept bowing and apologizing. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, our Chi-Chi is too ignorant and hit the noble son. We will arrange for her to transfer to another school later, and we will definitely teach her a lesson when we get home. Please, Mr. Yi, spare us. Good job. Chugu shouted, and Chi-Chi's parents were frightened. Mom. Yi ran over, and he didn't care about his face anymore, pointing at Chi-Chi and complaining. She hit me, and made my nose bleed. You should ask the police to arrest her. As soon as Yi finished speaking, his mother grabbed his ears. You little brat, you are always the boss in school. Don't you beat other kids enough? Yi endured the pain on her beautiful and delicate face, begging for mercy. Mom, be gentle, my ears are about to be pulled off. Go stand in the corner. Chugu let go of his son's ear, and said sternly. Yi rubbed his red ears, and glared at Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi was not afraid at all, and showed her little fist. Yi was so scared that he stepped back. Chugu smiled with satisfaction. Chi-Chi's parents broke out in a cold sweat, and apologized for a long time. Chugu hurriedly stopped them. Chi-Chi's father and mother, you don't have to apologize. I think Chi-Chi is very well behaved and sensible. It must be my brat who provoked her first, so she started to fight. I like girls like Chi-Chi. Mom, you are not allowed to like him. Yi stamped her feet anxiously. Yi. Nanyu shouted in a warning voice. Yi immediately became obedient, and went to stand in the corner. Chi-Chi's parents, I really like Chi-Chi. Can you let her sit at the same table with Yi and help me take care of that brat? Chi-Chi's parents stared in disbelief, looking flattered. They had prepared to expel their daughter from school, but Mrs. Yi not only did not blame them, but also asked the two children to sit at the same table. You know, there are so many people who want to get close to the Yi family, but they can't find a way, but they can get close to the Yi family through their daughter, but they still respect their daughter's idea. Chi-Chi, are you willing to be the same table with Zi? Chi-Chi looked at Yi in the corner. Yi kept making faces at her, trying to scare her away. He didn't want to be the same table with her. She hit people too hard, not cute at all. I am willing to be the same table with him. Chi-Chi's small voice sounded. Yi was stunned for a moment then. Wow! He burst into tears. His unscrupulous parents, who pushed him into the fire pit, smiled at each other. The devil of the Yi family was finally dealt with. The sun was setting. On the maple path, red maple leaves kept falling, creating a romantic atmosphere. A pair of good-looking men and women walked on the path, holding hands, with happy smiles on their faces. A crying little tail followed them. The loving family of three walked further and further away.